Year 47 of Konoha. Sunset fell, another night awaited. In times of war, the hardest part was for those whose families were on the battlefield. They worried, constantly fearing they would receive a death report for a loved one. But during war, death was the most. At any moment people died in battle. In an inconspicuous small house in Konoha village, a young boy was lying in the small courtyard, gazing at the yellow sky. "The world is really unsettled," he murmured. "Thinking back, it's truly amazing that I suddenly transmigrated to this place a year ago. Even now it's still a bit hard to accept." The young boy suddenly sighed, then abruptly sat up. The young boy was named Ye Fei. As he had just said, Ye Fei did not originally belong to this world. A year ago an accident occurred, and he suddenly transmigrated here. The original owner of this body was a useless trash, utterly hopeless. His parents had also died in previous battles. Because of this, Ye Fei became an orphan. Ye Fei stretched out his palm, reaching toward the sky. "It's really inexplicable," he said. "According to the transmigration clichés, there should be a golden finger. But I've been here for a year, and the golden finger I've been hoping for has never appeared." Ye Fei looked at the sky, speaking with a mix of emotions. As a seasoned fan of Naruto, he knew exactly what would happen in this world. He was well aware of all the famous battles. Without sufficient strength, he couldn't live long. Even if he went to the battlefield, he would only be cannon fodder. Although this period was the later stage of the war, it was still relatively unstable. "Up to now, I don't even know how I managed to survive this year. The chakra in my body is pitifully." Ye Fei sensed the chakra within him, then sighed and shook his head. In a year he had fully understood his current situation. An orphan with no relatives or friends. Both parents had died in battle. The reason he could lie here carefree now was entirely due to the survivor's pension his parents' deaths had brought. His strength was already poor. In this year he had tried to increase his chakra reserves, but no matter how he trained, nothing worked. It was truly a miracle that Ye Fei had survived this brutal world for so long. No powerful family, no background, let alone a bloodline limit. "If I don't rely on myself, there's truly no other way." Ye Fei looked up at the sky again, forcing a particularly ugly smile. Ding. Divine selection system is binding. Binding progress 10. Binding progress 15. The long-awaited voice resonated from the depths of his soul, piercing through his eardrums. The sudden voice left Ye Fei momentarily stunned, but soon a smile spread across his face. Ecstasy surged in his heart. The golden finger had arrived a year late, yet it still filled him with immense joy. "Just a moment ago I was worried that if I remained useless until the Ninetales attack I would surely die, but now it seems my path forward won't stop here. Ha ha!" Ye Fei suddenly clenched his fists, speaking with great joy. The Third Shinobi War was about to end, followed by a relatively peaceful period. After the peace ended, the Ninetales would attack Konoha. With the golden finger in hand, Ye Fei now had the capital to survive. Ding! The divine level selection system has been bound successfully. The system's voice echoed in Ye Fei's ears, and a smile gradually crept onto his lips. "Great! I've been waiting for this day for so long. My life as a good-for-nothing can finally end." Ye Fei clenched his fists and spoke with immense confidence. At that moment, scenes of the times he had been bullied flashed through his mind. Although he had only been in this world for a year, Ye Fei had already endured countless humiliations. If it weren't for the fact that Ye Fei had no chakra in his body, he would never have fallen to such a state. In the end, it was all the fault of the original owner of this body. "Now that I have the system, I still don't know what it actually does." Ye Fei snapped back to reality, suddenly realizing this question. Ding! The divine level selection system. As the name suggests, the host can make choices based on what they desire. Each option comes with corresponding rewards. Of course, every reward is random. The system's voice echoed from the depths of Ye Fei's mind. Ye Fei crossed his legs, stroked his chin with one hand, and furrowed his brow slightly as he pondered. He already understood the system's mechanics quite well. But the only thing troubling him now was his own chakra. In this world, chakra was the very foundation of a person's existence. "I have a golden finger, but the rewards are random. So it's all about luck now. System rewards vary in quality, right? What's the probability?" A smile curled at the corner of Ye Fei's mouth as he spoke. "The system's rewards are fair. The quality and type of each reward are split 50-50. Hearing this, Ye Fei's face twitched uncontrollably. "Damn, 50-50. That's as good as nothing." The system's explanation made him so angry that he jumped up. After calming down, Ye Fei slowly walked back to his seat. "For now this will have to do. But still, it's much better than before." Ye Fei smiled and comforted himself. At least it was much better than before. A loud rumbling sound came from his stomach. "I was so excited that I forgot I hadn't eaten yet." Ye Fei realized that it was time for his meal. As he spoke, Ye Fei had already locked the door and was walking down the street. He had no powerful background, no formidable strength, and no strong backing. Ye Fei did not know what he would become in the future, but he firmly believed that the world would revolve around him, because he was the protagonist. Boss, 1 bowl of ramen. Ye Fei arrived at the Yale ramen shop he had always visited. This ramen shop was where he had come every day since he transmigrated. Soon a steaming bowl of ramen was placed before Ye Fei. "I'm going to dig in." He clasped his hands together, then picked up his chopsticks and began eating. After a delicious bowl of ramen, Ye Fei felt reborn. He paid the bill and walked out of the shop with a smile. "Ah, comfortable. Now I feel like I'm at my peak again." Ye Fei walked forward with a smile. "Shanben Shangchuan, we've been looking for you. Never thought we'd run into you here today." 3 young men in black uniforms surrounded a small thin boy in the alley. "I'm not hiding from you." Shanben Shangchuan's eyes darted, avoiding their gaze. "Come on, you've been missing for days. Don't you think you should show some gratitude?" A crew-cut boy grabbed Shanben Shangchuan by the collar and said while rubbing his thumb index and middle fingers together. The small boy trembled. Ye Fei traced the sound with his gaze, and when the figures of those 3 individuals came into his sight, his eyes shot wide open in an instant. These were the very people who had been bullying him all along. He never expected to encounter them here today. What a small world, and a wretched stroke of luck at that. No sooner had I stepped out than I ran into them. Ye Fei instinctively recoiled, retreating into the corner. The 3 were all clad in identical uniforms, a uniform that only those 1 grade above him would wear. Realizing he was no match for them, he was about to turn and flee when he overheard more words. "Please spare me. I really have no money. I beg you." Shanben Shangchuan broke free, then suddenly dropped to his knees, weeping and pleading. The 3 burst into raucous laughter at the sight of him. Every one of them regarded him as if he were a clown. The 3 hailed from different families, yet their families shared one common trait: they were all of noble lineage. Thus no one dared to bully them at school either. For that very reason they had become the overlords of their grade. "All right, if that's the case, well, give you a chance." The ringleader Xiao Wulong strode up to Shanben Shangchuan and planted his foot on the boy's head. Shanben Shangchuan offered no resistance, his body trembling incessantly. "Yes, yes." Xiao Wulong, basking in immense satisfaction at the sight, ground his foot back and forth on the boy's head. Ye Fei had witnessed everything. Instantly the events of the past year flashed vividly before his eyes. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, burning with the urge to charge forward. Yet he forced himself to calm down. After all, he lacked the strength to do so now. Moreover, all 3 came from prestigious families. Their capabilities were not to be underestimated. Option A: rush over, taunt them with words, and give them an international universal gesture. Completion reward: infinite chakra. Option B: remain indifferent, pretend to see and know nothing. Slip away cautiously. Completion reward: free skill point allocation 1. Just as Ye Fei was wavering, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Then he saw these 2 options in his mind. Though his face betrayed no emotion, his heart was already dancing. Who would have thought my first mission after gaining the golden finger would be like this? Need I even think? I'm a man of justice. Ye Fei contemplated the rewards of the options in his heart. Then without hesitation he chose option A. After all, he was a righteous man. A year had passed. It was time to strike back. If one remained weak and never resisted, the bullies would only grow more relentless. Once Ye Fei made his choice, he sprinted at full speed and positioned himself behind them. "Hey, you 3 idiots, you're all trash." As he spoke, he didn't forget to extend his right hand and flip them the middle finger. Indeed, it was the universal international gesture. The 3 heard his words and saw his gesture. "Damn, boss. Isn't that the waste? Fuck, you've got a death wish?" The crew-cut youth beside them cursed. Xiao Wulong was indeed startled by Ye Fei's sudden appearance, but even so he didn't remove his foot from Shanben Shangchuan's head. After all, in his eyes both of them were utter trash. Ye Fei showed no trace of fear as he faced the 3 of them. Yet it was precisely this demeanor that aroused suspicion in one of them. Xiao Wulong, never one to tolerate such insolence, rolled up his sleeves and prepared to strike Ye Fei. He had just lifted his foot when he felt someone tugging him back. "What are you doing, Tianyi?" Xiao Wulong turned to address the bespectacled, scholarly-looking subordinate. "Fifth brother, please don't act rashly this time. Things are different from before. Look at his demeanor. He seems prepared for this. We have no idea what cards he's hiding." Tianyi adjusted his glasses and spoke in a low voice. Xiao Wulong furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Ye Fei. This time was indeed different. Ye Fei showed no fear. Instead, an aura seemed to emanate from him. "Damn it!" Xiao Wulong cursed loudly at the unfamiliar Ye Fei before him. Ye Fei, seeing their hesitation, felt a surge of joy in his heart. He was well aware that he possessed only the system at the moment. He had no real power to contend with them. Who would have thought subduing them would be this easy? "Looks like my gamble paid off," Ye Fei thought with a smirk. Xiao Wulong meanwhile removed his foot from Yamamoto Kamikawa's head. You remember this. There'll be a day when you get what's coming. Xiao Wulong strode over to Ye Fei fuming and spat out the words. He then flicked his sleeve and marched away with great strides. The two subordinates followed closely. Ye Fei let out a sigh of relief only after confirming they had left. Ding! Mission complete. Infinite Chakra is now merging. At that moment the system's voice echoed in Ye Fei's mind. Within his consciousness he also witnessed the Infinite Chakra being unlocked. Excellent. I never expected this mission to be so straightforward. But regardless it feels like a beginner's gift pack. Ye Fei's face remained stoic yet a storm raged. Coming back to his senses, he looked at the staggering Yamamoto Kamikawa and walked toward him. How are you? Need to go to the hospital. Ye Fei supported Yamamoto Kamikawa and asked. Yamamoto Kamikawa shook his head weakly. I'm fine. Thank you. After exchanging a few brief words, they helped each other to the side of the main road and found a place to sit down. Option A. Become friends with Yamamoto Kamikawa. Reward clone technique. Option B. Learn about Yamamoto Kamikawa. Reward wind release wind blade. Just as Ye Fei sat down the system's voice rang out again. He examined the options and found himself torn. Both rewards were tempting, making the choice difficult. After some deliberation he finally chose option B as he currently lacked an offensive ninjutsu. Thank you. My name is Yamamoto Kamikawa. If it weren't for you today I would have been in serious trouble. Yamamoto Kamikawa turned to look at Ye Fei, a pure innocent smile spreading across his face. It's nothing. I just couldn't stand by and watch them do that. My name is Ye Fei. Nice to meet you. And so the two sat there chatting for a while. Through the conversation Ye Fei learned some basic information about Yamamoto Kamikawa. Mission complete. Wind release wind blade is now merging. After bidding farewell to Yamamoto Kamikawa, Ye Fei found a secluded spot to sit down. By the time they parted the system had already informed him that both rewards had fused with him. He glanced around to ensure no one was nearby, then sensed the boundless chakra within him. For the first time Ye Fei felt truly capable. After returning home Ye Fei had a simple meal and then went to the courtyard. It's still early, he murmured. According to the timeline the Third Shinobi World War is almost over. Soon after that it will be time for the Nine-Tails attack on Konoha. Ye Fei sat in his own courtyard gazing at the sky and speaking softly. He had been worried about whether he could truly survive this period. But now it seemed there was no need to worry at all. Suddenly I remember I haven't tested the reward I got today. I was always worried about insufficient chakra in my body. Ye Fei stood up then looked at his own palm and suddenly clenched his fist. He casually found a few wooden stakes in the house and placed them in the courtyard. Previously due to insufficient chakra, he had been unable to practice ninjutsu. But that didn't mean he had stopped training altogether. Over the past year he had engaged in rigorous physical training every day. This had granted him the exceptionally powerful physique he now possessed. Wind release wind blade. Ye Fei stood still, calmed his mind, and then extended his hands forward. Chakra instantly gathered around his hands. Soon rapidly spinning wind appeared around them. Holy shit, is it this cool? Ye Fei was astonished at the high-speed wind swirling around his hands. Having been in this world for a year, this was the first time he experienced an endless stream of energy. After a moment of surprise his gaze locked onto the wooden stake ahead. When he was very close he used his hands to instantly trace and shape. Crack. The wooden stake in front of him instantly split into 4 pieces, the cuts extremely smooth. Wow! This is really cool. Ye Fei looked at the high-speed wind around his hands, and then broke into a smile. I never expected that after absorption I would have this level of proficiency. It seems I no longer have to worry about learning ninjutsu after acquiring them. The rewards obtained were completely unnecessary to learn after absorption. After absorption the proficiency had already reached the maximum level. This also surprised Ye Fei greatly. After tidying up these things he went to his room. Today had been a rewarding day. Soon he lay down on the bed. He carefully recalled everything that had happened during the day. Then he slowly drifted into a dream. The next day was the start of school. Since the Third Shinobi World War was coming to an end the school start date had been set. This year was Ye Fei's final year of school. Due to his previously average strength he had no way to graduate, but now the situation was vastly different from before. So comfortable. Having power surging through my body. This feeling is indeed the best. He got up, washed up, made some breakfast, then took his equipment and study materials and left the house. Today was the first day of school. Many students, accompanied by their parents, slowly walked into the school. But Ye Fei was different, no matter, when he could only be alone, lonely and helpless. Truly unfortunate fate. I didn't expect to become an orphan after coming to this world. Ye Fei shook his head helplessly and walked into the school. As soon as he entered he saw a notice on the bulletin board. Due to unforeseen circumstances, the school has decided to reorganize each class. Please find your assigned class and report there. Damn, how is this any different from starting school all over? Ye Fei complained, then found his name on the list and the corresponding class. He shrugged and slowly walked toward the assigned classroom. Click. The sound of a door sliding open. Ye Fei found his class 3. He pushed the door open, glanced around the room, and then his mouth slightly opened. After this class reassignment, the people inside indeed surprised him quite a bit. Class 3 was the class Ye Fei was now in. There were few of his former classmates left. When Ye Fei pushed open the door, the eyes of everyone in the classroom turned to him. But soon most people went back to their own business. Only a few gazes still lingered on Ye Fei. Damn, this can't be happening. I actually ended up in the same class as those 3. There's bound to be some fights from now on. Ye Fei saw the 3 very familiar faces and felt a wave of disbelief. Xiaolang and his 2 underlings had all been assigned to class 3. Yo, look who's here. Didn't expect we'd be so tied by fate. Xiaolang jumped down from the desk and stared at Ye Fei. The 2 underlings also stood up. Ye Fei ignored them, found a corner and put down his backpack. In the past he had let them bully him because he lacked strength. Now Ye Fei didn't give them a second thought. Option A, beat Xiaolang to a pulp. Reward, Conqueror's Haki. Option B, continue to evade. Reward 1, exquisite shuriken. Option C, kneel and surrender. Reward, title of the first coward. After reading the 3 options, Ye Fei's mouth twitched. Damn, I can understand the first 2, but what the hell is Without a second thought, Ye Fei chose option A. Compared to the others, only option A held a truly irresistible allure. Conqueror's Haki. Ye Fei knew exactly what it was. As an old-school anime fan, he couldn't possibly be unaware that it belonged to the man destined to become the Pirate King. Xiaolang and his 2 cronies, seeing that Ye Fei didn't respond, immediately flew into a rage. They strode toward him with heavy steps. Now well settle old and new scores together. Xiaolang, relying on his superior position, was exorbitantly arrogant. At that moment Ye Fei sensed that the 3 were itching for trouble. Meanwhile the rest of the class buzzed with chatter. Looks like that new kid is in for a rough time. I wonder how he managed to offend the little bully. Forget it, let's just stay put. Ye Fei stood still, hearing the chaotic whispers around him. Xiaolang approached, reached out his hand and instantly grabbed Ye Fei by the collar. Unlike before, this time the 3 didn't waste words. Knowing this was a rare opportunity, they immediately began punching and kicking Ye Fei. Ye Fei, whose mental age far surpassed theirs, remained calm in the face of crisis. Though his body was taking hits, he seized an opportunity and tackled Xiaolang to the ground. This counterattack caught the entire class off guard. Though Ye Fei suffered many injuries, he didn't let Xiaolang get off easy either. Damn, this kid's gone crazy today. Pull him off quick. Xiaolang hadn't expected Ye Fei to fight back, and now he was panicking. After all, it was he who bore the brunt of the injuries. Through a year of training, Ye Fei's strength had already surpassed his peers, and his endurance was far greater as well. The 2 underlings finally pulled Ye Fei away and dragged Xiaolang out of the classroom. Ye Fei watched the 3 flee in disarray, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Though his eyes and face were already slightly swollen, he was still overjoyed. If you never resist, you'll always be bullied. That saying couldn't be more true. Ye Fei slowly sat down on the chair, his expression betraying nothing, but his heart was blooming with joy. Mission complete. Conqueror's Haki begins to merge. After this counterattack, Ye Fei became the center of attention in the class. Little Overlord Xiao Wulong came from a wealthy family. After all, he was from the Uchiha clan. But Ye Fei was not afraid at all. What he needed to do now was to seize the time to improve his strength. Class begins, let's take attendance. Everyone quiet down. The teacher walked in with the attendance register. All the students had returned to their seats, waiting for the teacher to call the roll. Ye Fei looked at the teacher on the podium and frowned slightly. I don't recognize him. It seems a new teacher has joined. No wonder, after all, many people died in the Third Great Ninja War. Ye Fei propped his face with his hand, looking at the teacher on the podium. Shansuin Ilong. Present. Mai Yurin. Present. Uziboyu. Present. Hearing this name, Ye Fei suddenly perked up. This name was like a god to him. Then his gaze instantly locked onto a young boy. Black hair, fine lines around his eyes, and a unique clan emblem on his clothes that looked like a ping-pong ball. It was indeed Uziboyu. Wow, I never thought I'd be in the same class as you. Lord Yu. But wait, isn't you supposed to be not in school at this age? But why is he attending school now? Ye Fei couldn't figure it out for a moment, but these things were obviously not very— After all, he had transmigrated here. What could be impossible? In the blink of an eye, the teacher had already called the roll of the entire class. Except for the 3 who had just run out, the rest were all in the classroom. Looking at all the students, the teacher nodded lightly. Next, follow me to the playground for a test. This will determine your team assignments. Assembly in 5 minutes. With that, the teacher walked out of the classroom with the attendance register. As soon as his footsteps faded, the class instantly erupted into chaos. Test. This is terrible. I spent the whole vacation playing and didn't train at all. Me too. Oh no, oh no. A few of them huddled together about to cry. The girls were relatively better, but some had already started talking about which team they wanted to be in. Most of them wanted to be with Uchiha. After all, he was handsome and attracted girls. Uchiha packed his things and walked out of the classroom. The girls immediately stood up and chased after him. These brainless creatures, they can't move when they see a handsome guy. I should hurry up too. Being in the same class as you, this is going to be much more interesting. What interesting things can happen when a genius and a cheater get together? Ye Fei walked slowly in the corridor with his belongings. A transmigrated cheater and a genius of this era. There was bound to be a contest between them. On the playground, the teacher had been waiting for a while, and the students had all arrived one after another. Very well, let me first introduce myself. My name is Tuatsuin Sangjia Achunin. From now on I will be your main instructor. There are two test items, one is basic skills, the other is physical fitness. Tuatsuin Sangjia stood with his hands behind his back looking at the students. After hearing this, everyone whispered among themselves. Many had not trained at home, so their basic skills had become rusty. Ye Fei looked at everyone's reactions and roughly guessed what was going on. Option A, show off your skills in front of everyone and shake off the slacker label. Completion reward, wind release, beast wave palm. Option B, hide your strength and survive until the end. Completion reward, any proficiency 1. Option C, pretend to have a stomachache, run to the toilet and avoid the test. Completion reward, obtain the title Toilet King. Looking at these options, Ye Fei smiled. What to choose was now obvious. The opening test began now. Ye Fei, assigned to class number 16, stood quietly watching the other students undergo their assessments. I never expected their abilities to be so ordinary. No wonder they've been idle at home too long. Most have just played around without any training. Ye Fei shook his head as he watched the testing students. Such results were within his expectations. The teacher's expression grew noticeably more solemn as he observed each student. After all, he had never worked with these students before. But this test gave him a glimpse into their capability. Mediocre was his verdict for them. What should we do? I feel like we'll end up dead last. Don't worry, there's still a laggard in our class. He's known as a hopeless failure. With him around, we won't be at the bottom. Several students, anxious about their results, whispered among themselves. Their words reached Ye Fei's ears. He merely smiled faintly. Now he paid no heed to such taunts. He used to be the bottom, but not anymore. Next, Uchiha Itachi. The teacher glanced at the roster and called out loudly. Ye Fei became interested. Uchiha Itachi walked slowly to the testing ground and nodded to the teacher. A member of the Uchiha clan. I hope you don't disappoint. The teacher nodded at Uchiha Itachi. The moment he appeared, all the girls in the class fixed their eyes. Some were drawn by his lineage, but most by his appearance. And no one from the Uchiha clan was weak. Ye Fei slowly stood up and walked forward. He was eager to see what kind of ability Uchiha Itachi possessed. Begin! The teacher shouted. Upon hearing the command, Itachi started his test. Push-ups, crunches, side jumps. These were trivial for him, and he completed them with ease. And in remarkably little time. His score now ranked first. He's so handsome. Uchiha is truly incredible. The girls in the class went wild. Ye Fei smiled upon seeing Itachi's results. As expected of Itaka-sama, even with some mishaps he's still this powerful. Sorry, but I will surpass you next. Outwardly calm, Ye Fei's heart was surging. Uchiha Itachi set a new record in a very short time. He claimed the top spot in the class ranking. The second-place student was far behind. Upon arriving at the shooting range, Itachi pulled several kunai from his backpack. Target practice was basic, yet many previous students had failed. Itachi focused his eyes and swiftly threw the kunai. Ding ding ding. Each kunai struck the exact center of the target. The entire class fell into stun. Some targets were positioned at tricky angles, but Itachi still hit the bullseye with his signature precision. The teacher smiled with satisfaction at the results. Uchiha Itachi, 100 points, full marks. Amazing. Now Uchiha Itachi is the top of our class. Indeed. Who could possibly surpass him? The classmates erupted into an uproar upon hearing Uchiha Itachi's results. Ye Fei was also deeply perplexed. Now that Uchiha Itachi held the first place, how could he himself dominate the top spot? Uchiha Itachi walked back expressionlessly. Good Uchiha has set an excellent example for you all. You should all learn from him. Next, Ye Fei. The teacher called out loudly to his student. At his words, the crowd quieted down considerably. Finally, it's my turn. Though the full score is already spoken for, I still intend to be the first. Ye Fei casually stretched his limbs and walked to the testing area. Are you ready? The the teacher asked, looking at the youth before him. Ye Fei nodded with a smile. Begin. At the teacher's command, Ye Fei started his test. These basic exercises were, after all, he had been training these very skills. So fast. Who is this kid? His speed seems even faster than Uchiha's. Ye Fei held nothing back, revealing his full foundational abilities. This left the entire audience silent, watching him in awe. In just a few dozen seconds, Ye Fei completed all the basic tests. When he finished, his expression remained calm, and his breathing was perfectly normal. Incredible. He finished in such a short time, and his breathing hasn't changed at all. The teacher was astonished by Ye Fei's performance. This was the most extraordinary student he had ever encountered in his teaching career. Ye Fei walked to the shooting area and flexed his wrists. The previous tasks were trivial, the real challenge was yet to come. Here we go. Ye Fei pulled some weapons from his small backpack. His eyes locked onto the targets. Though the distances were not great, some angles were extremely tricky. Without sufficient experience, these would have been quite difficult. He selected his targets, raised his weapons with both hands, and slowly aimed. Then, with a flick of his wrist, the weapon flew. Thud. It struck the bullseye. The teacher's expression grew even more serious, because half of the weapon had embedded itself into the target. Such strength was utterly unbelievable for a child of 7 or 8. The teacher was not far from the audience, so many saw the weapon buried halfway into the target. This power is outrageously strong. How did he do it? Is this still the same slackard we knew? The few who had been whispering earlier were now speechless with astonishment. Uchiha Itachi also grew interested, stepping forward to examine the targets. Without pausing, Ye Fei fired off several more throws. Each kunai he threw landed with increasing force. The very last one even pierced through the center of the target. Ye Fei showed no reaction to this sight, as he had long been accustomed to such feats. But the watching students all had their mouths agape. After all this was accomplished by a child of only 7 or 8. Only the targets with tricky angles. To him, these were as simple as a child playing with mud. The field was as quiet as ever, everyone focused intently on what Ye Fei would do next. The teacher was also eagerly anticipating how this child would approach shooting the targets. Uchiha Itachi was a bit different from usual. It had been a long time since anyone had piqued his interest. Ye Fei counted the last few targets, then drew out a kunai. This time Ye Fei took out 5 kunai, looked at the targets before him, and instantly launched the kunai from his hand. Whoosh! The kunai were extremely fast, flying straight ahead without any angle. Just as they were about to hit the targets, Ye Fei instantly pulled out a shuriken from his backpack. He threw the shuriken with all his might. Its speed was much faster than the previous ones. The shuriken caught up to the kunai in just 1 second. Clang clang. The shuriken instantly collided with the kunai, altering their trajectories. The deflected kunai all struck the targets. This move made their eyes widen instantly. They were completely unable to believe it was real. Oh, this is way too overpowered. What kind of move is this? One of the students couldn't help but shout. Ye Fei clapped his hands together, then turned around. This is called technique, Ye Fei said loudly, looking at the classmates before him. The teacher slowly clapped at this. Clearly this move made the whole class gain a new understanding of him. Full marks. I never thought we would stumble upon such a treasure this time. The teacher whispered happily. Ye Fei slowly walked back to his seat under the envious gazes of everyone. This successfully freed him from being the bottom of the class. Although these were only basic skills to these students, they were already overpowered. Uchiha Itachi watched Ye Fei with his usual calm expression. But in his heart, he had already recognized this person as an opponent not to be underestimated. Ding, mission completed, reward is being fused. Ye Fei heard the system's voice in his mind. Meanwhile, the test continued. Among the following students, only a few had relatively good results. But there could only be one first place. After pondering, the teacher decided to hold a tiebreaker. Everyone quiet down. Considering that there is only one first place, I am temporarily adding a match. I'm sure you all know who these 2 students are. The teacher glanced at Ye Fei and Uchiha Itachi as he spoke. Upon hearing this news, Ye Fei felt if they were to fight now, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. He had no ninjutsu, and most importantly, his opponent was Uchiha Itachi. Rest for 10 minutes, then the tiebreaker begins. The rules are simple. Each person has a balloon on them. Whoever pops the opponent's balloon first wins. The prerequisite is that no weapons are allowed. The teacher finally explained the rules to the 2 of them. Ye Fei was obviously a bit flustered, but what must come is always to be faced. Ding, wind release beast wave palm has been fused. Ye Fei finally showed a hint of a smile upon hearing this. Although it was only a very ordinary ninjutsu, it was better than nothing. After the teacher left, the others also slowly left, for this 10-minute break was hard to come by. Uchiha Itachi appeared very calm, but Ye Fei still had some concerns in his heart. 10 minutes passed swiftly. All the students gradually returned to the training ground, their anticipation palpable, as they wondered which of the two would prove stronger. One was a genius from a prestigious family, the other an ordinary youth who had risen from the bottom. Their confrontation promised to be an enthralling spectacle. The instructor finally approached the front of the students. Ye Fei, Uchiha Itachi. Present. Present. Both of you come forward. Ye Fei watched as Uchiha Itachi rose, then slowly stood and walked to the instructor. A faint smile graced the instructor's face as he gazed upon the two youths before him. I have high hopes for you both. During the sparring match, ensure you do not harm each other's lives. Fight with restraint. The instructor gave them some final instructions. Ye Fei and Uchiha Itachi gave a slight nod. After donning protective gear, the two stepped onto the arena. Begin. The moment the words fell, both assumed combat stances. Ye Fei understood clearly that a heated confrontation would be futile. To secure victory, he would need to employ some strategic measures. In stark contrast, Uchiha Itachi remained remarkably composed. Although his opponent's recent performance had caught him off guard, he trusted his own abilities. Prepare to fail. Uchiha Itachi declared, fixing his gaze on Ye Fei. Ye Fei offered no verbal response, merely shaking his head slightly. Seeing Ye Fei's silence, Uchiha Itachi vanished in an instant, reappearing before him with a swift body flicker. He drew back his right hand and launched a sudden attack. Uchiha Itachi's speed was formidable, but Ye Fei was no pushover. He raised his right leg to block. Bang! The fist collided with Ye Fei's shin. So hard, is it made of stone? Uchiha Itachi felt a sharp pain in his right hand. He immediately retreated a few paces. Ye Fei's lips curled into a faint smirk. I haven't been training for nothing. Only a fool would use their leg to block without confidence. Ye Fei lowered his leg slowly, then extended his palm and gestured for Itachi to come. By now the hand that had struck had recovered. Unable to contain his fury at Ye Fei's provocation, Uchiha Itachi leaped into the air, his hands forming seals rapidly. Fire release, great fireball technique. A colossal orb of flame erupted from his mouth. Ye Fei immediately assumed a defensive stance. The fireball hurtled toward him at breakneck speed. Just as it was about to strike, Ye Fei vanished, reappearing to the side and evading the attack. That was close. Ye Fei locked his eyes on Uchiha Itachi. Wind release, beast wave palm. Chakra rapidly gathered in his palm, and after gauging the trajectory, he unleashed a blade of wind. Whoosh, whoosh. Uchiha Itachi saw the wind blade and began forming seals. At the same time, Ye Fei did not vanish but instead advanced toward the opponent's rear. This wind release technique was not executed at full strength, so its power was relatively diminished. Uchiha Itachi was already prepared to counter Ye Fei's assault. But to his astonishment, the wind blade dissipated into nothingness just before reaching him. What? Not good. Uchiha Itachi finally realized that the earlier attack had been a mere feint. The real strike was elsewhere. By then Ye Fei had already appeared behind him. Too late to react. Ye Fei suddenly appeared behind Uchiha Itachi, his fist clenched ready to strike. Uchiha Itachi spun around abruptly, and their eyes met across the gap. The attacking hand did not pause, it struck with instantaneous force. Ye Fei's fist was not something an ordinary person could withstand. The fist was already inches away, but Uchiha Itachi bent his body in a flash and the fist passed over his back. Ye Fei retracted his hand instantly, but by then Uchiha Itachi's fist had already connected with his abdomen. Bang! Ye Fei was sent flying by Uchiha Itachi's blow. The duel between the two was extraordinarily thrilling. The surrounding classmates held their breath, afraid that they might miss a single splendid moment. Damn it, I was careless. But it's fine, his strength isn't that great. Ye Fei slowly rose from the ground, then patted the dust off his clothes. After the previous exchange, Uchiha Itachi no longer let his guard down. Ye Fei looked at Uchiha Itachi, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly, and then he vanished from his spot, reappearing right in front of him. So fast. Before Uchiha Itachi could react, his fist had already swung out. Perhaps it was muscle memory. Ye Fei did not hesitate. He reached out and grabbed the wrist of the swinging fist. He held it tight, then twisted his body in a flash, turning his back to Uchiha Itachi. In an instant, he bent his waist, lifted upward, and pulled hard with both hands. Uchiha Itachi was lifted off the ground, tracing an arc through the air. Thud! A perfect shoulder throw was executed. Although Uchiha Itachi hit the ground, his expression was one of agony. This blow had hurt him badly. Ye Fei slowly released his wrist, which now bore a clear imprint of his grip. Uchiha Itachi tried to get up and attack again, but Ye Fei's fist had already been waiting at his throat for a long time. Give up. Ye Fei looked at Uchiha Itachi with a smile. Though Uchiha Itachi was deeply unwilling, the situation was clear. He had been defeated. If this had been a battlefield, he would have already perished. Match over. Ye Fei wins. The teacher, observing the two of them, announced loudly. The surrounding students were frozen for a few seconds, then burst into clamor. They had no idea who the victor truly was in this battle. Although Uchiha Itachi was a genius, the strength his opponent had displayed could not be underestimated. Ye Fei slowly withdrew his fist from the throat, then extended his right hand, and offered a smile. Though Uchiha Itachi was a person who refused to admit defeat at this moment, he acknowledged that this man would be his lifelong rival. Uchiha Itachi looked at the outstretched hand and finally slowly raised his own to grasp it. Ye Fei smiled and pulled Uchiha Itachi to his feet. "Pleased to meet you. My name is Ye Fei. I look forward to your guidance in the future." Ye Fei, standing beside Uchiha Itachi, spoke with a broad grin. "Uchiha Itachi." Uchiha Itachi said nothing more. He only uttered his name, then walked aside. Ye Fei fully understood his demeanor. Yet this encounter greatly deepened the bond between them. There is a saying, foes become friends through a fight. Ye Fei had successfully captured Uchiha Itachi's attention. After all, it was truly astonishing that an ordinary-looking youth could possess such strength. Now Ye Fei was the top student in the class. In the time that followed, Ye Fei spent a rather uneventful day. Seeing that many students were still weak, the teacher decided to start the lesson from the beginning again. Though it was quite dull, what had happened today was still of great significance to him. Ye Fei had earned enough face today, and successfully obtained his deserved rewards. After school, as usual, he walked alone toward home. But just then 3 figures appeared ahead. They're really like stubborn plasters. No matter how I try, I can't shake them off. Looks like I have to fight again. Ye Fei shook his head helplessly at the sight of the 3. The ones approaching were none other than Xiaolang and his 2 lackeys. The street was crowded, making it inconvenient to start a fight. Knowing why the 3 had come for him, Ye Fei directly turned into a nearby alley. Xiaolang and his men hurriedly followed. It was like catching a turtle in a jar. The humiliation he had suffered in class today. Xiaolang wanted to take this chance to repay it thoroughly. In a moment, you two put this bag over his head. Then no matter if he lives or dies, beat him hard. Xiaolang whispered to his 2 lackeys behind Ye Fei. The 2 lackeys nodded obediently. Knowing that their boss was from the Uchiha clan, they had no worries about the aftermath. Ye Fei walked slowly deeper into the alley, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The earlier fight had left him unsatisfied. Now he planned to teach all 3 of them a lesson. When the timing was right, the 2 lackeys suddenly quickened their pace and ran up beside Ye Fei. The bag in their hands had just risen above Ye Fei's head when they noticed his piercing gaze. Ye Fei shot them a terrifying look, freezing them in their tracks. "Hee, come and play." Ye Fei gave them no time. He delivered 2 heavy punches to each of their stomachs. The 2 lackeys' faces instantly contorted in pain, and saliva sprayed from their mouths. This showed how powerful Ye Fei's punches were. "Worthless." Xiaolang cursed loudly as he saw his 2 lackeys on the ground. Ye Fei turned to look at the 2 twitching lackeys and clapped his hands. "With such weak strength you still try to ambush me. Are you the clowns sent by heaven?" Ye Fei looked at them with a grin. The punch just now had used almost 60% of his strength, yet even that was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Xiaolang's expression was ferocious. He wished he could tear Ye Fei apart. "Kid, you're finished." Xiaolang quickened his pace and rushed in front of Ye Fei, swinging his fist to strike. But Ye Fei's current strength was not to be underestimated. After long training, Ye Fei found Xiaolang's movements as slow as a snail. He ducked down, easily dodging the heavy punch. While bending down, he withdrew his right fist and then struck out fiercely. Bang! Xiaolang's stomach was sent backward and saliva sprayed out from the pain. Fearing the saliva would dirty his clothes, Ye Fei quickly stepped back a few paces. This punch sent Xiaolang to his knees, clutching his stomach in pain. "Die! Amen it!" Xiaolang forced out these 2 words. Ye Fei looked at the 3 lying on the ground and smiled softly. Although he had knocked them all to the ground, this was not the end. After all, he had endured humiliation for a whole. If he let them off so easily, they would not learn their lesson. Ye Fei stood still without moving. If he were to beat the 3 of them again now, it would give him no sense of accomplishment. To make them completely submissive, he had to inflict real damage. The 2 lackeys, after some time to recover, slowly managed to stand up. They hadn't expected that this Ye Fei could change so quickly. But now they didn't think too much. They only wanted to regain their lost dignity. "Kid, you're finished. Let's attack together." The crew-cut guy shouted loudly to his companion. The 2 of them had remarkable coordination at this moment. From their backpacks, they simultaneously drew their weapons and assumed a posture of attack. Ye Fei looked at their disheveled state and couldn't help but smile. "Don't think that holding weapons can hurt me. I am no longer a pushover." Ye Fei smiled as he flexed his joints and then spoke. The 2 exchanged glances and nodded to each other, then simultaneously quickened their pace and charged forward. They were not without intelligence. They did not attack from one side alone. Instead, they chose to attack from both flanks. Although these flashy moves were useless against Ye Fei, he was more than willing to have a good time with them. With force they thrust. The weapons in their hands almost simultaneously stabbed toward Ye Fei. The cold steel gradually approached Ye Fei's body. But just as they were about to make contact, Ye Fei suddenly vanished from the spot. The two were instantly bewildered, completely at a loss. Good they had withdrawn their attacks in time without harming each other's lives. Ye Fei reappeared behind. "I'll start with you." Ye Fei wrapped his arms around that person's waist and then lifted with all his strength. The entire person was hoisted into the air. Once ready, he instantly bent backward and slammed the opponent heavily onto the ground. Bang! The unlucky ones are often the most fortunate. The impact from Ye Fei's throw directly fractured the spine at the neck. However, because the force was not too fierce, there was no life-threatening danger. Ye Fei slowly stood up and looked at the lackey lying on the ground convulsing. "I'm still holding back. If this were a battlefield, you'd already be dead." Ye Fei turned his head to look at the other crewcut guy. This lackey was not flustered by what had just happened. Seizing the right moment, he accelerated once more, swinging his weapon through the air. Ye Fei swiftly swayed his body in front of the opponent to evade the attacks. The crewcut guy attacked for a while, but his stamina waned and he had not landed a single hit. In the end, he was defeated by exhaustion. He bent over with his hands on his knees, panting heavily. "That's all you've got? You're such a pathetic piece of trash." Ye Fei clenched his fist and walked up to him, then began to unleash a flurry of blows. Every punch landed solidly on the flesh. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, 4 punches, 5 punches. The final punch used all of his strength, striking the opponent's abdomen with immense force. The crewcut guy was sent flying 10 meters away by that last blow. A mouthful of blood spurted from his lips. He collapsed to the ground like a lump of mud, his face covered in bruises. And thus the two concluded their battle, both ending in defeat. Ye Fei flexed his arms, not a single part of his body injured. He turned his head to look at the last enemy, who had not yet been eliminated. At this moment Kogoro also began to panic. He had witnessed the entire battle unfold before his eyes. Ye Fei had not yet fully revealed his strength, holding back some of his power. But the prowess Ye Fei had already displayed was enough to make Kogoro kneel and beg for mercy. Watching Kogoro, Ye Fei slowly advanced toward him. Don't come any closer. Do you know who my father is?" At this moment Kogoro, ignoring the pain throbbing in his stomach, kept backing away. Ye Fei suddenly quickened his pace and appeared before him. Reaching out, he grabbed Kogoro by the collar. Slap! A crisp, resounding sound echoed through the entire alley. "Who is your father? I don't care who your father is." Ye Fei, unabashed by any consequence, landed a slap across his face. Kogoro was stunned at this moment. The emblem on his clothes. Surely no one in the entire Leaf Village would fail to recognize it. Yet the man before him paid it no heed. What era is this, still bringing up your old man? If your father found out, how embarrassing would that be? Another heavy slap landed on the other cheek. Kogoro furrowed his brow. "Kid, you remember this?" Slap. Before he could finish his sentence, another slap struck him. Ye Fei curled his lip lightly. "Remember what? Go on, say it." Slap. With that he struck again. Kogoro had been furious a moment ago, but after seeing Ye Fei's demeanor, he fell silent. His furious expression instantly transformed into a fawning smile. "Brother Fei, please spare me. A great man like you should forgive a minor offense. Just treat me like a fart and let me go," Kogoro said with a flattering grin, his hands repeatedly making apologetic gestures. Ye Fei looked at him and gave a faint smile. "Let you go? I have no such intention." He raised his hand in the air. Seeing that Ye Fei seemed intent on continuing, Kogoro dropped directly to his knees. "I'm sorry, truly sorry. Please forgive me. I'll never dare to do it again." Kogoro instantly cowered. Though his words were like this, his heart thought otherwise. "Just you wait, kid. I'll find another chance. Next time I'll bring more people. Then we'll see how you handle it." Such were Kogoro's inner thoughts. Ye Fei stopped his assault because he heard the system's voice. Option A, release Kogoro. Reward teleportation technique. Option B, make Kogoro kowtow once. Reward flying thunder god technique. Unrestricted. Ye Fei was clearly very curious about this choice. Moreover, both rewards were highly tempting. Yet, for the sake of his own conviction, he chose option B. Ye Fei smiled lightly, then released Kogoro's collar. "Fine, since that's the case, kowtow to me once and then get lost." Ye Fei crossed his arms over his chest and spoke with a grin. Upon hearing this, Kogoro felt utterly discomposed. After all, kowtowing to someone was a profound humiliation. But when he looked up and saw Ye Fei's expression, he realized that this bow was unavoidable. The look on Ye Fei's face seemed to say, "If you don't kowtow, you won't leave this place alive." Kogoro glanced sidelong at his two underlings, confirming they were both unconscious. He steeled himself and gave a single light kowtow on the ground. At that moment his face twisted in fury. His mind was wholly occupied with thoughts of future revenge. After all, such humiliation was not something anyone could easily endure. It seems the grudge between him and me has been truly forged. He will surely come back to cause trouble later. Ye Fei gazed at Xiao Wulong kneeling on the ground, pondering silently. But considering the year of humiliation he had endured, this was well worth it. All right, you can get out now. Take your 2 little lackeys with you. Ye Fei pointed at the 2 unconscious figures. Xiao Wulong looked at Ye Fei, his eyes brimming with fury yet tinged with reluctance. In the end he dragged his 2 minions and slowly stumbled out of the alley. Ye Fei watched their disheveled retreat and finally couldn't help but smile. Who would have thought that strength allows one to do whatever they want? This feeling is truly intoxicating. Ye Fei couldn't help but let out a sigh. Ding, mission complete. The Flying Thunder God technique is now being integrated. Upon hearing the system's voice, Ye Fei nodded with satisfaction, gathered his belongings, and walked out of the alley. He now possessed an exceptionally powerful shield. Stepping out, he didn't linger on the streets, but headed straight back toward his home. Though no one was waiting for him at home, he still felt that home was the warmest place. When he first arrived here, he had found it hard to adapt to the empty house. But after some time, he had finally grown accustomed to this solitude. After returning home, he made a simple meal, ate, and then went to the courtyard, lying down on a chair. The most comfortable and relaxing moment of the day was none other than this. Yet such pleasant times were always fleeting. Ye Fei suddenly noticed a figure standing in a hidden corner atop his courtyard wall. Although the figure had taken great care to conceal themselves, they were still discovered. What's going on? Who is this person and what do they want? Ye Fei was deeply puzzled. He was just an ordinary student who had never done anything particularly tyrannical. Clearly this person was targeting him, and under the moonlight he could clearly see a weapon in the figure's hand. It seems the situation is dire. Ye Fei slowly opened his half-closed eyes. The enemy hadn't attacked yet, obviously because the timing wasn't right. Better stay still and see how things unfold. Ye Fei stretched his limbs. Ah, so comfortable. He'll just take a nap. Ye Fei closed his eyes, feigning sleep to lull the figure into a false sense of security. Time ticked by slowly. Seeing that the figure still hadn't acted, Ye Fei began to snore loudly. Upon hearing the snoring, the silhouette on the wall finally moved. The figure crept cautiously, trying to find a favorable attack position. However, Ye Fei observed every one of their movements. The moon was bright that night, illuminating the entire courtyard with clarity. After confirming that Ye Fei was completely asleep, the figure slowly leaped down to the ground. In an instant, they were behind Ye Fei, their steps as light as a cat's. This person is no ordinary opponent. I must be careful. Ye Fei deduced from the figure's footsteps that they possessed formidable strength. The figure slowly raised their weapon. They swiftly stabbed downward. The weapon pierced through Ye Fei's entire body, but strangely no blood flowed out. The figure was bewildered by this. Slowly lifting the weapon, they found that Ye Fei had vanished from the chair without a trace. In the nick of time, Ye Fei had activated the Flying Thunder God technique. What the figure had stabbed was merely the afterimage he left behind. The figure, realizing it was merely an afterimage, instantly became alert and began to observe. The night breeze gently blew, rustling the leaves on the ground as they swayed. At this moment, the duel between the two officially began. The moon was obscured by a cloud, instantly dimming the light. The night was dark and the wind strong. A perfect time for murder. Ye Fei suddenly appeared behind the figure with his weapon, swinging his blade horizontally for a killing blow. At that instant, the figure spun around and blocked Ye Fei's blade with his own. Bang! Their blades collided, sending sparks flying. Crackling. Both stood motionless, but their hands continued to exert force. The moon emerged from the clouds, once more its light illuminating the entire courtyard. By the moonlight, Ye Fei saw the person's attire. He wore a mask and a black night suit. Who are you? Ye Fei asked. The masked man paid no heed, directly drawing his blade and slashing from the side. Ye Fei swiftly sidestepped. The masked man's attack missed. But he immediately resumed his assault, giving Ye Fei no time to catch his breath. Their weapons clashed furiously, sparks flying as the courtyard flickered between light and dark. The masked man's attacks were methodical, just like a well-trained soldier. Though disciplined, every attack was successfully parried by Ye Fei. So fast! Ye Fei exclaimed in astonishment while blocking. The masked man raised his blade high and brought it down with force. Seizing the opening, Ye Fei vanished from his spot, dodging the strike. If this continued, there was no chance of victory. The masked man's strength was terrifying. To win, he had to take some measures. Wind release beast wave palm. Ye Fei formed hand seals and swiftly launched several wind blades from his palms. Facing the incoming wind blades, the masked man calmly stood his ground and formed hand seals. Bang! A cloud of smoke dispersed, revealing two identical masked men. At that moment, the wind blades instantly struck down the two clones. Seizing the opening, Ye Fei grabbed his weapon and charged forward, aiming for a fatal strike. Horizontal slash thrust. Bang! The tip of Ye Fei's blade struck something extremely hard. By the moonlight he saw that the masked man's blade was precisely blocking his path. Ye Fei's blade tip landed squarely on the masked man's blade surface. The masked man shot out his left hand, striking Ye Fei's stomach. Ye Fei couldn't withstand the blow and was sent flying. A thick taste of blood filled his mouth. Damn, it'll kill you. Ye Fei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said angrily. He picked up the weapon that had been knocked aside and charged forward with all his speed. The masked man also quickened his pace and ran toward Ye Fei. The two clashed again, each move lethal, giving no chance for survival. After a while, the masked man's stamina began to wane, his strength diminished. Ye Fei, after such a long battle, still had the same vigor as before. Now he finally felt a glimmer of hope for victory. The masked man, realizing he was clearly at a disadvantage, struck with force and then retreated. Earth release rock iron cannon technique. The masked man pulled aside the mask covering his mouth and quickly spat out several small pebbles. The launched pebbles expanded in midair until they were the size of fists. The fist-sized pebbles hurtled toward Ye Fei. Earth escape. If I can't dodge him, done for. Ye Fei thought to himself as he watched the projectile-like stones. In the blink of an eye, Ye Fei vanished from his spot and reappeared nearby. Bang, bang, bang. A series of thunderous crashes erupted. When the smoke cleared, several large craters marred the ground. Ye Fei let out a sigh of relief. If he hadn't dodged just now, he would have been reduced to minced meat. The masked man was somewhat astonished to see Ye Fei completely unharmed. But in an instant, the masked man began forming hand seals again, preparing to launch another attack. Ye Fei, however, had other plans. He vanished from his spot, appeared before his enemy, and swung his weapon. Due to the incredible speed, the masked man couldn't react in time. His arm was instantly slashed with a long wound and his hand seals were interrupted. Let's finish this in one go. Ye Fei spotted the masked man's weakness and launched a fierce assault. With his arm wounded, the masked man's defense significantly weakened. Think you're tough? Think you can ambush me? What a show-off! Ye Fei unleashed a barrage of taunts, all the while his weapon dealt lethal blows to the masked man. The masked man tried to block with one hand, but it was utterly insufficient. The wounds on his body steadily multiplied. Finally, Ye Fei forcefully knocked the weapon out of the masked man's hand. Aiming carefully, he thrust his blade forward. The sword pierced the masked man's abdomen, and Ye Fei twisted the weapon. The masked man let out a cry of agony, blood seeping through his mask. Ye Fei yanked the blade out, sharply splattering blood across the ground. The masked man clutched the wound on his belly and collapsed. Ye Fei drove the sword into the ground beside the masked man's neck. Speak. Who are you? Why did you come to kill me? Ye Fei pressed the blade against the masked man's carotid artery. The masked man let out a low chuckle. Then he bit down on something and his eyes instantly bulged with bloodshot veins. His pupils slowly dilated and the hand clutching his wound gradually fell to the ground. Damn it, he took poison. This really caught me off guard. Ye Fei withdrew his weapon, stood up and gazed at the sky. This encounter made him realize how perilous his current situation was. He looked down at the corpse still warm on the ground. Someone must have ordered the masked man's actions. From the fight just now, it was clear that this was a well-trained warrior. The fact that he could take poison in this situation indicated he had received professional training. Looks like the days ahead won't be peaceful. Ye Fei spoke to the sky. After a moment of reflection, he disposed of the body on the ground. Examining the fallen enemy's weapon, he noticed a special emblem on it. This symbol. I've never seen it before. The pattern was simple: 3 snakes coiled into a circle. Though small, it was quite distinctive. Connected to snakes. In the whole of the only one I know is Deshiwan. Ye Fei sat down beside the weapon, deep in thought. In my only snake, uncle himself was associated with snakes. But he had no clues yet. He couldn't conclude it was Deshiwan based solely on a snake emblem. Moreover, Ye Fei was just an ordinary person. Sending such an elite soldier after him would be overkill for Deshiwan. Unable to figure it out, Ye Fei decided to stop pondering. He tossed the weapon aside and returned to his room. Today had indeed been eventful. He had fought 4 times. But he had gained something from each encounter. Meanwhile, in a cave on the outskirts of several large glass containers were bubbling with gas. Each container held a naked human body, each marked with a serial number. Suddenly the body labeled No. 2 opened its eyes wide, a cold glint in its gaze, scanning left and right as if searching for prey. After yesterday's events, Ye Fei now clearly understood his situation. The waste trio would surely return, and those who came to take his life would not let it go easily. As for other matters, he didn't need to concern himself. He would attend school, peacefully train hard, and eliminate all those who sought his life. These were what he needed to do now. I really didn't expect so much to happen yesterday. It was so overwhelming that I was caught off guard. But it's better this way than having nothing to do. Ye Fei walked on the way to school. A new day had begun, and he wondered what it would bring. Crack. Arriving at school, he walked to the classroom and pushed the door open. Today was different from usual. The moment he entered, all the classmates' eyes were fixed on him. Ye Fei is here. Brother Fei, I want to be your underling, teach me to become stronger. Brother Fei. Some students in the class exploded into commotion. This was perhaps the allure of great power. Wherever he went he drew attention. Ye Fei merely smiled lightly, did not respond, and walked directly to his seat, sitting down. At that moment a young man slowly walked toward him. Look, that guy from the Uchiha clan is going to Ye Fei. Yeah, I wonder what he wants. Isn't it obvious? It must be because of yesterday's events. Uchiha leisurely approached. Ye Fei slowly raised his head and looked at this expressionless young man. What's up? You need something? Ye Fei asked. After the battle yesterday, I have regarded you as my lifelong rival, of course, until I defeat you. Uchiha said calmly, looking at Ye Fei. Ye Fei nodded with a half-smile. In his past life he had always regarded Uchiha as a legendary man. Now this idol had become his rival, and even considered him a lifelong opponent. For Ye Fei this was truly a delightful thing. If it weren't for his system he wouldn't have been so casual. What kind of existence was Uchiha? He was the man worshipped by Naruto fans as the god Itachi. His later power was terrifying. If not for his untimely death, he would have dominated the world. No problem. It's an honor to be your rival. Let me reintroduce myself. I am Ye Fei. Ye Fei stood up, looked at Uchiha, and extended his hand. Uchiha looked down at Ye Fei's hand. Your rival, Uchiha. Saying this he extended his hand, and the two shook hands in perfect understanding. A genius of the Uchiha clan, a youth revered as a god by Naruto fans, and an ordinary youth unremarkable with both parents deceased. Both shared the same thought at that moment, to become stronger. As they shook hands the rest of the class fell into dead silence. No one expected the two would reach a consensus. Ring, ring, ring. The class bell rang and everyone returned to their seats ready for the lesson. Good morning, class. Today I'd like to introduce a new student. Come in. Tuatsuin Songjia said, then stepped aside from the podium. A few seconds later a young man walked in through the door. He was gentle and polite, wearing a pair of glasses. He looked very honest. Shanben Shangchuan. Ye Fei recognized him at a glance. After they parted last time they had never met. He didn't expect to meet again under such circumstances. Hello everyone, my name is Shanben Shangchuan. From today onwards I will be your companion. Please take care of me. Shanben Shangchuan gave a slight bow forward. After the self-introduction the teacher found him a seat. It was right next to Ye Fei. Shanben Shangchuan approached Ye Fei, looking at that familiar face, and smiled. Ye Fei responded very politely. Class began. This lesson was extremely boring for Ye Fei. He was not good at studying and the school was teaching basic knowledge. But for Ye Fei now this was all kindergarten-level knowledge. Fei, it's really lucky that I ended up in the same class as you. From now on we are classmates. Please guide me. Shanben Shangchuan took advantage of the gap to turn his head and whisper to Ye Fei. Yeah, we haven't seen each other since we parted last time. But anyway, it's really quite lucky. Ye Fei looked at the serious-faced Shanben Shangchuan. After what happened last time, Shanben Shangchuan had a very good impression of Ye Fei. In his heart he had already determined that Ye Fei was his goal. The two of them had both been bullied before and it took a lot of luck for them to come together. So have they been bothering you anymore? Ye Fei suddenly asked. Shanben Shangchuan grinned and shook his head. Don't worry, they haven't come after me. But I can't say for sure in the future. Xiao Wulong and his two cronies currently had no mind to deal with Shanben Shangchuan. Ye Fei's humiliation of them last time was still fresh in their minds and they were always thinking of getting revenge. How could they still be looking for you? The last incident is probably not over yet. I really don't know what kind of trouble they'll stir up next. Block the Buddha, kill the Buddha, block the demon, kill the demon. Ye Fei looked ahead, lost in thought. After a period of daydreaming this lesson quickly passed. After class everyone had their own things to do. Ye Fei sat in his seat and chatted with Shanben Shangchuan beside him. At the same time, Xiao Wulong and his two companions stared coldly at Ye Fei and the others. Boss, what should we do? The last incident can't just end like that. We have to find a way to get back at him. Buzzcut suddenly turned to Xiao Wulong and whispered. At this moment the two lackeys' eyes were full of anger. They couldn't win in a fight so they could only cling to their leader. Xiao Wulong looked at Ye Fei and revealed a sinister smile. Don't worry, I've remembered all these grudges. I've already informed my big brother. He said he'll teach this kid a lesson after school today. Xiao Wulong crossed his arms and put his legs up on. Xiao Wulong was a notorious thug at school. Although he wasn't good at studying, he had some big brothers in the last incident had indeed made him lose face. The next day he told his big brother in the underworld about. After hearing this, the two lackeys' eyes were full of anticipation. They also wanted to see Ye Fei humiliated. Ye Fei felt a strange sensation while speaking. Later he realized that someone had been staring at him. After careful observation, he found it was Xiao Wulong and his two companions. So it's them. They must be planning revenge on me. I really regret not giving them a good beating back then. Spoiling them like this, they've all developed princess syndrome. Ye Fei withdrew his gaze and continued chat. After school, Ye Fei no longer walked home alone. Shanben Shangchuan shamelessly insisted on walking with him. Having been accustomed to solitude, Ye Fei found it quite uncomfortable to suddenly have a companion. After saying much but failing to change his mind, he eventually walked with him. Shanben, aren't you in a hurry to go home? I really never expected you to be so fond of making friends. You must have many friends, right? Ye Fei felt extremely bored walking along. Shanben Shangchuan gently shook his head. My goal is to become good friends with all my classmates. But for some reason every time I try to make friends it ends up terribly. So until now I only have you as a friend. Ye Fei was genuinely startled by his words. Usually he seemed like a very quiet boy. Today while chatting he realized that Shanben talked quite a lot. Perhaps he was a chatterbox, which was why he had no friends. I see. Then I am truly honored to be your first friend. Ye Fei patted his shoulder and laughed. Shanben Shangchuan looked up, his eyes moistening. Ah Fei, you are really too kind. Chatting with you today has been so relaxing. I can speak freely without any reservations. Shanben Shangchuan clasped his hands together and said pitifully. Seeing this, Ye Fei couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Quickly get rid of that look. It's too disgusting. Oh, and by the way, don't call me Ah Fei in the future. It feels a bit too mushy. Ye Fei pushed him away and shook him off. Shanben Shangchuan looked at Ye Fei without speaking, but his eyes were still the same as before. That kind of look was really infuriating. Anyone who saw it would feel a bit nauseous. But Ye Fei didn't want to hurt him. After a moment he gently nodded. Alright, you can call me Ah Fei from now on. But if you ever show that look again, watch out. I won't be kind. Ye Fei clenched his fist and made a threatening gesture. Unexpectedly this time he gained another name, Ah Fei. Upon hearing this, Shanben Shangchuan instantly dropped his pitiful look and nodded with a grin. He had more tricks up his sleeve than expected. The two walked together again. However, they didn't go straight home but headed to a rather secluded area. After all, it was still early and they didn't want to go home. Going home would be too boring with nothing to do. Big brother, it's that kid. You must teach him a good lesson for me. Behind them 5 or 6 figures appeared. Xiao Wulong whispered to the tattooed big brother beside him. Don't worry, little brother. Your big brother will definitely avenge you well. Just remember to give me some benefits later. The tattooed big brother patted his shoulder and said with a sly look. Xiao Wulong came from a wealthy family and didn't care about the money at all. Now he just wanted to make Ye Fei pay the price. Watching Ye Fei's figure, he imagined how embarrassed Ye Fei would be, and couldn't help but laugh. Let's go follow them. They're walking right into their doom. There are very few people ahead perfect for a fight. I'll definitely give little brother a satisfactory answer. The tattooed big brother waved to his underlings behind him. Upon hearing the order, 3 or 4 of them immediately rolled up their sleeves and followed. Xiao Wulong's trio and the tattooed big brother slowly walked forward. The secluded path was nearly deserted, and it was so tranquil that if they intended to start a fight here no one would know. Xiao Wulong, following behind Ye Fei, and his group had already begun rubbing his hands in anticipation. The thought of reclaiming all the humiliation from before filled him with smug satisfaction. The tattooed brother wasn't weak either, but he never did anything good. There's hardly anyone around here, he said. We'd better be careful. Some robbers might jump out at us. Shanben Shangchuan looked around warily. Don't worry, there are no robbers, he said. But those who are here to cause us trouble have already arrived. Ye Fei pointed behind him. Shanben Shangchuan, being somewhat timid, had already become frightened upon hearing Ye Fei's words. Seeing his expression, Ye Fei couldn't help but chuckle lightly. If this were a battlefield, he would have long become a... Just then Ye Fei suddenly stopped. Shanben Shangchuan didn't understand what was going on. At a time like this, when they already knew someone was coming to cause trouble. Why not hurry up and run? Were they supposed to wait here and get beaten? Shanben Shangchuan carefully tugged at Ye Fei's clothes, signaling him to keep walking and not stop. Ye Fei ignored him and turned around directly. Hey, you've been following us for so long. Aren't you going to make a move? Ye Fei said with a grin, looking at the men who had come to an abrupt halt ahead. This move caught everyone off guard. The tattooed brother looked at Ye Fei and smiled. Good kid, looks like you spotted us long ago. That's fine, so you know why we're here. The tattooed brother said scornfully. The moment he laid eyes on Ye Fei, he had already glimpsed the dawn of victory. Oh, Then I'm sorry, but I really don't know. Ye Fei shrugged nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the tattooed brother laughed contemptuously. The atmosphere became awkward, even more so for the tattooed brother's side, and Ye Fei's behavior was even more outrageous. This guy, you know him, right? My little brother. You beat him up before. I'm here today for that. I'll give you two choices. The tattooed brother pointed at Xiao Wulong. Xiao Wulong felt this big brother was very reliable. Now with a strong backing, he no longer feared Ye Fei. Ye Fei smiled. Let's hear them. The tattooed brother strode forward. First kneel down and kowtow 3 times and I'll let you go. From now on, pay protection money to my little brother every day. Second, I'll cripple one of your arms, apologize to my little brother, and this matter is over. The tattooed brother looked down at Ye Fei with extreme disdain. These two choices were undoubtedly challenging Ye Fei's bottom line. Neither of them was good. Option A, refuse the tattooed man. Reward water, release water dragon bullet. Option B, accept the tattooed man's demands. Reward substitution jutsu. Option C, refuse the tattooed man and become his underling. Reward random attribute .1. Seeing that Ye Fei didn't answer, the tattooed brother curled a smile, thinking Ye Fei was pondering. Ye Fei's attention was entirely on the options, so he didn't pay any heed to the tattooed brother. The substitution jutsu was indeed useful, but making Ye Fei agree to that was out of the question. As for water release, Ye Fei didn't have it yet. If he obtained this ninjutsu, his combat power would increase significantly. Now the choice was very clear. Sorry, I don't think any of these are what I want. Besides, I've been itching for a fight today, and you guys are just perfect to scratch that itch and have some fun. Ye Fei looked up at the tattooed brother. Option task completed, reward is being fused. Hidden task, cripple both arms of the tattooed man. Reward water, release water blade / modified. The first hidden quest appeared and it was a modification. It must be extraordinary, I must get it. Ye Fei's words stunned everyone present. The tattooed brother thought that with so many people around, Ye Fei was just an ordinary kid no matter what. Such a response completely caught him off guard. Previously there were many such incidents, but after seeing the tattooed brother, those kids would obediently comply. Heh. Fine, since that's the case, I won't say anything more. Today I must cripple one of his hands. The tattooed brother threw his head back and laughed heartily. He had planned to intimidate Ye Fei, thinking it would make him obedient. The tattooed brother walked back and beckoned his underlings. These thugs were very obedient, all drawing their weapons and walking toward Ye Fei with smirks. Shanben Shangchuan had never seen such a scene. Seeing so many people, his legs trembled with fear. Ye Fei, on the other hand, was completely unflustered, facing these people, standing still to see what they planned to do. 2 thugs suddenly quickened their pace and charged forward with weapons. They went straight for a frontal assault, apparently underestimating Ye Fei. The tattooed brother was also very reassured, turning his back to Ye Fei, believing his underlings could handle it without his intervention. But the outcome was always unexpected. Bang! Suddenly a sound of someone being knocked flying came from behind the tattooed brother. He saw one of his thugs fly in front of him, spitting blood from his mouth. It was all due to Ye Fei. He had just appeared in front of the thugs, instantly landing 2 punches on each. This attack directly turned their internal organs into a mess. What? The tattooed brother found it unbelievable. Turning around, he saw Ye Fei pressing down on the head of a thug. The face was already very swollen, bruised in patches. Without careful observation, it was hard to tell who it was. Is this your strength? I don't know where you got your confidence. Ye Fei let go of his hand and his body slowly lay down. Just as he was about to lie on the ground, a sudden whip kick sent the swollen-faced thug flying to the side. All 3 thugs were instantly incapacitated, each with severe injuries. Xiao Wulong had witnessed the entire process. It was extremely brutal. Ye Fei made no superfluous moves, and the 3 had no resistance whatsoever. Waste trash. Did I raise you for nothing? The tattooed brother was furious beyond measure, veins bulging on his forehead. He never imagined a child could instantly kill 3. Ye Fei looked at the exasperated tattooed brother and smiled. Is that all? You're here to be my sparring partner, aren't you? Ye Fei said to the tattooed brother. Shanben Shangchuan looked at Ye Fei with admiration in his eyes, and his legs stopped trembling. Seeing his underlings all knocked out, the tattooed brother had no choice but to take action himself. He knew his underlings' strength well. Now this situation made the tattooed brother realize that the kid before him was no ordinary opponent. Ye Fei didn't wait any longer. He lifted his foot and charged forward as fast as a cheetah. You think I'm the same as them? Let me teach you a lesson. Facing the charging Ye Fei, the tattooed brother was unimpressed, giving a faint smile. He drew a large blade, raised it into the air, and slashed down. Xiao Wulong and the others had already dodged to the side to avoid harm. Ye Fei could sense the immense power of this slash, but his speed was too fast to dodge, so he had to face it head-on. Frontal clash. Seems like he's had enough of life. Clang. A short blade scraped against the large blade, sparks flying everywhere. Ye Fei instantly felt a tremendous force, but fortunately his previous intense training allowed him to withstand the attack. It allowed him to firmly receive the attack. Kid, not bad. You can block my slash. The tattooed brother took advantage of Ye Fei's distraction below, and kicked him, sending him flying. Seizing the opening, he raised his blade and slashed again. After landing, Ye Fei saw the incoming blade and instantly formed hand seals. Water release, water bullet. A series of water bullets shot from Ye Fei's mouth, hurtling toward the tattooed brother. The tattooed older brother possessed some skill, spinning his broadsword midair to deflect all the water bullets. Clang, clang. The projectiles left distinct dents on the blade's surface. Your moves are quite peculiar, the tattooed man remarked, observing the pockmarks on his sword. This was a case of learning on the fly. A new jutsu. How else would one know its efficacy without testing it? Without resting, Ye Fei seized the moment of the tattooed man's distraction to retrieve his weapon and launch another assault. In the blink of an eye, he had closed the distance to the tattooed man. Withdrawing his blade, he thrust forward, a flash of white light streaking out. Ye Fei watched his sword approach its target. Bang! A crisp sound rang out as the tattooed man's blade materialized in front, just in time to block Ye Fei's attack. What? The speed was so immense that even Ye Fei hadn't noticed when the sword appeared. The tattooed man swung his arm with force, sending Ye Fei stumbling back. Afterward, he flashed a sinister grin. Frowning, Ye Fei did not hesitate. He formed hand seals, and summoned a perfect clone of himself. Tack! Together with his clone, he charged at the tattooed man. This time the tattooed man did not wait but met them heat. In an instant the three were locked in a tangled melee. Though the broadsword was heavy, the tattooed man wielded it, as if it were a mere dagger, maneuvering with ease. The duel left the onlookers utterly dumbfounded. That Ye Fei, their classmate, could hold his own against a gangster was astonishing. It was then they truly felt the gap between them. This can't go on, Ye Fei realized during the fight. At the same time, the tattooed man's attacks began to slow. How is that possible? Ye Fei seized the opportunity. It seemed the man was a paper tiger. No matter how skilled one was with such a heavy blade, stamina would inevitably wane. Ye Fei smiled and abruptly retreated. His shadow clone vanished as well. The tattooed man, trying to conceal his exhaustion, deliberately breathed through his mouth. Neither moved now, but Ye Fei stealthily pulled an explosive tag from his backpack. This thing is useful but damn expensive. It's a bit of a waste on you. Ye Fei clicked his tongue. Flying Thunder God technique. He vanished in an instant. Within a single breath, he appeared behind the tattooed man. The speed was so immense that the man hadn't even noticed. Boss, watch your back. Kogoro, seeing the dire situation, yelled out. Ye Fei cursed inwardly. I'll deal with you later. By the time the tattooed man sensed Ye Fei behind him, it was too late. Ye Fei slammed his palm hard against the man's back, firmly attaching the explosive tag. After succeeding, he instantly teleported to the man's front. Kid, are you tickling me? The tattooed man laughed. Ye Fei smirked, then detonated the tag. Boom! An explosion roared, smoke billowing and sparks flying. The tattooed man spat out a mouthful of blood. It's over, gangster! Without waiting for the smoke to clear, Ye Fei sprinted forward. He kicked the man to the ground, then pinned him down with a foot on his back, pulling both arms backward. Let me teach you some manners. With that, Ye Fei twisted and snapped both arms. Aya! A scream echoed as the smoke dissipated. The cry made Kogoro and the others grow. They couldn't tell if it was Ye Fei or the tattooed man. When the smoke cleared, they saw Ye Fei standing aside, while the tattooed man lay on the ground convulsing. His arms were twisted like pretzels, a gruesome sight. Fear instantly seized Kogoro and his companions. Such a scene was truly terrifying. Ye Fei rolled his shoulders and slowly walked toward Kogoro's group. Sweat beaded and streamed down their faces, as if they faced the grim Reaper himself, scrambling backward desperately. But they lost their footing, and in perfect unison plopped onto the ground. Even so, they continued to shuffle back. They had witnessed Ye Fei's terror firsthand. Ye Fei looked at the three of them, feeling a mix of amusement and helplessness. Once so arrogant and willful, they had now fallen to such a low state. He gently shook his head, then pulled a kunai from his backpack. With a flick of his wrist, he instantly launched it. The kunai struck firmly between Xiao Wulong's legs. Oops, my hand slipped, he said. Next time I won't miss. Ye Fei walked up to him and stared coldly. Xiao Wulong looked at the kunai between his legs, breaking out in a cold sweat, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Big brother, I was wrong, he begged. Please spare me. Xiao Wulong scrambled to Ye Fei's feet. The other two underlings now understood Ye Fei's terror and hurried over. I really didn't expect that after I let you off last time you'd find people to beat me up the very next day. It seems you're tired of living, he said. If that's the case, I can help end your life. Ye Fei pulled out another kunai and twirled it in his hand. The three of them swallowed in unison. They knew their situation was extremely dangerous. One wrong word could cost them their lives. Thud. The three almost simultaneously knelt on the ground. I'm truly sorry, I promise it won't happen again, they said. I'll never do these things anymore. I'll do whatever it takes to make it up to you, no matter how much money you want. I'll agree, Xiao Wulong said pitifully. Ye Fei shook his head impatiently at this. Then he kicked him to the ground. Do you think I'm short of money? He asked. And this isn't the first or second time this has happened. Don't forget you bullied me for over a year, he said. Do you think I'll let it end like last time? Ye Fei crouched down and looked at him with a smile. Between money and dignity, Ye Fei chose the latter. He had lived under their bullying for over a year. If he let it end now, it would be too easy for them. Well, Xiao Wulong could think of no other way to handle it except money. Slap. A crisp sound of a slap echoed. Xiao Wulong's cheek instantly swelled. You really can't change, can you? Ye Fei said. Today I'll break one arm from each of you. Consider this compensation for all this time. Ye Fei stood up, put the weapon back into his backpack, and the three were terrified upon hearing these words. They knew Ye Fei was capable of such things. He cracked his wrists ready to begin. At that moment they realized something truly terrifying. They frantically crawled backward. Trying to run, not a chance. Ye Fei vanished from his spot and reappeared behind Xiao Wulong. He kicked him to the ground, then stepped on his back and grabbed one of his arms. Crack. Ah! The sound of a bone breaking echoed, accompanied by a painful scream. Xiao Wulong's arm was broken and his face was contorted with agony. He curled up on the ground, clutching his arm and convulsing. The other two underlings fared no better. All of them had one arm broken by Ye Fei. This way it was even. He had shown them his power, and they would surely think twice before seeking revenge. I'll let you off this time, he said softly. But if there's a next time, I promise to leave you a whole corpse. Ye Fei looked at the three and spoke in a low voice. After handling these matters, he turned and walked over to Shanben Shangchuan. This time he had shattered Shanben Shangchuan's worldview. The two walked together. Yamamoto Kamikawa looked at Ye Fei, who was wearing a smile, and a sense of awe arose in his heart. Both times he had been the one to help him, especially this time. His strength had completely surpassed Yamamoto's imagination. Ah, Fei! Yamamoto Kamikawa stopped in his tracks. Ye Fei looked at him and nodded gently. I know what you want to say. Those words are quite unnecessary. Ye Fei shrugged nonchalantly and spoke. Yamamoto Kamikawa shook his head vehemently, then stepped back. He bent his body forward at a 90-degree angle. Thank you. Both times it was because of your help that I wasn't bullied by them. I'm truly honored to have met you as a friend. This series of actions caught Ye Fei off guard. He had expected some sentimental words, but what this kid did was truly unexpected. All right, get up now. You said it yourself. We are friends. These are things I should do, and you are also my first friend. Ye Fei quickly stepped forward and helped him up. The two exchanged smiles at that moment. Affection is something no one can truly explain. Perhaps it stems from a single event or perhaps from certain worries. But regardless, after these two experiences, the bond between them had grown even stronger. Yet, in Yamamoto Kamikawa's heart, Ye Fei had long become his idol and his goal. In a certain dark corner of Kanahagakure. This is the situation exactly. A masked ninja was reporting to a man whose face was half covered. Ye Fei, interesting. After all this time, I never expected someone like him to suddenly appear. This person might be worth contacting. Perhaps he has some use. The half-faced man spoke in a dark, low tone. His expression was stern, exuding an aura of dark. His hands crossed within his sleeves. He stared coldly ahead as if lost in thought. This man was none other than the leader of Root in Kanahagakure, the powerful Danzo Shimura. After returning home, Ye Fei felt as if his body had been drained. It was the first time he had fought for such a long duration. Though he possessed infinite chakra, he still felt a sense of fatigue. Without even removing his clothes, he lay down on the bed to rest. After a brief respite, he heard his stomach growling. Stop complaining. I'll get you something to eat now. Ye Fei stood up lazily and went to the kitchen to busy himself. After appeasing his hunger, he leaned back in his chair and gazed up at the ceiling. Such a life now was truly pleasant. But Ye Fei felt a deep unease. After all, he had been exceptionally conspicuous over the past 2 days, both at school and in the battles outside. Word would surely spread everywhere, and thus some people would inevitably set their sights on him. Agitated and restless, he could no longer bear to stay at home. Seeing that it was still early outside, he decided to go for a walk to clear his mind. After tidying up the house briefly, he stepped out of the door. Breathing in the fresh air, his body indeed felt much more relaxed. But just then a person clad in ninja attire, and wearing a mask suddenly appeared before him. Ye Fei, correct? The masked man asked abruptly. Ye Fei, not understanding what was happening, nodded in response. Good. The third Hokage requests your presence. Please come with me. The The masked man made a gesture to proceed. This sudden summons caught Ye Fei completely off guard. Lord Third Hokage. Could there be a mistake? Ye Fei found it most extraordinary. He was merely an ordinary child save for his recent conspicuous actions. Ordinarily, he had done nothing else. The masked man confirmed once more nodded after finding no error. Ye Fei had no idea why the third Hokage, but if he didn't go, unforeseen incidents might occur. After a moment he slowly began to walk forward. Konoha was in the midst of war and there were several enemies. Not only were resources strained but talent was even more scarce. Ye Fei's recent actions had indeed been very conspicuous, which had drawn the attention of Konoha's higher-ups. In this exceptional period many talents emerged. Yet the truly exceptional were only Kakashi, Uchiha, Shisui, Minato Namikaze, and others. How could the third Hokage, an old man, not wish to see such a rare genius? Ye Fei had pondered many possibilities along the way. The most likely scenario was just as he thought. Now Ye Fei was a prized asset. Everyone wanted to meet him, and even more to recruit him to their side. Among them, the Uchiha clan was the most eager to see him. After all, when Xiao Wulong was bullied, how could the clan ignore it? Under the masked man's guidance, he soon arrived before the Hokage's office building. By this time he had already mentally prepared himself. After all, what must be faced will eventually be faced. Who told him to be so conspicuous these past 2 days? It was impossible not to be noticed. Lord Hokage Ye Fei is here. It's been hard on you. Please come in. The third Hokage's deep voice sounded from within the room. The masked man knocked twice lightly and spoke. Upon receiving the third Hokage's permission, Ye Fei pushed the door open and entered. The masked man had vanished in an instant. Truly worthy of the Umbu so fast. Ye Fei marveled. Entering he saw an old man who was not too aged. The third Hokage was in his prime, appearing very imposing. Lord Hokage, greetings. Ye Fei spoke as he bowed politely. As expected of the Hokage, Ye Fei felt immense pressure. This feeling was indescribable, but it made him uneasy. There was no helping it. After all, Ye Fei was no need to be so formal. Come sit here. Relax, it's not good to stay tense from the moment you entered. The third Hokage's words surprised Ye Fei. Meanwhile the third Hokage also looked Ye Fei up and down. Then he revealed a charming smile. It was this very smile that made Ye Fei even more uncomfortable. Ye Fei, is it? Very good. One can't tell your strength just from your appearance. The third Hokage scrutinized Ye Fei carefully. Ye Fei truly didn't know what to say. This was his first time meeting a high-ranking figure of the Hokage, let alone the Hokage himself. The atmosphere instantly became awkward. Ha ha ha. The awkwardness was immediately broken by the third Hokage's laughter. No need to be so nervous. Actually, there's nothing particularly important. I simply wanted to have a chat. The third Hokage spoke, seeing Ye Fei so tense. Ye Fei let out a sigh, then nodded with a smile. He had a pretty good idea of why he was here. Strength can never be hidden forever. Fighting is satisfying, and the more you fight, the more satisfying it gets. Ye Fei, what is your understanding of the will of fire? The third Hokage fixed his gaze upon Ye Fei, the air around them growing tense. Ye Fei instantly felt a surge of pressure. At this moment he was not yet strong, and such an oppressive force was rather difficult for him to bear. Bawang-se. After a minute Ye Fei could no longer hold out and directly unleashed his Conqueror's Haki. As soon as the Bawang-se erupted, Ye Fei felt considerably relieved. The third Hokage also sensed a formidable power contending against his own. Haha, this kid is interesting, he thought with a chuckle. An ordinary child possessing such an aura was undoubtedly a genius. Don't be nervous. I just want to hear your thoughts. As he spoke, the pressure he had just exerted vanished. Feeling the release, Ye Fei retracted his Bawang-se. He dared not evade such a question. The will of fire is a selfless spirit, and I have some understanding of it. It means that clans within the village should have no barriers, working together for the sake of the village. Every individual in every clan should not limit themselves to sacrificing only for their own clan's interests. They must prioritize the greater good and contribute to the village. Protect the fellow villagers. Everyone in the village is a family. There should be no hierarchy between powerful clans and ordinary ones. Drawing upon his past life memories, Ye Fei spoke eloquently. These words left the third Hokage utterly stunned. A child comprehending this so profoundly at such a young age must have some reason behind it. Thighs. Is your understanding? The third Hokage was somewhat unsettled. Ye Fei nodded. He had originally planned to fabricate some casual reply, but considering the memories he had acquired, he decided to speak the truth. The third Hokage now looked at Ye Fei as if he had glimpsed hope. Such an understanding was indeed the most correct. A 6- or 7-year-old child possessing this insight was undoubtedly a tremendous boon to Konoha. Lord Hokage, this is my understanding. Is it correct? Ye Fei pretended to be naive. The third Hokage nodded with great delight. I truly never expected your understanding to be like this. It really caught me off guard. Considering your age, this is truly remarkable. The third Hokage said with a smile. Ye Fei grinned and nodded. Of course, he thought to himself. I can tell you anything about your world. Looking at this confident young man, the third Hokage couldn't help but feel delighted. Times were already difficult, and the sudden emergence of such a talent was something to be secured. Given your current strength, the academy probably has nothing new to teach you. If you stay in school, you won't learn much more. I'd like to hear about your plans for the future. The third Hokage looked at Ye Fei with great affability. Ye Fei smiled lightly, fully understanding what the old man was driving at. Actually, I'm quite lost myself. I'd like to hear your advice, Lord Hokage, he said calmly. For example, joining the Umbu and going on missions. Those are things you can't learn at the academy. They would be an excellent choice for you. The third Hokage spoke with an even tone. But isn't the Umbu only for elites? I'm just an ordinary youth, and I'm not even a formal ninja yet. Ye Fei said with an innocent smile. There was indeed no need to remain in the academy any longer. Moreover, the choices available recently had become increasingly scarce. Ye Fei also pondered whether this place simply lacked enough opportunities. Joining the Umbu was indeed a piece of excellent news for him. None of these matter, the third Hokage said. I hereby grant you special permission to graduate early, and to join the Umbu. Given your current talent, entering the Umbu will allow you to undergo proper training. This will be very beneficial. The third Hokage looked at Ye Fei with a smile. In truth, this decision was born of necessity. The world was now in a time of war, and most of the village's elite had already been dispatched to the front lines. But even so, our combat strength was still insufficient. We needed to bolster it further. Only then could we contend with other forces. Oh, is that possible? Well, I suppose I could give it a try. Ye Fei feigned calmness, yet a hint of tension and concern flickered in his eyes. You can take some more time to think it over. I won't force you. But you should know that once you enter the Umbu, you won't have as much freedom. Moreover, unless it's something extraordinary, you cannot voluntarily withdraw from the Umbu. If you truly wish to give it a try, I can grant you time to consider. The third Hokage could see the concern in Ye Fei's eyes. Let's settle it then. I'll give you 2 days to think it over. If you decide to join, come find me here in 2 days. If you choose not to join, you can continue your studies at the academy. The third Hokage lit a cigarette, took a drag, and gazed at Ye Fei. Such an opportunity was indeed envied by many, and also desired by many. Ye Fei pretended to ponder for a moment, then nodded. Understood, Lord Hokage. I will give you my answer in 2 days. Ye Fei let out a slight sigh of relief before speaking. Upon hearing his words, the third Hokage smiled gently and nodded. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Ye Fei rose to his feet. The third Hokage nodded. Ye Fei bowed, then slowly backed out of the room. The third Hokage turned his gaze toward the window, drawing on his cigarette. This child is extraordinary. To possess such understanding at this age, he must have experienced much in his own life. If nurtured properly, he is destined to become a legend. Ye Fei walked out of the Hokage's office building and onto the main street. I never expected something like this to happen. After careful thought, this choice is indeed the better one. There is truly nothing more to learn at the academy. Besides, do I really need to learn anything? Haha. Ye Fei looked at the bustling street and laughed, tilting his head back toward the sky. None of these matters posed a significant problem for him. No matter where he was, he could develop splendidly. It was just that the number of choices available in some places was dwindling. This signified that this place was no longer of great help to him. If he wished to grow stronger swiftly, he had to keep trying new approaches. Ye Fei loosened his muscles and strolled down the street. By now the sky had grown dim. Meanwhile, a ninja wearing a fox mask vanished into the treetops. Ye Fei just came out of the Hokage's office looking very relaxed. The specifics of their conversation remain unknown. The ninja knelt on one knee, reporting the situation. Danzo closed his eyes, remaining silent as if lost in thought. It seems we must act swiftly. The next day, Ye Fei rose early, washed up briefly, and stepped into the courtyard. The weather was exceptionally clear, perfect for a day of rest. Ye Fei dragged a large chair from the room and placed it in the yard. What a rare day off, he murmured. Such moments are truly wonderful. Lying back in the chair, Ye Fei closed his eyes and spoke softly. He was utterly relaxed and at ease, paying little mind to the events of the previous day. After all, one could live anywhere, and a change of scenery might bring better opportunities. That old man is truly cunning, he thought. His words gave me no reason to refuse. Ye Fei slowly opened his eyes, sat up, and whispered to himself. It seems there's no need to stay at school. I might as well have some fun in the Umbu. But if I join now, I'll definitely be sent to the battlefield. So that must be the old man's reason. Ye Fei pieced together the entire matter, leaving no detail overlooked, and arrived at his current understanding. Only this understanding could explain what had happened. What a double-edged sword being so powerful. It has its pros and cons. Ye Fei lay back in the chair gazing up and murmured softly, "Knock knock knock." A steady unhurried sound came from the door. "Who is it?" Ye Fei frowned slightly. "On my only day off someone has to disturb me." No voice came from outside, so he ignored it, and continued resting with his eyes closed. A few seconds later the knocking came again. "Knock knock knock." "Heck. Coming, stop knocking." Ye Fei sighed in resignation, rose lazily, and walked to— "You?" he said, pushing the door open. "Why are you? Know what brings you here?" Standing outside was none other than Yuzhibo. Yuzhibo said nothing, just stood there looking at him. "Come on in," Ye Fei said, reluctantly inviting him. Once inside, Yuzhibo glanced around the room. It was his first time visiting Ye Fei's place. Is there something you need from me?" Ye Fei brought a chair from the room and set it beside him. Yuzhibo nodded. "I came today to challenge—" Ye Fei cupped his ear with his hand, finding it hard to believe. "Challenge me? Are you kidding?" he exclaimed in astonishment. Yuzhibo nodded. "Ever since you defeated me last time, I've been training hard, and I said I would regard you as my lifelong rival. But I still feel it's not enough, so I want to challenge you again." Yuzhibo looked at Ye Fei with utter seriousness. Ye Fei was caught between laughter and tears. He knew what kind of person you was, but he never expected him to be. No wonder. A genius suddenly defeated by an unknown youth. Such a scenario was unacceptable to Yuzhibo. Seeing his determination, Ye Fei finally nodded. "All right, no problem. You're my friend and friends should help each other." Ye Fei smiled at Yuzhibo. Satisfied with the answer, nodded, and immediately assumed a fighting stance. "Hold on, what are you doing? Don't tell me you want to start right now. Bro, get real. I haven't even eaten." Ye Fei waved his hand in resignation. Yuzhibo hesitated, then lowered his arms. "Fine. They'll wait here. Eat quickly." "Well, start after you finish eating." Ye Fei found Yuzhibo's expression somewhat amusing. A person with such persistence would inevitably become strong. "All right, you sit here and wait for me." With that, Ye Fei walked into the kitchen. After a short while, he brought out some food. Yuzhibo blinked his eyes as he looked at Ye Fei sitting down beside him. "Are you usually home alone?" Yuzhibo asked curiously. Ye Fei slurped a mouthful of noodles. "My parents are no longer in this world, and I have no relatives either. Now I live alone," Ye Fei said while chewing the noodles heartily. Yuzhibo said nothing more, as if he had done something wrong. "It's okay, I've gotten used to it." Ye Fei could see that Yuzhibo was a bit embarrassed. Yuzhibo gently nodded, and so the two of them sat together without saying much. Ye Fei quickly finished all the food he had made. Having lived alone for so long, he knew to be frugal with slap. So satisfying. Ye Fei put the bowl down on the stool with force, revealing a satisfied smile. Yuzhibo suddenly stood up and walked over to him. "Since you're full, let's begin now." Ye Fei's mouth twitched slightly as he looked at Yuzhibo. Although he was full, at least he should be allowed to rest a bit. But he didn't expect Yuzhibo to be such a person. Somehow it felt a bit endearing. Option A: accept Yuzhibo's challenge. Completion reward: wind release vacuum sphere, wind release vacuum great sphere. Option B: refuse Yuzhibo's challenge, and say you'll definitely accept it next time. Completion reward: strength attribute points 5. This sudden appearance of options made Ye Fei feel very delighted. The reward for option A was truly overpowering, gaining 2 ninjutsu at once. For him it was like a timely gift. Choosing A was already certain. Ye Fei slowly stood up and looked at Yuzhibo. "I accept. Let's start now. Well, use this place as the arena. No need to run around." Ye Fei looked around his home and said with a smile. Upon hearing this news, Yuzhibo instantly became much happier. Mission complete. Rewards: wind release vacuum sphere, wind release vacuum great sphere are being integrated. Ye Fei's mouth curled up slightly as he saw the system prompt in his mind. What he lacked most right now were offensive ninjutsu of this kind. If he could learn a few more, it would greatly help him in future battles. Looking at the very serious Yuzhibo, Ye Fei also became focused. The last time he defeated Yuzhibo, Ye Fei had always felt a bit lucky. This time was different. If he didn't show his true strength, he might be defeated. "Here I come," Yuzhibo said to Ye Fei. Ye Fei smiled and nodded. He was now— In an instant, Yuzhibo vanished and reappeared in front of Ye Fei. As soon as he appeared, a heavy punch came flying. So fast, even faster than last time. Ye Fei instantly snapped to alertness, hurriedly dodging left and right. The wind from the heavy punch stirred his hair. But avoiding forever was not a solution. While dodging, Ye Fei carefully observed a large opening in Yuzhibo's lower body. Seizing the right moment, he dodged a heavy punch, and immediately kicked, striking Yuzhibo's stomach. Then he pushed hard with his foot, widening the distance between them. "You remember to guard your lower body too." Yuzhibo nodded humbly, having indeed overlooked that point. Before Uchiha Itachi could make a move, Ye Fei launched the attack first. This time he did not hold back his strength. Rushing before him, he instantly threw out 4 or 5 punches. Because he now knew that Uchiha Itachi had been training all along, he dared not underestimate him. Boom! 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 Uchiha Itachi's reaction speed was also extremely sharp. He responded in the blink of an eye. Their fists collided. Both of their fists had turned red from the impact. Though they felt excruciating pain, both of them revealed a smile. It was truly rare to find an opponent of equal strength. Of course, this was only true for geniuses. Watch out! Ye Fei suddenly warned him. In an instant, he retreated behind, drew out several kunai, and began to hurl them forward. The speed was astonishing. In less than 2 seconds, he had already launched 10 kunai. Uchiha Itachi reacted swiftly, drawing his short blade and starting to parry. Clang! Clang! The sound of weapons clashing was crisp and clear. But at this moment, Uchiha Itachi also noticed something unusual. Each kunai carried immense force. After Uchiha Itachi deflected all 10 kunai, he noticed that his blade now bore distinct marks. I didn't expect such tremendous power. It seems I still need to work harder. Uchiha Itachi sheathed his short blade and leaped into the air. Fire-style fireball jutsu. The speed of his hand seals was incredible. He completed the seals in just a few seconds. He inhaled deeply and exhaled in an instant. A massive fireball hurtled toward Ye Fei. That move again! Ye Fei frowned slightly as he watched the approaching inferno. With no technique to counter it, Ye Fei could only dodge to the side. Boom! The fireball struck the ground, erupting in an explosion. A scorched crater appeared on the earth. Ye Fei stared at Uchiha Itachi, who had landed steadily. Are you trying to tear down my house? If that's the case, then I won't hold back. Ye Fei smiled at Uchiha Itachi and began forming wind-style vacuum jutsu. This was the first time Ye Fei used this technique. Though he needed no practice, he still wanted to see its power. Chakra rapidly gathered in his mouth. Whoosh! As he exhaled, the chakra transformed into numerous wind-style energy waves, speeding toward Uchiha Itachi. Rat-a-tat! Ye Fei was now like a machine gun, spitting out bullets relentlessly. One energy wave after another flew toward Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi began weaving between the waves. The wall and ground behind him were left with scars of various sizes. After expelling all the chakra from his mouth, Ye Fei closed his lips. Well, I didn't expect it to be so handy. Just a bit taxing on the mouth. Ye Fei rubbed his mouth and muttered softly. Uchiha Itachi, having dodged back and forth, had already expended most of his stamina. It seems you really weren't using your full strength last time. He took a few breaths and smiled at Ye Fei. Ye Fei shook his head humbly. After a few brief exchanges, they clashed once more, both sustaining injuries of varying degrees. Though painful, they were both exhilarated. Their stamina gradually ebbed away with time. After more than an hour of continuous combat, their battle ended in mutual exhaustion. After both had exhausted their strength, they came to a chair and sat down. Feeling extremely tired, no one wanted to continue fighting. Ha ha ha! Uchiha Itachi suddenly burst out laughing. What are you laughing at? Have you gone mad? Ye Fei was startled by his sudden behavior. No. I just feel extremely happy and exhilarated. I think you should know that among people our age, almost no one can match my strength. It's been such a long time. It's really not easy to find someone who can fight me. Uchiha Itachi turned to look at Ye Fei and explained. Ye Fei smiled awkwardly. You really are a madman. The two of them, with great tacit understanding, fell silent again. No one spoke. Actually, I'm also very happy. After these 2 days, we should be considered friends. Ye Fei turned to look at Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi nodded. Friend, but in my heart you have another title. Oh, what is it? It's rival. Having experienced these 2 fights, I feel immense joy, just like with Shui. Ye Fei nodded with a smile. This situation was exactly what Ye Fei had wanted. Uchiha Itachi was a very peculiar person. It was especially difficult to become his friend. To celebrate our friendship, how about going out to eat together? Ye Fei abruptly sat up and turned to look at him. Uchiha Itachi slowly sat up and nodded. The two of them, with perfect synchronization, stood up from their chairs at the same time. Ye Fei didn't bother cleaning up the house. He directly walked out with him onto the street. The battle of over an hour had already made them extremely hungry. This was very physically draining. After arriving on the street, Ye Fei walked with his hands in his pockets, looking at the surroundings. So comfortable. Ye Fei stretched his limbs. Uchiha Itachi looked at the street and nodded. I found that it's really nice to go out for a walk when there's nothing to do. It always gives me a very relaxed feeling. Uchiha Itachi let out a sigh of relief and said with a smile. Ye Fei nodded. After searching for a while, they finally decided to eat fish balls. Fish balls were one of Ye Fei's favorite foods. Since becoming an orphan, he rarely ate at home. After all, eating alone in the cold and empty house was far too boring. Every restaurant in the streets and alleys had become his regular haunt. The two arrived at the fishball stall and walked together to a corner. "Where should we go after we finish eating?" Ye Fei asked while waiting for the fishballs. "I don't know, let's decide later. Actually, I rarely go out. How about you recommend a place?" Uchiha Itachi said, looking around. Ye Fei shook his head. "Alright, let's eat first." "Actually, I don't know any good places either." "Well, talk about it later." And so the two of them waited there for a while. The food they ordered was now all placed before them. After eating, the two walked on the street, each with a round belly. It's so comfortable. Eating a full meal after exercise. This feeling is truly the most wonderful moment in life. Ye Fei touched his stomach and smiled. Uchiha Itachi reacted differently. He didn't make any extra movements, although his belly was exactly the same as Ye Fei's. The days passed in the blink of an eye. He had done nothing else these 2 days, staying at home without stepping out. Soon the appointed time with the third Hokage arrived. Finally, this moment is here. Now I'll go give him my answer. That old man is probably watching me through his crystal ball right now. Ye Fei sat in the living room scratching his head. In truth, he had already figured out the answer long ago. Delaying his response this long was also meant to give the third Hokage a hypothetical to ponder. After all, he was just a child. Agreeing too hastily at that time would have seemed rash. He gathered his belongings, picked up his backpack, and walked out of the house. It's almost time to graduate already. Looks like he'll have to meet all sorts of people from now on. Ye Fei felt a sense of helplessness. In his original world, he was someone who disliked socializing. Now he was forced to go through this process again. But no matter what, every advantage comes with a disadvantage. Being able to go to different places and meet different people would allow him to gain more mission choices. Only then could he grow stronger quickly. Ye Fei strolled leisurely along the road toward the Hokage's office. Suddenly a person wearing a fox mask appeared before him. "Who are you?" Ye Fei asked, cautiously eyeing the sudden arrival. Both wore masks, but the person in front had a vermilion root emblem on their arm. Upon seeing this emblem, Ye Fei instantly understood that this person was a member of Shimura Danzo's root. "Ye Fei, Lord Danzo requests your presence." The Umbu ninja spoke to him. In this route, everyone had no name, no emotions, no past, no future. Their hearts were devoted only to missions. "Alright, lead the way." Ye Fei replied without hesitation. This turn of events did not surprise him. He was already quite outstanding, and Shimura Danzo was a man of deep schemes. He wouldn't want to let such a talent slip away. "Follow me." The Umbu ninja turned instantly and strode forward without looking back. Ye Fei found the man's behavior quite off-putting. It seemed as though his own strength was utterly insignificant in the man's eyes. He turned his back to Ye Fei, unafraid of him escaping. Ye Fei felt somewhat helpless but eventually followed. "Root, Ye Fei has been brought." The Umbu ninja knelt on one knee, addressing the pineapple-headed man before him with respect. Root was extremely vast and spacious. "Withdraw." Shimura Danzo's deep voice came from the shadows. With that, the ninja who had led the way vanished in an instant. Through the faint light, Ye Fei caught a glimpse of Shimura Danzo standing in the darkness. This place was heavily guarded and dimly lit. Ye Fei knew that here he could not speak carelessly and must behave with utmost propriety. One wrong word could easily invite deadly consequences. "Lord Danzo, it is an honor. May I ask why you have summoned me today?" Ye Fei addressed Shimura Danzo with reverence. "Ye Fei, would you be willing to join my route to serve Konoha and protect it?" Shimura Danzo cut straight to the point without beating around the bush. His voice was deep and carried the mere sound of his voice made Ye Fei feel pressured. It seemed to possess a mysterious power. Upon hearing it, one could sense an inexplicable aura of intimidation. Ye Fei watched as Shimura Danzo slowly emerged from the shadows. At that moment, the light illuminated the half of his face that was not covered. This was also the first time Ye Fei had seen such a figure. The man had a pineapple-like hairstyle, one side of his face entirely wrapped in bandages, and a cross-shaped scar on his chin. His eyes were extremely sharp, staring directly at Ye Fei. The moment Ye Fei met his gaze, he felt a chill, as if any word that displeased him could end his life instantly. Gulp. Ye Fei swallowed hard. "Lord Danzo, I'm truly sorry. I'm afraid I cannot agree." Ye Fei made an apologetic gesture with his hands clasped. At that moment he understood clearly that if he joined Root, his secrets would eventually be discovered by this man. Then it would be more than just death. The Umbu and Root were vastly different. Joining Root might nominally mean loyalty to Konoha, but in truth all interests revolved around Shimura Danzo. Personal freedom did exist, but if one betrayed Shimura Danzo or had an accident, the consequences were imaginable. Moreover, unless there was severe disability or death, one was absolutely forbidden to leave Root, which meant losing freedom. "Oh! Why?" Shimura Danzo walked slowly forward, speaking in a low, oppressive tone. Ye Fei hadn't expected this man to be so difficult. Every word was deadly. Ye Fei looked up at the man. I think my strength is inferior to any ninja in your route. And am still in school. Ye Fei did not mention the third Hokage. Shimura Danzo flicked his sleeve as he looked at Ye Fei. In my route I can give you anything you desire. Moreover, I can provide you with the best training resources. In short, you can have whatever you want. Shimura Danzo offered tempting conditions. Ye Fei knew he had the power, but now he was truly torn. To be honest, the third Hokage has already approached me. And I plan to join the Umbu. So I'm truly sorry. Ye Fei no longer cared about other matters. If invoking the third Hokage didn't work, things would be terrible. Humph. I don't want to hear anything else. Don't think you can use the third to pressure me. I'm asking you, will you join my route or the Umbu? Shimura Danzo was clearly angry, his voice much louder. The pressure from before intensified. Ye Fei suddenly felt strained. Damn. TMD Conqueror's Haki. Ye Fei already knew the consequences, but he couldn't die so easily. After activating Conqueror's Haki, his breathing became much smoother and he felt very relaxed. Shimura Danzo watched Ye Fei's state, feeling somewhat perplexed. To remain composed under such circumstances was surely a sign of extraordinary ability. I'm sorry, I've already promised the third Hokage. So I cannot join your route. Ye Fei emphasized the last sentence. It was now clear. With things having come to this, Shimura Danzo had no choice but to eliminate the youth before him. After all, if he couldn't have him, no one else could. In that case, die. If I can't have you, no one can. Extremely enraged, Shimura Danzo approached Ye Fei, a kunai suddenly appearing in his hand. The light reflected off the blade, casting a cold glint onto Ye Fei's face. The light was exceptionally cold, and then he placed the kunai against Ye Fei's neck. Then he intended to slit the carotid artery. Ye Fei felt the coldness of the kunai and closed his eyes in despair. He had never imagined that his life would end like this. Thinking of this, Ye Fei felt that dying in such a manner was utterly worthless. Yet what could he do? He was fully aware of his own strength. If he were to fight back, he would surely gain nothing. I never thought that just a few days after my luck turned, I would vanish from this world. Ye Fei closed his eyes, thinking silently. All he felt now was resentment. With his power in Konoha village, Shimura Danzo could easily kill anyone. Except for the third Hokage, Danzo had a way to make anyone disappear. He stared at Ye Fei, who had closed his eyes but hesitated to strike. After a moment, Danzo's weapon slowly moved away from Ye Fei's neck. Ye Fei sensed the kunai leaving his... He opened his eyes and stared at Danzo in astonishment. Kid, you're lucky. Your fortune is excellent, or today I'll spare your pitiful life. Danzo spoke in a low voice, looking at Ye Fei. Ye Fei could not believe what was happening. According to Danzo's usual style, he would never let him leave. Why? Ye Fei asked quietly out of curiosity. Danzo ignored him and turned to walk away. No reason. I just feel that a brat like you can never achieve anything great. Your existence will never pose any threat. Killing you would only dirty my hands. Danzo said arrogantly. To him, someone like Ye Fei, who had suddenly gained power, was not worth his attention. This time he only wanted to test him. After hearing these words, Ye Fei clenched his fists tightly. These words were nothing but contempt. Ye Fei did not linger and turned to leave. But the surrounding ninjas suddenly surrounded him, drawing their weapons. Stand down, Danzo commanded authoritatively. Upon hearing the order, the ninjas slowly retreated, clearing a path for Ye Fei. Ye Fei lifted his foot and strode forward. He walked out of the route and onto the street. His clenched fists slowly relaxed. Danzo, it'll make you regret this. Never bully a young man. Ye Fei looked at the sky and swore silently in his heart. Reflecting on everything that had happened today, Ye Fei could only attribute it to his own weakness. If he were stronger, he would not have been so passive. Without the support of the Conqueror's Haki, he would have already been defeated. After resting for a moment and calming down, he arrived at the Hokage's office. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded. Come in. With permission, Ye Fei pushed the door and entered. The third Hokage was sitting in a chair smoking. Lord Hokage, I've made up my mind. I want to join the Umbu. Ye Fei looked at the third Hokage with great respect. His words carried a hint of resentment. The third Hokage slowly stood up and revealed a kind smile. All right, child. I understand. Sit down. The third Hokage said with a smile. After a brief chat, he stood up. Come to me tomorrow. I'll process your early graduation application today. When you arrive, I'll introduce you to your captain. From then on, you'll be his subordinate. He'll take you to meet the other members of the team. The third Hokage said with a smile. Ye Fei, after settling the matters, Ye Fei slowly walked out of the room and left the Hokage's office building. Today is really unlucky. I didn't expect to encounter such a thing. Man proposes, heaven disposes. I'm still too weak. I must hurry up and become stronger. Ye Fei walked down the street with his hands in his pockets looking at the sky. Actually encountering these things is also good. At least he can realize where he is still not strong enough. But he must find a way to get back this grievance. After returning home, Ye Fei felt uncomfortable all over and needed to vent. Looking at the messy situation at home, he felt extremely annoyed. Back Mountain. How could I suddenly forget that place? Ye Fei suddenly thought of a place very suitable for his current situation. Then he packed his backpack and left. The Back Mountain held many memories for him. Whenever he was in a bad mood, he would go there to escape reality. Now he was particularly agitated. He had to find a place to vent. Only the Back Mountain was very suitable. After a dozen minutes of walking, he finally arrived at the Back Mountain. Phew! The air here is really fresh. Ye Fei stood on the cliff looking at the hidden leaf village below, and said with a smile. Usually no one would come to this place. Because of this, Ye Fei became a regular visitor. Whenever he felt irritable, coming here would make him feel Moreover, no matter how much noise he made here, no one would care. After admiring the scenery, he picked up his backpack and went to the forest area. Comfortable. Ye Fei felt every tree was very familiar. Some trees even had traces of his previous attacks. He reached out and touched those traces of memories instantly flooded back. It was as if all the past scenes were displayed. He also saw his growth over such a long time. Suddenly he inexplicably felt that he had been through a lot. Being able to reach this point was supported by his strong inner will. After a brief moment of emotion, he came to the place where he had trained before. He slowly put down the backpack and walked in front of a large tree. Bang, bang, bang. Without a word, he began to unleash a frenzy of attacks. Punch after punch hit the big tree. The leaves on the tree fell to the ground. After a few minutes, he slowly released his hands. Looking at the marks left on the big tree, he smiled gently. Wind release vacuum great sphere. Ye Fei retreated to a safe place and formed hand seals. He took a deep breath with all his might. Then he spat out the chakra from his mouth. A cannonball as big as a basketball shot straight toward the big tree. Boom! With a loud crash, the big tree snapped at the waist and fell to the ground. The power of this cannonball was considerable. Damn, is it this powerful? This is the first time I've used it. I have to say the damage is quite impressive. Ye Fei slowly walked up to look at the broken part of the tree. If this cannonball hit a person, the consequences would be imaginable. Currently, most of the techniques he mastered were offensive. If he encountered a powerful enemy and couldn't fight directly, he could only choose to escape using the Flying Thunder God technique. As the saying goes, one cannot have too many skills. Ye Fei had told himself that from the beginning. He had been exposed to many types of ninjutsu before, but because his chakra was very limited, he couldn't master them. Now he no longer had to worry about these problems. As long as the system existed, he could become infinitely. In the time to come, he would continue to relentlessly attack the trees here. Although it was extremely dull, his heart gradually grew cheerful. He cast all previous encounters out of his mind, thinking of nothing. In the blink of an eye, he had already been venting his emotions here for a full 2 hours. After 2 hours, he realized that continuing like this was utterly pointless. He arrived atop the Hokage rock, gazing down at the Konoha village beneath his feet. The current Konoha village was far too peaceful. After all, there were ninjas willing to sacrifice their lives protecting this village outside. After joining the Umbu tomorrow, I might soon be sent to battle. I'm really inexplicably excited. It's far too boring here. It's better to go fight and kill more enemies. Ye Fei thought with a smile. He had witnessed the cruelty of war before. Before transmigrating to this place, he had watched many war movies. Although some were utterly ridiculous, they gave a feeling of great exhilaration. Ye Fei had always wanted to see a real battlefield. Perhaps it would help improve his strength. After admiring the scenery for a while, he slowly picked up his backpack and walked down. Staying here any longer would be truly boring. The Back Mountain was already in a deplorable state from his rampage, yet the fire in his heart still had not been released. After returning home, he had nothing to do. He simply tidied up the areas he had wrecked today, and then fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Ye Fei got up very early and reported to the Hokage's office building. Arriving too early surprised the third Hokage, but he nodded with great satisfaction. It was always better to come early than to be late. Ye Fei, this is your early graduation application form. As long as you sign here, you can graduate. I still need to ask you once more, have you truly thought it through? The third Hokage held out the application form and asked. Without a moment's hesitation, Ye Fei nodded directly. I already made up my mind yesterday. Actually, this is a very good choice for me. I was already quite confused about the future. Now I finally have a direction. Ye Fei said with a smile. No matter where he was, he could train well, and after joining the Umbu there might be unexpected results. The third Hokage nodded with satisfaction upon hearing this reply. Then he handed the application form to Ye Fei. Ye Fei looked at the form in his hand and smiled. he immediately signed his name on it. Congratulations, you have now graduated early. I believe that with your talent you will surely shine brightly in the Umbu. The third Hokage walked over to Ye Fei and patted him on the shoulder. Thank you for your promotion, Lord Third Hokage. Rest assured I will not disappoint your expectations. Ye Fei turned to look at the old man before him. The third Hokage smiled and nodded. A moment later an Umbu ninja in ninja attire walked in through the door. Upon seeing this person, Ye Fei instantly sensed the aura he exuded. If nothing unexpected happened, this man would be his future captain. The terrifying aura was palpable just from his appearance. Not knowing him yet, Ye Fei had no idea how powerful he truly was. He was probably extremely powerful. Let me introduce you two to each other. Yan Wang, from now on he will be under your supervision. Take him to report in a little while. Ye Fei, this is your team leader. If anything comes up you can discuss it with him. The third Hokage briefly introduced them. Okay, I understand. Hello, Captain. My name is Ye Fei. Ye Fei said very respectfully to the two of them. Yan Wang nodded gently. After handling some other matters, Yan Wang led Ye Fei out of the office. Come with me. They'll take you to meet the other members of the team. Yan Wang stopped walking, turned around and said to Ye Fei with a smile. Ye Fei nodded. Looking at his mask, he couldn't imagine what expression lay beneath it. But from his appearance one could tell he was a cold and ruthless person. Most people in the Umbu were like this. The two quickly arrived at the Umbu entrance. Once inside, Yan Wang led Ye Fei to the equipment distribution point. You should think of a name for yourself. To be precise, a code name. And these are your teammates. You must remember their appearances. Yan Wang pointed at some masks and said. Ye Fei looked at the animal masks and nodded. On the battlefield, Umbu members always wore masks. The only way to recognize one's teammates was through their masks. Moreover, all these masks were unique. Yan Wang selected a mask and tossed it to Ye Fei. Panda. Ye Fei was surprised at the first sight of the mask. This mask had 2 large black circles around the eyes. The rest of the mask was all white. It looked just like a panda face. Captain, are you kidding me? How can you give me a panda mask? Ye Fei frowned slightly and said a bit aggrievedly. No choice, we only have this mask left in our team. Alright, that's settled. Here are your clothes and weapon. Yan Wang took out a set of clothes and a short sword and gave them to Ye Fei. Ye Fei saw that he had no intention of changing it, so he had to accept it. Although there was no other option upon closer inspection, it was actually quite nice. After all, it was highly recognizable. I've also thought of my name, call me Panda. Ye Fei had a sudden inspiration and said to him. At first Yan Wang thought he was just being stubborn, but after seeing his very serious expression he nodded. And so Ye Fei changed into his uniform and put on the mask. Since you're a new recruit, you don't know much about anything yet. So I'll take you out on a few missions. Once you've matured, I'll assign you some simple tasks to train you. Yan Wang looked at Ye Fei and said briefly. Ye Fei nodded. He was quite familiar with this. The Umbu doesn't have many rules, but you must absolutely obey your superiors or the Hokage's orders. You must never betray Konoha or the Hokage. Ordinarily, you must not reveal any information about the Umbu to outsiders. During missions, you must never leave any trace of the bodies. You must dispose of the bodies thoroughly. Always wear your mask during missions. You must never show your true face to anyone. If you take off your mask during a mission, it will be considered betrayal, and you know the consequences. Of course, unless under special circumstances. You must remember these firmly. Understand? Yan Wang looked at Ye Fei and said kindly. Ye Fei nodded. At that moment he felt that this Yan Wang was actually quite decent. At least that's how he felt now, or as for later he would have to wait and see. Upon entering a room, Ye Fei saw 4 people inside. Let me introduce you. They are all our teammates. Old Cat, Mighty Bull, Flower Snake, Black Panther. These are your teammates. You must remember their names. Yan Wang pointed at the 4 people in the room and said to Ye Fei. Hello, Panda. Ye Fei nodded, then gave a slight bow to the 4 of them and said. The room instantly erupted into a commotion. I didn't expect a newcomer. Looks quite young. Old Cat said with great interest, looking at Ye Fei. Indeed, this little brother is going to be very interesting. A woman with an excellent figure said with a smile. The other 2, true to their names, Mighty Bull was large and muscular. Black Panther was quite dark-skinned and usually not very talkative. Ye Fei looked at the 4 of them and indeed, apart from the captain, everyone in this team had an animal nickname. To Ye Fei's surprise, everyone in the team was quite easy to get along with. After getting acquainted, they all took off their masks here. Each person's appearance was more or less what Ye Fei had. I really didn't expect the little brother's face to be quite adorable. Captain, don't we have any other How could you give a little brother a panda? But I have to admit it's really cute. Flower Snake hugged Ye Fei and said angrily to Yan Wang. This series of actions made Ye Fei blush instantly. If his mind were that of a child, it would have been fine. But his actual age was older than any of them. There's no helping it, that was the last mask we had. It actually suits him quite well. His code name is Panda. Yan Wang instantly shed his previous severity and seemed almost endearing. This instantly enlivened the atmosphere among the team. Only then did Ye Fei feel such warmth. Each person had their own traits and none of them were weak. Most importantly, they were very friendly to him. After a while Ye Fei could no longer stand it and broke free from Flower Snake's embrace, stepping aside. Close call. If it had continued, he might have gotten a nosebleed. After all, the sensation on his back was far too real. Alright, let's not waste time. Hurry up and sort out the gear to prepare for the mission. Yan Wang, seeing they got along well, nodded. The captain's responsibilities were quite heavy. He had to take on missions while also managing the relationships within the team. Now it was clear that he no longer needed to worry about the team's dynamics. Everyone got along well, which was exactly what he had hoped for. Ye Fei picked up his mask and walked over to the equipment. I didn't expect the Shadow Division to be so generous. The gear they gave is really good. It's completely different from what we used at school. Ye Fei scrutinized the weapon in his hand. Of course, these weapons have been specially processed. A deep voice suddenly sounded behind him. Ye Fei, turning around, he saw it was Black Panther, who then slowly walked away. Damn, you scared me. So that's... The sudden move caught him off guard. During the lively conversation earlier, Black Panther hadn't said a word. Unexpectedly, he suddenly spoke a few sentences now. It's okay, he's always been like this. You'll get used to it. Old Cat put his hand on Ye Fei's shoulder and said with a smile. Ye Fei nodded awkwardly. This team was quite interesting. Ye Fei packed his belongings and stood to the side. After everyone was fully prepared, they lined up in a row. Yan Wang approached them with a piece of paper, glanced at their appearances. This mission is actually quite simple. Eliminate the bandits. Congratulations, Xiongmao. It's truly fortunate to encounter such an easy task on your first mission. Yan Wang looked at Ye Fei and said with a grin. Ye Fei nodded. Option A, follow the team to execute the mission. Reward upon completion, random wind release ninjutsu. Option B, proceed alone. Reward upon completion, random crank ninjutsu. Ye Fei suddenly heard the system's voice. Both options offered commendable rewards. But he reconsidered. This was his first time accompanying them on a mission. If he chose to go solo on his first outing, it would be a blatant disregard for their courtesy. No matter how well the relationships here had been cultivated, pulling such a stunt on the first attempt would indeed be awkward. After making up his mind, he ultimately selected option A. If there are no further concerns, let's set off. The sooner we finish the mission, the sooner we return. Yan Wang folded the paper in his hand and addressed the group. Understood. The 5 of them replied in unison. Full deployment. In the northern part of the Hua country, an old and dilapidated mountain villa. We don't know how many are inside, so stay vigilant no matter what happens. Xiongmao, you follow me. The rest of you infiltrate quietly first. If the timing is right, proceed with elimination. Upon reaching the destination, Yan Wang halted and whispered to the 5 of them. Everyone nodded in agreement. Except for Ye Fei, the other 4 vanished instantly from their spots and charged toward the villa. Xiongmao, stay close behind me. Watch how I carry out the mission. After we return, I'll formulate a training plan for you. Do you have any understanding of your chakra nature? Yan Wang looked at Ye Fei. Ye Fei shook his head. Chakra nature. He had indeed never been tested. He couldn't even be certain of his own attributes right now. In that case, let's test your chakra nature once we're back. That way we can implement targeted training. Yan Wang was a man of meticulous planning and order. Ye Fei nodded, feeling that he had made the right choice. This was Ye Fei's first mission, and he had anticipated it to be simple and effortless. But he had indeed overestimated himself. Crouching behind the wall, he barely dared to breathe, his heart racing. It was classic pre-combat fear. This experience was entirely different from his previous killings. Yan Wang's demeanor was that of a seasoned veteran. With a few swift moves, he dispatched several bandits. Through the eyes of his mask, Ye Fei witnessed the bloody scene inside. This time he truly grasped the horror of war. Yet regardless of the circumstances, Ye Fei had to conquer his own inner fear. Bang! An explosion rang out, signaling the start of the battle. Everyone's attention was drawn by the Yan Wang came to Ye Fei's side. Don't be nervous. This is a process everyone must go through. Leave the powerful enemies to us. There are only a few weaker ones here. They are yours to eliminate. Yan Wang looked at Ye Fei and spoke in a low voice. Ye Fei nodded. As he said, this was an ordeal everyone had to endure. Without experiencing it, how could one grow stronger? This is the step I must take to grow stronger. Whether I can truly become stronger hinges on this very moment. Ye Fei steeled his heart, then rose to his feet. As his figure emerged, the few ordinary bandits gradually fixed their gazes upon him. Facing the enemies before him, his hands trembling, he drew the short blade issued by the Shadow Division. Whoosh! He took a deep breath. In an instant he charged forward. Swish, swish, swish. As he lunged, several cold beams of light flew toward him. Bandits were indeed unlike ordinary foes. These men lived on the edge of a blade every day, granting Ye Fei not a shred of leeway. The cold gleam was fierce, but Ye Fei reacted instantly. Clang, clang. Gripping his short blade with both hands, he began to parry. One by one the shuriken were knocked down. Ye Fei's heartbeat slowed, slightly returning to its normal rhythm. For him, killing was not a first time. What made this time different was the sheer number of opponents. As the enemies prepared to attack again, Ye Fei surged forward in a flash. Eft! One blade struck the enemy's chest. Die! Ye Fei extended his foot and kicked the foe away. This action filled him with confidence. Having tasted death, he had grown immensely. No longer would he fear anything or anyone. Though his experience was indeed lacking, such experience needed to be accumulated. Ye Fei stared at the blood on his weapon, momentarily stunned. Shush! Just as Ye Fei was lost in thought, the sound of air being sliced came from behind. The worn-out short blade, still razor-sharp, cut across his back. Before the attacker could revel in triumph, Ye Fei spun around and kicked him away with force. It turned out that he had leaned forward slightly just moments ago, so the blade had only torn his clothes. Want to die? Then I'll send you off. Ye Fei appeared before the man in an instant. Shush! The short blade slashed across the enemy's neck, severing the carotid artery. Blood sprayed all over Ye Fei. His panda mask turned crimson. Damn it, all of you, attack! The remaining bandits, sensing the dire situation, swarmed forward in a frenzy. 7 or 8 bandits, weapons in hand, charged at Ye Fei. He looked at them and revealed a faint smile. Wind release vacuum sphere. He formed hand seals, aimed and spat out chakra from his mouth one after another. Kayu, kayu, like bullets the chakra rained down upon the bandits. These were mere ordinary bandits, lacking any significant resistance. Some bandits struck by the chakra lost their lives instantly. Others had their bodies pierced through, riddled. After expelling the chakra, Ye Fei took a breath and fixed his gaze on the last 3 bandits. The remaining 3 were now in a panic, their hands trembling. Their legs quivered uncontrollably. They had never imagined the youth before them could be so formidable. Dropping their weapons, they turned and fled, for life was far more precious. Option A: kill the fleeing bandits. Reward: wind release vacuum sword. Option B: spare the fleeing bandits. Reward: random attribute 1. Just as Ye Fei hesitated whether to pursue, he heard the system's new mission. Indeed, after changing locations, the options had multiplied. This time the choice clearly offered greater benefit. Selecting A, Ye Fei quickened his pace and charged forward with his weapon. At a speed visible to the naked eye, he slew the 3 fleeing bandits. Mission complete. Reward: integrating. Having dealt with the fleeing bandits, Ye Fei breathed a slight sigh of relief. But soon he sensed danger again and hastily grabbed his weapon to turn around. This time the number of enemies appearing was 3 times greater than before. Damn, how can there be so many enemies in this place? It seems I underestimated the situation. Ye Fei held his breath again, tightening his grip on the weapon. This was a battlefield. He dared not let his guard down for even a moment. A single lapse in concentration would result in a cold corpse. Charge! The leading bandit gave the order, and over a dozen enemies rushed forward in a swarm, swinging their weapons wildly. The ordinary bandits were relatively easy to handle as their strength was not formidable. The smell of blood grew heavier and the ground had already turned crimson. Die! Ye Fei lunged forward, instantly dispatching the foremost bandit with visible speed. At the sight of the corpses, his stomach churned violently, but he had to endure. Yet now he could not afford to care. He must bear it. Wind release vacuum jade. Watching the enemies surge like a tidal wave, Ye Fei unleashed his ninjutsu. Indeed, this technique was more effective against multiple foes. 4 or 5 bandits met the fate of a hornet's nest, riddled with countless strikes and utterly disfigured. In a short time, Ye Fei had eliminated half of the enemies. But the queasiness in his stomach intensified as the severed limbs and internal organs lay exposed. The visual impact grew stronger. Ye Fei now dared not take a deep breath. The thick stench of blood made him want to vomit. Slash! Ye Fei maneuvered his weapon, slaying enemies one after another. The scene was like a max-level player bullying a newbie village. All the surging enemies had been dealt with by Ye Fei. But when he stood still and saw the surrounding scene, he could no longer hold back. Ugh! He lifted his mask and vomited all the food in his stomach. This purge brought him much. After resting for a moment, he put on his mask and began to dispose of the nearby corpses. Once all were buried, he walked forward slowly and heard sounds of fighting coming from a house. Bang! An explosion rang out. The window of the house shattered into pieces, flying outward. Ye Fei dodged the debris at the fastest speed possible. A moment later, 2 enemies flew out of the house, landed on the ground, twitched a few times, and lost their lives. Seeing the enemy corpses, Ye Fei's stomach churned again, but he suppressed it. He forced himself to endure the discomfort, knowing he could only rest after completing the mission. Panda, not bad. It seems the captain made a good choice by selecting you. Old Cat slowly emerged from the ruins, brushing dust off his clothes. You're not bad either. Ye Fei gave him a thumbs up and said, Are you two here to flirt? Hurry up and clean up the bodies. Yan Wang suddenly appeared between them. Captain, why are you always so elusive? That's really not good. If someone has a weak heart, something might happen. What would you do then? Old Cat was indeed startled but quickly regained his composure. This was perhaps the norm for veteran members. After a while it became a habit. Yan Wang turned to look at Old Cat, instantly unleashing a terrifying aura. Old Cat immediately wilted, trotting over to start handling the corpses. Ye Fei saw the dynamics within the team and felt a warmth, smiling. What are you grinning about? Hurry up and deal with the bodies. The bandits are all wiped out. Once we dispose of the bodies we can leave. Understood, Captain. Ye Fei stood at attention and shouted loudly. Mission accomplished. Everyone gathered together. Ye Fei's performance during his first mission brought great surprise. What they didn't expect was that an ordinary newcomer could remain so composed. Xiong Mao, not bad. To achieve such results on your first mission, I have high hopes for you. Huashi came up to Ye Fei, hugged him, and said with a smile. Ye Fei struggled to break free from Huashi's embrace and quickly stepped aside. The others burst into laughter. Huashi placed one hand on her hip and chuckled softly. If not for the masks, they would have seen Ye Fei's. Xiong Mao, it seems your strength is quite impressive. When we return, we'll test your chakra nature. I believe it won't be long before your strength catches up to ours. Yan Wang patted Ye Fei on the shoulder. Yes, Captain. Ye Fei straightened his back and said loudly. His first mission had gotten off to a great, although he was still somewhat uncomfortable seeing the scattered limbs everywhere. The first step to becoming stronger began with killing. Ye Fei had successfully taken that first step, and the road ahead would surely be much easier than now. After everyone cleaned up the area and organized their equipment, they set off for home. On the way back, Ye Fei looked at his own hands, and the image of the enemy he had just killed flashed through his mind. What happened today was quite significant for him. The entire team quickened their pace, running toward my village. In my umbu, Yan Wang took out a small pouch and handed it to Ye Fei. This is your reward. 2 chakra papers and a substitution technique scroll. Of course it's just a copy. Yan Wang looked at Ye Fei and smiled. Ye Fei nodded. He was also very curious about how many chakra natures he possessed. The rewards had always been wind attribute focused, so he had boldly guessed that his specialty was wind style. No time like the present. Let's see which nature you are most adept at. Fire, the paper burns. Wind, the paper splits in the middle. Lightning, the paper wrinkles. Water, the paper gets wet. Earth, the paper crumbles. No matter what nature you have, don't be discouraged. Every nature has its uses. Yan Wang carefully explained to Ye Fei. Ye Fei nodded. Then he took a chakra paper in his hand and began to infuse it with chakra. The moment he infused it, the paper split in the middle. Then it gradually became quite wet and finally turned into a wrinkled piece of paper. Not bad. It seems your specialties are wind style and water style. As for lightning style, you could also practice it. Who knows, it might yield unexpected results. Yan Wang observed the changes in the paper and said thoughtfully. Ye Fei nodded. This result was also unexpected for him. Looking at the wrinkled paper in his hand, Ye Fei felt that his future was bright. Moreover, in the umbu, he would surely have great opportunities for growth. Ding, mission complete. Reward, wind style wind wall is being integrated. Ye Fei heard the reward and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Now he had an additional jutsu for defense. Alright, take a few days to rest when we get back. There shouldn't be any missions in the next few days. If a mission comes up, it'll find you. Yan Wang patted Ye Fei's shoulder and walked away. Ye Fei watched Yan Wang's figure and slowly removed his mask. In this team he felt a sense of home. Such a warm scene was truly rare. After leaving the umbu, Ye Fei returned to his humble home. Throughout the entire Hidden Leaf village, only within his own abode did he feel utterly at ease and profoundly comfortable. He shed his umbu attire and changed into his everyday clothes. His mood was now exceptionally buoyant. After preparing a simple meal and eating, he stepped into the courtyard and sat down. How delightful! Ye Fei closed his eyes, a smile gracing his lips. He carefully recollected everything that had transpired today. It all felt like a dream. Whether it was joining the umbu or getting to know the others in his squad, even the final mission they embarked upon felt remarkable. This was also the first time he had experienced such a sensation in this world. Moreover, today he had finally taken the first step toward becoming stronger. Although he had endured life and death situations before and witnessed the living turn into the dead. But that previous person had taken their own life. A completely different concept from killing with his own hands. Strength. I never imagined I would be most adept at wind release. It seems most of the rewards I receive from now on will be wind release. Ye Fei slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the clouds in the sky with a smile. Still, he couldn't afford to relax too much now, since the last assassin who came for him had already tracked him to his home. Moreover, the hidden leaf village was embroiled in battle. Having joined the Umbu, Ye Fei knew he might be dispatched to the front lines at any time. He was prepared for that at every moment. With nothing to do, Ye Fei found himself profoundly bored. Yet he was still grateful that he had joined the Umbu unit assigned to carry out missions. If he had been assigned to guard prisoners or oversee the prison, it would truly bore him to death. Right now, I only seem to know wind release and water release. I really wonder what kind of rewards await me later. Water release. I should perhaps enhance it a bit more. Ye Fei gazed at the sky, lost in thought. A measured knock echoed at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the knock, Ye Fei rose unhurriedly and walked toward the gate. Coming. I just got back from the Umbu. I didn't expect a new mission already. Before opening the door, Ye Fei assumed it was an Umbu member coming for him. Shanben, why are you here? Upon seeing the person outside, he was taken by surprise. Shanben Shangchuan. He hadn't seen him since the last time they returned from the academy. Surprised, I just came to see why you haven't been to the academy for so long. Shanben Shangchuan looked at Ye Fei with a smile. Ye Fei scratched his head somewhat awkwardly, then invited him in. After a period of explanation, so that's how it is. I really never imagined you could achieve such. I admire you more and more. Shanben Shangchuan, upon hearing about Ye Fei's experiences over the past few days, opened his mouth wide in astonishment. Ye Fei also felt rather embarrassed for not having shared this news with him sooner. Actually, I was just lucky, but regardless, I still prefer my current life. Ye Fei looked at Shanben Shangchuan as he spoke. At that moment, the two of them smiled in perfect understanding. How about it? Has Xiao Wulong and his bunch been causing you any more trouble? Ye Fei suddenly recalled earlier incidents. He didn't want to bring up those unpleasant memories, but now that he was no longer by his side, he still felt a measure of concern. Don't worry, ever since I beat him so badly that even his own mother couldn't recognize him, he hasn't come looking for trouble. Shanben Shangchuan puffed out his chest and spoke with conviction. Seeing Shanben Shangchuan's demeanor, it didn't seem like he was lying, which put Ye Fei's mind at ease. Having been transported to this world, though he knew everything, he had only a few friends. Maintaining good relations with them was still important. Let's go take a walk. After completing the mission, my heart has been quite conflicted. Going out for a stroll will also help clear my mind. Ye Fei stood up and stretched. Yamamoto Kamikawa nodded, stood up, and followed him out the door onto the scenes of battle drifted away with the walk. Fei, are you planning to stay in the Umbu forever? Yamamoto Kamikawa turned his head to look at him. Ye Fei thought for a moment, then shook his head. Actually, I'm not sure either. At least for now, I'll probably stay in the Umbu. At my age, there's no other room for development. Besides, I feel pretty good in the Umbu. It's completely different from what I imagined before. Ye Fei recalled his time in the Umbu and said. Yamamoto Kamikawa nodded. Now he also had no direct. He was about to graduate, his grades weren't outstanding and his strength wasn't great. Where would he go after graduation? It's okay, everything will work out in the end. Maybe there will be a good direction then. Ye Fei saw his concern. Yamamoto Kamikawa nodded after hearing Ye Fei's words. The two of them watched the various passers-by on the street without speaking. In the world of Naruto, every child sets out on the path of life after graduating from school. It was equivalent to stepping into society. Thus the two walked aimlessly. Unconsciously, they arrived at the most peripheral area of Muyi village. There were very few people here. Most of the houses were empty, uninhabited. Unconsciously, we ended up walking here. Let's go back. This place is so desolate it feels uncomfortable. Yamamoto Kamikawa crossed his arms in front and looked around nervously. Keep your voice down, idiot. A very faint voice came out. Ye Fei was about to nod when he suddenly heard some sounds. Shoo! Listen, isn't there a sound? Ye Fei made a quiet gesture with his hand and whispered. Yamamoto Kamikawa pricked up his ears, nervously listened carefully, then shook his head. I didn't hear any sound. Could it be that you misheard? Could it be a sequela from the mission? Yamamoto Kamikawa looked at Ye Fei with great doubt. Ye Fei shook his head, confidently certain that he hadn't misheard. Keep your voice down. Even though there's no one here, it's better to be careful. It's okay, this place is usually deserted. We won't be found. Ye Fei heard some voices louder than before. Fei! At that moment, Yamamoto Kamikawa also heard the voices around them. He immediately turned to look at Ye Fei. There's definitely something going on here. Let's observe. Ye Fei immediately became alert. After the mission, Ye Fei had changed a lot, becoming more observant than before. He didn't panic when encountering such a situation. In contrast, Yamamoto Kamikawa seemed somewhat flustered. Ye Fei listened carefully to the source of the sound, and confirmed it came from the dilapidated house ahead. It's up ahead. Follow me and see what's going on. Ye Fei drew his weapon and whispered to him. Yamamoto Kamikawa originally wanted to stop Ye Fei, but seeing his expression, he mustered up his courage and slowly followed. The two carefully approached the source of the sound. This house had been abandoned for a long time. It was dilapidated and the doors and windows had long disappeared without a trace. Having sounds coming from this place was indeed suspicious. In a dilapidated room, 3 burly men stripped to the waist surrounded a frail girl. The girl was already unconscious, completely unaware of what she was about to experience. Moreover, the girl's hands and feet were bound with ropes and her mouth was sealed with tape. Ye Fei slowly moved his head close to the window and peered inside. After confirming the number of people inside, he withdrew. What's the situation? Shanben Shangchuan asked in a trembling whisper, gripping a kunai tightly in both hands. Ye Fei looked at Shanben Shangchuan's reaction and gently patted his shoulder. It's okay, I'm here, don't worry. There are 3 men surrounding a girl inside. It seems they're up to something perverse. Ye Fei whispered in Shanben Shangchuan's ear. Shanben Shangchuan, being an innocent child, immediately thought of bullying. Moreover, the victim was merely a frail girl, and his anger burst forth instantly. Ye Fei quickly pressed down on his shoulder. Relax, I told you I'm here. Ye Fei whispered to him. Shanben Shangchuan met Ye Fei's gaze, calmed his anger and nodded. Seeing that he had calmed down, Ye Fei slowly turned and moved to the window. Through the window, he began observing the situation inside once more. The situation inside was relatively safe for now. Boss, won't we be discovered here? What if this little girl wakes up? A man with big buck teeth muttered softly. You idiot! Who would come to this godforsaken place? Don't worry, she's definitely not going to wake up. I've upped the dosage of the drug. It'll be at least a few dozen minutes before she comes to. A fat, big-eared man said lecherously. Upon hearing his words, the other 2 seemed to have taken a reassurance. The 3 greasy, middle-aged men all fixed their gaze on the girl in the middle, their tongues licking back and forth incessantly, as if they were about to start a feast. Ye Fei observed everything from outside the window and overheard their conversation. Damn it, these beasts! How dare they treat a defenseless girl like this? This is absolutely unacceptable. For justice, let me step in and help. Ye Fei suddenly felt like a superhero. Just from his observation, he sensed that these 3 men were not very strong. They weren't even ninjas. Just then, the buck-toothed man started rubbing his hands together, ready to strip the girl's clothes. Stop! Keep your filthy hands off her! Ye Fei suddenly leaped in through the window and shouted at them. The 3 men were startled and a shiver ran from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. Who's there? The fat, big-eared man instantly drew a knife and spun around. Though large in build, he was still quite agile. When the 3 of them saw that it was just a child, they instantly broke into grins. Who did I think it was? Just a reckless brat. The fat, big-eared man grinned at Ye Fei while waving the knife in his hand. Ye Fei particularly despised people who looked down on others, especially these perverted ones. Seriously, why do I always run into arrogant people like this? They have no real strength but insist on pretending to be formidable. Ye Fei looked at the 3 greasy, middle-aged men and extended his weapon forward. I advise you to stop now or it'll make you regret it. Ha ha ha. The 3 of them burst into laughter, never expecting a mere child to say such a thing. And spoken in the face of 3 grown men. The boisterous laughter of the 3 men instantly startled the girl awake. Through half-closed eyes, she took in her current predicament. She tried to move but found her hands and legs bound tightly, unable to budge an inch. Her mouth was sealed with tape, preventing any sound from escaping. Yet the most devastating blow was the complete lack of strength in her body. A lingering effect of the anesthetic. Since that's the case, I'll have no choice but to show you what I'm capable of. Ye Fei withdrew his weapon and gazed at them as he spoke. Upon hearing his voice, the girl squinted and saw a blurry silhouette. In her eyes, a radiant light seemed to emanate from behind Ye Fei. The light was indeed real. Merely the sunlight streaming into the dim room, casting its glow upon his back. The 3 middle-aged men had no intention of letting Ye Fei continue to disrupt their plans. They lined up in a row, all facing him, each pulling a machete from behind their backs. It seemed they had come prepared. You're truly seeking death. I wonder if you're really unafraid of dying. Ye Fei spoke with a grin as he looked at them. The buck-toothed man suddenly charged forward, brandishing his machete. Ye Fei showed no mercy, bending low to dodge, and landing a heavy punch to his stomach. Spittle flew from the buck-toothed man's mouth as his face contorted in pain, then his entire body flew backward. With a crash, the wall behind him was smashed into a large hole by his impact. So you're not ninjas after all, and yet you dare to do such things. Ha! Ye Fei straightened his back and addressed the remaining 2. The previous move left the other 2 utterly dumbfounded. Don't stare. He won't die, but he definitely won't be getting out of bed anytime soon. Ye Fei looked at them lazily. Yamamoto Kamikawa, watching from outside the window, had witnessed the entire scene. He sensed that Ye Fei's strength had grown even greater than before. The remaining two men, realizing the situation was dire, swiftly pulled smoke grenades from their waists. Bang, bang. A wise man knows when to retreat. Two soft explosions rang out, and a cloud of smoke instantly billowed, filling the entire room. Crack. Immediately after came the sound of a door breaking. Cough. Cough. Flee. Not a chance. Ye Fei reacted instantly, dashing out of the room. Yamamoto, go inside and take care of the girl. I'll chase them. As soon as he burst out of the room, Ye Fei's first order was for Yamamoto Kamikawa to enter. Upon receiving the command, Yamamoto Kamikawa immediately entered the room. Once the smoke cleared, he approached the girl, ready to untie her bound hands and legs. The girl, sensing someone approaching, instinctively shifted her body. Don't worry, we're here to rescue you. Yamamoto Kamikawa, seeing her reaction, quickly waved his hands in explanation. The girl hesitated for a moment but eventually chose to trust the young man before her. After charging out, Ye Fei immediately began searching for the two men. Catching a faint trace, he instantly quickened his pace and followed. In the span of 2 breaths, Ye Fei found them in a forest grove. He teleported behind them and kicked them both to the ground. Run, why don't you keep running? Ye Fei stepped on the back of the fat, big-eared man and snarled. Young hero, please let us go. We know we were wrong. We'll never do it again. Having witnessed Ye Fei's prowess, they no longer dared to be arrogant. The other man, thin as a rail, nodded frantically. Ye Fei looked at their disheveled, pathetic state and chuckled. Let you go. It's not that easy. A brilliant idea suddenly struck Ye Fei. In a flash, he knocked them unconscious and dragged them back. How about this girl? Ye Fei dragged the two middle-aged men back into the shabby little room. It's fine, probably because she's too weak. She fainted again just now. Nothing serious. Yamamoto Kamikawa stood up, then looked at Ye Fei and said. Ye Fei nodded as he looked at the unharmed girl. To do such a thing in broad daylight is worse than a beast. I just thought of a way to punish them. Ye Fei looked at the two men he had just knocked out and the unconscious man in the corner. He had originally planned to teach them a lesson and let them go. But then he thought this couldn't be their first time. He had to make them pay. Fei, what are you going to do with them? Are you going to hand them over to the police? Yamamoto Kamikawa looked at the 3 men and asked curiously. Ye Fei shook his head. Doing that would only lock them up for a few days. It won't teach them a lesson. I have a brilliant idea, Ye Fei said with a grin. Seeing that smile, Yamamoto Kamikawa instantly felt that things were about to get. After cleaning up the place, Ye Fei quickly moved the 3 unconscious men to the street. Yamamoto Kamikawa carried the girl and came to Ye Fei's side. Ye Fei immediately stripped the 3 men, completely leaving only their underwear. Seeing this scene, Yamamoto Kamikawa quickly turned his head away. After disposing of their clothes, he found an open area and tied them all to a large tree. You like this, don't you? Today let you taste what it's like to be seen by others. Ye Fei tightened the rope. He clapped his hands, stood at a distance, and smiled at his handiwork. Then he took out a pen and a piece of paper from his backpack. He wrote on it, "We are sinners, we deserve it. Let the law punish us." He picked up the note, looked at it, and nodded in satisfaction. It's done. The rest is up to fate. Ye Fei hung the note around their necks. 3 middle-aged overweight men, naked, bound to a large tree. When they woke up, they would surely feel terrible. But so what? They deserved it. Yamamoto Kamikawa placed the girl nearby and walked over. Fei, your method is absolutely brilliant. It will definitely make them lose face, and most importantly, their dignity will be completely shattered. Thinking of their crimes, Yamamoto Kamikawa instantly felt anger. This kind of punishment was indeed a good way to teach them a lesson. When someone came by, they would see everything that had happened here. They would surely inform the police. Alright, let's get out of here quickly. Take that girl to the hospital to see if she's okay. Ye Fei turned around and patted Yamamoto Kamikawa on the shoulder. They took the girl to the hospital together and began treatment. Fortunately, the drug she inhaled had no fate. Worried, Ye Fei and Yamamoto Kamikawa waited in the ward for a long time. Meanwhile, the 3 men were surrounded by many people. They were awakened by the noise. Seeing their situation, they wished they could crawl into a hole. Someone among the onlookers had already informed the police, and soon the 3 naked middle-aged men were taken away. What awaited them next was the judgment of the law. I never expected to encounter such a thing while taking a walk today, but I have to say it truly made me happy. Another good deed done to help others. Just thinking about it fills my heart with sweetness. Ye Fei sat on a chair in the hospital room, gazing at the unconscious girl lying on the bed. Shanben Shangchuan had just felt a bit hungry, and went downstairs to buy some food. This was also Ye Fei's first time doing something to punish evil and uphold justice. Overall, the feeling was quite pleasant. Ye Fei turned his head to look at the sky outside the window. What happened today was indeed very interesting, and helping others also brought him joy. Time passed slowly. The girl gradually regained consciousness from her coma. Seeing herself lying in a room that was entirely white, she felt very bewildered. The events that had happened before instantly came back to her mind. Where is this? The girl slowly sat up with great difficulty and whispered softly. Ye Fei immediately smiled when he saw the girl wake up, then walked over to her. Don't worry, you're in the hospital. It was us who rescued you just now. Don't worry, you're fine now. Just rest for a while and you'll be back. Ye Fei looked at the girl and said with a smile. The girl looked at Ye Fei somewhat surprised and nodded, but after observing Ye Fei for a moment, she instantly recognized that the young man before her was the one who had appeared in front of her earlier. Are you that person? The one glowing with radiance? The girl looked at Ye Fei and said with immense joy. Now ignoring the discomfort in her body, she was completely delighted. Ye Fei was stunned by her words. Radiance. He immediately lowered his head to check his clothes, but found no other colors on them. This left Ye Fei completely confused, as he himself didn't know the situation at that time. The girl slowly sat up straight and began to introduce herself while looking at Ye Fei. Hello, let me introduce myself properly. My name is Chaoben Mumu. Nice to meet you, and thank you very much for saving me. Mumu looked at Ye Fei with an innocent and radiant smile. Ye Fei stared at the girl before him, frozen in place. Hello, Ye Fei. You're welcome. After coming to his senses, Ye Fei stammered a few words, not knowing what to say. Mumu's eyes were very bright and sparkling, and she had long glossy black hair. The clothes she wore were relatively aristocratic in style. If it weren't for you today, I would have met with misfortune. Still, thank you so much. Mumu looked at Ye Fei with a beaming smile. Now in her eyes there was only Ye Fei. Everything else was automatically filtered out. Ye Fei was truly at a loss now, scratched his head and found a place to sit down. At this moment Ye Fei was approaching a girl for the first time, and really didn't know what to do, but he couldn't help secretly stealing a glance. Mumu saw Ye Fei looking at her, narrowed her eyes and laughed again. Ye Fei instantly turned his head away, and at that moment his face flushed red, and his hands kept rubbing his clothes. Mumu looked at Ye Fei, couldn't help but laugh. Shanben Shangchuan suddenly pushed the door open and walked in. Seeing that the girl had awakened, he was also very happy. After all, they had rescued her together, although Shanben Shangchuan hadn't helped much. You're awake. That's wonderful. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Yamamoto Kamikawa. Together with Ye Fei we rescued you. Yamamoto Kamikawa's thoughts were utterly pure, with no trace of any strange notions. Conversing with this girl came naturally to him. Hello, I'm Hashimoto Mumu. You can call me Mumu from now on. I'm truly grateful that you saved me. Mumu looked at the young man who had suddenly appeared in the hospital room, taken somewhat aback. But soon the two of them were engaged in a lengthy conversation. Yamamoto Kamikawa was a remarkably gregarious person, capable of hitting it off with anyone. Ye Fei watched the two of them, feeling a twinge of inadequacy. A man of 30 plus ought not to be outdone by a child. It's so strange. I just can't wrap my head around it. Ye Fei rested his head in his hands, gazing out the window, silently pondering. The truth was, it was Ye Fei's own fault. For 30 years he had remained single, never even held a girl's hand, let alone dated, and had never spoken more than 3 sentences to a woman. Ye Fei, come have something to eat. I bought plenty. Now that Mumu is awake, she must be famished. Let's eat together. Yamamoto Kamikawa set up a table and laid out all the food he had bought. Mumu's eyes flickered to the dishes, and she instinctively licked her lips. Thank you. Then I'll dig in. I'm absolutely starving. Mumu said politely to the— Before they could respond, Mumu had already begun eating. Ye Fei and Yamamoto Kamikawa exchanged awkward smiles. They hadn't expected this girl to be so at ease. Though they were her saviors, she had now taken the lead. Ye Fei finished the meal in a somewhat awkward atmosphere. Though his hunger was sated, the process of eating had been rather difficult. The doctor came to examine Mumu and found that she was basically fine. She just needed to rest at home for a while to recover. With the doctor's permission, they went through the discharge procedures. I'm truly grateful to you both today. Not only did you save me, but you also treated me to a meal. I'll remember this for a lifetime. When the chance arises, I'll treat you to dinner. Ye Fei Yamamoto, I will always hold your life-saving grace in my heart. Mumu stopped walking on the street, turned around and said with a smile. Ye Fei disliked being called by that name, but at this moment he couldn't bring himself to object. In contrast, Yamamoto Kamikawa nodded with great delight. The reason for his joy was that he had gained another friend. We must have another meal together whenever we get the chance. Do you need us to escort you home? Yamamoto Kamikawa pointed at the sky, which was gradually darkening. Mumu shook her head and pointed ahead. It's fine, thank you. My home is just ahead. I can walk back on my own. Besides, there are plenty of people on the street, so nothing will happen. Mumu said with a smile. Ye Fei glanced at the pedestrians on the street and nodded affirmatively. Then let's part ways. See you another time. With that, he directly pulled Yamamoto Kamikawa and headed in the opposite direction. Goodbye. I'm sure we'll meet again soon. Yamamoto Kamikawa was being dragged away by Ye Fei already far off, but he still shouted loudly. Mumu watched the two receding figures and smiled faintly. These two were truly amusing. After parting with Ye Fei finally released Yamamoto Kamikawa. Ah Fei, you look a bit off. Yamamoto Kamikawa came beside Ye Fei and said with a smile. Ye Fei shook his head. It's nothing. Actually, I can tell there's something wrong with you. Oh, then tell me what it is. Ye Fei turned his head and looked at him with great curiosity. Yamamoto Kamikawa smiled, glanced around and leaned close to Ye Fei's ear. You have a disease. Difficulty talking to girls? After hearing this, Ye Fei snickered coldly. He reached out and slapped Yamamoto Kamikawa on the back. I do have a problem, but I also see someone who's itching for a beating. Want me to cure you? Ye Fei clenched his fist and stared at Yamamoto Kamikawa. Sensing the danger, Yamamoto Kamikawa instantly quickened his pace. No thanks, but I could teach you a trick or two. Ha! Great, then come here. And so the two of them chased each other playfully down the street. After the frolic, they parted ways, and Ye Fei slowly made his way home. Glancing at the cold and empty house, he let out a sigh. Such a large dwelling, yet he lived alone. Still, at times it felt hollow and lonely. But what could be done about it? Ye Fei took off his shoes, climbed onto the bed, and lay down. Sigh. Yamamoto was right. I really do have trouble communicating with women. It's not like I wanted to be single for over 30 years. Ye Fei turned over and lay face down on the bed, his heart filled with turmoil. Chaoban Mumu gave Ye Fei a warm feeling. Every time he saw her, he felt incredibly at ease. Yet when he wanted to talk to her, he grew nervous and didn't know what to say. Such a wonderful girl, he didn't want to miss her. He had no experience at all. If he wanted to speak normally with a girl, he would have to seek advice from a senior. That Yamamoto kid, though not strong in combat, really has a way with girls. Today in the ward, the two of them chatted very happily. Ye Fei poked his head out and murmured softly. Whoosh! Just as he was lost in thought, he suddenly heard a noise in the yard. Who's there? On high alert, Ye Fei instantly drew his weapon and cautiously probed. Xiong Mao, the captain summons you. A woman's voice came from outside the house. Recognizing the voice, Ye Fei knew it was Hua Shi looking for him. All right, I'll be right there, he replied. After receiving his response, Hua Shi disappeared into the darkness. Didn't expect a mission at this. Looks like I won't get a good rest tonight. Ye Fei quickly changed into his umbu uniform, grabbed his weapon, and vanished into the shadow. Missions were always random. In the umbu, one had to be ready to deploy at any moment. Umbu headquarters. Apologies for gathering everyone so late. A last-minute mission came in, and the situation is urgent, so this was the only way. Yan Wang stood before them and addressed the group. This mission is a prank, relatively simple. We need to escort a girl safely to the front lines. This girl is crucial to our battle. No mistakes are allowed. There may be enemies intercepting along the way. We must deliver her safely. Yan Wang reviewed the mission brief. Understood. The group responded in unison. Then let's move out. Time is tight. Yan Wang put away the brief, nodded, and dashed out ahead. Ye Fei and the others followed closely. Who are we escorting, and how could it affect the battle? On the way, Ye Fei was curious, but umbu rules dictated that one could only know the mission, nothing else. Outside a wealthy residence in my village, a girl in a cloak stood with a middle-aged woman beside her. On his way over, Ye Fei found it rather peculiar. He felt as if he had been to this very place before. The squad was fully assembled. Yan Wang stepped forward to converse. Ye Fei and the others stood in neat formation in the shadows, awaiting orders. After a few breaths, Yan Wang finished his briefing and led the girl to their front. The girl raised her head curiously, observing the umbu ninjas before her. They all wore masks, so she could not discern their true appearances. It's her. Through his mask, Ye Fei instantly recognized the girl before him. She was none other than Chaoban Mumu, whom he had saved earlier today. Before he could ponder the reason further, Yan Wang interrupted him. Move out. The squad nodded and their escort mission began. Due to Mumu's limited strength, they could not run at a faster pace and had to proceed slowly. They were still within my village, so there was no danger yet. But once they left my village, they would face attacks from all directions. At the outskirts of my village. We must be cautious from now on. Many enemies are surely waiting for us. Stay vigilant at all costs. Yan Wang halted and turned around to speak. Understood. Ye Fei knew that this mission required constant alertness. He could never let his guard down. Most importantly, he knew Mumu personally, and he could not allow her to suffer any harm. Whether for the sake of the mission or his own personal feelings. He had to ensure her safety. Moonlight illuminated the earth, yet some corners remained shrouded in darkness. They had to keep a close watch on those areas, as enemies could spring out at any moment. Xiong Mao, stay behind with her. The rest of you follow me up front. Yan Wang turned and issued the order in a low voice. Yes. Ye Fei acknowledged and led Mumu to the rear of the formation. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Shortly after leaving a rustling sound came from the leaves. When the noise ceased, 5 enemies emerged all around Chunin level. We have contact. Lao Mao Hei Bao Man Yo charge with me. Huashi stay put and keep watch. Xiong Mao protect the target. Yan Wang reacted instantly, assigning tasks to each member. The squad nodded. Yan Wang and the other 3 dashed forward, engaging the enemy in fierce combat. The sounds of battle echoed. Ye Fei drew his weapon and surveyed the surroundings. It was still safe. Mumu, having never experienced such a scene, trembled in fear and clutched at Ye Fei's sleeve. It's alright, don't worry. Ye Fei turned to look at Mumu and whispered soothingly. Moments later, the enemies were all eliminated. The squad resumed their journey, advancing forward. The mission itself was simple, merely time-consuming. The number of enemies was unknown, and they had to remain vigilant every moment. Ye Fei noticed Mumu shivering and poked her waist. What's wrong? Mumu turned to look at. Rest assured. We will protect you, so please be at ease. Ye Fei comforted the helpless Mumu. Mumu paused for a moment, then nodded. She had some understanding of the Umbu. No one without exceptional abilities could enter its ranks, especially not a child so young. He must possess outstanding qualities. Time was pressing, so they quickened their pace. However, after a while, Mumu's stamina gradually waned. Captain, let's take a break. She seems to have reached her limit. Ye Fei looked at the panting Mumu and requested permission from the captain. Yan Wang glanced at Mumu's condition and nodded. Rest here for 10 minutes. Lao Mao, keep watch with me. The entire squad sat down on the ground and began to rest. Ye Fei took a water flask from his backpack and handed it to Mumu. Have a drink, he said. It's very safe now. We'll set off again once we've rested. Ye Fei sat beside Mumu and spoke softly. Mumu hesitated for a moment, then nodded, took the flask and drank heartily. Huashi watched them, tilting her head and smiling. Such a scene was indeed rare. Yan Wang gazed ahead, then consulted the map, realizing that at their current pace it would take over 2 hours to reach the destination. Although this mission had no time limit, Yan Wang still wished to hasten, for the longer the delay, the more perilous the front lines became. Ye Fei sat on the ground, still curious about how a girl like her could contribute to battle. Since everyone was present, he couldn't ask. He would have to wait for an opportunity. Rested enough. We need to quicken our pace now. The longer we take, the worse it is for us. We don't know how many enemies are still on their way. Yan Wang approached them, weapon in hand. Everyone nodded and rose to their feet. Are you okay? Ye Fei asked Mumu. She nodded. They maintained the same formation, Ye Fei and Mumu at the rear, Huashi ahead, and Yan Wang with the others at the front. This time their pace was relatively faster, and there were no enemies to obstruct them. It's going smoothly. At this speed, we'll be there in less than an hour. Yan Wang scanned the surroundings as he looked ahead. Ye Fei led Mumu at the tail of the group, occasionally glancing back at her. Time passed quickly, and soon they had covered more than half the journey. They stopped by a small stream to rest and replenish their water. Ye Fei and Huashi went to the water source to collect water. Little panda brother, are you interested in that girl? Huashi poked Ye Fei's waist and said with a grin. Ye Fei shuddered. How? How could that be? We just met. How could I have such thoughts? Ye Fei stammered so badly he could barely speak. Huashi, seeing his reaction, became even more certain. Oh, is that really so? Want big sister to teach you a thing or two? Huashi put down her flask and began tickling Ye Fei. Startled, Ye Fei lost his grip on the flask and it fell to the ground. Senior, please stop. Ye Fei broke free, instantly picked up the flask and ran back. Still just a kid after all, Huashi murmured. But really amusing. Huashi watched Ye Fei's retreating figure with a sly smile. After returning, Ye Fei let out a sigh of relief. That woman is terrifying. Is this what happens with experience? Ye Fei thought with a sigh. He shook his head, went to Mumu's side, and gave her the water he had just fetched. Thank you, Mumu said with a smile as she took the flask. Ye Fei was taken aback for a moment, then quickly left to distribute the other flasks to the rest. This was their final rest. Once they set off again, they would push straight to the front lines. Enemies, prepare for battle. Yan Wang suddenly sensed killing intent, swiftly drew his weapon and stared ahead. Ye Fei immediately moved to Mumu's side, gripping his weapon tightly as he scanned the surroundings. In an instant, over 20 enemies emerged around them, all of considerable strength, at least Chunin level. Looks like a tough fight is coming. So this is where they were lying in wait. Ye Fei muttered under his breath as he watched the enemies step forward. All the enemies held weapons, their eyes fixed intently on Ye Fei and his group. Same as before, Yan Wang commanded loudly. Everyone swiftly dispersed and charged toward the enemies. In an instant, the battle erupted. Ye Fei tightly grasped Mumu's wrist, not letting her leave his side. All 20+ enemies were held in check by Yan Wang and the others. A situation Ye Fei had not anticipated. Yan Wang and his team had never revealed their true strength before. Moo hid behind Ye Fei, clutching his clothes with her other hand, afraid he might leave her. It seems this is their ambush main force, and there are quite a lot of them. If we keep dragging on like this, it will definitely be to our disadvantage. Ye Fei observed his surroundings with extreme caution. If he stumbled here, death would be the only welcome awaiting them. At this moment he had to think of some way out. No matter what happens later, you must stay close to me. Don't worry, with us here nothing will happen to you. Ye Fei turned his head and whispered to Moo behind him. Moo nodded slightly. At this moment she had to trust these few people. Xiongmao, find a way to break free. We must get the target to the front line as soon as possible. Well, hold them off here. Yan Wang shouted loudly to Ye Fei behind him during the battle. Ye Fei nodded. His surroundings were still quite safe. It was also very easy to break away. Let's go. Ye Fei pulled Moo and started running forward. Quick, follow them. Don't let them escape. One of the enemies shouted loudly, as soon as he noticed Ye Fei pulling Moo away. 3 or 4 men immediately turned around and ran toward Ye Fei's direction, but were intercepted by others. Where do you think you're going? Let me play with you a little. Lao Mao appeared in front of them in an instant, swinging his weapon. The few enemies exchanged glances and then launched their attack. The clashing sounds of weapons rang out once more, sparks flying in all directions. The originally dark forest was now illuminated by the sparks from the weapon collisions. At this speed we can definitely escape. Hang in there. Well, rest a little once we're safe. Ye Fei spoke to Moo behind him while running. Moo nodded, and so Ye Fei successfully escaped the battlefield. Meanwhile, Yan Wang and his team were also doing well, given that each of them possessed formidable strength. Dealing with these enemies was more than enough. After running for about half an hour, Moo's stamina finally gave out. She crouched on the spot, panting heavily. Seeing her condition, Ye Fei immediately surveyed the surroundings, and after confirming safety, came to her side. This place is very safe. Let's rest here for a while. Have some water. And wait for the others. Ye Fei looked at Moo and took out the water flask. Moo sat on the ground and began drinking water in big gulps. Ye Fei stood by, constantly observing their surroundings to guard against any unexpected situation. I don't even know your name. Although I know the rules of the Shadow Division, I still really want to know your name and your face. Moo looked up at Ye Fei and spoke softly. Ye Fei looked at Moo in surprise, then gently shook his head. After receiving the denial, Moo lowered her head in disappointment. After a moment she lifted her head again and smiled at him. Actually, from the moment I heard your voice I felt and I believe you recognized me too. If I'm not mistaken, you must be. Moo said with a smile. Ye Fei heard what she had just said and shook his head helplessly. Option A, take off the mask and face Moo with your true appearance. Completion reward, water escape, missed, concealment modified. Option B, keep the mask on and say we don't know each other. Completion reward, random attribute 1. The options appeared. Ye Fei looked at them and chose A without a second thought. He was very certain that the girl before him was not lying. Since he had known her, he had always considered her a very smart girl. Moreover, what happened today made Ye Fei believe that Moo was no ordinary girl. After checking the surroundings and confirming no one was around, he sat down beside her. After hesitating for a moment, he slowly took off his mask. I was not mistaken. It really is Ye Fei. Moo exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Ye Fei remove his mask. Ye Fei instantly realized that Moo had just been bluffing him. I didn't expect you, a little girl, to resort to deception. Truly, one must never take others' words at face value. Alas! Ye Fei shook his head with a hint of resignation. Although he felt rather helpless, he was still immensely delighted. After all, she now knew that it was he who had been escorting her. Ding, mission complete. Rewards are being integrated. Alright, don't be angry. I truly never expected that you would save me twice today. Besides, there is still a long journey ahead. I might need your protection again. Moo turned her head and looked at Ye Fei with radiant joy. The moment Ye Fei saw her smile, his heart melted. Sensing the warmth rising to his face, he immediately put the mask back on. It's nothing, you're welcome. This is after all my mission. Protecting you is my duty. But please do not reveal my true identity. You know the rules of the Dark Division. Ye Fei said in a low voice. Moo nodded happily. Rest assured, I will keep this secret. This will be our little secret. The two exchanged a knowing smile. By the way, I'm quite curious. Why did they send you to the front lines, a place so perilous? If it's not convenient to tell me, then forget it. Ye Fei, suddenly recalling a question that had long puzzled him, asked in a hushed tone. Moo thought for a moment, then nodded. Actually, there's nothing unspeakable about it. I can summon a creature with extraordinary regenerative abilities. That is why I must go to the front lines. Moo looked at Ye Fei as she confided her secret. After hearing this, Ye Fei understood the situation. At that moment he felt immense admiration for the girl before him. The front lines were incredibly dangerous, not a place anyone dared to venture. Such a simple act of courage made Ye Fei regard her with newfound respect. After a brief rest the group assembled once more. Time is pressing. We must set off immediately. The remaining distance should not be far. Yan Wang, having caught up to them, gazed ahead. Ye Fei nodded and they resumed their journey to the front lines. They traveled without rest, arriving at their destination in one go. Upon arrival everyone entered a small tent. They saw many wounded ninjas inside. Nearly all of them were groaning in agony. I never imagined the real battlefield could be so horrifying. This is only the infirmary. The true battlefield is still ahead. Perhaps there we will see even more of those scenes from before. At the thought Ye Fei's stomach began to churn. Though some time had passed, every recollection of those images provoked a violent reaction. After Moo and Yan Wang exchanged a few words with the doctors here, the treatment began. Moo removed her cloak and began to summon a creature. A moment later she placed her hands on the ground. Bang! A puff of white smoke dispersed, revealing many snail-like creatures. But their size was far larger than ordinary snails. So this is the creature she mentioned. Ye Fei thought to himself as he gazed at the largest snails. The summoned snails were placed on the patients' bodies by the doctors. In just a dozen seconds all the wounds on the patients were restored to their original state. Such formidable regenerative power was something Ye Fei had witnessed for the first time. It's truly formidable. I've never seen such powerful regenerative ability before. But I wonder if these things will cause any harm to Moo. Ye Fei looked up at Moo before him, deeply worried. At this moment Moo was completely fine, as energetic as ever. Moo turned her head to look at Ye Fei, then gently blinked. With a single glance Ye Fei understood that she was perfectly all right. No need to worry at all. Yan Wang, after confirming the mission was completed, turned around and gathered Ye Fei and the others. As you can see, the mission is now complete. But there are still some things we need to do. We must safely escort the target back home. Yan Wang spoke to them in a low voice. Ye Fei and the others nodded. This meant they would have to stay here for a while. They had no idea how long exactly. Find a place to rest properly. You can get some sleep if you need. Yan Wang looked around and said to them. Everyone dispersed, found a comfortable spot, and began to rest. They were already exhausted, and then suddenly they had to carry out an urgent mission. Now their bodies were utterly. Ye Fei sat down under a large tree. So tired. But this trip was definitely worth it. Not only did I gain a new ninjutsu, but I also got to talk with her. Ye Fei leaned against the tree thinking. Now just the thought of Muu's face filled him with joy. A man in his 30s had experienced the feeling of liking someone. This feeling brought him nothing but happiness. Mist concealment. Could it be creating some mist to hide oneself? He'll need to find a chance to test it. Most importantly, it's actually a modified. Ye Fei understood that any ninjutsu with the word modified was extraordinary and extremely powerful. But to confirm it he would have to experiment. There was no opportunity now. He could only test it. Ye Fei looked at the many tents ahead, his expression turning indifferent once more. This place was very close to the front line. If he listened carefully he could even hear sounds of fighting. This was the closest he had ever been to a real battlefield. Turning his head to look into the distance, his mind once again recalled the events of the mission. That bloody scene was still hard for him to accept. Having experienced life and death, Ye Fei was different from before. He became extremely cautious in everything, and no matter what happened he faced it with calm. It seems the battlefield can change a person too. Ye Fei sighed and shook his head. Time passed minute by minute, and the sun slowly rose from the other side of the mountain, illuminating the entire land. Feeling the sunlight, Ye Fei slowly opened his eyes. He had fallen asleep unconsciously from It's dawn. I wonder when we can leave this place. Ye Fei stood up and stretched. At this moment the medical area was very quiet, with no more cries of pain. Ye Fei understood that this was all thanks to Moo. The creatures she summoned had incredible regenerative abilities. It was indeed a great help to the current situation. After a simple stretch he walked outside the tent. Stepping inside he found Moo already asleep in a chair. She must be exhausted. It seems those creatures demand a great deal of her stamina. Ye Fei found a small blanket and gently covered her with it. Moo slowly turned her head, revealing her angelic face. Ye Fei sat beside her, gazing at her countenance. Countless thoughts surged through his mind. Cute, beautiful, pretty. These words flickered endlessly in his mind. Never before had a girl truly entered his heart. Although they had only known each other for a short time, Ye Fei was already captivated by her. She is truly too beautiful. But bringing such a young girl to the battlefield is indeed a bit out of line. Ye Fei let out a gentle chuckle. Only now did she understand why those things had happened when they met earlier. Any man would surely be enchanted upon seeing her appearance. It was inevitable that such things would happen. Don't worry, from now on I will never let you suffer any harm. Ye Fei looked at Moo and said in a very soft voice. Moo slowly raised her body, then opened her eyes and looked at Ye Fei before her. Ye Fei was instantly startled, sitting frozen in panic, afraid to move. Moo. You're awake. Ye Fei stammered out these words. Moo nodded with a smile. Actually, I woke up long ago and I know it was you who covered me with the blanket. After hearing these words, Ye Fei was clearly a bit unsettled. Then what I just said? Ye Fei carefully probed. I heard everything. It seems you'll have to take responsibility for me from now on. He. Moo rubbed her eyes and said mischievously. Gulp. Ye Fei swallowed hard. Such a situation was also his first experience and he had no idea what to say. Seeing that Ye Fei hadn't spoken for a while, Moo smiled. Don't worry, I just simply want you to be responsible for my personal safety. Is that acceptable? Moo brought her face to within 2 centimeters of Ye Fei's mask. Through the eye holes of the mask she looked at him. I will be responsible for the words I said. I will take care of your safety. Ye Fei immediately turned his head to look aside. This was his first time being so close to a girl. His heart raced and his face flushed. At that moment Moo suddenly heard Ye Fei's heartbeat and smiled. In that case, from now on you'll have to be inseparable from me. Otherwise, how can you guarantee my safety? Moo looked at Ye Fei, stood up and went to his ear, saying with a smile. After speaking, she immediately turned around and skipped out of the tent. Only then did Ye Fei realize that he had been tricked again. But his anger quickly faded, replaced by joy. To be precise, he was extremely happy. This way the time he could spend with Moo increased greatly. Ye Fei quickly stood up and chased after her outside. Watching Moo's figure in the breeze, he was once again captivated. So beautiful. Ye Fei looked at Moo's back and flowing hair, thinking to himself. The image of the two chasing and playing under the sunset filled his mind. It seems after returning this time I must seek someone's advice on this matter. If I remain passive like this, it would be really terrible. Ye Fei shook his head and returned to reality. If he wanted to seek advice on this experience, there were only 2 people to choose from. Shanben Shangchuan, a very naive young man but always calm when talking to girls. Huaxi, a very charming woman, but her attitude toward Ye Fei was somewhat overstepping, and Ye Fei always felt that Huaxi had ulterior motives toward him. Between the 2, Ye Fei naturally chose the former. Bad news, enemies are charging. Someone shouted at that moment. Upon hearing the enemy's appearance, Yan Wang and his team immediately gathered together. Ye Fei also took Moo into the tent at the first opportunity. Hide here and don't make a sound. Don't come out. This is for your self-defense. Ye Fei took a short blade from his backpack and handed it to her. As he stood up to leave, he suddenly found his clothes grabbed by Moo. It's okay, rest assured, I will never let anything happen to you. This is what I promised you before. I will never break my word. Ye Fei looked at her and said with a smile. Moo nodded, released her grip on his clothes, and tightened her hold on the weapon. Ye Fei quickly rushed out of the tent and came outside. At this moment Yan Wang and his team had already begun engaging the enemies. Where did these enemies come from? Ye Fei immediately locked onto an enemy and instantly dashed toward him. He drew his weapon and swiftly slashed the enemy's throat. The entire process took only 2 seconds. Everyone be careful. The number of enemies is not large, but they are all surrounding us from behind. Yan Wang finished off the enemy in front of him, and then shouted to Ye Fei and the others. Everyone nodded and began to quickly take down the few enemies in front. Good heavens, they are so weak, yet they dare to ambush us. Ye Fei punched an enemy, flying quickly stepped forward to finish him off. When he stood up to survey the surroundings, he found himself surrounded by a dozen enemies. Facing the numerous enemies, Ye Fei showed no panic. His hands instantly formed seals. Inhale, exhale. A large cloud of thick smoke burst from Ye Fei's mouth, immediately enveloping him and the enemies. In such thick smoke nothing could be seen clearly. Even the teammates close at hand could not be discerned. Such dense fog, it's like you can't see your hand in front of your face. Just as Ye Fei was wondering how to find the enemies, he suddenly saw several outlined silhouettes of bodies. After a moment of surprise, he realized these were the positions of the enemies. Moreover, those silhouettes were moving cautiously. So this is what a cheat is like. It's just like Ye Fei nodded with a smile, drew his weapon, and charged toward the nearest enemy. Reaching the enemy, Ye Fei showed no mercy, slashing the throat with one stroke. The enemy didn't even have a chance to scream, falling directly to the ground and losing his life. Ye Fei looked up and smiled at the remaining figures. Flying Thunder God technique. He instantly vanished from the spot and eliminated all the enemies around him at the fastest speed. These enemies died without even knowing how they died. Even more, they didn't know how Ye Fei found them in the fog. All enemies were slain and the smoke dissipated accordingly. The smoke automatically disperses when there are no enemies inside. It's quite humane. Ye Fei smiled as he looked at the ground and trees reappearing in his field of vision. Yan Wang and the others had also almost finished off the remaining enemies. Only a few enemies fleeing in panic remained. Just as he was about to lift his foot to chase, Ye Fei grabbed him. "Captain, let me handle it," Ye Fei said quietly. Yan Wang nodded. After receiving permission, he stared intently at the fleeing enemies. Then he pulled out several kunai and threw them with force in an instant. Kayu, kayu, kayu. Several kunai chased the enemies like lightning, then struck home. As the kunai hit, the enemies fell to the ground. Ye Fei's feet stunned Yan Wang beside him. They were very far from those enemies. Even he himself could not guarantee 100% hit rate. It was even possible that the weapon would lose momentum halfway. But the young man before him had achieved it. "Well done." Yan Wang patted Ye Fei on the shoulder and said with great delight. Ye Fei nodded. Such maneuvers were merely his basic operations. The affirmation was within his expectations. After annihilating all the enemies, Ye Fei returned to the tent once more. Whoosh! The moment he stepped into the tent, a weapon sliced downward from above. "Moo Moo, it's me." Ye Fei instantly seized Moo Moo's wrist and whispered. Moo Moo opened her eyes upon hearing Ye Fei's voice and gazed at him. "I'm sorry, I didn't know it was you." She hastily dropped the weapon and apologized. Ye Fei smiled at her appearance. "It's alright, you didn't hurt me. Now everything is fine. The enemies have all been wiped out by us." He found a place to sit down. Moo Moo peered cautiously through the tent. After confirming there were no enemies, her anxious heart finally settled. The battlefield is truly terrifying. "I really want to go home soon." Moo Moo clenched her fists and murmured softly. Ye Fei felt a pang of deep sympathy for such a delicate girl. Moments later, Yan Wang led the others. "There's no danger now. Moreover, we've received orders from above. We can return home. Of course you can go home too." Yan Wang addressed Ye Fei and Moo Moo. "Really? That's wonderful." Upon hearing the news, Moo Moo burst into joyful laughter. Ye Fei sighed in relief, but suddenly he realized something startling. During the battle, he had felt no reaction whatsoever upon seeing the corpses. Perhaps it was due to habit, yet when he recalled the scene, the sensation returned. "Damn, seems I'm not quite used." Ye Fei shook his head helplessly. Yan Wang slowly approached him. "What's wrong?" Still, Ye Fei turned and recounted what had just happened to him in detail. Yan Wang listened thoughtfully and nodded. "It's fine, we all went through this. Having these reactions now is normal. You'll grow more accustomed to it as time goes on. And those reactions will eventually fade away." Yan Wang smiled and patted his shoulder. Ye Fei nodded, realizing that it would take time. No one is born knowing everything, or all skills are learned through practice. After tidying up the matters here, they set off for home once again. The mission was completed successfully with no casualties. The journey back was smooth with no enemies obstructing their path. Ye Fei and Moo Moo still walked at the rear. They exchanged a few words occasionally, but both were too exhausted for much conversation. Upon returning to Mai, they safely escorted Moo Moo home, and then reported to the Umbu. "Everyone take some time to rest. This trip was really exhausting. Even I can barely stand it. There won't be any other tasks for the next couple of days." Yan Wang addressed the group. They all nodded, then left the Umbu and returned to their respective homes. When Ye Fei got home, he didn't even change his clothes. He just took off his mask and collapsed onto the bed. The mission had left him utterly drained, mostly from the long journey. Within 2 minutes, he was already snoring, drifting into the realm of dreams. The next day, Ye Fei rose early as usual and made his way to the courtyard. "I truly have no idea when this battle will come to an end. I do hope it finishes soon." Ye Fei stood in the yard, washing his face and brushing his teeth. After tidying everything up, he walked into the room and surveyed all the belongings. It was only then that he realized there was no food or daily necessities left in the house. Indeed, he had to go out and buy some supplies, or else he would be left with nothing to live on. "That's settled then. Buy some things, then come back. Let's go shopping." Ye Fei put on his clothes, strolled slowly out of the room, and cheerfully stepped into the courtyard. On this wonderful day off, he naturally intended to relax and enjoy a good shopping spree. He left the house and walked onto the street. The weather was splendid today, and most people had already come out of their homes. "I didn't expect so many. It seems I need to buy a bit of everything. Especially instant noodles, plenty of those." Ye Fei thought carefully about what he needed and jotted it down on a piece of paper. Carrying a pen with him had become a habit. He always kept one in his backpack. This was indeed quite convenient. Now he had noted down everything he needed to buy. He walked forward and soon arrived at the supermarket. "It's been a long time since I last came here. It feels strangely familiar." Ye Fei looked at the sign and smiled. As he entered, he saw the place was packed with people, and he wondered why there were so many customers here now. But when he spotted the list of discounted items, he understood. So they're all here for the sales. I'd better go shop somewhere else first. I can't compete with these aunties. Ye Fei quickly moved to the side and cautiously looked around. He had experienced this before. Another time buying discounted goods. A horde of aunties, shopping bags in hand, charged straight at him, causing him to drop everything he was carrying. That kind of force was truly terrifying. Ye Fei glanced left and right and noticed that this area was very quiet. Perhaps there were no discounts here, so no one came to shop. He breathed a sigh of relief, and then leisurely walked through the area looking for what he needed. Toothpaste, toothbrush, towel. And instant noodles. I need to stock up on those. Never enough. Ye Fei placed several packs of instant noodles into his shopping basket and murmured softly. As he moved deeper into the store, the items in his hands grew more numerous. Soon he had purchased most of the things on his list. But the remaining items were not in this section. He had to go elsewhere. Ye Fei bent down and carefully examined his shopping bag to see if he had missed anything. A Fei! Ye Fei suddenly heard a girl calling his name, and it sounded very familiar. He looked up and scanned the surroundings, instantly spotting a very familiar face. Moo Moo, it really is you. I never expected to run into you here. Ye Fei looked at Moo Moo and said cheerfully, yeah, I didn't expect to meet you either. What's up shopping here? I came to buy some things too, but I haven't found what I want. It's really frustrating. Moo Moo glanced at the items in Ye Fei's hands and said somewhat plaintively. Ye Fei looked at her expression, then set down the items in his hands and walked over to her. Alright, tell me what you want to buy and let's see if I know it. Ye Fei spoke to Moo Moo. Actually, I want to buy chocolate. I've looked through all the chocolate here and none of them are the kind I want. I want the white kind and not too sweet. Moo Moo carefully recalled the chocolate she had in mind, then Ye Fei looked at Moo Moo's innocent and radiant expression, feeling that she wasn't lying. White chocolate was available here, but it was very sweet. Finding one that wasn't too sweet was no easy feat. I see. Then let's go out and check maybe we'll find an unexpected surprise. And it's quite possible we'll find the chocolate you described. Ye Fei bent down and picked up all the items he had just bought. They exchanged glances and nodded at each other. At the door they calculated the total cost of the items. After paying, the two of them walked out. Let's go check over there. Maybe we'll find some. Ye Fei stood on the street, looked both ways, then pointed to one side with a smile. Okay. Moo Moo nodded, happy as a child. Carrying many things, they arrived at a dessert shop ahead. Excuse me, do you have white chocolate? Ye Fei asked the shop assistant politely. Yes, we do. The shop assistant smiled at Ye Fei. Is there a kind of white chocolate that isn't too sweet? Ye Fei asked again with great politeness. The shop assistant nodded. We have all kinds of chocolate here. The type you mentioned is also available. The assistant's words instantly cheered them both up. They had only come to try their luck, and unexpectedly, Moo Moo was overjoyed and immediately began searching for white chocolate in the dessert shop. Seeing her so delighted, Ye Fei was also very happy as he carried the items and slowly walked inside. Soon they found the chocolate they wanted, paid, and walked out. So this is the less sweet white chocolate you mentioned. It really doesn't look any different from ordinary chocolate. Ye Fei walked along the road, turned his head, and asked. Moo Moo ate the chocolate with a smile. The biggest difference is that it's not as sweet. Don't believe me? Why don't you try a piece? Moo Moo held the chocolate and looked at Ye Fei with a grin. Ye Fei was a bit at a loss after hearing what she said. Moo Moo gently broke off a piece of chocolate and held it up to Ye Fei. Just taste it and you'll know. Ye Fei looked at Moo Moo's expectant eyes and couldn't bring himself to refuse. He slowly opened his mouth and ate the chocolate. The flavor was indeed milder than ordinary chocolate, not as sweet. But because of the special way he ate it in Ye Fei's heart, this piece of chocolate was sweeter than any he had ever tasted. Just as you said. It really is different from other chocolates. Ye Fei ate the chocolate with a smile. Upon hearing these words, Moo Moo felt completely satisfied. She happily ate the remaining chocolate in her. Beautiful moments always pass by quickly, and so the day came to an end. In the end, the two reluctantly parted ways and returned to their own homes. Ye Fei returned home and meticulously tidied up his house. He neatly arranged all the items he had. Now I finally have enough food, and I don't have to worry about daily necessities, he thought. It seems my quality of life has instantly improved. Indeed, being able to earn money is truly wonderful, Ye Fei said cheerfully as he looked at the room he had. Ever since his parents passed away, he had been living on the survivor's pension. It was not until he joined the shadow department and began carrying out missions that he started earning his own money. Although it wasn't much at first, it was enough to sustain his current life. Ye Fei was a man easily contented, and he felt that this life was already more than enough. Suddenly being alone feels quite good, he thought. At least there aren't so many restrictions. At that moment Ye Fei suddenly thought of something and walked over to the side. There were two photographs hanging on the wall with some food placed in front of them. Mom and Dad, I'm truly sorry, he said. I've been so busy these days that I haven't had time to attend to you. Ye Fei took out 3 incense sticks, lit them, and inserted them before the photos. These were his parents in this world, and he had a daily habit of offering incense to them. Though he didn't know if this custom was required in this world, he still followed his own heart. As he gazed at their photographs, past events flashed through his mind like a photo album. "Are you doing well in the other world? Don't worry about me," he said. "I've already made many friends and am living very well." Ye Fei sat down on the floor, looked up at the photos, and murmured to himself. He had always felt that coming to this world would grant him a very happy family. But tragedy always struck without warning. At first Ye Fei was also deeply despairing, and there were several times when he thought he couldn't go on living. In the end, he overcame his inner demons. Swish! Just as he was lost in thought, Ye Fei suddenly heard a sound from outside. In an instant, his body vanished from the spot, and he appeared in the courtyard holding a weapon. "Who's there?" Ye Fei looked around, vigilantly scanning every corner. For some reason he felt as if he had become someone's prey. He was originally just an ordinary nobody. How could so many people come to assassinate him? This was utterly baffling to Ye Fei. After a tense standoff, he found no trace of anyone, nor did he hear any sound. Could it be that I misheard? He wondered. Or have I been too tense lately? Ye Fei slowly lowered his weapon and said somewhat helplessly, "These past few days he had indeed been in a state of extreme focus. If this continued, it would greatly damage his mental strength." The sound he had just heard might indeed have been an auditory hallucination, but just to be safe, Ye Fei decided it would be better to check every place. Holding his weapon, he slowly walked forward. Soon he arrived at a spot suitable for hiding. Carefully he extended his weapon and probed the area ahead. Crack! The weapon that had just touched the dark area was instantly knocked away. Sensing danger, Ye Fei quickly retreated. There really is something. Ye Fei drew his short blade again and assumed a defensive stance. Once prepared, he was ready to face the enemy's attack. Because it had been too dark, he hadn't been able to see what the opponent looked like. Time ticked by, and Ye Fei could hear sounds coming from within, yet nothing emerged. This piqued his curiosity. "One last warning," he declared loudly into the darkness. "If you don't come out now, I'll attack." Rustle, rustle. Crunch, crunch. Sounds echoed from the darkness again, this time mingled with the noise of something being gnawed. What's going on? What is it doing? What on earth is in there? Ye Fei suddenly realized that whatever lurked within might not be human. Had it been an animal, it would have been frightened away by now. Countless scenarios flooded Ye Fei's mind. Apocalyptic visions of zombie outbreaks and viral crises surged forth instantly. Unable to contain himself any longer, Ye Fei shook his head resolutely. Even if nothing was inside, he had to strike. Drawing his kunai, he hurled it swiftly. He anticipated a pained cry, but none came. What's happening? Did I miss? Ye Fei was baffled. Crunch, crunch. The sound of metal being chewed reached his ears. Startled, he leaped back in alarm. Clearly the noise came from the weapon he had just thrown. Could it be eating the kunai? Ye Fei found the notion utterly unbelievable. With a crash, the bamboo poles surrounding the darkness collapsed to the ground. Moonlight streamed in, illuminating the interior. A panda. Bathed in the moonlight, Ye Fei finally glimpsed what lay within. A fluffy panda sat there munching on bamboo, but in its paw was something all too familiar. The kunai he had thrown now bearing bite marks. Seriously, was I squabbling with this little creature all along? Ye Fei stomped his foot in frustration. This adorable little thing had toyed with him completely. The panda slowly turned its head upon noticing Ye Fei, its wide eyes fixed on him. Seeing its utterly dazed expression, Ye Fei couldn't help but laugh. So it's been this little one all along. But why would it be here? Ye Fei scrutinized the baby panda, thoroughly puzzled. Pandas were a rare species in this region. Encountering this cub felt strangely heartwarming. Seems fate does exist sometimes. So adorable. He crouched down to examine it close. As if sensing it had been discovered, the panda waddled backward on its soft, plump body. The clumsy movements made Ye Fei chuckle again. Don't be afraid. I mean no harm. I just want to pet you and see you. Ye Fei stopped moving and spoke gently. As if understanding his words, the panda paused at his warm, gentle gaze. After a moment, Ye Fei smiled again, extending his hand to stroke its head. This time the panda offered no resistance. It sat docilely on the ground, allowing Ye Fei to caress its soft round head. So well behaved. How did you get into my home? Ye Fei asked casually. To his surprise, the little panda raised its chubby paw and pointed at the bamboo nearby. Ye Fei understood instantly. He marveled at how incredible this panda was. It could comprehend. Option A, sign a contract with the panda. Completion, reward panda level 5. Option B, give the panda a few bamboo shoots, release it, and tell it never to come to my house again. The system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Such a choice caught Ye Fei off guard, and this panda appeared utterly devoid of combat prowess. not to mention it being a spiritual beast. But the system rarely errs. Ye Fei ultimately chose option A, curious to discover what made this panda so extraordinary. Little panda, would you like to become my spiritual beast? We shall fight together from now on. Judging by your appearance, you must also be troubled by the search for food. If you become my spiritual beast, I vow to ensure you are full every single day. Ye Fei suddenly felt a surge of incredulity, for he was speaking to a small animal. The panda did not respond, merely blinking its eyes where it stood. Ye Fei felt a pang of disappointment at its reaction. I knew it. How could it possibly understand my words? And there is no way it would willingly become my spiritual beast. I knew from the very beginning that obtaining a spiritual beast would be exceedingly difficult. Ye Fei shook his head helplessly and sat down on the ground. At that moment the little panda, as if comprehending his words, crawled on the ground and slowly approached him. When it reached Ye Fei, it stood on its hind legs and faced him. What do you mean? Ye Fei was puzzled. The panda pointed at itself, then at the bamboo shoots, as if to say, so long as you give me enough bamboo I will agree. Is that truly what you think? Rest assured I will never treat you poorly. From now on, whether I can eat my fill or not, I will make certain you are always full. Ye Fei was visibly overwhelmed with excitement. He could scarcely believe that today he had actually obtained such an adorable spiritual beast, though he was unaware of its combat capabilities. But it was still more than good enough to be a pet. The little panda nodded and once again pointed at the bamboo shoots. It seemed it was undoubtedly famished. Ye Fei, as if grasping its intent, picked up the bamboo shoots and placed them before it. Here, these are all yours. Ye Fei gazed at it with immense joy. The little panda was overjoyed at the sight of the bamboo. Without any hesitation it sat on the ground and began to eat. Its clumsy movements instantly brought a sense of delight. 5 minutes later the bamboo shoots on the ground had been completely devoured by the panda. Ye Fei smiled at its round, full belly. It seems you are full. So will you become my spiritual beast? Ye Fei asked with a tone of skepticism. The panda nodded, then extended its furry fist. Watching the panda's action, Ye Fei found it utterly astounding. Could it be that it wants me to fist bump? Ye Fei hesitantly reached out his fist and bumped it against. The little panda's body underwent a sudden transformation, with white mist emanating from beneath it. Bang! A small explosive sound. The white mist dissipated completely in an instant. Mission complete. Reward has been integrated. Ye Fei heard the system's voice ringing in his ears. Was that it? The contract was completed. Ye Fei immediately closed his eyes and entered his spiritual space. Sure enough, he saw the little panda there. Moreover, its appearance had undergone some subtle changes. Its size had doubled and strange patterns now adorned its body. I never imagined I would actually obtain a spirit beast. Ye Fei gazed at the little panda before him, speaking with delight. Master, you must not forget the promise you made to me. The panda suddenly opened its mouth and spoke to Ye Fei. Ye Fei was startled but quickly regained his composure. In this world it was not particularly extraordinary for animals to speak. Moreover, this panda's level had already ascended 3 grades. Rest assured I won't forget. I am a man of my word. By the way, don't call me master anymore. It sounds rather awkward. Ye Fei approached the panda and gently stroked its fluffy head. The panda, after pondering for a while, Ye Fei hit upon a splendid idea. From now on you can call me a Fei. All my close friends address me so. And my parents used to call me that as well. Ye Fei looked at the panda and spoke with a smile. The panda understood a Fei. Ye Fei laughed cheerfully. Tonight's gains were indeed substantial. Yet at this moment Ye Fei still did not comprehend how formidable this adorable-looking panda truly was. His current level was still quite low, probably only serving as a cute mascot. Once it leveled up, its combat prowess might increase. A Fei, my combat power corresponds to yours. That is to say, whatever your battle strength is, mine is exactly the same. The panda spoke to Ye Fei. Upon hearing this news, Ye Fei instantly felt the situation had become intriguing. This also meant that he and the panda had become one. Fantastic! I am so fortunate today. Ye Fei was overjoyed. After withdrawing from his consciousness space, he found a place to sit down. He carefully reflected on his current situation. It was still quite optimistic. Although his combat strength was not overwhelming, it was more than sufficient to deal with some enemies. Now, with such a powerful spirit beast added, and his chakra being limitless, his combat capability had effect. It seems it's time to give it a name. What should I call it? Ye Fei stared at the sky, lost in thought, musing over names. Even he himself did not realize that from the moment the contract was signed, he had already regarded this panda. Perhaps it was because he was now a solitary soul that such a thought had emerged from the depths of his subconscious. The name of Fei was indeed not one that everyone could call him. Yamamoto Kamikawa was a special case, for he possessed a rather thick skin. Sure, I shall settle on this name. Ye Fei suddenly recalled a very meaningful name. It was inspired by the scene when he first met the panda. The weapon he had thrown was taken by the panda, which gnawed on it bite by bite. The panda was also called the Iron Eater. What a striking coincidence. He'll use this name. From now on your name is Shirtai. I believe you will like it too. Ye Fei once again entered his consciousness space, and spoke to the panda with a smile. Shirtai nodded, evidently quite satisfied with the name. Today he had gained another very important companion. To be precise, it should be considered his family. The only one who would always be by his side at all times was this spirit beast, Shirtai. The next morning Ye Fei got up, and went to a shop selling flowers and plants. Shopkeeper, do you have any bamboo? I need about a dozen. Ye Fei looked around the shop and then said to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper nodded. Yes, we do. But they are all small bamboos now. You'll need to plant them yourself and let them grow. Ye Fei nodded. It was rather difficult to buy bamboo in this place. After buying the small bamboos and bringing them home, he planted them all. This way he would have plenty of bamboo to eat in the future. After purchasing, Ye Fei carried the bamboo seedlings back home, and at the fastest speed found an empty spot and planted them all. He stood up and looked at his work very satisfied. Now there's no problem. Once the time is right, he'll have plenty of bamboo. I never thought I'd be doing something like this one day. Ye Fei sat on the ground and laughed a little helpless. Now with no missions, Ye Fei felt that he truly had nothing to do day after day. It was relatively very boring. I really wish a mission would come soon. It's better than staying at home all the time. Ye Fei propped his chin on his hand and murmured while looking at the sky. Knock knock knock. A knocking sound came from the door. Ever since he obtained the system and made friends, people would come knocking on Ye Fei's door every now and then. Most of those who knocked were his friends. The members of the Umbu did not have this habit. Coming. Ye Fei stood up, brushed off the dust, and walked to the front gate. Itachi, what brings you here? Long time no see. Ye Fei opened the door and saw Uchiha Itachi. It really has been a long time. Why haven't you been coming to school these days? I thought you were on leave. It was only yesterday that I learned about your situation from Yamamoto Kamikawa. Uchiha Itachi stood before Ye Fei and said to him. Ye Fei was taken aback. He had completely forgotten to tell him about this. I'm really sorry. I've been so busy these past few days that I forgot about you. Ye Fei felt really embarrassed. Uchiha Itachi gently shook his head and walked inside. The two found a spot in the courtyard and sat down. It's okay. That's fine too. You've impressed me again. Now I've set a new goal for myself. To graduate from school ahead of time as soon as possible. Only then can I keep up with you. Uchiha Itachi looked at Ye Fei and said with conviction. Ye Fei looked at Itachi's expression and smiled, nodding. This kind of move was indeed within Ye Fei's expectations. Alright, I'll be waiting for you. With your talent, it will surely be easier than for me. Ye Fei looked at Uchiha Itachi and smiled. Uchiha Itachi nodded, and at that moment he suddenly noticed that a bamboo grove had appeared in the courtyard. He pointed at that spot. Why did you suddenly plant bamboo? It looks like it was just planted recently. Ye Fei nodded lightly. I just finished planting them right before you came. I have nothing to do at home anyway, and seeing the courtyard so empty, I thought I might as well plant something. Ye Fei scratched his head a little awkwardly and said in a low voice. Uchiha Itachi nodded. He didn't want to overthink such things, and there was no need to. After chatting for a while, Ye Fei went back to the living room, took a cup and came out. He filled the cup with water and offered it to Uchiha Itachi, as that was the usual way to treat guests. Ye Fei shared many amusing anecdotes about their missions with Uchiha. This also made Uchiha more eager to graduate quickly, so he could go on missions himself. Staying in the academy forever would never allow one to learn those things. Although after graduation the Umbu was not the only option. But he would definitely go on missions. Suddenly Ye Fei sensed a murderous aura, and it was very close. Shoo, there's something. Ye Fei immediately made a gesture, and became alert, scanning the surroundings. Uchiha instantly understood and sat still, not daring to move, but his eyes had already begun to survey the area. I don't know who they are, but there shouldn't be many of them. Don't move yet. We still don't know where they are. Ye Fei looked at Uchiha in front of him and whispered to him. Uchiha nodded. At that moment a man dressed in black appeared on the roof of Ye Fei's house. His appearance was as ordinary as could be, and he had his face covered with something. Where is he? Ye Fei looked around nervously. This attacker who could make them sense murderous intent instantly was definitely no ordinary person. Option A, kill the attacker. Reward Conqueror's Haki modified. Option B, injure the attacker and follow him to find the mastermind. Reward a girl's heart. Looking at these options, Ye Fei felt like a herd of alpacas was running through his heart. What were these? The second option could find the mastermind, but the reward was kind of... And there was no specific girl. There were no other choices. In the end, Ye Fei chose option A. He looked around, it was very quiet, and there was no suspicious person on the trees. Where exactly is the enemy? Ye Fei's heart raced. he dared not relax at all. Just then he suddenly thought of a place. If the enemy was not in the courtyard, then he could only be on the roof. Moreover, the view from there was wide, making it suitable for a sneak attack. Up there, be careful. Ye Fei made a gesture pointing upward and whispered. Uchiha instantly understood and slowly drew his weapon. Weapon in hand, he slowly stood up, about to step out from under the eaves. Shoo, shoo, shoo. As soon as his right foot stepped out, 3 shuriken flew in, accurately embedding themselves into the ground. It seems I was right. Ye Fei now confirmed the enemy was on the roof. Flying Thunder God technique. He instantly vanished from his spot and appeared on the roof, discovering the enemy who was looking down. Found you at last. Ye Fei quickly moved behind the enemy, clenched his fist and attacked. But to his surprise, his fist pierced through the enemy's body. Then he realized it was just an afterimage of the enemy. So fast. Ye Fei immediately began to relocate the enemy. Uchiha in the courtyard also began to search for the enemy. Thus a great battle was about to erupt. The enemy's speed was terrifyingly fast, as if he knew everything. That move just now was like divine prediction. After careful observation, Ye Fei discovered that the enemy had appeared again on a large tree. Just as their eyes met, shoo, 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 3 shuriken instantly came again. Ye Fei quickly twisted his body to dodge the 3 shuriken. Damn, his speed is this fast. And there are no wasted movements. Ye Fei rushed to the courtyard at top speed and stood beside Uchiha. Both of them already knew where the enemy was, but neither dared to act rashly. The feeling this enemy gave them was extremely terrifying. We must find a way to deal with this enemy, as soon as possible. The longer we delay, the more disadvantageous it becomes for us. From the way he attacked just now, his strength is likely formidable. Ye Fei said in a low voice. Uchiha Itachi nodded. The enemy stood on a large tree, gazing at the two of them, as if they were mere ants. Moreover, his gaze was fixed on Ye Fei. Clearly Ye Fei was his primary target this time. Let's go. With the command, the two instantly began to encircle him from left and right. Their speed was tremendous, unwilling to grant the enemy any moment of respite. The enemy stood leisurely on the tree, glancing left and right at the two of them. Ye Fei rushed to the enemy's side, instantly drew 3 kunai and hurled them. Uchiha Itachi formed hand seals, unleashing the fireball jutsu. The kunai and fireball hurtled toward the enemy together. A subtle change occurred in the enemy's body, and then he vanished from the spot entirely. No good dodge. Thanks to Ye Fei's keen eyesight, he immediately noticed the enemy's disappearance. Uchiha Itachi twisted in midair and landed on the ground. Ye Fei watched the collision of the fireball and kunai. Bang! An explosion resounded. One side of the large tree was instantly reduced to ashes. The two once again stared at the enemy, who had reappeared in the courtyard. His speed is far too fast. We must devise a strategy. Be careful, Itachi. Ye Fei drew a short blade and shouted. Uchiha Itachi nodded simultaneously, pulling out his own weapon. With impeccable synchronization, they charged at the enemy. The enemy extended his palm, and a long blade materialized in his hand. Ye Fei took the lead, rushing forward to engage in close combat. Clang, clang. The weapons clashed, producing the sound of metal colliding, sparks flying in all directions. The enemy appeared completely at ease under Ye Fei's fierce assault. Ye Fei launched numerous attacks but failed to inflict any damage. This left him somewhat disheartened. Impressive. Watching Uchiha Itachi close in on the enemy, Ye Fei quickly retreated to provide him ample space. Ye Fei withdrew and Uchiha Itachi began his assault. Thus the two took turns attacking the enemy. Under their combined onslaught, the enemy gradually grew weary. A war of attrition was indeed a clever tactic. The enemy's speed had now noticeably slowed. Ye Fei observed this and allowed himself a faint smile. Itachi, I think he's about to reach his limit. Let's press on. Ye Fei said to Uchiha Itachi while attacking. Uchiha Itachi nodded. The enemy resembled a merciless killing machine devoid of humanity. His stamina was waning, yet he showed no intention of fleeing. This struck Ye Fei as extremely odd. Even a soulless killing machine in such a situation should have there must be something fishy going on. Ye Fei retreated and formed hand seals. Water-style mist concealment. Itachi, don't move. With a breath, white mist enveloped the area around the three of them. Uchiha Itachi, seeing this, stood still and dared not move rashly. The enemy, also unable to see anything, remained in place, ceasing his attacks and maintaining a defensive stance. Now it's my turn. Ye Fei stretched his limbs lightly, then spoke with a smile. Scanning the figures in the mist, he quickly identified the enemy. He swiftly dashed forward, charging at the enemy. Die! Ye Fei came behind the enemy, raised his blade ready to strike. But he did not expect the enemy to react instantly. The enemy swiftly turned and blocked with his blade. Bang! Their weapons clashed, producing a crisp sound. The enemy's move indeed stunned Ye Fei. What's going on? Before Ye Fei could react, the enemy's leg shot out first. A kick struck Ye Fei's stomach. He was sent flying instantly. A thick taste of blood filled his mouth. Damn it, he's tough to deal with. Ye Fei stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The enemy looked at the surrounding thick white mist and did not press the attack. Ye Fei, watching the figure within the mist, prepared to strike again. He gripped his weapon tightly and charged forward. This time he chose to attack from below, thrusting upward. Approaching the enemy's back, he squatted and immediately thrust his weapon. Bang! Although the enemy did not resist this time, Ye Fei's weapon shattered upon contact with the enemy's body. The broken blade tip flew off and accurately embedded into the beam. Ye Fei, seeing the enemy's unscathed body, was stunned again. What kind of body could be so tough? At that moment, Ye Fei realized that this enemy was not as simple as he had imagined. The enemy slowly turned and stared intently at Ye Fei. Reaching out, he instantly grabbed Ye Fei's neck. Woo woo woo. Ye Fei couldn't make any sound. He was in extreme pain, feeling as if he would suffocate. Uchiha carefully listened to the surroundings and sensed something unusual. Ye Fei's eyes slowly rolled upward, about to faint. The white mist also rose at that moment. Uchiha, after the mist rose, saw the scene and panicked instantly. There was no time to wait any longer. He grabbed his weapon and charged directly at the enemy, unleashing a frantic assault. Although his weapon had many nicks, his movements did not stop. Under Uchiha's attack, the enemy's hand slowly loosened. Ye Fei lay on the ground, coughing desperately. The enemy had already begun to grapple with Uchiha. Damn, what the hell is this thing? After recovering a bit, Ye Fei stood up and watched the enemy's skilled movements. Perhaps the earlier white mist had given him a moment to catch his breath. Now his speed increased again. Wind release vacuum jade. You get up! Ye Fei shouted as a warning. Uchiha watched Ye Fei and quickly disengaged from combat, coming to the side. Taking aim, he spat out all the chakra from his mouth. Countless chakra spheres flew toward the enemy. Bang bang bang. The moment they touched the enemy's body, explosions rang out. Although not as effective as he had imagined, they still dealt some damage to the enemy. Especially the spot that had been repeatedly attacked showed obvious wounds. Ye Fei immediately noticed this glitch. It seemed this enemy was not invincible. In that case, it's much easier. Ye Fei pulled out a kunai and smiled. Before the enemy could react, he charged in an instant. The spot where the enemy had been injured was now receiving Ye Fei's assault. The enemy seemed different. After taking damage, his movements gradually became sluggish. Moreover, it seemed he had forgotten to resist. It's working! Ye Fei exclaimed joyfully as he witnessed the enemy's transformation. Now that the foe's weakness was exposed, he resolved to press the advantage and annihilate him without hesitation. The moment the enemy tried to raise his arm for a block, Ye Fei seized his limb from behind and yanked it back. Observing the multitude of wounds on his adversary, Ye Fei's excitement grew. The enemy truly resembled a machine, utterly devoid of pain. Despite sustaining such massive injuries, he uttered not a single agonized cry. This struck Ye Fei as exceedingly peculiar. It seems you're no ordinary human. In fact, you might not even be human at all. Ye Fei had now inflicted countless wounds upon the enemy, who had lost all combat capability. Although his body was remarkably robust, it could not withstand relentless assault on a single point. Ye Fei, what the hell is this thing? Uchiha Itachi, seeing the enemy, completely defenseless, called out loudly. Ye Fei halted his actions and approached his comrade. The enemy now stood immobilized, unable to move. I don't know what exactly it is either, but it's certainly nothing good. Ye Fei shook his head. Up to this point, he had no idea who was dispatching these assassins against him. Here besides Ye Fei stood Uchiha Itachi. Yet the enemy clearly targeted only Ye Fei, confirming that he was the sole objective. Forget it, whatever it is, just eliminate it and be done. Ye Fei gazed at the foe and said with a hint of resignation. Though reluctant to kill him this way, this enemy was unlikely to reveal any further information. Moreover, he probably wouldn't attempt to flee. Just like the previous enemy, he might swallow poison to commit suicide. Ye Fei picked up the broken weapon and slowly approached the adversary. Conqueror's Haki imbue. This method suddenly came to Ye Fei's mind. He could infuse Conqueror's Haki into any weapon. Not only would it enhance the weapon's durability, but it would also amplify its power. Die! Ye Fei aimed at the enemy's neck and struck with all his might. Green blood instantly sprayed out, startling both of them. They had never imagined the enemy's blood would be green. With one slash, the enemy slowly collapsed, his eyes turning white. Gradually he became a cold corpse. How strange! Why is it green? Ye Fei stared at the blood on the ground, curiosity brimming in his voice. Uchiha Itachi also approached, crouching to examine the pool of green liquid. Clearly both were captivated by the blood. They knew that ordinary human blood was red and warm. The blood the enemy had just sprayed radiated no heat. It was nothing but a cold green puddle. Itachi, any thoughts? Ye Fei turned to look at Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi remained silent, gently shaking his head. This matter is definitely not that simple. More may come in the future. Ye Fei stood up, surveyed the surroundings, and murmured softly. His greatest fear now was that he was being watched. Ding, mission complete. Rewards are being integrated. The sound of mission completion did not matter much. Ye Fei's immediate concern was whether any other enemies lurked nearby. To act with such blatant audacity in this village, it must be someone within it pulling the strings. But who exactly remained unknown. After careful thought, he realized that apart from Danzo, he had no other enemies. With no leads, the two of them disposed of the corpse together. Alas, I haven't had a few days of peace yet. People keep attacking me. It's truly unfortunate. Most importantly, I don't know who wants my life. Ye Fei sat down in the courtyard, looked up at the sky, and murmured softly. Uchiha Itachi shook his head, also unsure where these people came from. Actually, there is another possibility. Suddenly, Uchiha Itachi spoke. Ye Fei perked up. Tell me. Uchiha Itachi looked into Ye Fei's eyes and organized his thoughts. These people are definitely not human. They might be experimental subjects. Exactly who is controlling them I don't know either. But for now this is the only possibility. Uchiha Itachi said thoughtfully. After hearing this, Ye Fei seemed to have an idea. Hearing you say that, I actually have some thoughts. Ye Fei suddenly recalled the person who first attacked him, and he had a particular impression of him. But that person's blood was clearly red. If this idea is correct, then I can only verify it. Ye Fei suddenly stood up and went to the place where he had just dealt with the enemy. He dug the enemy out of the dirt and removed his mask. Uchiha Itachi didn't understand why he would do this, but out of curiosity he still followed. As expected. Exactly as I imagined. Ye Fei looked at the enemy's face and smiled softly. This enemy had the same face as the previous one. This proved that both enemies were controlled by the same person. And it further confirmed that they were all clones. They have identical faces, and after dying they don't disappear like shadow clones. This means they are cloned. Ye Fei laughed happily. What made him even happier was that he already knew who was playing tricks. In the entire Konohagakure, only Orochimaru could have such actions. Shimura Danzo would not have such experiments. Orochimaru is now suspect number 1. Ye Fei looked up at Uchiha Itachi's puzzled face, and explained to him about the previous enemies. So that's how it is. It seems my guess was correct. Uchiha Itachi nodded as if he understood. Ye Fei felt he had figured it out as well. Suddenly, a particularly talented genius appeared who had been an ordinary person before. He became an ANBU ninja in an instant with such powerful combat ability. How could Orochimaru bear to let go of such a good experimental subject? Never mind, since that's the case. Then let's have some fun. Anyway, it's been too boring lately. Ye Fei looked at the sky and said with a smile. Ye Fei's actions left Uchiha Itachi feeling very confused. No one ever liked such things except Ye Fei. In the next moments, the two of them disposed of the corpse again. Then they cleaned up all the traces of the recent battle inside the house. Time quickly came to evening. Uchiha Itachi felt it was about time, so he bid farewell and slowly returned to his own home. Through today's battle, Uchiha Itachi felt that the gap between himself and Ye Fei had widened once again. Everyone was striving to become stronger. Ye Fei was still lying leisurely in the courtyard as usual. After obtaining the new reward, he had learned the function of the Conqueror's Haki modified. By releasing the authority of the Conqueror's Haki, he could sense everything around him. This also put his mind at ease, since releasing this kind of Conqueror's Haki didn't consume much stamina at all. Lying in the courtyard, he was very relaxed, and he could also sense everything around him. The night sky was incredibly beautiful. It was filled with sparkling stars. Sitting on the ground and looking up at the starry sky, there was a truly special feeling. It seems tomorrow will be a good day, but I don't know what to do. Ye Fei lay on the chair looking at the sky and murmuring softly. The things he experienced today made him feel increasingly intrigued. Although he didn't take any of them to heart, he couldn't help but ponder them. I wonder what unexpected things will happen tomorrow. If it remains this dull, it would be too boring. Looking at the few very bright stars in the sky, Ye Fei smiled. These stars were like his guiding lights, guiding him forward in the darkness. It was getting late. Ye Fei felt a bit sleepy, so he tidied up and returned to his room to sleep. There was nothing to do tomorrow, so he planned to sleep in and rest well. Ye Fei lay on the bed, his mind wandering with random thoughts. He didn't know since when, but every night before sleeping he would think about some things. He always felt that doing so helped him fall asleep faster. Ye Fei had had this habit for a long time. Lying in bed with eyes closed, he continuously thought about matters concerning himself. Most of them were things unfinished or yet to happen. Indeed, this method was great. In the blink of an eye, he had already drifted into dreamland. The next day, Ye Fei did not wake up as early as usual. He kept sleeping in bed with a very happy After such a long time, this was the first time he felt he had slept so comfortably. Dong dong dong. At around 9 in the morning a knocking sound came, but Ye Fei was still sleeping and didn't hear it. Dong dong dong. Perhaps because there was no response the knocking came again. Ye Fei groggily opened his eyes, sensing someone knocking at his door. What's this? Someone coming to see me so early? He rubbed his eyes and said in disbelief. Dong dong dong. Ye Fei, are you home? Moo Moo's voice came from outside. Ye Fei instantly perked up upon hearing that it was Moo Moo. He quickly put on his shoes and went to the living room. I'm here, I'm here. Wait a moment, I'll open the door right away. Ye Fei shouted loudly outside. After knowing it was Moo Moo knocking, he became very happy. He hurriedly put on his clothes and ran to the front door. Creak. Opening the door, he saw a pure girl. Hello, Moo Moo. What made you think of coming to see me today? Ye Fei looked at Moo Moo outside the door and smiled. Can't I come to see you without any reason? Besides, we are friends. To be precise, you are my lifesaver. Moo Moo looked at Ye Fei with her hands behind her back and said playfully. Ye Fei smiled and nodded. He opened the door and walked in. Moo Moo was very curious about the furnishings in Ye Fei's home. This was her first time visiting Ye Fei's home. I didn't expect your home to be so quiet. It seems you don't usually eat at home. Moo Moo suddenly noticed the pots and pans in the kitchen and said with a smile. Ye Fei scratched his head sheepishly. You saw through me. No wonder having to cook for myself after coming home is too troublesome. Ye Fei said with a smile. Moo Moo gently pouted and nodded. By the way, why did you suddenly think of coming to see me and so early? If I hadn't heard your knock, I'd still be sleeping now. I was really sleepy yesterday and a bit tired. Ye Fei stretched lazily and spoke with a hint of lethargy. Moo Moo squinted, scrutinizing Ye Fei from head to toe. Then she nodded, gently confirming that he indeed seemed listless as he claimed. Actually, it's nothing important. I just wanted to ask you to go shopping with me. If you're really that sleepy, then forget it. You can go back to sleep. After all, I don't have anything. Moo Moo turned her head away, speaking with a sulky tone. Ye Fei looked at her reaction. Though he had never been in a relationship, he wasn't so clueless as to miss that she was angry. How can that be? I promised you I'd protect you at all times. Since you want me to go shopping with you, I'll accompany you. Ye Fei said with a confident smile. What's wrong? Not sleepy anymore? Moo Moo turned around and grinned mischievously at him. Ye Fei shook his head vigorously, knowing that making a girl angry would have serious consequences. Alright, since that's the case, I'll wait for you a bit. Hurry up and get yourself ready, wash your face. It's still very early. We have plenty of time, so there's no need to rush. Moo Moo smiled at Ye Fei. With that, she walked over to the sofa and sat. Looking at Moo Moo, Ye Fei shook his head weakly. Girls are really terrifying. Better hurry up or else something else might go wrong. Ye Fei shook his head, thinking to himself. He tidied up and washed his face as quickly as possible. After finishing everything, he came to Moo Moo's side. I'm ready, let's go now. Washing my face made me more energetic. Ye Fei said with a smile. Moo Moo nodded at his refreshed look. The two of them walked out onto the watching the people coming and going. Ye Fei was puzzled. If there was a purpose for going out, it was fine. But aimlessly wandering around the streets seemed pointless. That was really boring. He might as well sleep at home. I really didn't expect it to be so warm outside now. It was a bit cold when I came to find you this morning. Moo Moo said, looking at the sky. Ye Fei nodded. Although they had nothing to buy, they still walked around the streets for over an hour. Shopping was indeed a girl's nature. She hadn't complained of tiredness for so long. In contrast, Ye Fei felt like he was about to die from exhaustion. And he hadn't eaten breakfast this morning, so he had long run out of energy. I say, why don't we go get something to eat first? That way I can also take a good rest. I'm really starving now, no strength left. Ye Fei said weakly to Moo Moo. Moo Moo frowned slightly and pouted. It's only been a short while and you're already tired. You're useless, little bro. Moo Moo looked at Ye Fei and chuckled. Sis, imagine if you didn't eat breakfast and then walked for so long without rest. Could you handle it? Ye Fei retorted. Moo Moo nodded thoughtfully, then decided to grab some food before continuing their shop. After all, it's only just noon. Though Ye Fei was now utterly drained of energy and drowsy, the mere thought of soon being able to eat revitalized him completely. If he could have a hearty meal at this moment, it would surely be most comforting. Is there anything you want to eat? Moo Moo glanced at the surrounding restaurants, a hint of indecision on her face. After hearing her words, Ye Fei pondered for a moment, then surveyed the area as well. I don't really have any particular recommendations either. If it's just to fill our stomachs, what does it matter? If possible, let's go have ramen. The portions are large and we can eat our fill. Ye Fei considered carefully, then said. Moo Moo thought for a moment, then nodded. In that case, we have no choice but to go for ramen. Is it Ichiraku ramen? Moo Moo looked around them and asked. Ye Fei nodded. This ramen shop was indeed a place of many memories. Moreover, most of those people were regular customers there. After deciding, the two of them walked together toward the direction of Ichiraku Ramen. Though Ye Fei had long since lost all strength, Moo walked along the street, gazing at both sides, her mind occupied with thoughts of what she might want to buy. Now that she had seen, she could come here immediately after the meal. I'm so hungry. Right now I feel like a soulless corpse. There's only one word in my eyes, ramen. Ye Fei was so famished. He looked utterly wretched, moving listlessly without any strength. Anyone who didn't know would think he was ill. Moo found his appearance quite amusing. Alright, let's hurry. Once we get there we'll have a feast. Moo suddenly grabbed Ye Fei's hand and dashed forward. Ye Fei was momentarily stunned. This was the first time he had ever touched a girl's hand. An indescribable sensation stirred within his heart. As he gazed at their clasped hands, his heartbeat quickened and his cheeks flushed crimson. A few minutes later they arrived in front of the Yale ramen shop. Finally here. Oh, Ye Fei, why is your face so red? Moo turned around and saw Ye Fei's flushed face. Her curiosity piqued. Nothing. It must be from running just now. Ye Fei hastily pulled his hand free, then looked away with some embarrassment. Being suddenly grabbed by the hand had made him blush. If Moo found out about such a thing, it would be disastrous. Alright, let's hurry inside. Moo didn't dwell on it and walked straight into the ramen shop. Ye Fei breathed a sigh of relief only after seeing Moo enter. He gently patted his own cheeks. Pull yourself together. Don't be embarrassed just because of that hand-holding. It's not like you're taking advantage of me, Ye Fei whispered to himself. After calming himself, he slowly walked into the ramen shop. His hunger had momentarily vanished, but the aroma that greeted him upon entering instantly revived his ravenous appetite. The smell is so divine. To encounter such a fragrance at this moment is truly sinful. Boss, give me a bowl of tonkatsu chashu ramen with extra chashu. Ye Fei sat down beside Moo and called out loudly to the owner. Moo smiled at how energized he had suddenly become. She ordered the exact same bowl of tonkatsu chashu ramen. She had never tried this kind of ramen before. It's truly infuriating. The moment I stepped in, the hunger surged back instantly. I really can't fathom how Uncle Yao manages to make such delicious ramen. If I possessed his culinary skills, I certainly wouldn't open a restaurant. Ye Fei, watching the busy Uncle Yao, spoke softly with a smile. If you don't open a restaurant, are you going to live on air? If you don't earn money, you can't even afford noodles. Moo whispered to Ye Fei. Ye Fei pouted slightly. For a while neither of them spoke. After all, both were famished. The moment Moo entered the ramen shop, she felt the hunger in her stomach. Perhaps it was because of the aroma. After waiting a few minutes, the ramen they had ordered was placed before them. Gazing at the golden glistening noodles, their mouths watered incessantly. I'm going to dig in. Ye Fei pulled out a pair of chopsticks from the side and said without ceremony. Moo was entirely different. She slowly took out her chopsticks, placed them on the bowl, clasped her hands together and closed her eyes. Such a fuss, Ye Fei muttered, watching Moo's series of actions. Ye Fei had never performed such rituals when eating in this world. After all, in his previous world there weren't so many formalities. Gazing at the golden shimmering ramen, Ye Fei could no longer resist. He directly scooped up a large mouthful with his chopsticks and began to chew. Gulp. Delicious. Ye Fei extended a thumb in utter satisfaction. This was the best ramen shop in all of Mu Yi. Moo only then slowly opened her eyes and began to eat the ramen in small bites. Although she also found the ramen delicious, she wasn't as exaggerated. Throughout the entire meal she wore a smile. This too indicated how delightful the ramen was. Ye Fei wolfed down his ramen, making loud slurping sounds. He felt that eating ramen this way was the greatest respect to the chef. It's so delicious, I'm completely satisfied now. And after this big bowl I can't eat anything else. After finishing his meal, Ye Fei leaned back in his chair, patting his round belly. Moo still had half a bowl of ramen left. Ye Fei turned to watch her eating, and with nothing else to do, he simply rested his head on the table to observe her. I never expected you to eat so slowly. Is it really okay to eat like this? Ye Fei asked. Moo shook her head. Eating slowly like this is actually good. At least it gives the food enough time to digest. And it's less likely to make you gain weight. Moo tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and whispered. I wonder if all girls eat like this. I'm really curious. Ye Fei sat up straight again. Since coming to this world, he found he had changed a lot. He ate much more than before and sometimes felt, but at least his body was growing well, and his sleep quality was much better than before. Watching the endless stream of customers in the ramen shop, Ye Fei smiled. He knew that the owner of this ramen shop was a remarkable figure. No matter what else was destroyed, this ramen shop would never be harmed. Time ticked by, and the other diners who had arrived with them had long since left. Only now did Moo finish her bowl of ramen. She took a few sips of the broth, then wiped her mouth. Finally done. I have to admit the portion was really too big, but the taste was absolutely amazing. Moo looked at the empty bowl before her speaking cheerfully. Ye Fei stood frozen in place. Do you have any idea how long you took to eat? I really can't understand you girls. Why do you always eat so slowly? You seem so energetic when you're shopping. Ye Fei looked at the girl before him genuinely puzzled. Moo shook her head with a smile. Maybe because we're not cut out for physical labor. Of course that only applies to shopping as an activity. When we eat we have to take it slow. That way we won't gain weight. But it's fine now, we didn't really take that long. Moo looked at Ye Fei. Ye Fei felt helpless but had no rebuttal. The two stood up, paid the bill, and walked out of the ramen shop. After stepping outside both felt refreshed and full of energy. This feeling is incredible. Right now I could take on 10 guys at once. Ye Fei clenched his fist, speaking with great confidence. I don't know about you taking on 10 guys. But I do know that you still have to shop with me later. Moo doused his enthusiasm. Are you kidding me? I finally had a bit of confidence and you just crushed it. You're really too good at this. Ye Fei said with a hint of annoyance but didn't dare to truly get angry. Moo couldn't help but laugh, then quickened her pace and walked ahead. Ye Fei hurried to keep up. Thus the two of them roamed several streets over the course of the day. During this time they bought many things. But most of the items ended up in Ye Fei's hands. Now I finally understand. A guy out shopping is just a tool. And when girls buy things they really don't hold back. I'm genuinely curious. Where do they get all that? Ye Fei, clutching the many newly purchased items in his arms, pondered curiously. What are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and catch up. I still have a lot to buy. We need to speed up or the stores might close. Moo waved at Ye Fei and called out loudly. Ye Fei nodded reluctantly. He quickened his pace to follow. That day the two of them had done nothing in particular. Yet they had bought a lot of things. Shopping was their entire activity for the day. I never expected to buy so much today. Now I finally see why you asked me to come shopping with you. Ye Fei stared at the mountain of goods before him, finding it unbelievable. I really had no choice. Anyway, you helped a lot this time. I'll treat you to a meal when I have the chance. Moo blinked, speaking with a smile. Ye Fei had no resistance when it came to Moo. Though he mumbled some words of denial in his heart, he had already accepted it. After parting ways with Moo that evening, Ye Fei returned home, collapsed onto the bed, and didn't want to move at all. After a day of shopping his legs no longer felt like his own. Ye Fei felt that shopping was far more exhausting than training. I'm so exhausted. I don't want to move at all. All I want now is to lie in bed and have a good rest. Ye Fei slowly took off his clothes, then lay down on the bed and let out a sigh of relief. After shopping all day, only now lying in bed did he feel incredibly comfortable. If something like this happens again, I must never go alone. I must find someone to accompany me. Ye Fei suddenly thought of a very good idea. Finding someone to go with him would reduce his burden. But then he thought if it were really a date, bringing a third wheel would be so troublesome. I really can't understand these girls' thoughts. I should be more careful in the future. Ye Fei turned over and lay face down on the bed, saying weakly. He was already very sleepy today, and then he had walked all day. Now his whole body felt light and floaty. He struggled to get up, went to the bathroom, washed his face and brushed his teeth. Only after finishing everything did he return to bed and lie down to sleep. That night was one of the most comfortable sleeps he had ever had. And he snored all the way, but it had to be said, sleeping like this was truly too comfortable. After a tiring day, he could finally rest well at night. The next morning, he did not get up as early as usual. Due to yesterday's experience, he was extremely sleepy. The next day, he slept until noon before The first thing after getting up was to check if anyone had come to see him. He put on his clothes and went straight to the courtyard, listening carefully to the sounds around. Good. At last I can have a good day of rest. Without friends I feel lonely. But with friends I feel like I don't want to be with them. It's really strange. Ye Fei couldn't quite understand what was wrong with himself. Now he was almost fully awake. He returned to the living room, entered the kitchen, and began to prepare lunch. Since he was alone at home, there was no need to cook a lot of food. After making a simple meal, he started eating. While eating, Ye Fei turned his head to look out the window. It's so boring. Spirit beast. Ye Fei suddenly thought of a particularly good idea. He extended his hands and formed hand seals in an instant. A puff of white smoke dispersed and a chubby panda appeared before him. Shirt, yeah, long time no see. I'm too bored, so I called you out to eat with me. Ye Fei said with a grin, looking at the panda. No way, Ye Fei. You are really too bored, aren't you? Shirtai looked at the bamboo in his hand, then at him, saying with some disbelief. What can I do about it? Alright, maybe it's just this once. Take care of me, okay? Ye Fei returned to his seat and said happily. Shirtai looked at Ye Fei, unchanged, still sitting there chewing. Ye Fei watched Shirtai eating bamboo and smiled to himself. After so long, he once again felt the feeling of having a meal with family. Shirtai was the only family member who could stay by his side. The present moment was very important to him, and it brought back many memories of the past. Having the company of family had now become something unattainable. If he wanted to sit down and eat with his family in this world, could only be realized with Shirtai. Ye Fei, having eaten his fill, leaned back in his chair and patted his belly. This is absolutely wonderful. The feeling of being full is simply incredible. Before he knew it, Ye Fei had devoured every last bit of the food he had made. This startled him, as his usual appetite was far from this magnitude. Gazing at the spotless pots and bowls, he found it utterly unbelievable. By the way, there's something I've been curious about. Shirtai, where do you come from? I've never asked you. Ye Fei suddenly recalled a question he had long. Shirtai gnawed on the bamboo in his paws, then shook his head. I've long forgotten. But I know him not from here. Chewing the bamboo in his mouth, he turned his head to look outside. Ye Fei, observing Shirtai's demeanor, seemed to see a reflection of himself. Neither of them had originally been here. That these two had somehow come together was perhaps fate. It's fine. If you don't remember, then don't. Maybe there were plenty of bad memories before. This way we can start anew and live well here. Ye Fei approached Shirtai with a smile and said. Shirtai nodded lightly, then resumed eating the bamboo in his paws, as if he could never be full no matter the time. Ye Fei patted his head, then sat beside him and turned to gaze out the window. We're both miserable souls. But meeting you must be the arrangement of the heavens. I believe there's a reason for it. Ye Fei watched Shirtai silently in his heart. Option A, take Shirtai for training. Reward upon completion, Shirtai's level 5. Option B, take Shirtai for a stroll and attract everyone's attention. Reward upon completion, a female panda. Option C, let Shirtai keep eating endlessly. Reward upon completion, Shirtai's weight 20 gene. Looking at the three options in his mind, Ye Fei felt helpless. The options were getting more and more absurd. Options B and C were simply unfeasible. The only one with any use was option A. Ye Fei instantly pictured two pandas flaunting their affection before him. He quickly shook his head, dispelling the thought completely. In the end, he had to go with a. Ye Fei was also eager to know just how formidable Shirtai truly was. Shirtai, you can't just keep eating all the time. Ever since I met you, almost every time I see you, this won't do. Ye Fei suddenly stood up and spoke to him. Shirtai just raised his adorable dazed little head and looked at Ye Fei with confusion. After all, his level was still very low and he was in a period of growth. Wasn't it normal to eat a bit more? Come on, it's time to take you for training. Only then can you grow quickly. Ye Fei went to the room to pack his things, already eager to see the power of his spirit beast. Shirtai, indifferent as ever, sat in place and kept eating. I never thought I'd have to bear burdens I shouldn't at this age. Shirtai shook his head with a sigh and murmured softly. In contrast, Ye Fei was brimming with excitement. He quickly packed everything and slung it over his back. After packing, he turned around and looked at Shirtai. Countless possibilities for what was to come had already crossed his mind. It's truly hard to imagine what kind of power my spirit beast possesses. Ye Fei walked down the street holding the things he needed. He had countless thoughts about his spirit beast. Regardless, it was at least a spirit beast, so its strength must be extraordinary. The usual place, only that place is suitable. Ye Fei looked at the Hua Ing rock and said with a smile. He quickened his pace and soon arrived at the back mountain. Yes, back mountain was empty and very quiet. Indeed, this place is perfect for someone like me who enjoys solitude. Then let's test your strength here properly. I hope it will bring me a different result. Ye Fei placed his equipment aside and said with a smile. He formed hand seals, pressed his hands to the ground, and a puff of white smoke rose. Sure, yeah, it's all up to you now. Ye Fei looked at the panda appearing before him and said with a smile. Shirtai gently shook its head. No, I refuse. Why? I suddenly feel very hungry now without any strength. Shirtai's words almost made Ye Fei fall to the ground. How big could this creature's stomach be? It had just finished eating not long ago. Now it felt hungry again. I'm really impressed by you. I was in a hurry when I came out and didn't bring any. Let's see if there's anything to eat around here. Ye Fei looked around helplessly but found no bamboo. Shirtai would not eat anything except bamboo. Without any food, Shirtai sat down on the ground. How about we go deeper and see if there's bamboo? There are very few bamboo here. Hope our luck is that way we can find food. Ye Fei came to Shirtai and whispered to it. Bang! A puff of white smoke dispersed. Ye Fei looked at the empty space in front and shook his head helplessly. I didn't expect it to be such a big shot. It's really hard to take care of. I wonder if it will still be like this after its level increases. If it goes on strike on the battlefield because of hunger, the consequences would be unimaginable. Ye Fei looked around and scanned left and right. There was indeed no sign of bamboo around here. he had to go deeper. He picked up his equipment and strode. Today, if he wanted to complete the mission, it depended on whether he could find bamboo. After walking about 200 meters deeper, Ye Fei finally saw a few relatively tender bamboo shoots. Great, I finally found it. But the quantity is a bit small, I don't know if it can fill him up. Ye Fei said happily but with some concern, saying that he took his weapon and approached the bamboo. With a few simple strokes, he cut down all the bamboo. Ye Fei looked at his harvest and nodded. He summoned Shirtye, and Ye Fei watched it eat with relish. I really don't know how you guys evolved. It was originally a very ferocious beast, but now it has become such a cute appearance. Ye Fei sat down. Crunch crunch. The bamboo had no resistance in Shirtye's mouth. With a few simple chews it became food in its stomach. Ye Fei watched its slow, leisurely manner, truly not knowing when it would be full. But there was no other way now. He could only continue waiting. The sun slowly drifted across the sky, and now it was dusk. Big brother, have you finished eating? We've already wasted a lot of time, we need to speed up. Ye Fei lay in front of Shirtye, speaking with a hint of helplessness. Shirtye nodded while eating bamboo. Alright. Now my stomach isn't so hungry anymore. I should be able to hold on for a while. Shirtye looked at Ye Fei, his mouth still chewing bamboo. Ye Fei stood up excitedly, and immediately took out the tools he had prepared. In that case, let's get started right away. Time waits for no one. We can't afford to waste any more. Once we get home, I'll give you all the bamboo at home. Ye Fei turned around happily and said to it. Shirtye slowly straightened up and came to stand beside Ye Fei. After everything was prepared, Ye Fei looked at his own work. With these targets, I can definitely test your power. Don't let me down, big brother. Ye Fei looked at the lazy Shirtye beside him. Shirtye nodded, then lazily stood up. He looked at the targets before him and stretched his limbs like a although he made no sound, he was ready. I'm about to start. Let me show you my true strength. Shirtye turned to Ye Fei and said with a smile. Ye Fei's heart was pounding with excitement. He couldn't wait to see the panda's power. Shirtye's eyes locked onto the targets ahead. In an instant he clenched his fists tightly, and his originally soft body turned into solid muscle. Ye Fei saw a muscular panda and his eyes widened. Wow, no way. It can actually change forms. This is incredible. Such physical prowess is not something ordinary people can achieve. Ye Fei couldn't help but marvel as he looked at the muscular panda. Shirtye's body emitted steam, his muscles clearly visible. In an instant he vanished from his spot and charged forward. Bang, bang, bang. Upon reaching the target, his fists struck rapidly. He was like a boxing panda. Swift and powerful, each attack leaving a clear mark on the target. Shirtye's punches carried a gust of wind. Seeing this, Ye Fei's worldview was once again shattered. He never expected this panda to have such a powerful combat state. Every punch was full of strength. Boom, boom, boom. Finally, a few heavy punches. The targets in front instantly turned into fragments. Damn, those were really solid. They just turned to dust. Ye Fei was utterly astonished and said in surprise. Shirtye looked at the destroyed targets, then slowly lowered his hands. His body released another burst of steam, and his muscles gradually disappeared. Oh my god, this is amazing. I feel like your physical strength is far greater than mine. Ye Fei rushed eagerly to Shirtye's side. Shirtye made no response, lying lazily on the ground. I can't go on anymore. The food I just ate has already been fully digested. Shirtye's words shocked Ye Fei once again. It's only been a few minutes. Is that it? But it's okay, at least I've seen your strength. Ye Fei's words were purely self-consolation. Before coming, none of his countless guesses had been correct. But the combat state he had just witnessed did leave him somewhat astonished. Let it be so. Ye Fei slowly slumped to the ground. Ding, mission complete. Reward is being integrated. Upon hearing the task notification, he noticed that Shirtye's body was undergoing a transformation. Its fur grew stiffer and glossier. It seems that this level up has made its surface even harder. Its resistance should be stronger than before. Ye Fei smiled as he looked at Shirtye, which was lying lazily on the ground. Then some even stranger patterns began to appear on its body. Evidently these patterns were signs of its power enhancement. This way its combat strength has doubled again. Ye Fei looked up at the sky and smiled. Rustle, rustle, rustle. A sound of leaves stirring came. Shirtye's ears twitched slightly, clearly having heard the noise. Something's up. It must be an enemy. Shirtye's laziness vanished instantly. Hearing this, Ye Fei began to scan the surroundings. He hadn't expected to be ambushed at this moment. If I'm not mistaken, it's the same group of enemies. They really are relentless. Ye Fei drew his weapon and stared ahead. Suddenly 3 figures appeared before them. Each was dressed in black robes and wore a mask. I was right. 3 of them this time. It's a bit tricky. Ye Fei gripped his weapon nervously. Shirtye felt no hunger at all now, probably because it had just leveled up. What's the panic? They're just 3 enemies. Shirtai slowly stood up and flexed its muscles. Ye Fei suddenly realized he wasn't fighting alone this time. Seeing Shirtai ready for battle, a joyful expression appeared on Ye Fei's face. "Alright, my partner." His nervousness was gone, replaced by excitement. The enemies showed no reaction to the one-man-and-beast duo before them. After all, they were nothing but merciless killing machines. Without waiting, Shirtai shifted into combat mode and charged straight at them. The enemies reacted, swiftly launching their attacks. The boxing panda was not a title given in vain. Before the enemies could strike, Shirtai quickly bent down and threw a punch. The force of that punch was terrifying. The enemy's stomach bulged backward. Bang! With one punch, the enemy was sent flying. "My god, this power is absolutely monstrous," Ye Fei exclaimed in astonishment at the battle. Shirtya's strength was even greater than before. Ye Fei didn't stay idle either. He dashed toward the remaining enemies. In an instant, the three foes and the two of them were locked in a fierce melee. These enemies seemed to feel no pain. They bore visible wounds but continued attacking without hindrance. Wind escape, beast wave palm. Ye Fei distanced himself from the enemies and began forming hand seals. One energy wave after another flew toward the foes. These enemies were somewhat different from the previous ones. Their strength was not as formidable. Faced with so many attacks, they appeared flustered. They dodged back and forth in place. But in the end, they were still hit. Bang! Explosions rang out one after another. Obvious wounds appeared on the enemies and their masks were tattered. Good. Just like that, finish them all in one go. Ye Fei pulled out his weapon again and charged at the enemies. He had no worries about Shirtya's side. Under his fierce assault, the enemies were completely overwhelmed. In less than a few minutes, they were battered. Several of their ribs were also broken. Ye Fei found himself growing bored as he observed the enemies before him. These foes were not particularly formidable and their movements were riddled with flaws. If he could exploit these weaknesses and vulnerabilities, he could eliminate all of them in one fell swoop. Ye Fei showed no sign of panic as the enemies charged toward him. Wind released vacuum jade. He took a deep breath, aimed at the enemy, and expelled all the chakra in his mouth. Spheres of energy shot toward the foes with incredible speed. The enemies, devoid of any sense of pain, continued to surge forward even as their bodies took damage. Witnessing this, Ye Fei couldn't help but shudder. "This is truly terrifying," he murmured. "If a person cannot feel pain, how pitiful they must be. But these creatures can hardly be called human." Ye Fei stared in disbelief at the enemies whose bones were exposed. He dashed forward, instantly grabbing one foe's arm with both hands. He swung his right leg in a swift kick. A sharp crack echoed as bones shattered. The enemy's arm was completely fractured, yet the creature showed no sign of retreat. "This is utterly boring," Ye Fei muttered. "Shirtai, take care of them," he shouted to Shirtai beside him. Shirtai nodded, clenched his fists, and strode directly toward the enemies. With the full force of his power, he punched one foe in the head. A muffled explosion resounded. The enemy's head burst into fragments, and Shirtai's fist was stained with blood. The headless enemy's legs gave way and it collapsed to its knees. "This is disgusting," Ye Fei said, revolted by the sight. It was his first time witnessing a decapitation. "Shirtai, be careful and don't be so rough," Ye Fei called out loudly. Shirtai snorted in response, exhaling through his nose. This panda was truly formidable, handling the enemies as if they were mere ants. Ye Fei cracked a smile as he eyed the two remaining foes. He drew his weapon and in a flash appeared behind an enemy. Placing the blade against its neck, he swung with force. The head and body were severed. Ye Fei was baffled by his own actions. He had always detested such brutality. Staring at the severed head, his stomach churned violently. "Handle the rest yourself. I can't take it anymore," Ye Fei said, unable to endure the visual assault any longer. He stepped aside. Shirtai faced the last enemy. This foe bore obvious wounds with several gashes exposing the white. Shirtai clenched his fists and charged forward. He delivered blow after blow to the enemy's abdomen, each punch causing the belly to bulge outward. The onslaught left the creature's internal organs severely damaged. Blood seeped from beneath the mask. Shirtai stared at the enemy, his fists tightening, the muscles on his arms sharply defined. He drove a fist into the enemy's chest. The heartbeat ceased instantly, and the creature's body began convulsing uncontrollably. Collapsed to the ground, still twitching. As the heart stopped, the enemy finally lay dead. The battle ended and the muscles on Shirtai's body vanished, replaced by soft round fat. He sprawled lazily on the ground. Ye Fei turned to look at the remnants of the enemies, still struggling to stomach the gruesome scene. The visual impact was overwhelming. Holding his breath, he approached the corpses and examined the bodies. The next task was to dispose of all the remains properly. "I am truly curious, these clones are all extremely weak. Why send them to their deaths? Last time the enemy's strength was formidable. It seems his experimental results are not yet ideal." Ye Fei disposed of the corpses, then looked at the sky and murmured. Shirtai lay on the ground for a while, then turned into a puff of white mist. Noticing Shirtai's disappearance, Ye Fei smiled. Kung Fu Panda, it seems this is your new name again. I never expected that what you excel at most is boxing. It seems they'll have to train you properly when I have time in the future. Ye Fei found a place to sit down. The events of today struck him as utterly incredible. His summoning beast was extremely powerful, and it had a certain connection to his own self. If his own strength improved in the future, the summoning beast's power would also increase accordingly. That would bring only benefits and no drawbacks. But the only thing giving him a headache now was Orochimaru. Finding him was still a problem. Maybe he'll come to me himself later. What's the hurry? Take it slow. Ye Fei shook his head somewhat helplessly. After sitting down, he felt his stomach growling with hunger. Earlier all his focus had been on the battle. He had completely failed to notice how hungry he was. Originally he had come here to train, and then he encountered an enemy. His stamina was depleted twofold. Pack up, let's go back for dinner. But just as Ye Fei stood up to pack his things, he found that none of the items he brought were in good condition. No choice. It seems I'll have to buy some things when I have time. I must keep these items stocked up from now on. Ye Fei chuckled. After returning home, he took off his clothes, took a bath, and washed away all the bloodstains. Then he went to the kitchen and made some food. After a simple meal, Ye Fei went to the yard and lay down to rest as usual. I always feel a bit of a headache. Time really passes so slowly. But this is also good. If I encounter the Ninetales attack later, and my strength hasn't improved, that would be terrible. Ye Fei thought carefully about what would happen next. Moreover, he had already become friends with Uchiha Itachi. What would happen then remained unknown. But what would happen soon was the end of the Third Great Ninja War and Minato becoming Hokage. That would also mean Naruto's birth. When Naruto was born, the Ninetales would attack Konoha. Thinking this way, it felt like time really flew by. Ye Fei lightly patted his head, stopping himself from dwelling on these messy thoughts. After all, since he had transmigrated into this world, many things had become different. Perhaps there would be other unexpected events happening. After finishing the last mission, I've been resting for several days. I really don't know when the next mission. Ye Fei looked at the starry sky, silently thinking. For him, having a mission to do now was better. If every day were like this, it would be really boring. If there's nothing to do, just get some sleep. After falling asleep, time will pass quickly, and maybe there will be a new mission by tomorrow. Ye Fei stood in the yard, stretched, and walked inside. He soon fell asleep after getting into bed, probably because he was too exhausted today. This sleep was truly comfortable. We've been here for so long, yet now we're only at the end of the Third World War. I don't know how to get through the days ahead, and there are still so many things to experience. Ye Fei, brushing his teeth in the yard, said to himself. Now I feel much stronger, but compared to those overpowered cheaters later on, him still a bit outmatched. The Third World War was now nearing its end, and a brief period of peace would soon follow. However, everything that was happening was turning for the worse. I wonder what kind of mission awaits me next, he thought. If I could go out and take a walk, that would be best. Ye Fei washed his face, then looked at the sky, silently thinking to himself. Suddenly a dark, seductive figure appeared behind Ye Fei. Who's there? Ye Fei immediately sensed the person behind him. Without turning around, he directly drew his weapon. Little brother, no need to rush. It's me. Huashi walked with a feline grace, stepping behind Ye Fei, and naturally placed her hands on his shoulders. Sister Snake, I didn't expect it to be you. But it's better not to play such jokes. Ye Fei quickly sidestepped away, looking at the woman before him and smiling. Huashi covered her mouth and chuckled softly. It seems our little brother is still a bit shy, Huashi said as she removed the mask from her face. A strikingly handsome face was revealed. Ye Fei was somewhat surprised when he saw Huashi's true appearance. He had never expected Huashi to be so beautiful. Her features were delicate, her eyes perfectly proportioned, yet they seemed somewhat incongruous with her usual behavior. Sister Snake, you? Ye Fei said in astonishment. Huashi tossed her hair elegantly, then stared directly into Ye Fei's eyes. Nothing special. We've been together for so long and I haven't yet shown you my true face. However, little brother, your reaction is somewhat unexpected. Huashi said, looking at Ye Fei with a smile. Ye Fei smiled back without a word. She is indeed beautiful, but if she thinks she can pull this trick on me, she underestimates me. Although I am an old single man, I can still resist this kind of temptation. Ye Fei silently thought to himself as he looked at the woman before him. Even though he thought this way, he couldn't help but take a few more glances. If she used a honey trap in battle, she would truly make enemies lose their souls. Tell me quickly, what exactly do you want from me? Is there another mission? Ye Fei said impatiently. Huashi slowly approached Ye Fei, extending her slender fingers to touch his cheek. Little brother, can't I come to you for something else? Huashi's smile was even more sinister than before. Ye Fei had never felt any fondness for this Huashi, Slowly he reached out and removed the hand from his sister. Can't we stop messing around? Are you sure you don't have any mission for me? If so, then leave as soon as possible. Wait a moment, I still have things to do. Ye Fei said coldly, looking at Huaxi. Seeing that her honey trap had failed, Huaxi stomped her foot in frustration. That's really boring, she said. I did come to you because there's a mission. Gather at the this. You still have 6 hours to prepare. Huaxi put her hands on her hips, pouted, and said sulkily. Ye Fei nodded. If there really were no mission, dealing with this woman would be too troublesome. Ye Fei looked at Huaxi and said with a smile. I understand. I'll report on time this afternoon. Huaxi gnashed her teeth, wishing she could tear Ye Fei apart and devour him. Her earlier behavior had already made clear what she wanted, yet Ye Fei remained completely unmoved. This infuriated her, even causing her to doubt her own charm. She calmed her inner turmoil and put on a smile again. Little brother, I really hope you've thought it through. If you regret it later, big sister can still forgive you. Ye Fei said nothing and made no move. Huaxi paused for a few seconds, feeling helpless, and had no choice but to leave first. She put on her mask and vanished instantly from the courtyard, leaping out through the large tree. Ye Fei looked up at the tree. I never expected this woman to be like this. Youth knows not the goodness of a mature woman, mistaking a lowly for a treasure. Though this saying is not wrong, I really want to give it another try. Ye Fei looked at the sky and murmured. There were still over 5 hours until the assembly. Although time was ample, he still didn't know the specifics of the mission. After entering the room, he prepared the things he needed, food and clothing, as much as possible. This was what Ye Fei did before every mission. If the mission required going far away, he wouldn't have to rush to prepare. But every mission ended up disappointing. I hope this time I can use what I've prepared. It's not much trouble anyway, so it's better to always be ready. To avoid panicking and forgetting something. Ye Fei looked at his packed gear and smiled. He walked to the table and looked at the broken weapon on it. Since it broke last time, he had rarely used it. Moreover, he didn't want to reforge it. I wonder if it can still be used. Ye Fei reached out, picked up the weapon, and examined it carefully. Its sharpness was still quite promising, except that it was broken in the middle. This meant the attack range was halved. I wonder if I can get a weapon as a reward next time. Although I don't know the probability of this reward, it's better to be prepared separately. At least I need to cover every aspect. Ye Fei put the broken blade away. After organizing all his gear, he placed it together. Since there was still a long time left, he decided to eat something. He went to the kitchen and started bustling about. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking came. Ye Fei heard someone at the door, wiped his hands clean, and went to the front door. Mumu. Ye Fei opened the door and saw Chaoben Mumu standing outside. Fei, what are you doing at home? Mumu had her hands behind her back, wearing a very cute outfit. Ye Fei smiled and invited her inside. Nothing much, I'm about to go on a mission, so I'm making some food. After entering the living room, Ye Fei looked at the adorable girl before him and felt very happy. What a coincidence. I was planning to ask you to go shopping with me, but I didn't expect you to have a mission. Mumu looked a bit disappointed. The disappointment was written all over her face. I'm really sorry. I just received the order. How about this, after I come back, we'll go out and I'll take you shopping properly. Ye Fei, seeing Mumu's disappointment, quickly said. After thinking it over, Mumu nodded reluctantly. I guess that's the only way. When you come back, we'll go on a date. I mean shopping. Mumu said happily. Ye Fei heard it and couldn't believe his ears. He didn't know if it was a slip of the tongue or intentional. Then it's settled. After you finish your mission, we'll go out together. You must not break your promise. Mumu brought her face closer to him and whispered. Ye Fei swallowed and nodded. Don't worry, I won't break my promise. I'll come find you as soon as... Mumu nodded, very happy. In that case, I won't disturb you. Be careful. She stood up and went outside. Ye Fei looked at the lively and adorable girl, a smile appearing on his face. Don't worry, you'll be careful and come home safely. I wonder how many days this will take. As soon as I'm back, I'll come find you first. Ye Fei... Mumu nodded and happily walked out of Ye Fei's house. Staring at her own front door, she couldn't calm her emotions for a long time. Looks like my romantic luck is about to arrive. I must seize this opportunity. Ye Fei clenched his fists to encourage himself. He knew that, in the world of Naruto, people generally matured early. And he was just a child, so he wouldn't care about those rumors. Seeing that there was still plenty of time, he went to the kitchen to continue preparing his meal. After everything was ready, he went to the living room. After this meal, I'll go report. This time I'm afraid it will be tiring again. I hope it won't take too long. That way I can come back earlier. Ye Fei muttered to himself as he looked at the food he had made. He picked up his chopsticks and ate quickly. Over the years, Ye Fei had developed a very good habit, being punctual. No matter what, he would always arrive a bit. After eating and cleaning up, he grabbed his luggage and left home. On the street his mood was very complicated. Moreover, he knew nothing about this mission. This was normal procedure. There was still a full hour before the assembly time. Ye Fei strolled leisurely along the main road. It was fine, no need to rush. Mission date, mission date. It's really hard to choose, but I have to do the mission now. Maybe I should leave the umbu later, being constrained is really too difficult. Ye Fei walked along the road, still thinking about Mu Mu's invitation. Before he knew it, he had arrived at the entrance of the umbu. He looked up at the sky now, truly hoping that this mission would be very simple. That way he could come back early. Entering the umbu, he found it completely empty. Did I come too early? No choice, I'll have to wait here for a while. It seems they'll probably arrive right on time. Ye Fei found a spot, put his gear aside and sat down. He looked around. Everything was still so familiar. All the equipment was top-notch. Here he could indeed receive good training and steadily improve his eyesight. When he first arrived, he already felt that his choice was correct. Now it seemed the same, although Ye Fei could improve his strength without training. The options available in each location were limited. Changing places was undoubtedly the best for him. This way he could have room for development and grow quickly. He sat there lost in thought. Nearly 40 minutes passed before someone finally arrived. Panda, I never expected you to be the first one here. Quite diligent. Lao Mao carrying his equipment came to Ye Fei's side. There was nothing to do at home, so I came early. When I got here there wasn't a single person. It seems you all have a good sense of time. Ye Fei pointed around and said in a low voice. Lao Mao smiled. Over the next 10-odd minutes everyone arrived one by one. Excellent, no one was. Panda was the first to arrive. This spirit is truly worthy of our emulation. From now on we must gather half an hour earlier. That way we'll have ample time to prepare. Yan Wang looked at each person before him and spoke loudly. Everyone stood straight. Now let me brief you on the mission requirements. I don't think it's too difficult. Yan Wang pulled out the mission list and said to them. Over the next few minutes he carefully explained the mission details. Ye Fei felt that everyone was very relaxed. It seemed this task was quite simple for them. This mission required them to travel to a very distant place to eliminate the enemy. It was a newly established stronghold that had to be cleared immediately. The longer they delayed, the more troublesome it would become. You already know the gist of the mission. Time waits for no one. Let's go. Yan Wang shouted loudly, then dashed ahead without hesitation. Ye Fei and the others followed closely. The enemy's strength was not formidable. The only challenge was their large numbers. But Ye Fei was worried about the journey. The round trip would take an entire day. Excluding travel, the battle itself would need another day. It seems it'll be 2 days before we can return. After returning I must find Mu Mu immediately. I can't let him wait too long. Ye Fei ran along the path silently thinking. Everyone soon arrived at the entrance of my village. Yan Wang explained the situation to the duty officer and then they all set off again. They darted swiftly among the trees. Ye Fei gazed at the branches beneath his feet, his mind preoccupied with other thoughts. Earlier Mu Mu had come to see him but hadn't made things clear. Ye Fei still didn't know whether it was a date or a shopping trip. Either way the nature of both was similar. It would be just the two of them with no one else. Yan Wang stopped and examined the map. This journey is. Have you all prepared your equipment? If you're missing anything we can buy some at the next village. Yan Wang turned and shouted loudly. Captain, I need to buy a few things. I didn't know we'd be going this far, so I didn't bring enough supplies. Huashi raised her hand and spoke softly. Yan Wang nodded. Now everyone would have to purchase their needed items at the next village. Ye Fei smiled. He was the only one who didn't need to buy anything. After all, he had prepared thoroughly. To save time, they took no breaks during the rest of the journey. They only stopped when they passed through a village. Everyone went into the village to buy supplies, leaving Ye Fei alone to rest in the forest. It seems this will take some more time. I really don't understand what they're thinking. If they were like me, always prepared, then this wouldn't have happened. Ye Fei leaned against a tree, his gaze sweeping the surroundings with a hint of irritation. The mission no longer held much importance for him. What mattered most was to hurry home. How boring. The enemy's strength is utterly ordinary. It seems dealing with them is equally tedious. I wonder when I'll get a truly formidable mission. I've never experienced one. Ye Fei tilted his head back, staring at the sky. To him now these mundane missions were beneath his notice. Still the sight of the aftermath of battle left him somewhat unsettled. He yearned to participate in an important mission. What's the rush? There are plenty of things yet to come. When Naruto is born, that's when the real show begins. Ye Fei pondered the events that lay ahead. Time trickled by and the few who had gone shopping returned carrying their purchases. No way, sis, you actually bought these. Aren't we supposed to be on a mission? Ye Fei exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the clothes in Huashi's hands. And what she had bought was no ordinary attire. It was a swimsuit. What do you know, little brother? The place we're heading to has sandy beaches and an ocean. It's rare to go so far away. We might as well enjoy ourselves. She swayed her hips as she approached Ye Fei. Ye Fei quickly turned his head away at the sight. Fine. You're the boss. Whatever you want to do, you'll just have to accept it. Ye Fei felt helpless but had no choice. Yan Wang, holding the weapons he had bought, came to the front. Is everyone ready with what they need? Let's not delay. Set out. At his command, everyone once again embarked on the mission. Seeing what she had bought, Ye Fei felt his return home would be postponed yet again. There was no better option. He would have to go back with them when it was over. I didn't expect she to know that place so well. It seems she really enjoys traveling. Ye Fei leaped swiftly between the branches, his eyes fixed on She. The name she was not given without reason. This woman possessed an intuition beyond the ordinary. The moment Ye Fei looked at her, she sensed it. She slowed her pace and came beside Ye Fei. Little brother, why have you been staring at your sister? Have you finally come to your senses? She said, her eyes gleaming with a seductive hint. Ye Fei shook his head. How did you know I was watching you? Do you have some special ability? Ye Fei asked curiously. A secret, but not an unspeakable one. The condition is you let me study you a bit. She thought for a moment, then whispered. Ye Fei shook his head in refusal. Since you don't want to know, I won't tell you. With that, she quickened her pace to catch up with the others. What else could the secret be? It must be that she senses things differently. Otherwise, how could she know I was looking at her the moment I did? Ye Fei said, feeling resigned. Such a conditioned reflex was remarkable, and it would be invaluable on the being able to know instantly when someone is observing her. In an instant he felt as if he were truly an ordinary person. Aside from the Conqueror's Haki being somewhat exceptional, everything else is far too ordinary. I really have no idea what strange and bizarre things I might acquire in the future. Ye Fei quickened his pace and caught up with the others. Time swiftly passed until evening. Because they had gone to purchase some necessary items, they had been delayed for quite a while. They decided to set up camp for the night right where they were. If they continued traveling at night, they would likely be attacked by wild beasts. Their destination was not far. Well, set out when the sun rises tomorrow. Well, take turns keeping watch tonight. Yan Wang put down his equipment and said to them. Understood. Everyone replied in unison. Ye Fei found a spot, placed his gear on the ground, and walked over to where they were gathered. Lao Mao had already started a fire. The weather is really getting chilly at night this season. I wonder what the situation ahead is like. She sat on the ground, hugging her knees. Ye Fei sat beside her. Not for any other reason but because every other spot was already taken. The enemies this time aren't very strong. But we're not familiar with the terrain there. I suspect it will be a prolonged battle. Ye Fei fiddled with something in his hands as he spoke. Everyone nodded in agreement. This was something each of them understood very well. Don't worry, let's just treat this trip as a getaway. The scenery there is fantastic. It's a perfect chance. He Bao gathered some wild fruits and distributed them among the group. Ye Fei took out his weapon, sharpened a branch, and skewered the fruits onto it. Finally, he placed the fruits over the fire to roast. What kind of move is this? The others asked, puzzled. Haven't you ever tried this before? It's nothing special. If you want, you can give it a try. Ye Fei looked at their expressions and found it hard. Everyone followed suit, skewering fruits and placing them over the fire. Though they had all eaten roasted meat, this was their first time roasting wild fruits. After a few dozen seconds, the aroma burst forth. So fragrant. I'm going to start eating. She removed her mask upon catching the scent and immediately began devouring the fruit. At that moment, the others also took off their masks, revealing their original faces. Every one of them matched Ye Fei's expectations. Yan Wang's appearance was somewhat unexpected. A prominent scar ran across his face. Anyone who saw it would feel an oppressive pressure. Perhaps it was the mark of time. I never thought I'd get to see all their faces today, but they're pretty much what I imagined. Ye Fei watched everyone eating with relish and smiled softly. Time slowly crept into the latter part of the night. Everyone went to rest and the first watch fell to Ye Fei. It was his own suggestion. After all, he wasn't sleepy yet. Standing atop a large tree, he listened to the wind rustling around him and slowly pulled up his collar. It seems our return will be delayed again. According to what they said, we'll have to stay there until all the enemies are. Ye Fei looked at the spot where each person was resting, shook his head with a trace of helplessness. When his gaze fell on he quickly turned his head away. Because he didn't know if he could sense it while she was sleeping. This ability is really quite convenient. I wonder if it still works when I'm asleep. If I had such power in battle, it would be like having a cheat code. Ye Fei leaned against the big tree, gazing at the starry sky. Just as he had been thinking, he was now intensely curious. Would it be effective while sleeping? Driven by curiosity, he slowly shifted his gaze toward the flower snake. Just one look. Ye Fei stared nervously, his heart pounding. After a second or two, he averted his eyes again. His heartbeat quickened. If she caught him, there would be no way to explain. After waiting for a minute or two without hearing any sound, he assumed he hadn't been discovered. I knew it. How could it possibly work while sleeping? That really scared me. Ye Fei breathed a sigh of relief and muttered softly. But before he could catch his breath, a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. A shiver ran down his spine. Little brother, were you just looking at me? What mischief are you plotting in the dead of night? Flower Snake's voice cut through him like a knife. Ye Fei feigned calm and shook his head gently. She chuckled softly and stepped in front of him. Don't pretend. I know exactly what you were doing. My ability works even when I'm asleep. Flower Snake removed her mask and whispered to Ye Fei. Sister Hua, please stop teasing me. I did look at you just now. But it was only to verify whether your ability works while you sleep. I really had no other intentions. Ye Fei spoke in a very low voice, afraid of being overheard. Flower Snake touched her own face and smiled. Is that so? Ye Fei nodded. Now he had no choice but to tell the truth. If he didn't clear it up, he would definitely be misunderstood. How boring. For some reason I can't sleep. Looks like it's going to be another sleepless night. Flower Snake slowly sat down on a branch, her legs dangling in the air. Ye Fei felt relieved that nothing had happened and slowly sat down. He didn't want any conversation. He was perfectly fine keeping watch alone. Being with Flower Snake was just too awkward. Little brother, do you have any plans for the future? It was the very thing he feared. He wanted no topics, but she started one anyway. Ye Fei shook his head to indicate that he didn't. Actually, I don't know either. This mission isn't that difficult. Maybe we can just storm it and win. His eyes remained fixed ahead. I'm not asking about that. I know this mission is very simple. I'm asking about your life plan. Flower Snake gently patted Ye Fei's shoulder and asked. Without realizing it, Ye Fei had become very sensitive to this woman's physical contact. Feeling extremely uncomfortable all over, Ye Fei said, I'm not sure either. Besides, I'm still very young. There's no need to think that far ahead. It's enough to just live well in the present. Take it one step at a time. Ye Fei edged away from her. Noticing his reaction, Flower Snake pouted in displeasure. Ye Fei noticed her change in mood, but had no choice. To him, she was only an older sister. Is that so? Well then, actually your idea is quite good. In that case, you can live a carefree life. She placed her hands on her legs and murmured softly. At that moment, Ye Fei also noticed her. Given her age, she might be stuck in the dark division for the rest of her life. Perhaps that was the source of her resignation. In comparison, he was still quite free. Sister Snake, don't be too disheartened. Try to look on the bright side. It's not so bad. No matter what, we have to keep living. Ye Fei turned to Hua Shi as he spoke. Hua Shi was momentarily stunned, then broke into a smile. I never expected to be taught a lesson by a kid several years younger than me. It seems you've been through quite a lot. Hua Shi narrowed her eyes, studying Ye Fei. Noticing her expression, he blushed and quickly averted. Still a child at heart. By the way, how is that girl? Have you two been in touch? Want me to teach you a few tricks? Hua Shi deliberately leaned in closer as she spoke. Ye Fei shook his head. After a few seconds, he still didn't respond. All right then. But anyway, to repay you for that lesson, I'll tell you what girls like. Hua Shi said with a sly smile. Ye Fei initially wanted to refuse, but then he thought about how much he really needed advice in this area. Seeing that he didn't decline, Hua Shi's lips curled upward. Actually, girls don't like that many things. If she has feelings for you, she'll love whatever you give her. But I think chocolate is a safe bet. At least it's my favorite. Alright, you keep watch. I'm going to rest for a bit. Otherwise, it'll get wrinkles. With that, Hua Shi quickly retreated to her spot and began to rest. Ye Fei remained seated silent for a long time. He was still pondering what Hua Shi had just said. Chocolate. Last time I searched high and low for it. So that must be Moo Mew's favorite thing. I'll bring some back when I go home. Ye Fei felt as if a great burden had been lifted, and he was overjoyed. This trip afar was the perfect chance to bring back something from the outside. Thus a peaceful Christmas Eve passed. Ye Fei took the night shift and slept later. The sun slowly rose, illuminating the earth. Everyone get up. Pack your things and prepare to move out. Yan Wang stood up and shouted to the group. Everyone quickly got up and gathered their belongings. Each of them was a well-trained soldier. Now that they were on a mission, they dared not slack off. In a place like this, accidents could happen at any moment. They had to stay vigilant at all times. Even when they slept, they never fell into a deep slumber. At the slightest sign of trouble, they would react instantly. After packing up, they all lined up. Move out. At Yan Wang's command, all members followed him, sprinting toward their destination. There was no time for rest, and they had no time to waste, especially since they wanted to have some fun there. After more than an hour of travel, they finally arrived at the vicinity of their destination. Having observed the enemy's position, they found a highly concealed spot to hide, and began their surveillance. The enemy's construction speed was remarkably swift. In just a few days they had transformed this place into a formidable bastion easy to defend and hard to assault. It seems the enemy was already well prepared. And they anticipated our arrival as well. Yan Wang murmured softly as he gazed at the enemy's base. Everyone was observing intently. Ye Fei realized that although the enemy's strength was not particularly formidable this time, their base was a fortress that was easy to defend and difficult to conquer. This was hardly good news for them. If they chose to attack Hedon, they would undoubtedly suffer losses. The best course of action for now was to carefully discuss a strategy. Yan Wang withdrew his head from the reconnaissance position. Seeing the dispirited looks on his comrades, he felt a twinge of helplessness. He himself knew that the enemy had made thorough preparations and the base was exceptionally sturdy. Without a sound plan, we must never resort to a frontal assault. What's wrong with all of you? Are you giving up just because of what you see before you? If that's the case, then you are not worthy of being my team members. Yan Wang spoke softly to them. The others did not respond, but after a moment Ye Fei suddenly turned to look at Yan Wang. Captain, rest assured. No matter what the enemy's situation is, I will fight to the death and battle to the very end. Even if I cannot eliminate them all, I will fight until my last breath. Ye Fei declared with great confidence. Yan Wang nodded, expressing his satisfaction. Upon hearing Ye Fei's words, the others gradually regained their confidence. Although the enemy's base was easy to defend and hard to attack, they could lure the enemy out. Don't worry, Captain, no matter what happens, we will never let you down. Whether we succeed or fail this time, we will fight to the end and never become deserters. Lao Mao clenched his fists and spoke with resolute strength. At that moment everyone's morale soared. Yan Wang looked at his subordinates with a satisfied nod. Now these are my team members. Although the enemy's base is easy to defend and hard to attack, they have a fatal weakness: their strength is not formidable. Moreover, once we lure them all out, the battlefield will become our territory. Yan Wang carefully In the following minutes he arranged all the tasks that each of them needed to carry out. Lao Mao, being the fastest, was assigned to set fire to every corner of the enemy's base. This would force the enemies to emerge from their tents. Once they did, Yan Wang, along with Ye Fei and Hua Shi, would charge forward. The remaining members would be responsible for taking down the fleeing enemies. After everyone understood their respective missions, they dispersed. Ye Fei stayed close to Yan Wang, and Hua Shi, observing their calm demeanor and feeling a tinge of envy. What concerned him now was whether his stomach would hold up when he saw the corpses. But regardless, he had to overcome this issue. Could a doctor who faints at the sight of blood still practice medicine? Or a soldier who feels nauseous at the sight of corpses still carry out missions? Ye Fei struggled to steel his resolve. At this moment only a few of them were here. If he couldn't fight, their combat strength would be significantly diminished. The only thing he could do now was to force himself to overcome this weakness. Ye Fei struggled to steel his resolve. At this moment only a few of them were here. If he couldn't fight, their combat strength would be significantly diminished. The only thing he could do now was to force himself to overcome this weakness. What's wrong? Is everything all right? Hua Shi suddenly felt something unusual about Ye Fei, and grew deeply concerned. Ye Fei shook his head. It's nothing. Seeing Ye Fei's demeanor, Hua Shi could only shift her attention back to the enemy's position. Yan Wang signaled Old Cat, who instantly moved, evading all enemy eyes. He set several tents ablaze. The raging flames consumed the tents in an instant. The people inside cried out desperately as they fled, but their bodies were already engulfed in fire. Within seconds all the tents were ignited. The enemy side fell into chaos with no order whatsoever. Yan Wang, sensing the moment was right, immediately issued the command. The three of them charged forward in unison. Old Cat and the others also reached the enemy's escape route and began to block them. The annihilation began. Yan Wang, like a fearless vanguard, slashed down the foremost enemy. Upon seeing the charge, the enemy side quickly grabbed their weapons and fought back desperately. Although their strength was inferior, they held a significant numerical advantage. Yet, before absolute power, the tactic of human waves was utterly useless. Fire release. Wind release. A perfect combination technique unfolded. A fiery tornado devoured one enemy after another. Ye Fei was astonished by such flawless coordination. Without certain experience, such perfect teamwork would be impossible. I must step up my game too. I can't afford to fall behind. Ye Fei drew his broken blade and began scanning for targets. At that moment a dozen enemies noticed. Sensing his comparatively weak strength, they swarmed toward him. This was clearly an attempt to pick on the weakest. Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. Ye Fei smiled at the dozen enemies. He darted forward like an arrow, reaching the foremost enemy in an instant. With a swift motion his blade sliced across their necks and blood gushed from the severed arteries. He sheathed his blade and sought the next target. These enemies were far too weak, dealing with them felt like swatting insignificant creatures. Cannon fodder. That term was most fitting. 3, 4, 5. Ye Fei wove through the enemy ranks, cutting them down one by one. The enemies seemed utterly defenseless. The moment Ye Fei reached them, they lost their lives. This is a bit dull. Ye Fei gazed at the enemies trembling in place and couldn't help but sigh. No time to wait. Time to act. Just then 5 enemies instantly surrounded him. Their hands formed seals in an instant and slammed onto the ground. Strange patterns spread around Ye Fei. The lines began to shift, extending toward the sky, and then coalesced into a cage. What the hell is this? Ye Fei stared at the cage, imprisoning him with curiosity. It seemed to be made from shadows. The 5 enemies remained frozen in their original poses. So that's it. Ye Fei immediately understood the principle behind it. The cage was woven from the shadows of those enemies. As his finger touched the cage, a faint electric shock instantly jolted him, making him pull his hand back. So this is no ordinary cage. It has an offensive property. Interesting. Ye Fei let out a faint smile as he observed the 5 enemies around him. Though he hadn't yet found a way to break it, at last he felt something intriguing. If he kept slaughtering those enemies so effortlessly, it would truly be a waste of time for Ye Fei. 5 enemies looked up at Ye Fei in the cage, revealing smiles. They felt that they had completely imprisoned. Flying Thunder God Technique. Ye Fei wanted to use the Flying Thunder God Technique to escape from here, but found no response. It was as if he could not find any direction. It seems this thing has a shielding effect. Ye Fei drew his weapon and struck the cage violently, but only heard a crackling sound. It had no effect at all. The enemies looked at Ye Fei in the cage and began to laugh loudly, as if watching a beast in a cage, finding it very amusing. Alas, I wonder how long it took them to develop this thing. Ye Fei shook his head helplessly. Just now, when he was examining the tool, he had noticed a flaw. The gaps in the cage could be passed through. This meant that as long as he made good use of these gaps, he could break out. Looking at the smug enemies, Ye Fei pulled out some shurikens. Then let's see who gets the last laugh. Ye Fei aimed at one of the enemies through the gap. Caillou. With a forceful throw, the shuriken flew out like a wild horse that had broken its reins. It struck the enemy's head with great accuracy. Thud, the enemy fell to the ground. One corner of the cage slowly dissipated. Exactly as I thought. Without the support of the enemies, this thing is just a piece of paper. Ye Fei looked at the large hole and smiled. The enemies also appeared panicked and at a loss. After walking out of the cage, he looked at the remaining 4 enemies who were forming hand seals. Ye Fei gave them no time to breathe and instantly wiped them all out. Your ninjutsu is not bad, but it has many flaws. Ye Fei wiped his blade on the enemy's clothes. A gleaming broken sword was revealed anew. Option A, kill 20 enemies. Reward random lightning release. Option B, kill 10 enemies. Reward random money. Option C, observe the battle from a distance. Reward random beautiful woman's favor. Ye Fei looked at the options appearing in his mind. These options were really uninteresting, but the rewards were relatively good. I don't need beautiful women or anything like that now. If it were Hua Shi, I would be doomed. Ye Fei shook his head and finally chose option A. Killing 20 enemies was not particularly difficult. But now there were not many enemies left. If he wanted to complete this task, he had to hurry. He even had to steal kills from others. Ye Fei stopped dawdling and began to look for targets. 1 slash per enemy very fast. In the blink of an eye, he had already eliminated 13 enemies. But there were no more targets to kill around him. No choice. He'll have to steal kills. Ye Fei watched the others who were still engaged with enemies, and a particular idea came to his mind. Hua Shi was fighting 3 enemies, and those 3 were already severely wounded. He took out kunai, aimed at the 3 severely wounded enemies, and quickly threw them. All 3 kunai hit the enemies' hearts. Hua Shi was about to deliver the final blow when she found the 3 enemies falling to the ground. Panda! Why are you stealing kills from me? Hua Shi stomped her feet in anger at Ye Fei. Sister Snake, sorry. I'll treat you to a meal when we get back. Ye Fei immediately left this place, which was not safe to stay long. Then he began to look for other targets. 13 plus 3, and there are 4 more. Looks like I need to hurry. Ye Fei sprinted while searching for targets, calculating in his mind. If this mission had been assigned at the start of the battle, it would have been a breeze. But now only a handful of enemies remained. He Bao might be dealing with some fleeing enemies. Ye Fei immediately turned and dashed in the opposite direction. He was not disappointed. There indeed were 2 enemies desperately trying to escape. He Bao was also attacking from behind the enemies. Sorry bro Bao, but I'm stealing the kill. Ye Fei surged ahead, instantly appearing before the enemies. The enemies spotted Ye Fei and frantically split in 2 directions. Trying to run. Not on my watch. With a swift step, he closed in behind one of them. A chill flash of light. A broken blade tip emerged from the enemy's heart. The enemy's legs trembled, blood spilling from his mouth. Ye Fei kicked the body away and blood gushed out with the blade as he pulled it free. Good, only 3 left. Ye Fei turned to look at the other enemy. But He Bao's blade was about to strike the enemy's back. Not good. Ye Fei panicked and activated Flying Thunder God, vanishing instantly. Conqueror's Haki. An invisible aura erupted forth. He Bao's eyes turned white, frozen in that stance. Ye Fei noticed that everyone around him stood motionless, as if they had lost their souls. Damn, I overdid it. Ye Fei had no time to worry. He swiftly finished off the enemy beneath He Bao's blade. Since things had already gone this far, he might as well push through to complete the mission. As luck would have it, only 2 enemies remained alive on the field. Ye Fei approached them and drove his weapon into their hearts. Within a second or two their heartbeats ceased. Ding, mission complete. Reward lightning release fusion is being integrated. From the name alone he could tell how this lightning release worked. But Ye Fei had no time to dwell on it. Seeing everyone frozen in place, he felt a bit at a loss. Conqueror's Haki disperse. After a moment of thought, he decided to release the Haki. The invisible aura vanished instantly and light returned to everyone's eyes. The moment he noticed their subtle change, Ye Fei dropped to the ground. He smeared some of the enemy's blood on it. Hope this works. Ye Fei shut his eyes tightly, his heartbeat gradually accelerating. After about a dozen seconds, Yan Wang and the others fully regained their senses. But they had no idea what had just happened. The enemies had also died inexplicably. What's going on? Panda! Yan Wang without much thought spotted Ye Fei not far away. Hearing his call, the others rushed to his side. Panda! Panda! Yan Wang shook Ye Fei's body, calling his name repeatedly. Ye Fei's moment to perform had arrived. He slowly opened his eyes, feigning extreme weakness. See, Captain. Just now. I don't know what happened. It felt like a tremendous force knocked me out. Ye Fei pretended to struggle to sit up, continuously rubbing his head. My head hurts so much. Yan Wang and the others breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that Ye Fei was only suffering from a headache. They didn't want anyone to be lost in this mission. We all experienced the same thing just now. No idea what caused it. Anyway, let's get out of here. Yan Wang scanned the area and found no remaining enemies. Ye Fei nodded slightly. He tried to stand but found his legs had no strength. In the end, Man Yo carried Ye Fei to a safe zone. On Man Yo's back, Ye Fei smiled faintly. Clearly he had fooled them all. It seems I've managed to fool them, Ye Fei thought to himself, watching the others. At least they didn't discover my secret. After reaching a safe place, everyone began to rest. Ye Fei was now completely fine, as he had never been injured in the first place. Our mission this time has been a complete success. Panda will rest here while the rest of us dispose of all. Once that's done, we can finally relax. Yan Wang addressed them. Everyone rose, leaving only Ye Fei to rest. Every time we finish a mission, we have to get rid of the bodies. It's such a tedious process. I wonder if there are any villages nearby. If not, we'll have to buy chocolate on the way back. Ye Fei leaned against a large tree, gazing at the sky. The moment was peaceful. Everyone except him had started clearing the corpses. Fortunately, the enemy numbers were small this time. I wonder what they were thinking. Could it be they chose to vacation here because missions have been scarce lately? Actually, when you think about it, it's not bad. Ye Fei looked toward the battlefield. After disposing of the bodies, everyone returned to his side. Only after confirming that Ye Fei was absolutely fine did they relax. Sister Snake, I'm really sorry. I won't steal your kill again. Ye Fei said weakly. Huashi smiled and waved her hand. Given your current state, I'll forgive you this, but if you do it again, I promise I'll beat you up. Ye Fei chuckled. Alright, since everyone's fine, let's hurry and leave this place. Let's find a spot to rest properly. Yan Wang looked around and said. Everyone stood up and followed him into the distance. There was indeed a village nearby, not too small. More importantly, it had everything. I didn't expect such a large village around here. Looks like we'll have plenty to do. Ye Fei stood not far from the village, slightly surprised. The others, however, remained calm, having already prepared thoroughly before coming. Captain, have you been here before? How do you know exactly what's here and what there is to do? Ye Fei asked curiously. Yan Wang nodded. The enemy built a small base here a long time ago. We were the ones who carried out that mission back then. I didn't expect it would be us again this time. Yan Wang said to Ye Fei. Ye Fei suddenly understood. No wonder they knew the place. As they talked, they walked into the village. Houses of various sizes appeared before their eyes. The village was truly quite large. And it sold everything, with a large portion dedicated to food. Finally, I can relax. I'm going to take a bath first, then have a good meal. Huashi walked in front, stretching her body. Can I come with you? Lao Mao crept up beside her and bang! A fist landed on Lao Mao's head, making him wince and cover it. Huashi nonchalantly rubbed her fist and walked ahead. After a few steps, she stopped and turned to Ye Fei. Little brother, you can come with me. She gestured for him to come over. Ye Fei quickly waved his hands. No, I have other things to do. Not getting the answer she wanted, she stamped her foot in frustration. Then she turned and strode forward. She's terrifying. Even a kid like me isn't spared. Ye Fei hugged his shoulders and chuckled bitterly. The others laughed as well. Alright, the timing is perfect. Everyone go do whatever you want. Free time now. Let's meet back here tonight. Yan Wang patted Ye Fei's shoulder and said to the group. Everyone nodded and dispersed in different directions. Ye Fei stayed behind, carefully scanning the shops ahead. He decided to buy some chocolate first. If he forgot later, it would be troublesome. The chocolate here probably tastes different from what we have back home. Maybe it'll be quite good. Ye Fei walked forward, glancing at the stores on both sides, thinking to himself. He couldn't be sure about the quality of things here, but at least there would definitely be chocolate for sale. The streets and alleys were teeming with a diverse array of people engaged in every conceivable activity and peddling all manner of goods. As a first-time visitor to this place, acting rashly would indeed be quite disorienting. I wonder if I can find a guide. I intended to search for those few companions, but they have all vanished without a trace. They are quicker than rabbits. Ye Fei walked along the main street, utterly helpless. For a stranger arriving in an unfamiliar land for the first time, everything felt profoundly alien. If he wished to avoid being cheated and still procure quality goods, it was an exceedingly difficult task. The hour was still very early, so there were not many people around. This place is nothing more than an ordinary, unremarkable village. Yet the environment here is actually quite pleasant. From the moment I stepped inside until now, I haven't seen a single speck of trash. Ye Fei gazed at the pristine pavement, finding it quite peculiar. But perhaps it was merely due to diligent sanitation workers. This is truly difficult. If only I had a guide or a local right now, that would be marvelous. Ye Fei shook his head helplessly, then spoke in a weary tone. After a period of deliberation, he ultimately decided to venture forward and explore. If only he could encounter some warm-hearted individuals. He also noticed that the shops around here were not very large, yet the items they sold were quite comprehensive. It seems they must be making a good profit. So many things here, many of which I have never seen before. Ye Fei remarked in astonishment as he looked at the goods in the store. A souvenir shop. After walking a while, he spotted a store selling souvenirs. After some thought, he decided it would be better to go inside and browse. If he found any interesting trinkets, he could buy them to bring back for Moo Moo. Ding dong. As he pushed open the door, a bell chimed. Welcome. Just as Ye Fei closed the door, a slender woman wearing glasses suddenly appeared. Hello. What would you like, little brother? We have everything here. Whatever you desire, we have it. The proprietor spoke with great hospitality, a smile perpetually adorning her face. Ye Fei nodded gently. I'm not yet familiar with what you have here, so I'll just take a look first, he said somewhat apologetically. I see. Please take your time and choose without rush. Let me first tell you about what we have here. The proprietor came to Ye Fei's side, smiling, as she launched into a lengthy explanation. Ye Fei listened in a daze, as most of her words pertained to the development of their village. Only a brief portion covered the local specialties. Though the names didn't sound particularly exotic, they were indeed the unique products of this region. Thank you for your trouble. I'll just look around on my own, Ye Fei said with a polite smile. The proprietor nodded. The shop was long front to back and narrow side to side, so everything was displayed on the walls. Ye Fei walked along the lengthy corridor, observing the peculiar and intriguing items. It seems this place is indeed quite interesting, but I'm not sure what to buy, and the prices are all so steep. Ye Fei's heart skipped a beat when he saw the price tags on those items. After all, as a child, he didn't have that much savings. Moreover, he hadn't brought much money for this mission. The proprietor had been trailing behind Ye Fei, maintaining a perpetual smile. Boss, do you have any special jewelry here? Something suitable for a girl? Ye Fei glanced around but didn't find what he was looking for. The proprietor nodded. Yes, please follow me. She came to Ye Fei's side and led him deeper into the store. The further they went, the more beautiful the items became. So there are signs above the aisles. Ye Fei inadvertently noticed the product names marked overhead, and each section had its own classification. That's right. It also makes it convenient for customers to browse. The proprietor replied with a cheerful grin. Ye Fei nodded. The proprietor suddenly stopped and turned to face him. These are the jewelry items from our little shop. See if there's anything you like. If I may be so bold, how old is the young lady? The proprietor asked Ye Fei with great courtesy. About my age, I guess. Ye Fei thought for a moment, then pointed at himself and said softly. The proprietor nodded and proceeded to introduce a wide array of girls' accessories. The items before his eyes were somewhat dazzling. Many were very beautiful, but of course their prices were correspondingly steep. Ye Fei didn't have much money to begin with, and everything was so expensive. Even if he wanted to buy something, he was stretched thin, but what could he do? He had to pick something both affordable and attractive. Thank you, shopkeeper. I'll take a look around first. I need to select these items with great care. I appreciate your patience. Ye Fei nodded slightly and spoke with courtesy. The shopkeeper smiled and stepped aside. Ye Fei gazed at the vast array of goods before him, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the choices. Moreover, these items were all quite exorbitant. Shopkeeper, do you have anything relatively more affordable? It seems none of these appeal to me. Ye Fei appeared a bit embarrassed but had no alternative. The shopkeeper nodded and gestured toward another area. Ye Fei smiled and nodded politely. Upon arriving there, he discovered that the prices were quite reasonable. However, the designs were relative. There's a reason for the high price, but I have no choice now. I can only pick a more decent one from here. Ye Fei thought with resignation. He could only blame himself for not being prepared to shop this time. If he had known he would be strolling here, he would have brought plenty of money. Bracelets, necklaces. There are so many. It seems I need to choose carefully. Since I've come all this way, I can't leave empty-handed. In the following time, Ye Fei began selecting items he liked. Time passed slowly and the shopkeeper waited nearby, a perpetual smile on his face. It was as if he saw money. Perhaps because the shop had not had customers for a long time. Moreover, the door was closed when Ye Fei arrived. Alright, I'll take this one. It looks quite nice. Ye Fei held up a bracelet and examined it, speaking with great satisfaction. This bracelet was not very expensive with few embellishments, so it could be considered a minimalist style. However, the crystal-like pendant on it was exquisitely beautiful. Shopkeeper, I've made my choice. If possible, please wrap it up for me. Ye Fei looked at the shopkeeper and said with a smile. The shopkeeper nodded. Young man, you have good taste. I think this is quite nice too. That girl will surely like it very much. The shopkeeper carefully took the bracelet and said. Ye Fei smiled and nodded. Of course, out of that whole pile you only picked out one that looks good. What are the others? They're like toys. But this one probably isn't real crystal, right? Ye Fei followed the shopkeeper to the counter. The shopkeeper took out a beautiful gift wrap from below and began wrapping it. Young man, this crystal is real. But among the rankings of crystals, it's not particularly outstanding. The craftsmanship is very fine. The shopkeeper said after finishing wrapping the bracelet. Ye Fei nodded without saying anything more. He took the item and slowly walked out of the gift shop. Standing on the street, Ye Fei looked up at the sky. This bracelet had cost him most of his money. It seems I must bring enough money wherever I go from now on. This time I'll have to make do. Next time I come to such a distant place for a mission, I'll be sure to bring enough. Ye Fei looked a bit helpless. Looking at the gift in his hand, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. I believe Moo Moo will definitely like it. Better put it away quickly. If it gets lost, it'll be trouble. Ye Fei placed the gift in his backpack, and then headed off to another place. Along the way he saw many delicious foods, most of which he had never seen before. Finally he decided to find a place to grab a meal. He hadn't eaten properly for a long time, and was already exhausted. He finally decided to go to this sushi restaurant. The place was relatively crowded, which proved the food was decent. Ye Fei walked in and was stunned. It was packed with people, not a single vacant spot. This is not good. I didn't expect it to be so popular. I'd better find another place to eat. Ye Fei walked out disappointedly and looked at other restaurants. After walking for a few minutes, he finally chose to eat ramen. Only the ramen shop had fewer people. Shopkeeper, one regular ramen please. Ye Fei spoke very politely to the shopkeeper. After ordering, he sat there observing the customers eating around him. After all, he had nothing else to do. After waiting a few minutes, his order finally arrived. The aroma wafting toward him made his mouth water. He couldn't wait any longer and picked up his chopsticks to eat. At that moment, only the word delicious filled his. He finished the bowl of ramen, leaving not even the broth. He walked out and came back to the street. Now, with possibly nothing else to do, he noticed many more people on the street. It's finally getting lively. I wonder what this place looks like at night. Will it be just as lively with lights staying on all night? Ye Fei thought with curiosity. Then he remembered another important matter, buying chocolate. Perhaps they would leave this place tonight, and if he didn't buy chocolate now, it would be too late. I wonder where the best chocolate is sold here. I should have asked someone. Ye Fei had no sense of direction and decided to find someone to ask properly. After asking 2 or 3 people, none gave a clear location. Finally, he decided to return to the gift shop and ask the owner there. After all, girls should all like chocolate. At least that's what Ye Fei thought. He jogged all the way back to the shop where he had just bought the gift. Pushing the door open, he saw the owner tidying up. What's wrong? Is there a problem with the item you bought? The owner looked slightly surprised at Ye Fei, who had rushed in suddenly. No, it's not that, boss. The bracelet is perfect. I just wanted to ask you where I can find good chocolate. Ye Fei calmed his mind and asked politely. Oh, I see. The owner seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. He came out from behind the counter and walked up to Ye Fei. I recall there's a shop that specializes in chocolate. I rarely buy chocolate myself. I've been there a few times. The taste is decent. Though it's chocolate, it's not too sweet or too greasy. The owner thought carefully. Ye Fei was delighted to hear about this special chocolate. Moo Moo had once said she also liked chocolate that wasn't too sweet. Where is it? I think it's along the street about 400 or 500 meters away. Their sign is very distinctive, pure white. It only has the word chocolate on it. The owner recalled again. Ye Fei thought to himself that he hadn't gone that far earlier. Having obtained the information he wanted, he was overjoyed. Thank you so much, you've really helped me out. Ye Fei bowed deeply and said. Before the owner could say anything, Ye Fei dashed out of the shop and ran toward the place he had just been told. This kid is quite interesting. Buying chocolate must be for that girl too. Youth is truly wonderful. The owner stood at the door watching Ye Fei's retreating figure, lost in thoughts of his own childhood. Ye Fei jogged all the way to the place the owner had mentioned. Sure enough, a large white sign came into his view. The three big characters chocolate stood prominently there. The name is really simple and direct. It immediately tells you they sell chocolate here. Fortune favors the diligent. Finally, I have something to show for it. Ye Fei looked at the steady stream of customers. The shop was bustling with business and there were many people. To buy chocolate here you had to queue up. So many people. Looks like he'll have to wait a long time. Ye Fei went to the end of the line. There were about 20 people ahead of him. If things moved quickly, it would be his turn in a few dozen minutes. It was still relatively early, so he had plenty of time. Option A, buy a box of white chocolate with filling. Reward lightning release Chidori. Option B, buy a box of dark chocolate. Reward all attributes 1. Option C, buy a heart-shaped white chocolate box. Reward Moo Muse affection 100. When he saw option C, Ye Fei's heartbeat quickened. Compared to ninjutsu, Ye Fei wanted to gain affection. This sudden joy was just wonderful. What else could he choose? He had to choose C. Nothing can compare to Moo Muse affection. Ye Fei stood in line in a very good mood. He never expected that buying chocolate would trigger an option. And it was exactly what he most desired. This was truly fortunate. It seems this trip wasn't in vain. Ye Fei watched the customers leaving after making their purchases, smiling to himself. He had thought it would take only a few dozen minutes for these people to buy their items. To his surprise, it took over an hour before it was his turn. Waiting in line was really boring. Finally, it's my turn. Boss, ID like a box of heart-shaped white chocolate, and please make sure it's not too sweet. Ye Fei said happily to the owner. Sorry, there's none left. The last box was just bought by that girl over there. If you want one, come earlier tomorrow. The owner's words struck Ye Fei like a bolt from the blue. He felt terrible. Pulling himself together, he immediately began searching for the girl. Finally, he spotted the girl who had bought the last box of heart-shaped chocolate. He quickened his pace and chased after her. Excuse me, please wait. Ye Fei shouted loudly. The girl heard the voice, stopped, and turned around. Since Ye Fei didn't notice her stopping in time, he couldn't brake and bumped into her, sending both of them to the ground. The distance between them was only a fist's width. Ah, pervert. The girl hugged the chocolate box curled up on the ground and shouted with her eyes closed. Ye Fei scrambled to his feet, feeling a bit embarrassed. It's not like that. I'm not a pervert. I'm really sorry just now. I really didn't mean it, Ye Fei quickly explained. The girl slowly stood up, originally intending to lose her temper. But when she saw Ye Fei's appearance, she wasn't as angry anymore. After all, how could such a handsome guy be a pervert? Ye Fei sensed that the girl was less angry and breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the heart-shaped chocolate box in her hand, he saw hope again. Everything depended on this moment. I am truly sorry, I really apologize. Please believe me, I am not a pervert. Ye Fei clasped his hands together and bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. The girl looked at Ye Fei and listened to his explanation but made no response. You say you're not, but is that really the case? Then show me what just happened. I don't believe you didn't stop properly. The girl folded her arms and Ye Fei slowly straightened up but didn't know what to say. After all, he really hadn't stopped properly. Since that's the case, what do you suggest we do? Anyway, the facts are already set. I won't make any excuses. Ye Fei spoke with a confidence that seemed to suggest he had done nothing wrong. The girl looked at Ye Fei and felt he wasn't lying. Actually, it's nothing serious. But if I let you off so easily, that would be too good for you. I don't know yet how to settle this exactly. But judging by your appearance, you're probably not from around here, are you? The girl carefully examined Ye Fei. You're right, I'm not from here. I came this far because I had something to take care of. I consider it a trip as well. Ye Fei spoke earnestly about himself. The girl nodded and led him to the side of the road. Since you're not from here, I won't bully you. Tell me, what exactly are you here for? If you can't give me a reasonable explanation, this matter won't end here. The girl held her head high and looked at him. Ye Fei felt the girl's courage was commendable. She faced him without any fear. Hey, race the thing. I had heard that the chocolate here was delicious, so I hurried over. I waited in line for a long time until it was my turn. But when I asked for the chocolate, the owner told me the last box had already been bought by you. Ye Fei recounted everything that had happened, and it was all true. Now I'm even more curious. Couldn't you just come back and buy it tomorrow? And why does it have to be today? After all, the chocolate was supposed to be mine. You should understand the principle of first come, first served. The girl said to Ye Fei with a tone that was not friendly. Ye Fei quickly waved his hands. No. You know I'm not from around here. I might be leaving tonight. And I promised a friend I would bring her chocolate. If I go back without it, she will be very disappointed in me. Tomorrow won't be possible. So I wanted to try my luck with you. Ye Fei hurriedly explained again. Though it was all true, the girl indeed had no obligation to give him the chocolate. The girl looked at Ye Fei's sincere eyes and seemed to understand something. I see. But that's still not enough to convince me. Because you're not from here. If I find out later that I've been tricked, where would I find you? The girl looked at Ye Fei with a puzzled expression. Ye Fei seemed at a loss, but for the sake of the chocolate, if there's any problem, you can find me in my village. I'll take full responsibility for any consequences. So I beg you to let me have the chocolate. I'll pay you for it. Ye Fei bowed again, speaking humbly. The girl looked at him and felt he was very serious, not joking at all. Though they were about the same age, having such a mindset was indeed beyond ordinary people. Even if he couldn't get the chocolate, he could simply lie and say he didn't buy it. Even so, it would just be a moment of anger and then nothing. Ye Fei's approach was completely different from what she had expected. Although your attitude is quite sincere, I'm still not willing to just give you the chocolate. Chocolate is a part of my life too. I think you understand that sentence very well. Ye Fei clearly heard every word the girl said. Now he knew the outcome. It was impossible to buy the chocolate, and the owner was already sold out. He had wasted a lot of time here, and even if he wanted to buy some other kind, he couldn't. Well then, thank you. Ye Fei bowed slightly, then turned and walked away slowly. This time he truly had no choice. He couldn't force the girl to exchange if she didn't want to. Maybe on the way back he would encounter another village where he could buy some chocolate. It wasn't the only place that had. Ye Fei walked slowly along the road, feeling somewhat disappointed, and his body was exhausted. Please wait a moment. The girl's voice reached Ye Fei's ears. Upon hearing it, he immediately stopped in his tracks, and turned around to see the girl running toward him. Though uncertain why she was calling him, he resolved to maintain his courtesy. Is something the matter? Ye Fei looked at the girl who had arrived before him, his curiosity piqued as he asked. The girl rested her hands on her knees, panting heavily. After steadying her breath, she straightened up and gazed at Ye Fei. I've been thinking carefully just now. After all, it wasn't easy for you to come all the way to our place. As someone who lives here all year round, I should be kind to outsiders. The girl rambled on incoherently. Ye Fei watched the girl. He had just met a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. So what exactly do you want to see me about? After careful thought, I've decided to let you have the chocolate. I can buy chocolate anytime since I live here. But you're different. After this trip, it might be a long time before you can come again. So this means a lot to you. The girl pulled out her chocolate and smiled at Ye Fei. Ye Fei rubbed his ear in disbelief. Just moments ago this girl had been resolute, yet now she had made an unexpected about-face. Is that really true? Thank you so much. At least now I can face Moo when I go back. Ye Fei said with great joy. He hadn't expected to succeed this time. It's fine. We'll probably meet again someday. Consider it a friendship. You've become my first friend from another place. The girl placed the chocolate in Ye Fei's hand, beaming with happiness. Ye Fei smiled. Nice to meet you. I'm Ye Fei. If I get the chance, I'll bring my friends here to... Ye Fei nodded in agreement. Hello Ye Fei. I'm glad to meet you too. My name is Qing Tian. What do you think? Isn't my name wonderful? My friends always say that playing with me feels as cheerful as a sunny day. The girl said with a grin. Ye Fei looked at the vibrant sunny girl before him. It seemed as if her smile radiated boundless joy. Thanks to your help this time. I'll definitely repay you properly someday. Ye Fei held the chocolate in. Alright then, see you next time. Consider this box of chocolate a gift to mark our acquaintance. With that, the girl clasped her hands behind her back and skipped happily away. This is too kind. I'll pay you back when we meet again. Qing Tian. Truly a lovely... Ye Fei gazed at the girl's retreating figure, then looked down at the chocolate in his hand. At last he had accomplished. Not only had he chosen a gift, but he had also managed to buy heart-shaped chocolate. For him this was excellent news. Moo will be overjoyed when I return. And this chocolate is exactly her favorite flavor. Ye Fei had never cared so much for anyone before. Mu Mu's appearance marked a monumental turning point. No matter the time, her image always lingered in his mind. She occupied such a significant place that even in his dreams she appeared. It's getting late. I should hurry and meet up with the others. I wonder if they've already gathered at the designated spot. Maybe they're still playing around. Ye Fei tucked the chocolate into his backpack and stared ahead, lost in thought. Time was running short. Their meeting time was nearly upon them. He had originally planned to stay a few more days, but aside from shopping there was little else to do. The famous scenic spots were all closed for viewing. Word had it that due to special circumstances access was restricted. Upon learning this, they could only resign themselves to heading home. It seems fate is on my side. I thought it would take much longer to get back home. Now I can return early. It's actually quite thrilling. About a day's journey. After one day I'll see Mu Mu again. Ye Fei made his way toward the rendezvous. Time passed slowly and eventually the entire group gathered together. Each of them had bought numerous items, their backpacks stuffed to the brim. Looks like you all bought a lot of stuff. Did you bring enough money this time? Ye Fei asked, curiously eyeing their bulging backpacks. Panda, to be honest, we always prepare ample funds before every mission. That way we can shop, have fun, and eat well in new places. It's my fault for not warning you this time. I'm sure you'll bring enough next time. Old Cat draped his arm over Ye Fei's shoulder and said with a grin. Ye Fei once again felt that this team was utterly unlike any other. Truly astonishing. I had no idea you all possessed such experience. It seems I too must give this serious consideration. Ye Fei felt utterly incredulous. Though formidable in strength, this team never failed to deliver surprises. More accurately, jolts of alarm. Whenever they ventured out. This time, however, they had arrived well informed about the nature of this place. Moreover, they had visited here before and certainly knew what delights, both culinary and recreational, this locale offered. Ah well, what can one do? Ours is simply the happiest squad. If you truly crave a team brimming with tedious assignments and devoid of joy, that path remains open. But should your resolve be firm, I'll gladly arrange it for you. Lao Mao made an utterly indifferent gesture, then murmured softly. Ye Fei pondered carefully. The team differed slightly from his original expectations, yet within it he still found profound delight. Who invited you? I haven't even spoken yet. And already you're eager to banish me. Very well then. I shall reluctantly remain. And continue quite deliberately to vex you. Ye Fei flashed Lao Mao a mischievous grimace and grinned impishly. The others burst into laughter at that moment. Such camaraderie, such warmth. Truly irresistible. Ahem. Enough merriment. Time grows late. Let us begin our mission without delay. The earlier we depart, the sooner we return home. Yan Wang cleared his throat gently before addressing them. Understood. Ye Fei and the others responded in unison, voices ringing with vigor. Once fully prepared, the entire team set off on their homeward journey. They had completed this assignment flawlessly, and along the way strolled through bustling streets, purchased goods, and savored hearty meals. Everyone except Ye Fei had bought copious items, slowing their return considerably. Why so sluggish? Clearly it's those purchases weighing you down. I warned you repeatedly not to overindulge. Yet you refused to listen. Or perhaps you've grown wealthy beyond measure. Ye Fei wrinkled his nose in exaggerated disdain and called out loudly. Oh my! It appears this young rascal has fully integrated into our ranks. Let's mark the occasion with a proper welcome ceremony. Lao Mao beamed as he gazed upon his longtime comrades. All nodded with warm smiles. Yet the moment Ye Fei glimpsed their expressions, alarm flickered across his face. He sensed their intentions were far from benign. You lot are simply bored out of your minds. So you've decided to tease me, but I won't fall for it. I'm off first. Ye Fei surged ahead at breakneck speed, leaving the others far behind. That little rascal certainly sprints like the wind. This time it wasn't my acting. Just now I delivered a truly masterful performance. It must be He Bao. He always laughs the most awkwardly, the most unervingly. Lao Mao halted mid-stride and began grumbling. Not me at all. In fact, my smile just now was undoubtedly the most radiant of all. He Bao protested indignantly, though no one believed him. Everyone chuckled softly. Enough jesting. Let's press onward. That young panda dashed off swiftly. We'd best hasten to catch up. We cannot allow him to underestimate us. Yan Wang observed the light-hearted banter with quiet amusement. Once more they broke into a sprint, racing toward Ye Fei's trail. Ye Fei glanced back. No one followed. Their pace is genuinely sluggish. Could this be the chasm between protagonist and NPC? No choice but to wait ahead. Ye Fei surveyed the road ahead and murmured softly, quickening his stride until he reached a broad, open clearing. The vantage here was exceptional. Every contour of the surrounding landscape lay clearly revealed. There could be no finer place to rest. This will do. Why haven't they arrived yet? Ye Fei settled onto a large stone, and gazed curiously back along the path he'd just traversed. He knew Yan Wang's group well, yet their speed remained unpredictable. Surely I shouldn't retrace my steps to fetch them. Waiting here is wiser. Ultimately Ye Fei chose to pause and await them, granting himself precious time to replenish his stamina. Utterly tedious. How splendid it would be to have automobiles or aircraft now. How much time they'd save. But such notions are pure fantasy. Electric trains wouldn't appear for decades. By then I'd already be a middle-aged man of 40 or 50. Ye Fei lay sprawled atop the massive boulder gazing upward at the vast sky lost in thought. And only if he survived long enough to witness that era. Numerous legendary battles unfolded across that era. Lacking sufficient strength, one risked utter annihilation by enemies. The reward for this mission is affection points. I personally think it's much better than the other rewards. Who would refuse a good thing? Ye Fei looked at the starry sky and said with a smile. Moreover, he was now very eager to see what kind of person Mu Mu would become with this affection. After all, it couldn't be achieved in one go. Taking it slowly was also what Ye Fei hoped for. It seems that if I have such a choice again in the future, I must choose this kind. Ye Fei smiled, but his ears seemed to catch some faint sounds. Moreover, they came from all directions. He thought it was animals, but the number was too large, so he immediately became alert. It seems this place is not as peaceful as I imagined. Ye Fei immediately began to observe his surroundings, thinking silently. He slowly drew his weapon. He still couldn't confirm what the opponent was. It could be a pack of wolves or enemies or even other creatures. This is troublesome. Judging from the sounds, they are quite numerous. Moreover, Captain, the others haven't arrived yet. If I fight them heathen, I don't know how long I can hold out. Ye Fei cautiously moved behind a rock and hid. The enemy had not appeared yet, and it was very dark around. Perhaps they hadn't spotted Ye Fei. After hiding, he began to listen carefully to the surrounding sounds. Whispers reached his ears. Now he was sure they were not animals but humans. This made things much easier. If it were a pack of wolves, they would be extremely aggressive and would not stop until they killed their prey. If it were ordinary humans, it would be much simpler. Although their strength varies, if they see someone stronger than themselves, they will choose to flee immediately. It seems I can't act rashly now. And they might not have discovered me. Ye Fei, hiding in the dark, tightened his grip on his weapon. The enemies now emerged from the grass, all holding long blades. They wore masks and their eyes scanned as if searching for prey. The enemies slowly advanced step by step toward Ye Fei's direction. Hearing the footsteps drawing closer, Ye Fei's heartbeat quickened. He had just estimated that there were about 20 enemies. If he fought them, he would likely win but would certainly suffer many injuries. Heaven help me. They won't come here. Ye Fei closed his eyes, listening intently to the enemies. Although he was deceiving himself, he still desperately hoped it would happen. Over 20 enemies, all armed, cautiously moved forward. They seemed to have a desired prey, but had no idea that Ye Fei was behind the rock ahead. The footsteps grew close. The enemies were now only a dozen steps away from Ye Fei. Damn, what's coming will come. Can't hide. Ye Fei gritted his teeth and took out many explosive talismans from his backpack. He tied the explosive talismans with shurikens. After judging the approximate positions of the enemies, he burst out from behind the rock in an instant. Die! The moment he rushed out, he threw the shurikens in his hand to different directions. The sudden appearance of Ye Fei startled the enemies. But their reactions were also quick, almost dodged Ye Fei's attack in the first moment. However, in the next second, they couldn't laugh anymore. Explode! Ye Fei stood firmly on the ground and shouted at them. Bang 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 bang! Explosions sounded one after another, and the entire forest was lit up with blazing fire. The number of enemies suddenly dropped to a dozen. Ye Fei looked at the remaining enemies and finally decided to use ambush tactics. Everyone back to back, form a circle. This kid is not easy to deal with. The leading enemy suddenly shouted. Hearing the order, all enemies paired up back to back, drew their weapons and looked ahead. Ye Fei appeared on a big tree, squinting his eyes to observe the enemies below. I didn't expect them to react. It seems they are not ordinary ninjas. Ye Fei thought with some surprise. But regardless, he was now in trouble. He had to eliminate all these enemies. Yan Wang and his team suddenly stopped because they had heard the explosion just now and it was not far from them. It seems Xiongmao is in danger ahead. Everyone speed up. With that, they all increased their speed and rushed forward. Ye Fei, seeing the enemy's reaction, did not dare to act rashly. If he wanted to launch a sneak attack, he had to find an appropriate moment. Only then could he ensure success. The enemies were paired back to back, but some were alone, looking a bit lonely. To have something to lean on, some enemies even pressed their backs against the trees. Seeing this, Ye Fei's lips curled. Now there was a breakthrough. Have you already abandoned your back? Do you think a tree can block everything? How utterly naive. Ye Fei said with a smile. The enemy was still cautiously observing the surroundings. They had no idea of Ye Fei's strength, so they remained extremely vigilant. Seizing the moment, Ye Fei instantly appeared above the enemy, who had his back against the tree. For a successful ambush, the enemy must never know where you are. Ye Fei descended with extreme caution. As he neared the enemy, he reached out and covered the enemy's mouth. With a kunai, he slit his throat. Not a single sound was made, and the enemy was already dead. Ye Fei slowly lowered the corpse to the ground. As expected, they didn't notice me. This makes things much easier. Ye Fei looked at the remaining enemies silently thinking. In an instant, he took down every isolated foe one by one. And the enemies remained unaware of any change. What should I do next? They're all in pairs. I can't take them all out at once. That's a real problem. Ye Fei, hidden in the shadows, watched the enemy's every move. Though he had no choice, he would have to resort to a frontal assault. The enemies still hadn't noticed the dwindling numbers. Where is that brat? Why is there no sound? Has he run away? One enemy, scanning the surroundings, said in confusion. Don't let your guard down. That kid is no ordinary foe. Our danger is not over yet, the leader whispered to his men. Ye Fei watched the enemy's every move, hesitant to strike. Besides, King Yen and the others hadn't arrived. At this moment, he had to rely on himself. Forget it, I have to go. I need to finish them off quickly. Ye Fei slowly drew his short blade, eyes fixed on the enemies. He lunged forward in a single stride. Before the enemy could react, Ye Fei's blade pierced straight through his chest. Not good. The other enemy, who had been back-to-back with his comrade, shouted loudly. Damn, if only I'd fixed this weapon earlier. Ye Fei pulled out his blade and looked at the other enemy, fleeing in panic. Because his weapon was only half-length, he couldn't skewer both enemies at once. Hearing the shout, the remaining enemies immediately turned their attention toward him. Ill fight to the death. Ye Fei had just silently eliminated a few enemies, leaving only 7 or 8. For him, that number wasn't too difficult. Wind release vacuum sphere. He formed hand seals and expelled all the chakra from his mouth. Because the surroundings were so dark, the enemies couldn't see the direction of the attack. One by one they fell. Good. Just like that, with all my might. While the enemies were still reeling, Ye Fei charged forward with his weapon. The enemies panicked, shooting projectiles wildly in all directions. Several of their comrades were already covered in wounds. You're next. Ye Fei locked onto an enemy, rushed in front of him, and punched his jaw. Thud. The punch sent the enemy flying into the air. Then he swiftly aimed his blade upward. The falling enemy impaled himself on the blade. Blood splattered across Ye Fei's face, or rather his mask. Damn, just my luck. Ye Fei pulled out his blade and looked at the remaining enemies. Seeing him, the enemies charged in a swarm. Though few in number, their momentum was fierce. Wind release vacuum sphere. Ye Fei formed hand seals again and expelled all the chakra from his mouth. This time the enemies reacted, dodging the attacks. What? This is bad. Ye Fei was flustered that none of the enemies had fallen to his ninjutsu, but he quickly calmed down. He aimed carefully, pulled out a kunai, and threw them all at once. One by one they dropped. Now only a single enemy remained on the field. Seeing his fallen comrades, his legs trembled uncontrollably. This last enemy was their captain. Though slightly stronger, even he was frightened by the sight. Moreover, his opponent was just a child. Damn, it'll kill you. The enemy roared in fury. Earth release. The enemy set down his weapon, formed hand seals, and slammed his palms onto the ground. The earth began to tremble violently. Cracks appeared everywhere. Not good. Judging by the scale, this is no ordinary jutsu. Feeling the tremors through the ground, Ye Fei said in disbelief. After the cracks formed, massive chunks of earth surged like waves. One after another they flew toward Ye Fei. Seeing so many huge blocks coming at him, he raised his blade and began to shatter them. Bang bang bang. One strike, one block. Even though it was a short blade, its power was undiminished. Its sharpness was truly remarkable. Damn it, this won't work. We can't keep stalemating like this. Ye Fei thought silently while defending against the attacks. The only thing he could do now was to instantly retreat and then appear behind the enemy. For now, this was the only feasible method. After all the clods of earth were shattered, Ye Fei spotted an opening. Flying Thunder God technique. His body vanished in an instant and reappeared behind the enemy. At that moment, the enemy was still unaware of what had happened, a look of confusion on his face. His hands remained pressed against the ground. If he found Ye Fei, he would immediately redirect his attacks toward him. Don't know where you're looking. Ye Fei suddenly spoke coldly. Hearing the voice coming from behind him, the enemy was startled. Damn it! The enemy reacted swiftly and began to turn around. But before he could fully turn, a deep wound had already appeared on his neck. Blood gushed out instantly. Ugh! Ugh! The enemy clamped both hands around his neck, trying to stem the flow of blood. But clearly it was useless. Blood seeped through his fingers. Why do you have to do this? Ye Fei kicked him to the ground and wiped his blade on the enemy's body back and forth. Dealing with you took a bit of time. I thought you were all very strong, but it seems I was wrong. Still, it didn't delay me much. Looking at the gleaming blade, Ye Fei smiled to himself. The enemy, having lost too much blood, lay dead in a pool of blood. Turning his gaze to the numerous corpses around him, he shook his head lightly. It was time to bury the— What a hassle! I have to do this every time. Ye Fei shook his head helplessly, but then began. One by one he buried all the corpses. Though his hands were stained with blood, at least he had finished the— Finally done. I wonder where all these enemies were heading. I should have kept one alive. Ye Fei looked at the overturned soil, wiped the sweat from his brow. After finishing his work, he climbed back onto the rock. I'm so used to this. Where are those people? Could they be lost? No way. The thought of them being lost suddenly popped into Ye Fei's mind. Although it was unlikely, it wasn't impossible. After about 2 or 3 minutes, Yan Wang and the others finally appeared in Ye Fei's sight. They were all disheveled, covered in weeds and leaves. Captain, where have you been? Did you get lost? Ye Fei immediately went up to them and asked. Don't even mention it. We had terrible luck. By the way, you made that explosion sound right. Old Cat, looking annoyed, brushed the leaves off his clothes. Ye Fei nodded. He briefly recounted what had just happened to him. Though many details were omitted, they roughly understood. I really didn't expect to encounter enemies on our— Looks like we'll have to be more careful from now on. Yan Wang glanced at the disturbed soil. By the way, you haven't told us what happened to you. And judging by how disheveled you are, it can't be anything good. Ye Fei asked curiously. Yan Wang and the other sighed, reluctant but having no choice. We heard the explosion and ran forward. But who knew we'd trigger a trap? A huge net caught all— Then the net dumped us into a mud pit. No, it was a swamp. Old Cat said angrily. Though they were furious, there was nothing they could do. After all, they had no idea which hunter had set the trap here, and at night traps were hard to spot. Haha. You guys are so unlucky. If I'm not mistaken, we were heading in the same direction. How come you hit the trap, but I didn't? Ye Fei gloated, looking at their disheveled appearance. Yan Wang and the others stayed silent. When put that way, it was indeed their bad luck. Ye Fei had already scouted the path ahead for them, yet they still triggered the trap when they came, proving their luck was poor. No choice, it is what it is. It should be safe here. Let's take a break. Ye Fei, you stand guard. That's for gloating early. Yan Wang said, a hint of annoyance in his voice. Oh. Ye Fei, who had been gleeful, deflated. I never expected to encounter enemies here. From what Panda said, there are quite a few of them. I wonder where they are going to fight. Yan Wang found a spot and sat down. The others also gathered in a circle. Ye Fei stood on a very tall rock, observing the surroundings. Having just experienced battle, he couldn't be sure if the area was safe. Unexpectedly, they fell into a— This is truly beyond expectation. By all accounts, their strength is not weak, and each of them holds— Could a single net really trap them? Ye Fei suddenly recalled what Yan Wang had just said. Something— Captain, are you sure that net was made of ordinary rope? Ye Fei asked curiously, raising his voice. Yan Wang shook his head. When we were trapped, we attacked it with our weapons, but it didn't work. It must not be ordinary rope. Yan Wang thought carefully, then spoke. Ye Fei nodded. It seemed hunters were active in this area, and their equipment was exceptionally good. Captain, we need to be more careful from now on. We were lucky this time. No bamboo traps or anything. Otherwise, you would all have been injured. Ye Fei was genuinely concerned for them. The faces of the others flushed red. They were all older than Ye Fei. Yet this time they were the unfortunate ones, which was truly inexplicable. Perhaps Ye Fei was simply lucky. The road ahead should be safe now. And I feel like I could easily take on 20 opponents. Ye Fei clenched his fists and whispered arrogantly. Though confident in his strength, he knew he couldn't handle truly powerful enemies. Even escaping would be a problem. Despite possessing the Flying Thunder God technique, it was meaningless in the face of absolute power. I must become stronger as quickly as possible. Otherwise the days ahead won't be easy. Ye Fei relaxed his palms again, staring at his hands, lost. Alright, we've rested enough. Let's get moving. We've wasted a lot of time. Yan Wang stood up and addressed them. They packed up and resumed their journey home. In contrast, this stretch of road was free of any enemy. They reached my village in about a day. Upon returning, everyone went to their homes to rest. After a day and night of travel, they were utterly exhausted. Each person returned home and collapsed into bed, sleeping soundly. Except for Ye Fei. Great, I'm finally home. I'd better clean up quickly and go see Mumu. She must be impatient by now. Ye Fei's first priority upon returning home was to clean himself. He was filthy. The mask was covered in blood. While washing his clothes, he noticed many small tears. Really, after so many battles, I never mended my clothes. I need to fix them properly. Otherwise wearing them would be too unsightly. Ye Fei went to his room and found a needle and thread. This kind of task was a piece of cake for him. Though he was a boy having lived alone for so long, he had become quite skilled at these basic chores. It wasn't long before his clothes were as good as new with no visible signs of mending. I'm so impressed. My craftsmanship is really good. Ye Fei picked up his mended clothes and said happily. He always said this to himself whenever he repaired clothes. It was also what his mother used to say to him. Though she was long gone, Ye Fei cherished those words in his heart. Alright, time to go see Moo. Ye Fei packed his clothes and smiled. He picked up the bracelet and chocolate he had bought and walked out the door. The air in my village is truly wonderful, so familiar. Ye Fei stood on the street smiling. Such fine air could only be found in my. Looking at the things he had bought, Ye Fei smiled. The timing is perfect now. I'd better go. He glanced up at the sky and grinned. He lifted his foot and strode forward. His mood was exceptionally good. The temperature and weather were just right. It was also a perfect time for a date. Knock knock knock. Ye Fei arrived at Muu's doorstep and gently knocked on the door. Who is it? Coming. A few seconds later, Muu's voice came from the courtyard. Hearing Muu's voice, Ye Fei smiled happily. It's me, Ye Fei. Seconds later, the door slowly opened, revealing Muu's head. Fei, you're back. Moo said joyfully, seeing Ye Fei before her. Ye Fei smiled and nodded. I just got back and I couldn't wait to come see you. Moo smiled and nodded. Wait for me a moment. He'll grab something and then we can go out. Ye Fei nodded and watched her run into the house. He stood there waiting, and seeing Moo had lifted his spirits immensely. Besides, the wait wasn't boring at all. Where should we go? If I'm not mistaken, it's definitely a date. In that case, I must pick a place suitable for a date. But I rarely go out. I just lie around not knowing where to go. Ye Fei felt a bit troubled. Having lived alone for so long, he barely had time to go out. Even when he did go out, it was mostly just to buy something and then head home. Now he had to find a place suitable. After much deliberation, he could only think of a park. There were many benches in the park where they could rest, sitting together eating chocolate and chatting. That would be nice. That's settled then. The park will be today's date spot. Ye Fei smiled and murmured softly. Moo grabbed some things from the room and ran out. Closing the door, she came to Ye Fei's side. Fei, sorry to keep you waiting. Moo said with a smile. It's fine. If anyone should apologize, it's me. After all, I was away for so long this time. Ye Fei said somewhat apologetically. Moo shook her head. She knew that as a member of the Dark Division, every mission he went on put his life at risk. Though she wanted Ye Fei to return sooner, she wished even more for his safe return. It's okay as long as you come back safely. Let's head out quickly then. I've prepared a gift for you too. I don't know if you'll like it. Moo blushed, lowering her head. Hearing that Moo had prepared a gift for him, Ye Fei felt an indescribable joy. Really? That's wonderful. This is the first time I've ever received a gift from someone. As long as it's from you, I'll love it no matter what it is. Ye Fei said with great delight. Moo nodded, her cheeks flushed. Then they walked side by side along the main road heading toward the park. At this hour, there were hardly any people. This allowed them to have a proper date. Perfect. There aren't many people at this time. That way we won't be disturbed. Ye Fei reached the park entrance, looked inside, and thought with delight. Muu's face grew even redder as she gazed at the park. Meanwhile, Ye Fei also noticed that Muu's cheeks had deepened in color. Let's go, well, head in. After all, this is my first time too. I really can't think of any particularly good place. Ye Fei felt a bit embarrassed. Moo said nothing, only nodded gently. Then the two of them walked. The temperature was a bit low, and with few people around it felt somewhat desolate. Let's go sit over there and talk. Oh, I almost forgot. I also brought you a gift. I hope you like it. Ye Fei suddenly felt the gift in his backpack and said softly. Moo was a bit surprised. Wasn't he on a mission? How did he have time to get her a gift? Alright, let's go ahead and exchange gifts. Moo said cheerfully. Ye Fei smiled and nodded. The two of them walked forward and found a spot to sit. A gentle breeze blew and they sat on the bench in silence. This was their first date and clearly neither of them had any experience. They had no idea what to say. Moo, hey, race, my gift for you. Ye Fei took out what he had bought and placed it in her hands. Moo looked at the gift somewhat surprised. There was a beautifully wrapped gift box and also a box of white chocolate, her favorite. Thank you so much, Ye Fei. I really love the gift you gave me, especially this chocolate. Moo turned to Ye Fei and said softly. Ye Fei smiled. Go ahead, open the other one. Moo nodded, then carefully unwrapped the gift, revealing the bracelet inside. Wow, it's beautiful. It sparkles. Moo held the bracelet in her hands, unable to put it down. Seeing her reaction, Ye Fei was overjoyed inside. Though he couldn't afford something truly exquisite, at least this one made her happy. I left in a hurry this time, so I didn't bring enough money. When I get the chance, I'll definitely buy you something better. Ye Fei scratched his head a bit embarrassed. Mumu smiled and shook her head gently. No, I really like both of these things. Thank you, Ye Fei. Mumu said with a radiant smile. With that, she put the bracelet on her wrist. She admired it, a smile lingering on her face. Ye Fei smiled. This outcome was exactly what he had hoped for and cherished most. Fei, this is my gift for you. I don't know what you like, but I hope you'll enjoy it. Mumu quickly handed the gift beside her to Ye Fei. Ye Fei was flattered and eagerly anticipated what his gift might be. This was also the first time he had ever received a gift from someone. He was clearly at a loss for words. Ye Fei stared at the gift box in his hands, hesitating for a long time before opening it. Ye Fei, what's wrong? Mumu asked, curiously looking at him. Ye Fei forced a smile and shook his head. Nothing. This is my first time receiving a gift from someone, so I'm a bit at a loss. And now I'm not sure if I should open it, he said awkwardly. Mumu chuckled. I see. When I first received a gift, our reactions were quite different. I remember being overjoyed. And I couldn't wait to open it right away. Mumu recalled her childhood memories and spoke with a smile. Ye Fei nodded, now ready to open the gift. Taking a deep breath, he looked at the box in his hands and slowly tore off the wrapping. I'm so nervous. Anyway, thank you so much. After saying this, Ye Fei opened the gift and saw a delicate necklace lying inside. Ye Fei's heart raced with excitement. He picked up the necklace with both hands and examined it closely. The necklace was quite unique, with a finely crafted diamond-shaped crystal pendant. The cord was just an ordinary one. It's absolutely beautiful. To receive such a stunning and exquisite gift on my first time. My feelings right now are beyond words. Ye Fei was deeply moved. Seeing his reaction, Mumu smiled with satisfaction. She had been worried that Ye Fei might not like the gift she chose. But now it was clear that worry was unnecessary. Thank you so much. Mumu. This gift means a lot to me and I truly love it. Ye Fei spoke with a smile, but his gaze remained fixed on the necklace. Mumu nodded. I'm glad you like it. Go ahead, put it on and try it. Ye Fei gently nodded and slowly fastened the necklace around his neck. At first it felt a bit strange since he wasn't used to wearing necklaces. This is wonderful. I will treasure it dearly. Ye Fei turned to look at Mumu. Both of them were overjoyed. Today they had each received and they both loved them. I'm so relieved you like it. I was worried until now. But everything's perfect now. I love the gift you gave me too. I never expected you'd bring me a gift while on a mission. Mumu gazed happily at the white chocolate in her. As long as you like it, it'll bring you gifts every time I go on a mission. If it makes you happy, that's all that matters. Ye Fei had unknowingly turned on his flirting mode. He had never known he could speak like this. Perhaps it was because no girl had ever gotten close to him, and he never took the initiative either. Ye Fei, how was the mission this time? Did anything special happen? I want to hear about it. I know about your rules, but I still really want to listen. Don't worry, I'll never tell anyone else. If you can't share it, that's okay. Mumu clasped her hands together and whispered. Ye Fei shook his head. It's fine, there's nothing I can't say. And I trust you won't tell anyone. This time was indeed quite interesting, but also a bit dangerous. Over the next period, the two Ye Fei recounted the entire mission in detail, carefully omitting the part where he accidentally knocked over a girl. He didn't know how Mumu perceived him, but it was better not to mention such things to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. Really? I never imagined missions could be so exciting. Now I want to go on one with you. Mumu pictured the mission scene in her mind. Unfortunately, she was still in school and couldn't join Ye Fei, and her own strength was relatively weak. It's okay, I can wait until you graduate. I can also teach you some ninjutsu. That way your strength will improve. Then you can join the Umbu, and we can go on missions together. I'm sure it will be a lot of fun. Ye Fei thought for a moment and said. Mumu smiled happily and nodded. She desperately wanted to go on a mission with Ye Fei. To be more precise, she just wanted to be with him. Their relationship was gradually warming. Last time he had gained some affection points, which felt quite pleasant. After all, having such a girl by his side was a truly blissful thing. Then it's settled. You must wait for me. From then on we can be together forever and go on mission. I can already picture it in my mind. Mumu's cheeks flushed slightly. Ye Fei gently touched. He was also somewhat surprised at hearing together forever. I never realized how important affinity was. I must train well from now on. If I go to more places, I'll have more opportunities to trigger choices. Ye Fei looked at Mumu, thinking to himself. They sat on a park bench and talked for a long time. During this time, smiles graced their faces. Both felt that being with the other brought immense joy and no worry. Ye Fei, have some chocolate. I didn't expect you to bring me heart-shaped chocolate. I really didn't see that. Mumu opened the chocolate box and looked inside. Ye Fei scratched his head, unsure of what to say. Buying heart-shaped chocolate was also a mission requirement. If he had chosen it himself, he would never have picked heart-shaped for a first gift. I don't know how it tastes either. Let's try it together. I specifically chose chocolate that isn't too— Ye Fei looked at the chocolate and smiled. Mumu nodded, then carefully picked up a piece. I have to admit the shape is really adorable. Now I'll savor it properly. Mumu placed the chocolate in her mouth and bit off a small piece. She chewed slowly, savoring the flavor. Delicious. It tastes exactly like the ones I had before. Just the right sweetness. Even if I eat too much, I won't get sick of it. Mumu chewed the chocolate while turning to look at Ye Fei. Then she picked up another piece and handed it to him. You should try it too. Trust me, it's really delicious. Mumu looked at Ye Fei with great confidence. Ye Fei had never tasted chocolate that wasn't very sweet. Previously the chocolate he ate was either extremely sweet or just sweet. Alright, let me have a taste. Ye Fei put the chocolate in his mouth and began to savor it. The result was exactly as Mumu had described. I really didn't expect this chocolate to be so delightful. Ye Fei found it incredible, yet he couldn't deny the truth. Mumu heard his words and nodded with great satisfaction. Let's go for a walk. Sitting here all along is starting to feel a bit uncomfortable. Ye Fei suddenly turned to her and said. Mumu nodded and put the chocolate back in the box. The two walked side by side in the park. At this moment they both felt a sweet tenderness. Even the atmosphere around them seemed to transform. In their eyes they were the happiest and most joyful people. This park was quite spacious, and taking a stroll here was indeed a wonderful idea. Fei, can you promise me something? Mumu suddenly spoke in a soft voice. What is it? Ye Fei asked curiously. That no matter what mission you undertake, you will always come home safely. Don't be reckless against enemies you can't defeat. Your life is the most important thing. So I want you to promise me, no matter what danger you face, you will survive. Mumu's eyes glistened with tears, and she spoke with great seriousness. Ye Fei's heart skipped a beat when he saw her moist eyes. He swallowed and nodded. I promise you. Don't worry, I will definitely come home safely. No matter the situation, I will always put my life first. Ye Fei replied with equal solemnity. Mumu nodded gently. She meant the world to him. She had become an irreplaceable part of his life. And so they walked together in the park once more. Ye Fei glanced at Mumu, secretly realizing that at some point she had become a vital part of his own life. He never wanted her to suffer any harm. Perhaps this feeling had been there since the very first moment he saw Mumu. Though they were still children in this world, they seemed to grow up quickly. Mumu, I don't know why, but every time I see you I feel so at ease. And the first time I met you I had a special feeling. I can't quite explain what it is. Ye Fei suddenly stopped and placed his hand over his heart. Mumu turned to look at him, gently brushing her hair. Fei, I feel the same way. When I'm with you I'm always happy and never have any worries. Maybe that's the wonderful bond between us. Mumu bent down slightly, looking at Ye Fei with a smile. Ye Fei's eyes lit up as if he had seen a heavenly maiden descending to earth. In all his years this was the first time he had ever felt such a sensation. Time slowly passed and the two of them strolled through the park for a long while. Happy moments are always fleeting. Before they knew it, evening had arrived and both were very hungry. They left the park and began searching for. After dinner it was time to part ways. Ye Fei wished time would slow down, so he could stay a little longer. What should we eat for dinner? Speaking of which, I suddenly remember some food I had outside. There are many things we don't have here. I'll definitely take you out someday to see the world and taste the food there. Ye Fei walked beside Mumu, saying. Mumu nodded. Alright then, it's settled. Well, start training tomorrow. I don't have school tomorrow. Teach me ninjutsu. That way I can graduate quickly. The two agreed. They walked forward and soon spotted something they really wanted to eat. Let's have takoyaki. Takoyaki is one of my favorite foods. I remember buying it every day after school. Mumu looked at the takoyaki stall ahead and said happily. Ye Fei nodded. He hadn't had takoyaki in a long time either. They agreed once more. After deciding, they quickened their pace and arrived at the takoyaki shop. It smells so good. I can already tell how it tastes just from the aroma. Mumu closed her eyes. Ye Fei nodded. There weren't many people around. He walked up to the vendor and raised 2 fingers. 2 portions, please. After receiving a response, they stood aside waiting. I can't wait. I haven't eaten much today either. I'll take good care of my stomach in a moment. Mumu rubbed her already hungry stomach. Ye Fei smiled. This was the first time he had met such an adorable girl. They waited by the takoyaki shop for a while. Soon 2 portions of takoyaki were in their hands. Steaming hot with a few small toppings on top. The glossy sheen was appetizing at first glance. Without further ado, they found a place to sit and began eating heartily. With the first bite, a sense of satisfaction washed over them. It's so delicious. It tastes even better than before. Mumu swung her legs, looking utterly adorable. Ye Fei watched her and wore an affectionate smile. Since it's good, eat up. It won't taste as good if If you're still hungry after this, I'll get you more. Don't worry, this box is enough for me. Besides, it's getting late and I can't eat too much. Otherwise, I'll gain weight. After saying that, Moo popped another takoyaki into her mouth. Her expression showed pure contentment. Ye Fei felt a joy he had never experienced before. Watching such a cute girl eat was a special feeling. Today was truly wonderful. It feels like the happiest day since I arrived in this world. Ye Fei looked up at the night sky and thought, as he said, today was a very happy day. After finishing their food, they wiped their mouths with napkins in perfect synchronicity. Now it was time to part. They had been out all day and needed to go home and sleep, but it was clear that neither one. Moo, it's getting late. Let's head home quickly or your family will worry. Ye Fei stood up and looked. Moo hesitated for a moment, then nodded. A Fei, could you walk me home? I wonder if you'll grant this small request. Moo lowered her head shyly. Option A, walk her home, reward lightning, release lightning attunement. Option B, refuse and say next time for sure, reward decrease in affection. Option C, walk her home but say she can't do this again. Reward charm attribute 1. The system's voice echoed in Ye Fei's mind. Looking at the options in his mind, he had a clear choice. Ye Fei smiled and nodded. Sure, nope, I was planning to walk you home anyway. It's so late I wouldn't feel safe letting you go alone. I still remember the first time we met. Ye Fei looked at Moo and said with a smile. Moo beamed with joy. At that moment it was as if the whole world belonged to her. She skipped happily ahead. Seeing such a lively and cheerful girl, Ye Fei's heart was already blooming with. They walked shoulder to shoulder along the dimly lit street. Ye Fei took the outer side, letting Moo walk on the inner side. This stretch of road seemed exceptionally short. In the blink of an eye they arrived at the doorstep of Moo's home. I'm home, Ye Fei. Thank you so much. I had a wonderful time today. Standing at the entrance, Moo looked at Ye Fei and smiled. I had a wonderful time too. After all this time, today really was a great day. I hope we can always stay like this. Ye Fei smiled. Moo nodded, glanced around to see if anyone was watching, then suddenly planted a kiss on his cheek. I don't know how else to express how happy I am today. Consider this my other gift to you. Moo's cheeks flushed slightly as she clasped her hands behind her back. Ye Fei stood, frozen eyes vacant, his mind still savoring the kiss. Moo, thank you for giving me a feeling I've never experienced before. I don't know why, but I think I'm falling for you more and more. I know I'm not good with words, but when I'm with you none of that seems to matter. Ye Fei murmured softly after coming back to his senses. Moo felt a bit shy but gently shook her head. It's okay. There's still a long time ahead. And I like you very much too. They gazed into each other's eyes, their heartbeats gradually quickening. Alright, I need to go home now. Oh, and I'll tell you a little secret. Moo slowly leaned in her lips close to Ye Fei's ear. This is the first time I've ever kissed a boy. Then she dashed into the house. Ye Fei stood rooted to the spot, still unable to believe everything that had just happened. After all these years, my luck with romance has finally arrived. After more than 30 years, a girl finally kissed me. This feeling is so incredible. I never imagined I'd find my romance at this age. Ye Fei touched his cheek joyfully. After standing there for a dozen seconds, he turned and walked in the direction of his own home. Ding! Mission complete. Rewards are being integrated. This day was truly momentous for him. Both of them had just made their feelings clear. Such a relationship was truly enviable. After returning home, Ye Fei went to his bed and lay down. His mind replayed everything that happened, his heart still racing with excitement. He didn't miss a single detail, especially the moment she kissed him. That sensation lingered in his mind. I'm so happy. I'll remember this day forever. My first kiss. I never imagined it would feel like this. So wonderful. I must remember it vividly. Ye Fei reached out again and touched the cheek she had kissed. Even now he couldn't believe it was real. But the truth was undeniable. Tossing and turning in bed, his mind was filled with every moment after they parted. Alright, I've got to grow stronger. Only then can I protect her properly. I will never allow her to suffer even a single bit of harm. Ye Fei suddenly stood up, his voice firm. He took off his clothes, went to the bathroom and began to wash up. Today had passed far too quickly. And knowing he could be with Moo again tomorrow made him eager to fall asleep, so that the next day would come sooner. Before drifting off, he still dwelled on those events. Soon he fell into a deep sleep. Perhaps because of everything that happened, even his dreams were beautiful. The night passed swiftly. The sun gradually rose and diligent birds were already out hunting. Ye Fei woke up at the moment the sun appeared. What a lovely day. Perfect for going out. Ye Fei opened the window to let fresh air into the room. Just then he remembered the reward he had earned from completing yesterday's mission. He didn't know exactly what it was, but it was bound to be extraordinary. After all, it wasn't something from the original story. It must have its own special qualities. He was eager to check it, but there was no time right now. Ye Fei busied himself grooming, picking out his favorite clothes, all to make a better impression on Moo. Looking at himself in the mirror, Ye Fei smiled. Alright, let's go for it. But would it be too early to go see Moo now? I'll wait a bit longer. Let her get some good rest. Ye Fei glanced at the sun outside, then sat down on the sofa. He had plenty of time to prepare since today's main goal was to teach Moo ninjutsu. First he needed to determine what type of chakra she possessed. Only then could he tailor the teaching. He stood up, went to the bedroom, and took out the chakra test paper. He packed everything into his backpack. Everything was ready now, all he had to do was wait. Waiting a little longer would let Moo sleep in. It's already 8 o'clock. Time to go find Moo. Ye Fei checked the time and feeling it was about right picked up his gear and prepared to leave the house. Knock knock knock. The sound of knocking rang out at that moment. Who is it so early in the morning? Could there be a new mission? This is really terrible. Ye Fei felt a pang of anxiety. If there was a new mission he would have to break his promise again. Though uncertain who it was, he still had to open the door and see. Heaven, please let there be no new mission. Ye Fei grasped the door handle, silently praying. When he opened the door he saw Moo standing outside. Moo, why are you here? I was just about to go find you. A heavy weight lifted from Ye Fei's heart and he felt much more relaxed. Moo looked at Ye Fei with a puzzled expression after hearing his words. What's wrong? We agreed to train together today. So I woke up especially early today. Moo spoke obediently, looking at Ye Fei. Ye Fei smiled awkwardly and nodded. It's fine. We really have great chemistry. I was just about to leave and find you and Ye Fei said happily. Moo smiled. Since that's the case, let's go. The timing is perfect. I'm really looking forward to our training today. Moo picked up her gear and smiled. Ye Fei nodded, closed his own door, and accompanied Moo as they headed toward the mountain behind. On the way they looked at each other with smiles. This was the first time they had gone out to train together aside from their dates. And they both shared a common goal to become stronger. I used to train at the back mountain. I have to say it's a really great place. Usually there are few people. Today we can train there in peace. I believe your talent will surely amaze me. Ye Fei walked along the path, speaking with a smile. I'd rather not. I have no confidence in myself. Please don't think I'm an idiot later. Moo said a little shyly. Ye Fei smiled and nodded. Don't worry, no matter what happens I will never look down on you. Besides, I was also very clumsy before. The two chatted happily and soon arrived at the back mountain. Usually there was really no one there, and standing on the cliff the view ahead was magnificent. If they got tired from training they could relax here. I never expected this place to be so wonderful. Why haven't I discovered it before? How strange. Moo stood on the back mountain looking around. Ye Fei closed his eyes and took a deep breath of fresh air, feeling his entire body relaxed. Without further delay they began their training. They placed all their belongings in one spot. It seems you're ready. Let's begin. First let's check your chakra nature. Ye Fei said methodically, pulling a chakra induction paper from his pocket. Moo nodded, very serious. She dared not slack off in the slightest for this training. Moo held the chakra induction paper and examined it carefully. She found nothing special about it. Just an ordinary little card. Can this really test my nature? I'm a little skeptical. Moo looked up at Ye Fei full of doubt. Don't underestimate it. It really works. In a moment just infuse your chakra into it. As for the changes it will undergo I won't explain now. You'll understand for yourself later. Ye Fei explained, patiently looking at the bewildered Moo. She nodded with confidence. She was also very curious about her own chakra nature. For so long she had never learned anything about it. Alright, you can begin. Hearing this, Moo concentrated and infused her chakra into the paper. After 2 or 3 seconds the chakra induction paper began to change. At first the paper slowly became damp, then became very dry, and then caught fire. The flame was not large, but it was indeed very wet at the beginning. After the flame died out, Moo looked up at Ye Fei. It seems your chakra natures are water and fire. But water is stronger. Coincidentally, I have some ninjutsu for that. As for fire, it's not as strong, and I don't know any fire techniques. So today, let's train water release first. I can't say much about fire release yet. After all, I don't know any either. Ye Fei thought carefully and then said calmly. Moo was thrilled. Now she finally knew which ninjutsu she could learn. Thank you so much, Ye Fei. I will train hard and graduate from the academy as soon as possible, so I can come find you. Moo said with a bright smile. Ye Fei nodded at this result was exactly what he wanted. Alright, it's getting late. Let's start training now. Let's begin with the basics. Ye Fei brought the props he had prepared and came over. Moo followed closely. Now that they had a direction, training would be easy if they followed it. Before the initial test, Ye Fei worried that their chakra attributes might be different, making it impossible to teach Moo. The result was optimistic. although he couldn't use fire release water release was fine. The hand seals for water release are very simple. At least for me. I wonder how you'll find them. Don't worry, I'll definitely teach you. Ye Fei looked at Moo standing before him and said with great patience. Moo nodded now, only wanting to learn humbly and grow quickly. Their training began at that moment. Moo had excellent talent and a strong learning ability. Ye Fei looked at his student and revealed a satisfied smile. He believed it would not be long before he could train her well. He explained every detail patiently, and this also greatly benefited him. Although there was no combat, it allowed him to become increasingly proficient. Training days often passed very quickly, and thus evening soon arrived. Alright, take a rest. It's getting late. Let's sit here for a while, and then head down the mountain. Ye Fei took out a bottle of water and handed it to Moo. She drank heartily, wiped her sweat, and sat on the ground. It's really exhausting. I never expected training to be this tiring. I'll have to work even harder in the future. Moo sat on the ground feeling completely relaxed. Ye Fei nodded. Moo, you have great talent and a very strong learning ability. I believe I can teach you before long. But the prerequisite is that you need to be familiar with it and also like it. If you only want to keep up with my pace, then I'd better not teach. Ye Fei said thoughtfully. If it wasn't something one truly loved but was forced to do, it would be better not to learn. Don't worry, it's not just to catch up with you. I also genuinely like it. Otherwise I wouldn't have asked you to. Moo said happily. Ye Fei smiled and nodded. Thus they both sat in silence watching the sun. This warm scene viewed from behind them was like a painting. I never imagined a sunset could be like this, and watching it from here is truly wonderful. I've never seen a sunset before. At most I've only seen a sunrise. Ye Fei gazed at the slowly descending sun. I really didn't expect this to be your first sunset. In the past, when I had nothing to do, I would stare at the setting sun. Actually, sometimes I wonder if we like the sun slowly rise and then slowly set. Moo rested her face on her hands and murmured softly. Ye Fei nodded. Our lives are essentially the same. We will surely reach a peak and then slowly descend. It describes our entire life from birth to adulthood, then to old age and finally death. Ye Fei chuckled lightly and said, having lived in this world for so long, he had long regarded life and death with indifference. The ultimate end of human life is death. Without any glorious achievements or deeds, it would indeed be a plain and ordinary life. Alright, with such a beautiful scene, how can we talk about life and death? It feels like spoiling the mood. Moo suddenly patted Ye Fei's shoulder and said to him. Ye Fei smiled. How could he say such things at a moment like this? I wonder if you have any plans. Ye Fei turned and asked suddenly. I don't know. I've never really thought about it. Maybe my age doesn't allow me to consider that. Just live well in the present. Moo pondered for a moment. Indeed, at our age we shouldn't think about these things. But after graduating from school, we'll have to consider these matters. After all, we'll be grown up by then. Ye Fei fell into thought again. For some reason he now felt very strange. On such peaceful days sitting there, he always thought about very odd. Alright, enough of this. It's getting late. Let's hurry down the mountain. Ye Fei slowly stood up. Moo looked at Ye Fei beside her and slowly stood up. The sun had now completely set. They packed their gear and slowly walked down the mountain. The day had been very fruitful for both of them. Moo learned many new things that could not be taught at school. When teaching Moo, Ye Fei familiarized himself with the hand seals again, which was only beneficial to him. Descending the mountain, he arrived at the center of Konoha village. I'm quite tired today. When I get home, I'll take a good bath and then rest. Will classes start again tomorrow? Ye Fei said, standing by the roadside. Moo nodded. Yes, school begins again tomorrow. But that's okay. I learned a lot of new knowledge today and I feel my inner strength growing. All the credit goes to you. When I no longer have to go to school, I'll treat you to a meal. Moo looked at Ye Fei and smiled. Ye Fei nodded, now eager to quickly enhance Moo's abilities. That way she could also ensure her own safety. Moo gazed at Ye Fei standing beside her, lost in thought. The image of when she first met him radiant with light surfaced again. This ordinary young man had become her savior, her hero. Though it was all her imagination, it was enough. Alright, now I need to take you home. As for the meal, we can talk about it later when we have time. After all, we still have plenty of time ahead. Well, take it slow, no rush. Ye Fei gently patted Moo's head and smiled. This gesture instantly turned Moo's face bright red. Okay. I'll do whatever you say. Moo lowered her head shyly and whispered. Ye Fei, being an utterly oblivious man, didn't notice these details. The two of them walked slowly along the road toward Moo's home. Large trees whisked past them in an instant. Soon they arrived at Moo's doorstep, which also meant it was time to part ways for the day. I'm home, Ye Fei. Thank you for today. Please go back and rest as soon as you can. No matter what, I think you're quite tired. Standing at the entrance, Moo said softly. Ye Fei smiled and nodded. Don't worry. I'm fine. You'll go to bed early after I get back. Even though I'm teaching you now, I can't slack off at school. You must study hard after all the things the teachers teach are quite useful. Ye Fei looked at Mumu and said. Mumu nodded, said goodbye and walked into her house. Ye Fei turned around and surveyed the area. There aren't many people on the street now. Probably because school starts tomorrow, everyone's gone home to sleep. Good thing I've graduated from school. Otherwise I'd have to endure that tough life too. Ye Fei shook his head as if he had been freed. He turned and slowly walked toward his own home. Today's training wasn't really exhausting for him, and being with Mumu made it even less tiring. Ye Fei whistled, hands in his pockets, strolling leisurely along the road. He was in a very good mood. I wonder what he'll do tomorrow. Feels like there's nothing to do again. Well, missions don't come every day. If there's no mission, he'll just have to stay at home. Ye Fei whistled and thought to himself. Clang. Ye Fei accidentally stepped on a bottle and nearly fell. Luckily his balance was good and he quickly steadied himself. What's that? Ye Fei looked down and found a bottle. A bottle appearing out of nowhere was suspicious, so he immediately began to scan his surroundings. Under a street lamp he spotted a drunken man. Who's that? A drunkard? Curious, Ye Fei cautiously approached. A man with a stubbly face and shabby clothes sat on the ground, head lowered, mumbling something. Geez, the smell of alcohol. How much did he drink? Ye Fei pinched his nose and fanned the air. Hey mister, are you okay? Holding his nose, Ye Fei bent down and patted the man's shoulder. The drunken man slowly raised his head, opened his eyes with difficulty, and stared at Ye Fei in a daze. What brat are you? Why are you bothering me? Go play somewhere else. The drunken man said with some disdain. Well, I try to show concern, and this is the thanks I get. Seems I was being too kind. Then he'll leave you alone. Hope you find your way home safely. Ye Fei, not one to take such rudeness, straightened his back and replied bluntly. Feeling he had meddled enough, he turned to leave. Just then the drunken man suddenly grabbed his hand. Kid you? The drunken man squinted, looking around in a daze, then suddenly vomited with a loud sound. Damn it, what are you doing? Ye Fei looked down at his pants covered in vomit and shouted angrily. The drunken man leaned against the wall nonchalantly and chuckled softly. Kid, you've got a remarkable bone structure. A fine piece of material for cultivation. Interested in hearing what I have to say? The drunken man wiped his mouth with his tattered sleeve. Ye Fei, looking at the vomit on his pants, felt nauseated. He didn't want to listen to any of this. He was convinced the man was a street swindler. Good for you. You want to renege after vomiting on my pants, don't you? Don't give me any of that nonsense. I thought you were already drunk. I was going to let it slide. But now you're trying to deceive me again. I can't let that go. Ye Fei crouched down and said menacingly. The drunken uncle merely chuckled softly after hearing this. Others laugh at me for being mad, but I laugh at them for not seeing through. Kid, if you think I'm a swindler, you can leave right now. If you want me to pay for your pants, that's impossible. I have no money and nothing valuable on me. The drunken uncle said nonchalantly. Ye Fei looked him over and saw it was indeed true, but he couldn't just swallow his anger. I thought you were a big fraud, but now I see you're a fraud who wants to cheat on the bill. Ye Fei said in a very unpleasant tone. The drunken uncle said nothing, just kept chuckling softly. What are you laughing at? Is it that funny? Ye Fei's suppressed anger finally boiled over, and he wanted to teach this man a lesson. Kid, let me say something first. I don't want your money anyway, and from the looks of you, you're just a young man with nothing to do. The drunken uncle slightly opened his eyes and looked at Ye Fei. Ye Fei had no idea what lies this drunken uncle was about to tell. Since he was bored anyway, he decided to listen first. Fine. I have nothing to do right now anyway. But I'm not a loafer. I have a real job. Ye Fei sat down beside him quite defiantly, deliberately avoiding the spot where he had vomited. The drunken uncle chuckled again. Kid, I noticed earlier that you are indeed well suited for cultivation. And you have your own big secret, though I don't want to know about it. Now listen to what I'm about to say and see if you're interested. The drunken uncle squinted and turned his head. Ye Fei grew more and more curious about the man before him. Option A, listen to the drunken uncle's words. Reward: lightning, release, scatter. Option B, don't listen, just beat him up. Reward for completion: decrease physical ability by 1 level. Ye Fei had never seen a reward with a penalty before. This made him even more curious about the man before him. To see what was really going on, Ye Fei decisively chose option A. Alright, since that's the case, go ahead, Ye Fei said very bluntly. The drunken uncle nodded with great satisfaction, then took a few more sips of liquor. Kid, your chakra nature includes lightning and it's quite weak. Am I right? The drunken uncle squinted and whispered to Ye Fei. Ye Fei nodded, but his heart was pounding with excitement. This man had only just met him, and when he thought about it, the only contact was that brief moment. If he could sense his chakra nature just from that, it would be incredibly overpowered. Is that all you wanted to say? Ye Fei hid his inner excitement and asked doubtfully. The drunken uncle shook his head and took another few sips. Wind and water are your other natures. How about that? Am I wrong? And you're best at wind release. What I want to tell you is that your lightning isn't necessarily weaker than wind. The drunken uncle said very seriously. That's pretty incredible. But what you just said can't be true. During the test, lightning was the least impressive. Ye Fei found this utterly amazing. The drunken uncle gently shook his head. That's where you're completely wrong. The reason your lightning is the weakest is because it's sealed. If it's unsealed, it will be the strongest. The drunken uncle took a small sip of liquor. Ye Fei felt it was unbelievable. He had never encountered such a thing before. Uncle, how did you know? Ye Fei asked with skepticism. I figured it out by feeling. Best not to ask about my affairs. Today is our lucky day, both of us meeting here. As a token of gratitude, I'll give you this. I believe it will serve its greatest purpose in your hands. The drunken uncle pulled out a tattered scroll from his shabby clothes. What is this? Ye Fei took the scroll and asked curiously. The drunken uncle finished the last of the liquor in his bottle in one gulp. Read it when you get home and you'll understand. It also explains the sealing. Kid, don't disappoint. Perhaps we'll meet again if fate allows. The drunken uncle staggered to his feet. Ye Fei looked at the scroll in his hand, and when he came to his senses, the drunken uncle had already vanished. Strange. Where did he go? Just like that? What's the point of giving me a crappy scroll? And it's so worn out. There's not a single word on it. Ye Fei stood up cursing angrily and flung the scroll to the ground in fury. Just then, a particularly important thought struck him. He quickly felt for his money pouch. Damn, it's been stolen. He really is a swindler, but how did he know my nature? Ye Fei was furious but had no outlet. There was only a little money in his pouch anyway, so losing it wasn't. But on second thought, he was still furious. Helpless, he could only pick up the old scroll and head home. After all, he had paid for it with his own money. Today was just too unlucky. I never thought I'd run into such a big swindler. It's all my fault for meddling. Next time I encounter a situation like this, I must never be so foolish again. After returning home, Ye Fei tossed the scroll aside and sat on the sofa seething with anger. He had gained nothing, and was even duped by a drunken old man in a confusing scheme. What was worse, he had no idea when his money pouch had been stolen. I can't believe I traded a bag of money for a blank scroll. And it's so tattered and worn. Ye Fei frowned at the broken scroll. The more he looked at it, he figured he would never see that big swindler again. With no other choice, he finally convinced himself. I'll just consider it a lesson paid for in cash. A fall into the pit, a gain in your wit. I should be more cautious from now on. Ye Fei shook his head helplessly and heaved a sigh. One act of kindness had traded for a blank scroll. And his wallet had been stolen. Turning to look at the scroll, the more he stared, the angrier he became. He stood up, took off his trousers, and went to the bathroom to clean the vomit off them. Ye Fei swear that if I ever encounter such a situation again, and still go to help, I'll change my surname. He washed his trousers and said angrily. In his fury, he finished washing his trousers and hung them up. After everything was done, he went to the bedroom. Forget it. It's already happened. What use is regret now? I'd better get some sleep and end this horrible day quickly. Lying in bed, Ye Fei's mind began to wander with all sorts of messy thoughts. At first his mood was relatively calm, but the more he thought, the more vividly. He recalled the drunken old man he had encountered tonight. It was truly exasperating. After tossing and turning, he finally fell asleep. The next day, Ye Fei slowly got up only to find he hadn't slept well all night. He had been dreaming constantly and waking up from time to time. Damn it, I have to find something else to do. If I keep going like this, I'll be the one who suffers. Ye Fei shook his head and patted his face, trying to sober himself up. He looked at the sky outside, put on his clothes, and went to the living room. He wanted to find something to do, but realized he had nothing to do at all. He had always been alone before, and now he had something to occupy him, but Moo had already started school today. To kill time, he had to go out for a walk. I'm so irritated. Ye Fei plopped down onto the sofa, feeling utterly awful. He closed his eyes, tilted his head back, and let his hands rest naturally beside him. Groping around, he again touched the blank scroll. His brows furrowed slightly. Damn it, why you again? Ye Fei opened his eyes and looked at the scroll he now held in his hands. It was still tattered and worn. He flipped through it carefully but found not a single word. This time, however, he didn't fly into a rage. Instead, he remained very calm. When he had met the drunken old man earlier, it was the system that had made him choose. The system wouldn't cause him trouble on purpose. There must be something he hadn't discovered. Anyway, I got this scroll myself. I'd better take a closer look. Maybe there's something I don't know about. Ye Fei slowly unrolled the scroll and looked inside. It was still blank. His mind raced, considering countless possibilities. After a whole night, Ye Fei now believed the scroll must have something special about it. Water. Does it need water to reveal the words? A method suddenly occurred to him. He immediately got up and went to the bathroom, eager to start experimenting. After some attempts, the scroll showed no change. Could there be another way? Ye Fei was very puzzled, and at that moment the scroll went from wet back to dry. This struck him as very strange. Chakra. It must be chakra. Filled with excitement, Ye Fei took the scroll to the living room. A sudden thought flashed through his mind: if he injected his chakra into it, he might get the result he wanted. Everything was ready. He held the scroll in his hands and carefully injected chakra into it little by little. Then the scroll began to change. The originally tattered scroll gradually turned brand new. Seeing the transformation, a smile spread across Ye Fei's face. He hadn't expected this at all. I never thought such an operation existed. I guess I was thinking too small. Ha ha ha. Ye Fei laughed joyfully as he watched the scroll continue to transform. After more than a minute, the scroll's appearance had completely changed. From a tattered, worn exterior, it had become a magnificent surface. Moreover, there were several large characters on it. 5 Thunderheart technique. Reading the characters one by one, Ye Fei grew more and more excited. If the scroll was genuine, it would be the first time he learned a ninjutsu on his own. His mood was indescribably good, having initially thought he had been deceived. Now it seemed it was still quite useful. But his money was indeed gone. Good heavens, the 5 Thunder Celestial Heart technique has appeared. It seems things have changed a lot this time. But does this still require me to cultivate it myself? Ye Fei looked at the scroll with great confusion. He dared not confirm whether he possessed this ability now. The ninjutsu he had acquired before never required learning. Shaking his head, he stopped dwelling on these thoughts, slowly unrolled the scroll, and gazed at the characters inside. He suddenly remembered that the drunken uncle from yesterday had mentioned something about sealing being recorded within, but after searching through it he found no related words. What is going on? Does this only describe the method of cultivating this thing? Ye Fei furrowed his brow slightly and murmured. He checked it carefully several times, and indeed there was no knowledge on that aspect. Forget it. I can already use chakra infinitely anyway. Whether I have this or not doesn't matter. But this thing is surprisingly hard to practice. Ye Fei felt his head was about to explode as he looked at the cultivation method inside. It had been a long time since he last studied, and suddenly being forced to learn something was still hard to accept. Let me take a good look. It feels like going back to the days of studying. Ye Fei poured a glass of water and began to study the contents carefully. As long as he could master this, it would undoubtedly greatly enhance his strength. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour. Time slipped away, and Ye Fei completely failed to notice that the sun outside was already setting. Time flew by when studying. In the blink of an eye, the day was almost over. Ye Fei put down the scroll, closed his eyes, and pondered in his mind. Good, I've grasped most of the knowledge. Now it's time to practice properly. I should be able to do it. Ye Fei slowly stood up, turned his head, and saw the darkening sky outside. What the heck, no way. How did it suddenly become night? I remember it was still morning just now. I didn't expect to have lost another day without noticing. Ye Fei was very helpless. He had spent the entire day learning the 5 Thunder Celestial Heart technique. He finished the water on the table and went to the courtyard. It was a bit cold tonight, so Ye Fei quickly returned to his room to put on a jacket before coming back to the courtyard. Alright, let's see my learning ability. Ye Fei relaxed his body and concentrated. He carefully recalled what was described in the scroll. Slowly raising his hands, he began forming hand seals. Following the steps one by one, he encountered no problems. 5 Thunder Celestial Heart technique. Ye Fei whispered. Then a large cluster of lightning appeared in the center of his palm, crackling incessantly. I succeeded. I didn't expect my talent to be so good that I learned it in just one day. Ye Fei looked at the lightning in his palm with great joy. He learned that this technique had 5 forms. Currently this was only the first basic form. Now let's try the second form. Ye Fei wiped the smile off his face and focused his attention. The lightning in his palm began to change, gradually gathering into a single spot, extremely bright, about the length of a chopstick. A beam of light gathered in the center of his palm. Is this the gathered form? It doesn't seem much different. Better find something to test its power. Ye Fei looked around and found that only the big tree could test its power. He walked slowly toward the tree. He lowered his head to look at the beam in his palm, then slowly approached the tree. Crackling, a burnt smell emerged. The beam in his palm instantly merged into the tree. What the heck, does this thing have such high temperature? It burned the whole tree. Ye Fei exclaimed in astonishment, quickly withdrawing his hand and staring at the beam in his palm. A charred hole appeared on the tree, though not very large. But if it were on a human body, it would be a different story. It's quite handy. The book says you can directly use all 5 forms. That means you don't need to start from the first form and change. This design is quite user-friendly. Ye Fei slowly withdrew his chakra, and the beam in his hand disappeared accordingly. Standing in the center of the courtyard, he looked up at the starry sky. Everything that had happened before flashed through his mind. He had thought he was deceived, but now it seemed he had been thinking too little. Although he had indeed lost his money, exchanging it for such a powerful ninjutsu was relatively worthwhile. I really wonder who that uncle is. I've never seen him before. I don't know him at all. Ye Fei was a bit troubled and scratched his head. A stranger had given him such a powerful scroll, essentially handing him a little cheat code. Ye Fei didn't think much more and went straight back to his room. Suddenly remembering he hadn't eaten today, he went to the kitchen and quickly prepared some food. Coming back to my senses, I'm really starving. Let me quickly make something to eat and satisfy my stomach. Nothing to do tomorrow. I wonder when he'll go out on another mission. Ye Fei muttered softly while preparing his meal. As he cooked, he pondered the events that had just occurred. Though it felt like a dream, it was real. After bustling about for a while, he finally finished preparing all the food he wanted to eat. Carrying the dishes, he walked to the living room door. I'll eat outside today. Watching the stars while having dinner, that's pretty nice too. Ye Fei brought out a small table and placed it outside. After setting everything up, he sat down by the table and began his dinner. A simple meal was enough to satisfy him. Over the years, he had rarely eaten food cooked by others. Before coming to this world, Ye Fei had also been alone. Let alone eating someone else's cooking. At most he ordered takeout. Having finally changed worlds to live in, he had also lost his parents in this world. I never expected my life to be so bitter. If nothing unexpected happens, maybe someday I'll get to eat something made by someone else. Ye Fei ate his meal silently, thinking to himself. The sky was filled with twinkling stars, and several meteors streaked across the firmament. After finishing his meal, Ye Fei didn't rush to clean up. He sat there lifting his head to gaze at the beautiful starry sky. For a moment he forgot all his worries. That day passed with the meteors streaking across the sky. The next morning Ye Fei did not rise early as usual. Instead he slept in. Over time he had developed a habit, but if he wanted to sleep in, no one could stop him. Around 8 or 9 in the morning, Ye Fei slowly opened his eyes. Ah, how comfortable. Truly the best things in this world are eating and sleeping. Ye Fei sat up and looked out the window. The weather was splendid. He decided to sun all his quilts. He immediately got out of bed, put on his clothes, and carried the quilts to the courtyard. Good'll leave them here, the angle is just right. Ye Fei looked at his handiwork with great satisfaction. After finishing, he went back inside and quickly prepared a simple breakfast for himself. After breakfast he left home and walked out onto the streets. Since he had nothing to do at home, he decided to take a stroll, change his surroundings, and breathe some fresh air. Every alley and street was filled with all kinds of people. He truly wondered what they were all busy with. It seemed that no matter the time, everyone had something to do. Watching these bustling people, Ye Fei found it somewhat incredible. Though the village was not large, it seemed there were not many idle people without tasks. I suddenly envy those who are still in school. Though they can't earn money, at least they can go to school every day. And those who work every day striving to earn a living. I really wonder what kind of jobs they do. Ye Fei smiled and muttered to himself rather helplessly. Just then an ANBU ninja wearing a cat-faced mask suddenly appeared. Panda, there's a mission. Ye Fei looked up at the ninja. Brother Cat, finally a mission. You have no idea what I've been through these days. Now I finally have something to do. Ye Fei excitedly hugged old Cat. Alright. I never expected you to be so passionate about carrying out missions. This one is also very simple. No need to report in, I'll just tell you here. Old Cat glanced around and spoke in a low voice. Ye Fei was puzzled. What kind of mission required him to start without even reporting? After hearing what Old Cat said, Ye Fei was completely taken aback. This mission was not to go outside nor to protect anyone. Instead it was to patrol the village and ensure every place was safe. Damn, why is this mission like this? Isn't this going to be too boring? Ye Fei was disappointed. Old Cat patted him on the shoulder. Come on, the pay for this mission is quite good. Besides, you have nothing else to do now. Though Ye Fei was very reluctant, his principal absolutely forbade him from rejecting any mission. After nodding in agreement, Old Cat vanished on the spot to patrol elsewhere. Ye Fei looked around and found nothing unusual. He quickly walked home, changed into his gear, put on his mask, and arrived at a concealed spot on the street. Another boring day ahead. But at least I can watch what everyone is doing. Ye Fei moved to an even more hidden place. Climbing up a tree, he sat there and overlooked the large area under his supervision. His main purpose was to ensure that no dangerous incidents occurred. If anyone caused trouble, he had to step in and stop them immediately. Today's mission was also very simple and likewise very boring. As the clock neared 11, the streets suddenly became crowded, with most of the passers-by being women. It's almost noon now. Are they all out to buy groceries? I never realized so many people would rush out. If I compete with them for discounted goods, I'll gain nothing. Ye Fei understood the ferocity of these mothers all too well. Every shop on every street was packed with people, mostly women. There were so many discounted items every day, and the vegetables and fruits were always fresh. Suddenly it doesn't feel so boring. Watching them is like watching a movie, and I never know what will happen next. Sitting on a large tree, Ye Fei spoke with great delight. Stop thief! Stop thief! At that moment a scream came from not far away. Ye Fei immediately looked over and saw a middle-aged woman chasing after a masked man. The masked man held a woman's handbag in his hand. Well, robbing in broad daylight. You must be tired of living. Ye Fei cracked his knuckles. He didn't act immediately as the thief's movements were far too slow, and even if he let the thief run 100 meters ahead, he could catch up effortlessly. The thief ran ahead, shoving everyone in his way aside. Nothing could stop him now. The distance between the thief and the woman grew larger. Ye Fei, waiting for the right moment on the tree, leaped down and landed steadily. Stop! Ye Fei sprinted toward the thief, shouting loudly. The woman stood panting, completely out. She had just seen a masked ninja chasing after him. As the thief ran, he suddenly heard Ye Fei's voice. Turning around, he saw a masked ninja. Panic set in immediately. Everyone knew that ordinary people could never compare to ninjas. Their speed was as different as heaven and earth. I said stop, didn't you hear me? Ye Fei grew impatient as the thief showed no sign of stopping. The thief ignored Ye Fei and kept running. He scarcely considered Ye Fei a threat, believing he could escape. Hopeless. Today I must bring you to justice. Ye Fei accelerated, doubling his previous. In a single stride he was behind the thief, grabbing his collar. He yanked backward and then slammed him to the thief, clutching the bag, crashed hard onto the pavement. Run, will you? Weren't you so fast? Ye Fei crouched down, glaring ferociously at the thief. The thief said nothing, gasping for air. That sprint had been the fastest he had ever run in his life. Even he hadn't thought he could run that fast. But in the eyes of an Umbu ninja, none of that mattered. Why choose such a path? Robbery of all things. Ye Fei snatched the bag from the thief's arms, then stood up and dragged the thief forward. Reaching the middle-aged woman, Ye Fei returned the bag to her. Check if anything's missing. Be more careful next time. I'll take this thief to the security post. Ye Fei said politely. Thank you. Thank you. The woman rummaged through her bag and found nothing missing. She bowed deeply, expressing her gratitude to Ye Fei. Without another word, Ye Fei dragged the thief toward the security post. The onlookers continued to watch the spectacle. What awful luck, little brother, could you please let me go? Be magnanimous. I'll never do this again. The thief, being dragged, kept babbling. Let you go. Dream on. That's not for me to decide. Say whatever you need to say at the security post. Ye Fei replied bluntly. The thief, seeing Ye Fei's attitude, was left helpless. He knew that his actions must face the law. Ye Fei handed the thief over to the security post and explained the incident. To his surprise, it wasn't much, but it was still nice. Ye Fei took his reward money and returned to the large tree. Who knew catching a thief would come with cash? It's a little, but it's my first time getting a reward. He whispered, watching the bustling pedestrians on the. Though the money was meager, it carried a special meaning. He felt like a righteous guardian of world peace, and that sense of accomplishment immediately filled him with satisfaction. What kind of people are there? Don't they have any proper jobs? Otherwise they wouldn't do such thing. Ye Fei sat on a large tree looking down below. Catching a thief on the street had never happened before. He wondered what was wrong today that a bag snatcher suddenly appeared. My entrance just now should have made some who were relying on luck behave. I really hope this day can pass. Ye Fei, through his mask, watched the pedestrians coming and going on the street. For the rest of the time he sat there observing his designated area. Fortunately, after that bag snatcher, nothing else happened. This made him feel extremely bored, always wanting. A boring day is finally over. I can finally move around properly. After sitting here all day, my back hurts terribly. Ye Fei looked up at the darkening sky and murmured. Slowly he came down to the ground and stretched his. The stretch caused his body to emit a series of cracking sounds. Comfortable. After moving, Ye Fei felt his whole body light and relaxed. He went to the dark division, handed over his mission, and returned home. This task was now complete. Although he had only caught a petty bag snatcher, he was still quite pleased. It was better than doing nothing at all. Suddenly I feel troubled again. What should I do tomorrow? Ye Fei sat on the living room sofa and said helplessly. His eyes stared blankly ahead. His mind was a blank. At least today he had a small mission. Tomorrow he had no idea what would be waiting for him. He didn't want to continue this boring life any longer. He had to find something to do. Tomorrow, what should I do? This is so frustrating. Ye Fei scratched his hair frantically. He thought for a long time but still had no answer. To stop his mind from wandering, he went to the bathroom, washed up, and returned to the bedroom. I almost forgot about the quilt I hung out to dry. Look at my brain. When Ye Fei saw his empty bed, he suddenly remembered the quilt he had put out this morning. He sighed and turned to the yard. He carried all the quilts back to the room and tidied them up. Finally, I can sleep well. A freshly sun-dried quilt must be very comfortable. Ye Fei sniffed the scent on the quilt and said with satisfaction. The quilt was filled with the smell of sunshine. Sleeping under this quilt tonight would definitely be very comfortable. He might even have a sweet dream. Sleep good night. Ye Fei slipped into the bed, closed his eyes, and began to rest. Although he wasn't very tired, staring all day had strained his eyes. While sleeping, the constant scent of sunshine made him sleep very comfortably and soundly. The next day the sun rose slowly as usual. Ye Fei as always got up very early. He washed up, stood in the yard, and began to stretch his body. This was an idea he had recently come up with, also to kill time. Refreshing. Ye Fei nodded with satisfaction at the sound of his bones cracking. After exercising, he went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. After finishing all the basic tasks, he sat in the yard and felt bored again. New mission, when will you finally come? Ye Fei looked at everything in his yard and said somewhat listlessly. Just then a figure suddenly appeared in the middle of his yard. Dark Division. Ye Fei, unruffled, saw the mask on that person's face. Xiong Mao, report to the Dark Division. There is something very important to announce today. Lao Mao whispered to Ye Fei before him. Ye Fei was thrilled to hear about the assembly. What he had been eagerly anticipating had just come true. Okay, I'll go right away. Ye Fei stood up and said excitedly. Lao Mao nodded and then vanished from the spot. From that large tree he came to the street. It seems I need to clear this large tree. No matter who visits me, they always leave through it. How? Ye Fei looked at the big tree in his yard with some confusion. Without further thought, he went to the bedroom to change into his Dark Division uniform. He put on his mask and rushed out of the house. As a ninja of the Dark Division, he rarely appeared on the streets. So on his way to the Dark Division, he ran entirely across the treetops. I wonder what's waiting for me today. I'm getting more and more excited. It seems like something very important is going to be announced. What is it? On the way to the Dark Division, Ye Fei was both excited and curious. But more than anything, he was happy. Finally, there was something to do and he wouldn't be so bored. Ye Fei's current situation could truly be described as a workaholic. No matter the time, he was always thinking about his missions, yearning to focus solely on them. If circumstances allowed, Ye Fei would have wished to be either executing a mission or on the way to one. But contrary to his desires, he knew well that missions were not always available. Moreover, some missions were extremely simple, like the covert observation of the village yesterday. Quickening his pace, he soon arrived at the entrance of the umbu. Panting heavily, he slowly walked in. At this moment, all personnel had already assembled. Only he, Captain, everyone. Ye Fei greeted them naturally as he approached. You're not slow, kid. Wait a bit longer. The protagonist of today hasn't arrived yet. King Yama patted Ye Fei on the shoulder and said with a smile. Ye Fei was a bit puzzled. Although he knew there was an important announcement today, he hadn't expected there to be a protagonist as well. It seemed the announcement was directly related to this person. All right. Ye Fei nodded and went to stand beside the others. Sister Snake, do you know what this is about? Ye Fei asked softly. I'm not sure either, but it seems there's a new member joining. Who exactly? I don't know yet. Flower Snake nodded gently and whispered. Apparently she wasn't clear either. I see. No wonder we have to wait for someone to appear before making the announcement. Otherwise, it would have been announced already. Ye Fei sighed. Now he had no idea who this new member, but to be able to join the umbu, this person must have exceptional qualities or immense strength. I'm growing more curious. I wonder if this person can surprise me. Who could it be? Ye Fei began searching his memory for acquaintances. Of course, it was also possible that the new member was someone he didn't know. Time passed slowly and King Yama kept watching the entrance. There were 5 minutes left until the appointed time. Why hasn't that kid shown up yet? Did he oversleep? That can't be. He doesn't seem like that kind of person. King Yama said. Ye Fei pricked up his ears. Kid. A male. It seems another guy is joining. But among the people I know, the only one with such strength is Uchiha Itachi. It could also be someone I don't recognize. Anything is possible. Ye Fei pondered thoughtfully. To confirm his speculation, he would have to wait until this person arrived. Tap tap tap. Steady footsteps reached everyone's ears. They all turned to look at the entrance. A young man dressed in umbu attire, carrying a short sword and wearing a mask, walked straight toward them. Everyone's attention was fixed on him. Finally here. From now on, try to arrive a little earlier whenever possible. King Yama approached the young man and said to him. Understood. The young man nodded and spoke softly. Upon hearing the voice, Ye Fei felt a strong sense of familiarity, but couldn't place it. That voice is so familiar. I feel like I've heard it somewhere before. Before Ye Fei could ponder further, King Yama had them all line up. Alright, everyone quiet down. Today I want to introduce a new teammate. King Yama led the young man in front of the group. Hello everyone, I'm Crow. The young man said flatly, his tone devoid of any fluctuation. Suddenly a name flashed through Ye Fei's mind, Uchiha Itachi. This made him realize that Crow was indeed Uchiha Itachi. Itachi, is it you? Ye Fei asked excitedly. Uchiha Itachi looked at the ninja wearing a panda mask. I didn't expect you to guess it. So is it a surprise? Uchiha Itachi's tone had changed dramatically, now filled with warmth. Ye Fei was overjoyed and removed his mask. Uchiha Itachi slowly took off his mask as well, revealing his true face. The two immediately recognized each other and rushed forward excitedly. The others looked on with puzzled. None of them understood what was happening, but they weren't foolish. They could tell that the two had known each other before. Oh, I never expected you to graduate early and join my team. Congratulations. Ye Fei said to Uchiha Itachi with great joy. Uchiha Itachi squinted his eyes and smiled, nodding. Hello everyone, let me reintroduce myself. My real name is Uchiha Itachi, and I've known Ye Fei for a long time. The reason I joined the Umbu was influenced by Ye Fei. But still I want to express my sincere gratitude here. Uchiha Itachi looked at them and said cheerfully, King Yama and the others seemed to grasp the connection at that moment. Ye Fei looked at their expressions and couldn't help but laugh. Such a beautiful scene filled Uchiha Itachi with a sense of warmth. Now they had also gotten to know each other, and after this they would become brothers who had shared life and death experiences. Every one of them was well aware that joining the Umbu required extraordinary qualities. Moreover, Uchiha Itachi was from the Uchiha clan, perhaps the very genius of that clan. His strength would undoubtedly be immense. Itachi, I am truly overjoyed right now. From now on we can go on missions together. No matter what, I am genuinely happy for you. From now on we are brothers who will go through fire and water together. When we have time, we must have a good meal to celebrate. Ye Fei walked over to Uchiha Itachi and said with a smile. Uchiha Itachi nodded. Alright, no problem. The reason I joined your team is that I have some that is to challenge you. Now I can stay by your side and observe you closely. I believe it won't be long before I can defeat you. Uchiha Itachi suddenly turned serious and whispered. Ye Fei at that moment cared not about the challenge, his heart was filled with joy. Flower Snake listened to their conversation from the side and found it increasingly intriguing. These two young lads must have a lot of stories between them. Interesting, more and more interesting. Flower Snake smiled at them both. Don't worry, you'll have plenty of chances to challenge me. And I believe in your abilities. But do not forget we are comrades in the same squad. When carrying out missions you must be careful. Don't get yourself killed before you challenge me. Ye Fei patted Uchiha Itachi on the shoulder and said. Uchiha Itachi shook his head. Rest assured, I will not die before I succeed in challenging you. The two looked at each other and smiled. Panda, since you two know each other, let you take Crow to get familiar with the other parts of the Umbu. You two don't seem to have anything else to do. Get acquainted as soon as possible. Yan Wang suddenly walked over to them and said. Ye Fei nodded and stood up. Yes, Captain. In the following time, Ye Fei first let him get to know each person had their own unique traits. Itachi, Flower Snake, Sister Snake. Remember this person. Never stare at her. Even if she doesn't look at you, don't keep your eyes on her. She has a very special ability. She can sense when someone is watching her and pinpoint exactly where they are. Ye Fei glanced at Flower Snake and whispered to Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi nodded. Panda, would it kill you to keep your mouth shut? Flower Snake was furious, clenching her fists as if she were ablaze. Seeing the situation turn grim, Ye Fei immediately grabbed Uchiha Itachi and dashed aside. See, this woman is terrifyingly fierce. But Sister Snake is still a good person. Ye Fei breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Flower Snake hadn't pursued them. Uchiha Itachi nodded. Though he was still unfamiliar with these people, their appearances alone revealed that they were no ordinary individuals. I didn't expect the Umbu headquarters to be so vast. Uchiha Itachi glanced around the structure of the base. Ye Fei nodded, recalling that he had felt the same way upon his first visit. But the time spent here was minimal. Unless they were on a mission, they usually stayed at home, leaving little opportunity to linger around. Alright, you've met everyone. There are many places here I don't even know about. Clearly they aren't important. Anyway, we won't be hanging around here much. Ye Fei said nonchalantly. Uchiha Itachi nodded. Looking at this suddenly appeared Uchiha Itachi, Ye Fei felt genuine joy from the bottom of his heart. The other members in the squad were not of the same age as him, and sometimes asking them questions was futile. Now at last a teammate of the same age had arrived. Ye Fei, when will we take the Genin exam? We both graduated early from the academy. By strength we should be genin already, but without taking the exam others won't recognize us. Uchiha Itachi suddenly recalled something and said, "You reminded me. I almost forgot. Even though we have stable work now, we still have to take the exam. Otherwise people will gossip about us." Ye Fei thought carefully and replied. Uchiha Itachi expressed his full agreement. Since there were no missions at the moment, it was the perfect time to take the exam. Besides, the genin exam was being organized recently. Then let's get moving. There seems to be an exam coming up soon. Let's take it this time. Ye Fei clapped his hands and said. Uchiha Itachi nodded. The two of them decided to take the exam together in a few days. Only then could they be recognized by everyone, as strength alone would not suffice. They had to go through rigorous examinations to solidify their standing. The exam shouldn't be too difficult. With our current strength we should be able to pass it with ease. Ye Fei remarked thoughtfully. Uchiha Itachi thought the same. Both of them were well aware of their own abilities. More than enough to handle even those chunin. Let alone a mere exam. Alright then, it's settled. We'll sign up together and take the exam together, and we'll do our best together. Uchiha Itachi extended his fist, a smile spreading across his face. Ye Fei smiled and nodded, then also extended his fist. Their fists tapped lightly. The newcomer induction had also ended at this point. With no missions assigned, everyone left the Umbu headquarters and returned to their homes. Feeling rather bored, Ye Fei and Uchiha Itachi decided not to go straight home but instead strolled along the streets. You were unlucky today. A mission came up right after I joined, but it's also nice to have no missions for now. It gives you a chance to relax properly. When we do get assigned missions later, they won't be just a day or two. Ye Fei, hands in his pockets, spoke softly as he walked. Uchiha Itachi nodded. Actually, I don't want to take on missions right now. I need to pass the genin exam first. That's what my father wants. Uchiha Itachi looked a bit resigned. Ye Fei chuckled lightly. What's there to worry about? I'm completely different from you. Being an orphan, I sometimes envy those who have parents. But as time goes by that feeling fades more. Ye Fei looked up at the sky and spoke softly. His words were filled with both disappointment and longing. Uchiha Itachi glanced at Ye Fei, not knowing what to say. Alright, let's not dwell on this. Let's find a place to celebrate. Uchiha Itachi looked at Ye Fei with a smile. Ye Fei nodded, his smile returning. They walked along the street, found a restaurant and slowly entered. Since they were still very young and couldn't drink alcohol, they ordered juice instead. Today we celebrate your early graduation, and also you're becoming my teammate. Cheers. Cheers. The two sat in a corner of the restaurant enjoying their meal with great delight. At that moment it was as if all worries vanished, leaving only their world. Perhaps in the eyes of adults they would never understand the bond between them. Only they truly knew each other's hearts. Their meal took a long time, but most of it was spent chatting. It felt as if they hadn't been this happy in a long time, nor had they spoken so freely. Today was truly wonderful. I hope we can grow up quickly, so we can drink alcohol. After finishing their meal, the two slowly walked out of the restaurant and onto the street. The day was short. After dinner, the sky had gradually darkened. Let's make a pact. Oh, once we're old enough to drink, let's taste what alcohol is really like. And then have a good hearty drink. Alright, it's settled. I'm looking forward to that day. The two stood by the roadside looking at each other, making their promise. Ye Fei felt the importance of friendship for the first time. The idol he had once admired had now become his most important friend. This feeling he believed no one else could truly understand. They parted ways and returned to their homes. The most important thing now was to prepare for the upcoming genin exam. A few days later they met again. It was time to register. They went together to the registration office and wrote down their names. After learning the exam date, they began training day after day. Although they were both confident about the exam, the training was also to solidify their abilities. The exam was scheduled for 3 days after registration. Time really flies. Soon it'll be time for the exam. By my calculation, by the time the exam is over, the Third Ninja World War should also be coming to an end. Ye Fei sat in his own yard gazing at the evening sky. These past few days had been quite lucky. Aside from a few small routine tasks, there were no missions that required traveling far. This allowed Ye Fei to focus on preparing for the exam. A Fei! A voice suddenly came from the doorway. It was Moo Moo. Ye Fei snapped back to reality and saw Moo Moo standing at his front door. Moo Moo, what are you doing here? Ye Fei was a bit excited and walked over to her. I came to see you, of course. It's been a few days since I heard you're going to take the genin exam, Moo Moo said with a smile. Ye Fei nodded. He had been so busy with the exam that he had forgotten to tell Moo Moo this important news. That's great. I believe with your current strength you'll definitely pass. I'll come to watch the exam. Don't disappoint me. Moo Moo made an adorable expression. Ye Fei's face flushed slightly and he nodded with a warm smile. Perhaps because he was older, seeing such a charming young girl made his heart flutter a little. Rest assured I won't let you down when the time comes. I've been putting in a lot of effort these past few days, and I believe I'll be able to complete it smoothly. Ye Fei scratched his head and spoke softly. Moo Moo nodded. Haven't you had any missions lately? You seem to have been resting for a few days. Moo Moo suddenly asked. Ye Fei nodded. That's right, I don't have any missions now. Otherwise I wouldn't have signed up for it. And not long ago a newcomer joined our team. That newcomer is Uchiha Itachi. Ye Fei suddenly recalled what had happened a few days ago. A member of the Uchiha clan. Were you already good friends with him? It seems all your friends are quite formidable. Moo Moo said with an envious smile. Not really, we only got to know each other recently, but now our relationship is quite close. Actually, it all started from a fight. If I hadn't fought him back then, I don't think we would have become friends. Ye Fei said thoughtfully. Moo Moo nodded. The two walked together to the courtyard and found a place to sit down. I'm terribly sorry I forgot to invite you in just now. No school today? Ye Fei asked curiously. No, and I haven't had school for the past few days. I'll come watch your exam. It suddenly occurred to me that the teacher praised me for improving my strength recently. It's all thanks to you. I really need to express my gratitude. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have changed so quickly. Moo Moo said with a sweet and adorable smile. Ye Fei gently shook his head. These are all things I should do, and your own talent is also remarkable. In the end, the greatest credit belongs to yourself. Both of them were overjoyed. Not only had their strength increased, but everything was also taking a turn for the better. However, Ye Fei was deeply worried about the events that would soon unfold. Those events were catastrophic. It seems I'm still not strong enough. I'd better focus on handling the matter at hand first. The genin exam, just wait for me. Ye Fei gazed at the sky, silently thinking to himself. The two sat together for a long time, chatting about many things. Ye Fei felt he hadn't been this happy in a long time. With Ye Fei's help, Moo Moo's strength was also growing. Soon she would be able to graduate from the academy. Moo Moo, don't let your guard down during this period. No matter what, stay vigilant. Doing so will benefit you greatly. Ye Fei looked at her and said with a smile. Moo Moo nodded, fully aware of this herself. If she became complacent now, all her previous efforts might go to waste. Don't worry, I'm definitely not that, and I believe I can break through quickly. Then we can go on missions together. Moo Moo said happily. Ye Fei smiled and nodded. I believe that as long as we persevere and work together, we will succeed. Then the world will be ours, or rather our era. Ye Fei clenched his fist and looked at the sky with great confidence. Moo Moo's fighting spirit was also ignited. Time passed little by little and the sun gradually set. Alright, it's getting late. You should head home now. I'll rest well over the next few days and aim to pass the exam in one go. You must come and watch, okay? Ye Fei stood up and said to Moo Moo with a smile. Moo Moo nodded. Don't worry, I'll definitely be there. And I'm sure you'll succeed. With your strength, this is just a trick. Go for it. Moo Moo said with a smile. Ye Fei smiled and nodded. Then they walked together toward Moo Moo's home. Ever since their first encounter, Ye Fei had never let Moo Moo walk home alone. After all, how could he let such a beautiful girl go home by herself? There were still many people with ill intentions. The last time it was just a coincidence. If such an accident happened again and he wasn't there in time, the consequences would be unimaginable. After escorting her home, he slowly returned to his own house. The whole day had been spent chatting without doing anything else. He'll rest well for 2 days. On the third day, the battle begins. I wonder what the exam will cover. Ye Fei sat down in the living room, staring ahead, silently thinking. Although he had no idea what the exam would entail to him, these were minor issues. There was absolutely no need to worry. Perhaps it was the lingering pressure from past exams that still made him apprehensive at the thought of tests. Even though his strength was more than sufficient, his heart still couldn't help but tremble with fear. Suddenly I remember that the genin exam seems to be the easiest. With that said, I suddenly feel much more relaxed. The exam is usually the most basic stuff, so why the hell should I worry? Ye Fei, as if nothing troubled him, leaned back on the sofa, utterly carefree. Just moments ago, he carefully recalled the anime he had watched in his past life. This also reminded him of the previous plot. The genin exam was, to say the least, extremely simple. It could be completed by passing just a few items, and these items were all basic and essential. To Ye Fei, it was like child's play. It was utterly insignificant. Then what the hell am I worried about? I suddenly feel much more relaxed. There are still 2 days left. I'll take these 2 days to rest well. After the genin exam, I'll take on a mission. Maybe I can then proceed to take the chunin exam. Everyone else in the team is a chunin. Ye Fei said thoughtfully. That made sense indeed. Everyone else was a chunin, while only he and Uchiha Itachi were genin. Most importantly, the two of them were not weak at all. So it seemed indeed necessary to take the chunin exam. Then I've made up my mind. I must become a chunin, otherwise I might be looked down upon by others. Ye Fei smiled. Even he hadn't expected this outcome. There was still one day until the genin exam. No, I didn't expect time to pass so quickly. Tomorrow I'll take the exam. Although I know the content is very simple, I'm still afraid inside. It seems to be a leftover from my school days. Ye Fei sat in his own yard, patted his face and muttered softly. This wasn't the first time he had experienced this situation back in school. Although he knew he was definitely fine, his heart still felt some resistance. Forget it, I shouldn't stay at home. I'll go out for a walk to clear my mind and distract myself. Ye Fei stood up, took some money and walked out of the house. Ever since the last time he didn't bring enough money, he always made sure to take some before leaving. Whether he bought anything or not, having money in hand always made him feel secure. It's so lively here. Tomorrow the exam seems to be at the training ground. Why am I thinking about the exam again? Look at my brain. Ye Fei said irritably. Shaking his head, he continued walking forward, and as he looked at the shops on both sides of the street, he became interested. He realized he hadn't shopped in a long time. He looked left and right, checking if there was anything he liked. After observing for a few minutes, he found nothing. Although he looked like a child on the outside, his heart was already over 30. Those toys were no longer what he needed. Can't there be something more novel? Sigh. Ye Fei was somewhat dejected, but he lifted his feet and continued forward. Crab burgers. Fresh giant crab burgers. Suddenly a shout reached Ye Fei's ears. Crab burgers. How come there's suddenly someone selling these? That's really quite novel. Let's go take a look. Maybe it will be appetizing. Ye Fei turned his head to search for the source, and soon spotted a small crab burger stall to his right rear. Moreover, several people had already gathered in front. Business seems pretty good. The taste must be nice. I'll take advantage of the small crowd to buy one and try it. I haven't had a proper meal in days. Ye Fei patted his long-starved stomach. He quickly went. A very rich crab aroma wafted into his nose. The smell instantly reminded him of the sea. It's the taste of the sea. Otherwise so many people wouldn't be buying here. Looks like I'm lucky today. Ye Fei opened his eyes and said very happily. Boss, give me two. Ye Fei at the back of the line jumped up and shouted loudly. Since there were too many people in line, there was nothing he could do but wait obediently. After about 20 minutes, it was finally Ye Fei's turn. He told the boss how many he wanted and then waited. A few minutes later, 2 huge crab burgers appeared in Ye Fei's hands. He immediately went to a spot where no one else was. It's really not easy. I waited so long for 2 burgers. I have to say, many people nowadays have their own unique ways to make money. Ye Fei looked at the steady stream of customers at the stall and said with some envy. But then he shook his head and began to taste the crab-flavored burger. With one bite, the seafood flavor burst forth, filling his mouth with satisfaction. Every bite was pure meat. This is really delicious. Maybe it's because I haven't had a proper meal in days. So no matter what I eat now, it tastes wonderful. Ye Fei said while eating, looking ahead. Now he felt very happy. Carefree and peaceful life. After finishing his meal, Ye Fei wandered aimlessly forward, uncertain of where he wished to go. Tomorrow's the exam, yet I'm not cramming. Instead, I'm just wandering about. Sometimes I truly admire myself. Ye Fei gazed up at the sky, letting out a soft chuckle. Suddenly someone rushed over and tapped him on the shoulder. Fei, what are you doing here? Yamamoto Kamikawa suddenly appeared before Ye Fei. Oh my god, you really scared me. Can't you avoid these flashy antics? You always love startling me. Ye Fei sighed and muttered. Yamamoto Kamikawa gave an awkward smile. Nothing, just wanted to take a walk. The exam is tomorrow and I can't stand staying at home. By the way, why are you here today? Don't you have school? Ye Fei asked, utterly puzzled. I see. I took the day off today. Otherwise I'd be in class. I wasn't feeling well, so I asked for leave. Yamamoto Kamikawa's lying skills had not improved one bit. Ye Fei looked at him with disbelief. Is that really so? How come you're bouncing around like that, looking even more energetic than me? Come clean with me or I'll make sure you— Ye Fei clenched his fist and threatened. True to form, Yamamoto Kamikawa spilled everything at once. Fei, I really did take the day off today. But the specific reason is that I had something at home. I knew it. Your lying talent is really nothing to write home about. Better not lie in the future. Anyone can see through you at a glance. The two patted each other's shoulders and exchanged a knowing smile. After a brief chat, they walked forward together. So how are you feeling? I heard this exam isn't particularly difficult. And with your skills, you'll definitely be fine. Yamamoto Kamikawa said with great confidence. Why do you sound like you're the one taking the exam? Don't worry, it's fine. Otherwise I wouldn't be out at this hour. To be honest, I'm not taking this exam seriously at all. Ye Fei declared with utmost confidence. Yamamoto Kamikawa smiled and nodded. That's the Fei I know. Wish you pass on the first try. And get the top score. Don't forget to treat me to a meal then. No, it should be a celebration banquet. Yamamoto Kamikawa said with a grin. So this is what you were leading up to. Fine, no problem. After all, I'm the victor. They'll treat a few of you to a meal. Ye Fei said with a smile. A few of us? Who exactly? Yamamoto Kamikawa pointed at himself and asked in confusion. Mu, you and you. Ye Fei said softly with a smile. Yamamoto Kamikawa was taken aback, for he knew that Yu was from the Uchiha clan. But that person was not to be trifled with. The fact that Ye Fei could befriend him suggested there was more. Mu was someone he knew, as well, a pleasant person with a very cute appearance. Kamikawa, what's wrong? Is there a problem? Ye Fei waved his hand in front of Yamamoto Kamikawa's eyes. Nothing. I'm just really surprised. Yamamoto Kamikawa forced a smile and said, Don't worry, he's a great guy. Even though he was born into the Uchiha clan, his character is quite different from others. I believe we can all become good friends. Ye Fei patted his shoulder and said with a smile. Yamamoto Kamikawa nodded hesitantly, as this was the first time he had encountered such a situation and had no idea how to handle it. You should also work hard to improve your strength. Mu is striving to get stronger too. Maybe later both of you can graduate early and join the Umbu. Then we'll be on the same team and go on missions together. In Ye Fei's mind, a vision of them happily carrying out missions had already formed. No one would refuse such a prospect. Besides, Ye Fei had few friends. Having these companions by his side would be his greatest happiness. Alright, no problem. Just wait for me. But my strength is still too weak. I don't know when I'll be able to fight alongside you. Yamamoto Kamikawa sounded somewhat resigned. It's fine, I'm here. What are you afraid of? Ye Fei noticed his dejection and patted his shoulder in encouragement. Since he had nothing much to do anyway, he might as well focus on training the two of them, so they could improve their strength more. It's fine, there's plenty of time. Besides, having you here gives me great confidence. You can also guide me along the way. I believe that under your guidance my strength will advance by leaps and bounds. Shanben Shangshuan's mood gradually improved. Alright, enough talk. How about we take a stroll? It's still early after all. The exam is tomorrow, so let's relax a bit. Ye Fei gazed into the distance. Shanben Shangshuan nodded and lifted his foot, and the two of them walked forward together. They continued like this until they reached a very quiet place. After looking around and seeing no one, they found a spot to sit down. Fei, do you plan to stay in the Umbu for? Don't you have any other plans? Shanben Shangshuan asked first. Ye Fei gently shook his head. That's the plan for now, but who knows what changes the future might bring. Actually, this kind of life is pretty good. When there's no mission, I just stay at home. If possible, I'd like to stay here forever. Ye Fei sighed and spoke softly. Shanben Shangshuan nodded. Having a plan is better. I'm in an awkward position right now. Although I'm still in school, I have to start thinking about the future. Obviously, I have no direction at all now. I don't know what to do later. Shanben Shangshuan said weakly. Ye Fei felt the same way, even though he had just sounded so reasonable. Deep down he had no idea where he was headed. But at least now he had something he wanted to do. It's okay, maybe you'll find your direction later. My current goal is to finish the exam first. Who knows, after this exam and one more mission, I might be taking the Chunin exam. Ye Fei looked at him and smiled. After saying these words, he somehow felt a bit boastful. Fei, I don't know why, but I feel like you're mocking me. You clearly have a lot to do, yet you pretend to be Shanben Shangshuan looked at him with disdain. Ye Fei smiled awkwardly and said nothing. They looked at each other and laughed again involuntarily. Thus they sat there and talked for another day. Though it felt like killing time, they understood many things. At night, they parted ways and returned home. After returning home, Ye Fei began to organize his equipment. The exam was tomorrow and he still didn't know that. He sorted everything out just in case. Finally done. I didn't realize I had accumulated so much. I wonder what the exam questions will be tomorrow. This is always the most anxious time. Forget it, I'll stop overthinking. I know I'll pass anyway. Ye Fei sat on the bed staring blankly ahead. The exam was tomorrow. Though he knew he would pass, the pressure of the exam still lingered. Perhaps it was the fear of being dominated by exams. I'll go a bit earlier tomorrow. Report at 8 o'clock. That should give me plenty of time. Ye Fei checked the time and said. To ensure he was in good condition for tomorrow, he decided to sleep early. If he didn't sleep, he would just sit there in a daze. There was nothing to pass the time. After washing up, he lay in bed, his mind racing with thoughts of what was to. Though he knew he would get through it safely, he felt a vague unease. Lost in thought, he drifted into a dream. He woke up at 7 the next morning. The day of his exam. He got up, had a meal, and brought along his packed belongings. Stepping out of the house, he headed toward the training. Itachi, you're quite early. Ye Fei encountered Uchiha Itachi on the road. Ye Fei, I didn't expect you to come at this time too. Come on, let's go to the exam together. Uchiha Itachi looked at him and said. His face remained expressionless without a trace of emotion. Ye Fei nodded and walked beside him with a smile. Are you nervous? Ye Fei turned to look at him. What's there to be nervous about? With my strength I'll definitely pass the exam. It's just that we still don't know the content. Uchiha Itachi shook his head and said calmly. Indeed, Itachi-sama never panics no matter what happens. I guess I need to learn from his calmness. Ye Fei thought to himself as he looked at the expressionless Uchiha. Without another word, the two of them went directly to the exam venue. There weren't many examinees today, and most of them were unfamiliar faces. They went to the registration desk together and gave their names. At that moment they learned the content of today's exam from the examiner. But the last part of the exam hasn't been announced yet. They said it would only be revealed after the exam begins. There must be something unusual about it, otherwise they wouldn't do this. I'm really getting more and more nervous now, a sense of unease constantly gnawing at my heart. Though we've already learned about many of the events, the last one remains utterly unpredictable, keeping us on tenterhooks like this. They really know how to come up with ideas. Ye Fei sat in the preparation area frowning as he spoke. The fact that only one event was being withheld from them truly made them desperate to know. But they would only find out what it tested at the last moment, which for them was an excruciatingly agonizing process. Forget it, what's the point of knowing? Better to just sit here and wait a while. It makes no difference to us. Uchiha Itachi turned his head and whispered to Ye Fei. Ye Fei nodded helplessly. By now the seats around them were completely filled. All of these people were here for the examination. The arena was surrounded by spectators. Some were friends of the participants, others were their family members. Moo and Yamamoto Kamikawa bought some snacks and took their seats in the audience. They still couldn't see Ye Fei from where they were. Fei, I wonder which round he's in. Where is he now? Moo scanned the area but couldn't spot. Don't worry, they'll be out soon. He's probably in the rest area now and nothing's going to happen. We all know his. There's no need to worry, Yamamoto Kamikawa said with an air of nonchalance. Moo nodded, knowing deep down that it was likely true. Still, this was her first time in such a place, so she couldn't help feeling a thrill. I never imagined this place would be so huge. I wonder if this is where we'll take our exams in the future. Moo asked curiously. Yamamoto Kamikawa shook his head emphatically. Ye Fei sat in the rest area, closing his eyes and striving to calm his mind. How much longer do we have to wait? This is really torturous. Ye Fei thought silently to himself, his brows furrowed behind closed eyes. Amidst the cheers outside, the examiner slowly entered the examination hall. The exam was about to begin, and barring any surprises it would start in 2 or 3 minutes. Time's almost up, it should be starting soon. Uchiha Itachi turned his head and whispered to Ye Fei. Ye Fei suddenly perked up, a wave of relief washing over him. Waiting idly was never a good idea. He immediately stood up and started pacing back and forth, trying to relax as quickly as possible. I'm really looking forward to this. It's my first time taking an exam. I hope I get a decent result, though not too over the top. Ye Fei said with a hint of embarrassment. Ye Fei, I've made up my mind. This time it's not just about the exam. I'm also challenging you. Let's see who ends up with a higher rank. So what do you say? Will you accept? Uchiha Itachi suddenly stood up and said with great seriousness. Ye Fei looked at the young man before him and gave a helpless smile. It was just an exam, but he had seized the opportunity to turn it into a competition. Option A, accept his challenge and secure first place. Reward lightning release heavenly net earthly trap modified. Option B, refuse him. Reward friendship value with Uchiha Itachi decreases by 1. The system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Staring at the two options, any fool knew which one was. Moreover, these ninjutsu were not found in the original story. They must possess unique qualities. Acquiring them would surely boost his strength significantly. You're it. Ye Fei chose option A without hesitation. Alright, no problem, I accept. Then he'll give you a free lesson. A good one at that. Ye Fei said with a smug grin. Hearing this reply, Uchiha Itachi revealed a rare smile. I'm looking forward to it. With that, they both made their way to the entrance. By now they were itching to start. The sooner they finished, the sooner they could leave. More importantly, they wanted to see who would rank higher. It feels like it's about to start. When the time comes, do your best. Don't disappoint me. Ye Fei turned to Uchiha Itachi and smiled. Rest assured. And don't you disappoint me either. Don't you dare go easy on me. If I find out, it'll make you suffer. Uchiha Itachi said with a sly smile. Ye Fei nodded. Though his strength was superior, if they were both going all out, no one could say for sure who would win. Everyone had their own unique strengths. I wonder if becoming friends with Itachi is a good thing or a bad thing. Only time will tell. Ye Fei glanced at Uchiha Itachi from the corner of his eye, pondering silently. Even now he wasn't sure if everything he had done was right. Even if it wasn't, there was no turning back. He couldn't go against his own heart. The exam begins. Number 1. The examiner's voice suddenly reached everyone's ears. Someone holding a sign with the number 1 slowly walked to the center of the field. With extremely polite and courteous greetings, they then moved to the side. Everyone had their own exam order, but the test items were the same for all. Finally, it's starting. My number is 19. I don't know when my turn will come. Ye Fei looked at the number in his hand, feeling somewhat dejected. My rank is too far back. Well, I'm really sorry about that. Yuzhibo waved the number 5 in his hand, saying with some pride. What the, no way. Is your luck really that good? Ye Fei became even more dejected than before. Yuzhibo patted Ye Fei on the shoulder, telling him to hang in there. I can take this time to rest properly. Stand here and watch my performance. I won't let you down. Ye Fei clenched his fists. There was no changing the fact that his number was far behind. He could only continue standing there and waiting. This period was also very agonizing. Number 4. Take the stage. The examiner continued to call out loudly. The examinees who were called stepped onto the testing field one by one. Their abilities were mediocre without any highlights. It seems the top 2 are ours for this time. I wonder if there are any stronger ones later. I feel like there probably aren't. Ye Fei glanced casually at the people waiting behind. Alright, I won't keep you company here anymore. It's my turn. Yuzhibo said softly, then instantly vanished from his spot. Ye Fei curled his lip. Seriously, today I'm going to teach you a lesson. Number 5. Yuzhibo took his number and walked to the testing field. Ye Fei stood there watching him all the while. Let me see if your strength has grown. It's been so long, don't let me down. Ye Fei crossed his arms and said with a smile in a low voice. Ye Fei was also very expectant of this genius. Yuzhibo got ready, looking at the targets in front of him, the strength testing machines and so on. Begin. At the examiner's command, Yuzhibo began his actions. It's him, the genius of the Yuzhibo clan. Shanben Shangchuan, sitting in the audience, immediately spotted Yuzhibo. He slightly furrowed his brow and kept his eyes fixed on him. Shanben, what's wrong? Mu turned to look at him while eating something. Nothing, I just saw in a Shanben Shangchuan quickly explained. Mu didn't pay much attention and continued eating while watching the testing field. This person is really quite strong. And in every aspect he's not much different from a Fei. I just wonder how he is in actual combat. Mu ate while watching Yuzhibo who was testing. Shanben Shangchuan didn't say anything further, focusing entirely on Yuzhibo's next moves. A series of moves by Yuzhibo made the entire audience quiet down considerably. There were no superfluous movements nor any flaw. Even his hand seals were extremely fast. Such proficiency in a child was truly unbelievable unless witnessed firsthand. Amazing! The Yuzhibo clan is incredible. Wow! The audience suddenly became lively, and most of them were girls. Yuzhibo paid them no mind at all. He looked up at Ye Fei above and crooked his finger, beckoning him. Oh, come on, challenging me so openly. It seems it's time to show you what a true genius is. The impact is quite good. I wonder how he'll do later. Ye Fei said with a grin. Current ranking number 5. Yuzhibo 98 points, ranked first. The examiner walked out holding the ranking list and shouted loudly below. Damn, 98 points. That's insane. Is this what a genius is like? The gap between us is not even a little bit. Incredible. As soon as the rankings and scores were announced, many people went completely crazy and many girls had already fallen for him. Oh my god, what are these people here for? So crazy. Mu looked around, feeling utterly incredulous. Next, one by one, the exams began. So have I become stronger than before? Yuzhibo returned to Ye Fei's side and asked with a smile. Ye Fei curled his lip and nodded lightly. This was indeed the truth, impossible to deny. I didn't expect your strength to improve so quickly. You must have put in a lot of effort at home. Keep working hard, keep it up. But if you want to keep up with my pace, you're still a bit behind. Ye Fei looked at Yuzhibo and said with a smile. Yuzhibo was a bit unconvinced after hearing what he had just said. But there was no way, at this moment there was no way for them to compete. They could only rely on scores and rankings. Obviously they still didn't know the final outcome. How much longer until your turn? Uchiha Itachi felt he had been waiting for quite a while and was growing impatient. What's the hurry? It's only number 15 now. It should be soon. Just wait a little longer. Once I'm up, it'll be over in no time. Ye Fei glanced at the students currently taking the exam. Uchiha Itachi felt utterly bored and went to sit nearby. All they could do now was keep waiting. Time passed slowly and finally it was Ye Fei's turn to take the exam. Next, number 19. Upon hearing the number, both Ye Fei and Uchiha Itachi perked up in the waiting area. Finally my turn. Let's get this over with quickly. Ye Fei stepped out with a smile. Uchiha Itachi, intrigued, stood at the doorway to watch what would unfold. He had been striving to grow stronger, and he knew Ye Fei wouldn't be idle either. Let me see just how far you've come. Ye Fei walked to the center of the exam grounds, awaiting the next command. It's a Fei. Finally his turn. Moo exclaimed excitedly at the sight of Ye Fei. Shanben Shangchuan also rose in excitement. A Fei don't lose to that Uchiha kid. Burn with passion. Watching Ye Fei, Shanben Shangchuan felt as if he himself were about to ignite. He was more pumped than anyone else, as if he were the one taking the exam. Ye Fei noticed the two of them sitting in the audience. He raised his arm and waved a few times. Moo immediately stood up joyfully and waved back. I didn't expect them to be here all along. Looks like I need to put on a good show now. I'm sure they're looking. Ye Fei thought silently with a smile. After receiving the instructor's order, he slowly walked forward. The first item was ninja tool throwing. That's it. I thought it would be something more. Ye Fei found it rather dull. Such tasks were child's play to him. Seeing the targets ahead, Ye Fei pulled out a few kunai and casually tossed them. Thud, thud, thud. Every kunai struck the bullseye embedded deeply into the wood. Boring. Next. Ye Fei felt this exam was far too easy, though for others it remained quite challenging. This just proved how lonely it was to be unmatched. With a few simple maneuvers, all the items were done. Ye Fei walked to the completion area and raised his right hand to signal he was finished. The proctor carefully inspected every section and then gave the score. 98 points. Ye Fei clicked his tongue upon hearing the score. A tie. Looks like the final item will decide the winner. Ye Fei slowly returned to the rest. As soon as the score was announced, the audience erupted once more. Such a result was rarely seen. Both were exceptionally strong, and many were already placing bets on who would take first place. Looks like I ended up with the same score as you. If we want to determine the winner, it'll have to be decided by the final item. I hope you perform well, don't disappoint me. Ye Fei walked over to Uchiha Itachi and said, Don't worry, I'm well aware of that. I didn't expect you to be on par with me now. Haha. Strangely, I feel a bit happy. Uchiha Itachi patted Ye Fei on the shoulder and laughed. Ye Fei laughed too. Neither of them even knew why they were so amused. There were still a dozen or so people taking the exam, giving them time to recover their strength. After all, no one knew what the final item would be. It might even differ for each person. I feel like this exam is too easy. Are we really that strong already? And here we are competing for the genin slot. Ye Fei sat on the chair and muttered quietly. He kept his voice low so no one else would hear. Who knows? I also found it pretty simple, but it's fine. Everything takes time. We have to go through it step by step. For instance, if we don't pass the genin exam, we can't take the chunin exam. Uchiha Itachi seemed to have uttered a profound truth. Ye Fei nodded thoughtfully, admitting it made sense. Every place has its own rules. Forget it. We're already here. There's no turning back. Ye Fei gently patted his face to calm himself. Feeling there was still a long break, he slowly stood up. I'm going to the audience. Want to come? Ye Fei asked politely. No, I'll rest here a bit longer. Uchiha Itachi shook his head and declined. Ye Fei didn't press further and turned to walk toward where Moo was sitting in the audience. Where is it? I remember it was right here. How could it have disappeared? Ye Fei arrived at the spectator stands and searched for a long time, but still couldn't find any trace of the two of them. Just as he was feeling he had found nothing, two people suddenly appeared behind him and patted his shoulder. Holy crap! Ye Fei was clearly startled. He swiftly turned around, looking at their panicked faces. He himself didn't know why he had such a strong reaction, but overall he still felt very scared. A Fei, it's not that serious. Such a big reaction, Shanben Shangchuan said, finding it hard to believe. You really scared me. Fortunately my heart is fine, otherwise you two would be waiting to revive me right here. Ye Fei patted his chin. I'm really sorry. Well, never do this again. Moo put on a pitiful expression. Seeing this, Ye Fei felt somewhat unwilling to be harsh, so he quickly shook his head. Alright, I'll let it go this time. Don't do this again next time. Ye Fei said somewhat helplessly. By the way, where did you two go? I've been looking for you for a long time. We just went to buy some things. Sitting there was so boring. Yeah, we came here to watch you this time. But we didn't expect you to be stuck in the middle. The three of them chatted happily. Ye Fei also felt very joyful. In the past, at such a moment, he would definitely have been alone. He was certain that he had no friends. It's okay, there's still plenty of time. So how did I do? Pretty good, right? Ye Fei said very proudly. The two nodded. And that kid from the Uchiha clan, he seems really strong. I'm quite surprised that you two could become friends. But anyway, we should celebrate. Congratulations. Shanben Shangchuan patted Ye Fei's shoulder and said to him, when there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely introduce you two. It's not as bad as you imagine. Getting along with him is actually quite nice. Didn't you say that you want to make everyone your comrade? Ye Fei said with a smile. Shanben Shangshuan was momentarily speechless but didn't refuse. Alright, you should go back now. It's almost time and you'll be up soon. Well, be fine here. After it's over, we'll wait for you at the main gate. Moo Moo pushed Ye Fei forward. Ye Fei nodded. Okay, no problem. I'll head back now. Wait for my good news, he said with a smile, then turned and ran back. Moo Moo and Shanben Shangshuan had already returned to their seats. Ye Fei went back to the rest area and saw Yuzhibo staring blankly. You, what are you doing here? I saw you spacing out just now. Are you thinking about something? Ye Fei sat down beside him and asked. You're back. I was just wondering what the last event is. How can they keep it secret until now? It really Yuzhibo said with a slight frown. Ye Fei chuckled, thinking it was something else. I thought you were worried about something important. So it's just this. Could it be that you lack confidence in your own strength? Ye Fei said with a smile. How could that be? Not knowing always makes me feel a bit uneasy. But that doesn't mean I lack confidence in my abilities. Yuzhibo quickly explained. Ye Fei smiled and nodded. Alright, I understand. Actually, I'm also a bit curious, but no matter what the last event is, we have to give it our all. I feel like there might be a big twist. After all, the previous events were way too easy. Ye Fei suddenly thought of a possibility. Yuzhibo nodded, having also considered that possibility. The two sat there chatting about who knows what, and a long time passed. The last event was now underway. You'll be up soon. Don't be nervous. I believe we can definitely do this. Ye Fei looked at Yuzhibo and gave him some encouragement. Yuzhibo nodded confidently, then stood up and Number 4 had just finished and now it was his turn. Number 5, prepare for the final exam. The examiner shouted loudly from the front. Yuzhibo walked to the examination center with confident steps. Your last event is ninjutsu. You will demonstrate 3 ninjutsu techniques that you are particularly skilled in, and the teachers will grade them. The final exam event was announced, and it was clearly somewhat unexpected. Upon hearing this, Ye Fei felt as if he was doubting his own ears. This is too easy. I mean, if I'm skilled at them, I'll definitely get a high score. Ye Fei found it incredibly unbelievable, but at the same time he was very afraid of what his own event might be. But no matter what, he had to face it. For him, these should all be quite simple. Now, I wonder what mine will be. I hope it's not those tricky questions. Ye Fei stood in the rest area, his heart filled with anxiety. Uchiha Itachi began his final exam. This time it was truly simple for him, and he had ample confidence in himself. Fire style. With a few simple moves, he displayed all the ninjutsu he had mastered. It was enough to astonish everyone. I never expected this kid to have such a firm grasp of ninjutsu. No wonder he's a genius of the Uchiha clan. If I didn't have the system, I wouldn't know what it would be like. Is this the arrangement of fate? Ye Fei raised his head to look at the sky, feeling a trace of emotion. Time trickled by and eventually his result was announced. Candidate No. 597 points. The examiner announced loudly after obtaining the final score. This score was enough to crush everyone else. Many people were utterly astonished. Why was there such a gap between someone of the same age and themselves? Some couldn't even master the basics. The entire audience was stunned. Not a single person failed to cheer. I never expected this Uchiha kid to be so strong. No wonder he could graduate early and join the Umbu. Yamamoto Kamikawa said with a hint of envy. Now he felt the gap between himself and others widening. If only he could be this powerful. It's okay, don't lose heart. Everyone has their reasons for being. As long as we persevere, we can surpass them. I don't believe we're dumber than them. Moo looked at the dejected Yamamoto Kamikawa and said with a smile. Yamamoto Kamikawa nodded silently, vowing to work harder. The score is quite high. It seems he'll need to put in some effort. Otherwise, I might really fail to surpass him. Ye Fei chuckled lightly. The ninjutsu he had mastered were not particularly numerous, but they were all ones he was familiar with, and he executed them with great proficiency. Uchiha Itachi, upon hearing his own score, returned to the rest area with satisfaction. Not bad, kid. Looks like you've been working hard. Now I'll have to get serious or I might really fail to surpass you. Ye Fei approached Uchiha Itachi. Then you'd better take it seriously. Don't say I didn't warn you. 97 points is indeed a very high score. Good luck to you. Uchiha Itachi said with a hint of pride. Clearly he believed that 97 points was an exceptionally high score. Previously their scores had been tied, and only this final project could determine the winner. Now that he had achieved this high score of 97, he felt as if victory was already in his grasp. Ye Fei smiled lightly and said no more. The two returned to their seats. There were still a few candidates before Ye Fei's exam. No. 13. 88 points. No. 14. 79 points. No. 18. 90 points. The scores of those after Uchiha Itachi were not high. This also relieved him. Alright, it's my turn. Don't be too surprised in a moment. Ye Fei slowly stood up and said, Then I wish you good luck. Uchiha Itachi nodded. Next candidate no. 19. The examiner announced loudly. Ye Fei stepped forward to the center of the examination ground, looked around, and took a deep breath. Finally, I'll know my exam project. Ye Fei was about to learn his exam project, feeling somewhat No. 19. Your exam project is to defeat the examiner. This simple statement rendered the entire hall silent. In a genin exam, to defeat the examiner, one must know that the examiner's strength was certainly not weak. It seems I've been targeted, or else my luck is really bad. No choice, I can't protest anyway. And it doesn't seem too difficult. Ye Fei stretched his limbs and looked at the examiner walking toward him. Hello, sensei. When the examiner reached him, Ye Fei greeted out of courtesy. Hello, give it, the examiner said with a smile at Ye Fei. Ye Fei nodded and immediately assumed a combat stance. Wearing glasses, squinting eyes. It doesn't seem simple. He scanned the examiner up and down, forming a plan in his mind. Under normal circumstances, people like this were not to be trifled with. Exam begins. At the command, Ye Fei attacked first. He rushed to the examiner, throwing punches and striking from both sides. The examiner squinted, dodged the attacks with a smile, and remained unscathed. So fast! Ye Fei exclaimed in surprise as he attacked. His attack speed was also very quick, but this examiner seemed to have read his entire attack pattern. After launching over 20 attacks back and forth and finding them ineffective, he quickly retreated. This wouldn't work. If his speed wasn't enough, he had to increase it. He had to find a way by any means to land a hit on the examiner. Wind released vacuum jade. Ye Fei stared intently at the examiner, his hands forming seals, as he instantly expelled all the chakra from his mouth. Small spheres flew toward the examiner, one after another. Amateur. The examiner's smile vanished, replaced by a cold sneer. He swayed his body with ease, effortlessly dodging every sphere. Is this your true strength? How disappointing. It seems I overestimated you. The examiner adjusted his glasses and spoke with a sneer. Ye Fei did not respond. He vanished in an instant and appeared behind the examiner. Clenching his fist, he struck, unleashing a force of several hundred jin. Due to the incredible speed, the examiner had no time to react. The punch landed on his back, contorting his face in agony. Bang! With a single punch, the examiner was sent flying all the way to the wall, where he crashed and stopped. A large crater appeared on the wall. The examiner was now disoriented, his body trembling uncontrollably. Amateur, how dare you mock me? If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll never know your place. I thought you were the examiner and intended to show some respect. Ye Fei muttered angrily. That punch he had just thrown was delivered without holding back. With that one punch, the examiner fell unconscious. Holy crap, one punch. It's over in one punch. Too incredible. This is a monster, no worse than a monster. The audience erupted in excitement. Many stood up and shouted loudly. They had never witnessed such immense strength. It took only one punch to send the examiner flying and knock him unconscious. Everyone wondered what would happen if they were hit by that punch. Several medical staff arrived at the wall and slowly pried the unconscious examiner off it. They placed him on a stretcher and carried him away. Fortunately, there was no life-threatening danger. Otherwise, Ye Fei would have been in trouble. Candidate No. 19 100 points. After a brief discussion among the chief examiners, Ye Fei's score was announced. At last he could hold his head. Ye Fei's number was etched into the memory of every spectator. That's Brother Fei for you. Ending it with one punch. Ha ha ha. Yamamoto Kamikawa stepped onto the seat with one foot and laughed heartily. Moo, seeing his behavior, quickly turned her face away. Such an act was simply too embarrassing. I don't know him. I don't know him. Moo hurriedly stood up and ran elsewhere. Satisfied with his score, Ye Fei leisurely returned to the rest area. Well, aren't you amazed? Don't you admire me? Ye Fei approached Uchiha Itachi and said smugly, I wouldn't do that. But you are strong. I willingly admit defeat. But I won't stop here, rest assured I'll catch up to you soon. Uchiha Itachi was reluctant, but the strength was undeniable. Ye Fei smiled and said nothing more. Saying too many discouraging words was unnecessary, and he was in high spirits. Not only had he proved himself in front of everyone, but he had also completed the task and received the corresponding reward. Ding, mission complete. Reward is being integrated. Today is simply wonderful. Ye Fei sat on the chair speaking with great joy. At that moment a girl quickly ran toward him. Fei, congratulations on winning first place. You're truly amazing. I was right about you. Moo approached Ye Fei and said cheerfully. Though she hadn't taken first place herself, she was immensely happy. Moo, thank you. Ye Fei replied with a smile. The following exams were rather dull. None of the participants performed particularly well in their respective events. After all the exams were completed, Ye Fei and the others received their own forehead protectors. All this trouble for such a small thing, but it's truly worth it. Ye Fei examined the forehead protector in his hand, speaking with delight. Uchiha Itachi glanced at his and put it directly into his backpack. Yamamoto Kamikawa and Moo turned their protectors over in their hands, examining them from every angle. You two need to work harder. I'll come watch your exams too. Hope you don't keep me waiting too long. Ye Fei looked at them and said with both nodded. They were eager to improve their strength and graduate from the academy early. Ye Fei, congratulations on being first. I have to admit you're quite formidable. I can't deny, but I won't give up. I'll keep working harder until I surpass you. Uchiha Itachi suddenly stopped and said to Ye Fei. Ye Fei looked at him and nodded with a smile. He knew what kind of person Uchiha Itachi was. Someone who never gave up no matter what. The bond between them grew deeper and deeper. Shall we go celebrate today? To mark both of us passing the exams successfully, and to let you all get to know each other. I believe we'll be spending a lot of time together from now on. Ye Fei, suddenly recalling something, said to them. Yamamoto Kamikawa and Moo glanced at each other and nodded. Itachi Uchiha hesitated for a moment but eventually agreed. Great, let's go right now. The timing is perfect. I'm really hungry now. After fighting that teacher, I've been feeling famished. I've been wanting to eat as soon as possible. Ye Fei said cheerfully, seeing that all three had agreed. He walked ahead joyfully and the other three followed closely. After walking for a long time, they finally found a barbecue restaurant and decided to eat there. How about this place? Pretty good, right? There are quite a lot of people. Luckily we arrived just in time. Otherwise we'd have to wait a long time. Ye Fei whispered, looking at the full tables around. Yeah, I didn't expect us to be so lucky today. And I get to make new friends. Moo said happily. Yamamoto Kamikawa, on the other hand, felt differently. For some reason he found Itachi Uchiha quite disagreeable. Perhaps it was because he belonged to the Uchiha clan. Yamamoto, what's wrong? You look a bit unwell. Ye Fei suddenly noticed Yamamoto Kamikawa's reaction. No, nothing. I was just thinking about when our strength will ever catch up. It's really troubling to think about. Yamamoto Kamikawa made up an excuse. Ye Fei nodded, pretending to understand. The waiter came over and introduced the set menus. After discussing, they decided on a 4-person set. It's not a big deal. Don't take it too seriously. Otherwise you'll only put pressure on yourself. That would only make things worse. Ye Fei whispered to Yamamoto Kamikawa. Yamamoto Kamikawa nodded. He understood this logic. If you constantly put immense pressure on yourself, you'll eventually break down. Alright, we're here to celebrate. Let's not talk about such things. You two were amazing today. First place and second place. I wonder what our exams will be like in the future. Moo showed her innocent smile. What else? It'll definitely be great too. As long as you work hard, you'll succeed. And I truly believe in you. Ye Fei brought some drinks and said to her. Let's take this chance for you three to get to know each other well. This is Itachi Uchiha. I'm sure you both know who he is. This is Yamamoto Kamikawa and this is Moo, Hashimoto Moo. Ye Fei introduced them to each other. Hello, it's a great honor to meet you today. As friends of Ye Fei, you are now my friends too. Please take care of me. Itachi Uchiha, perhaps not used to making friends, appeared quite reserved. When he spoke, he stood up and bowed slightly. No need to be so polite. You said it yourself. We're friends now. Just treat each other like friends. I'm also very happy to meet you. Moo quickly stood up and replied politely. Itachi Uchiha nodded, somewhat at a loss. I never expected the legendary Atakasama to be so awkward at making friends. I hadn't known before, having never interacted with him. When you meet face to face, you always discover different. Ye Fei thought with a smile, watching the very reserved Itachi Uchiha. Hello, please take care of me. Yamamoto Kamikawa remained calm, less enthusiastic. Itachi Uchiha was unperturbed, still smiling. Alright, since you all know each other, we're friends from now on. If trouble arises, help each other out. That's what I hope for most. Ye Fei said with a smile after they both sat down. Everyone nodded. About 5 or 6 minutes later, all the food they ordered was placed on the table. The table was packed, 2/3 of it being meat. Now they could finally have a hearty meal. Everything's here. Don't be shy. Let's start eating. I've been starving. Ye Fei unceremoniously picked up his chopsticks. The other three also nodded and began to eat. For the first time, Ye Fei felt how wonderful it was to dine with so many friends. He had never felt this way before. Though he had no family now, having such important companions was more than enough. Ah, so comfortable. I never expected to eat so much today. My stomach has already expanded a lot. I guess I'll have to eat less tomorrow or else I'll gain some weight. Moo wiped her mouth, then leaned back in her chair and said with a smile. What are you talking about? You ate so little, not even as much as I did. And how could you possibly gain weight? With your figure it's simply perfect. Never go on a diet just for your weight. That would only bring harm, no benefit. Ye Fei was still chewing heartily as he spoke. Mumu nodded helplessly. After all this time she had struggled to maintain her current figure. If this meal made her gain a pound or two, it would be a huge shock to her. Anyway, I'm full already. I won't eat anymore. I'll just drink some water and sit here to digest. Mumu poured herself a glass of water and said with a smile. Ye Fei didn't say anything more. After all, girls usually love their perfect figures. Sometimes I feel that you girls are really pitiful. In order to get the figure you want, you desperately diet. There are so many delicious foods right in front of you, but you can't even take a bite. It's such a pity. Ye Fei quickly shook his head, but his hands kept moving. Yuzhibo, you didn't say anything, listening to their conversation with great interest. And he was also eating continuously. Today he had expended a lot of energy, and indeed needed a good replenishment. Fei, we've finished the exams. What are we going to do tomorrow and after that? Any plans? Shanben Shangchuan suddenly asked. I'm not sure either. No one has notified us to carry out any missions. But it's been so long, I feel like there must be a mission coming up. It can't be that they'll let us stay idle at home forever. Ye Fei explained while eating. I see. I must say your job is really quite good. You spend most of your time at home. Unless you have to go far away on a mission. Otherwise it only takes a day or two to complete. If possible, I'll also join the Umbu in the future. Shanben Shangchuan's mind was full of fantasies, and a smile gradually appeared on his lips. Ye Fei nodded. He really hoped that all his friends would work in the same place so he could see them every day. Alright, I'll be waiting for you here. Hope you guys can hurry up. If by the time you join the Umbu the two of us have already become captains, don't blame us for being harsh. Hee. A very interesting idea suddenly flashed through Ye Fei's mind. Seeing Ye Fei's smile, Shanben Shangchuan shivered. I have a feeling that something incredible will happen then. It's fine. If you guys are captains, well, have it. At least we all know each other. Shanben Shangchuan said with a grin. Indeed, that made sense. If everyone in the team was familiar to you, that would be really wonderful. Alright, you guys keep chatting. I'll rest a bit. I'm finally full. Now there's no room left in my stomach. Ye Fei gulped down some drinks and said with great satisfaction. Mumu couldn't help but laugh at his I don't know why, but I always feel like you haven't eaten for days. You ate so much at once. If you have stomach problems later, don't blame us. Then you'll have to endure the pain yourself. Mumu said to Ye Fei with a sly smile. Ye Fei waved his hand with a smile. Don't worry, nothing will happen. My stomach is very strong and won't go on strike easily. I trust my stomach very much. Ye Fei said very confidently. The others said nothing. The group sat there chatting for a long time, talking about childhood, school days, and the present. It wasn't until evening that they slowly walked out of the barbecue restaurant. Unconsciously, we stayed inside for so long. Why does time fly so fast when we're eating? In the blink of an eye it's evening. But I think I'll sleep very comfortably tonight. Ye Fei stretched and said with great satisfaction. Of course, because we too are also very tired today. Sleeping at this time is usually the most comfortable. Yuzhibo, you said with a smile. Now he also felt a bit tired. If he lay on the bed, he could fall asleep in the shortest time. Seeing how tired the two of them were, Shanben Shangchuan and Mumu decided to go home separately. This way they could let the two rest earlier. After agreeing, they all headed back towards their own homes. As usual, Ye Fei accompanied Mumu back to her. Although Mumu initially disagreed, she couldn't outmatch Ye Fei and eventually gave in. After taking care of everything, Ye Fei leisurely returned home. I'm in a good mood today. Finally, I've completed this task. A great weight has been lifted from my heart. Now I'm not sure what to do next. These days are just so dull and meaningless. Ye Fei returned to his home, slumped onto the sofa, and muttered to himself. Whenever he was alone at home, Ye Fei would always drift into a daze like this. His mind would wander endlessly about future plans, and though he knew things would unfold, a nagging sense of unease persisted. Now much seemed different from what he remembered. Perhaps it was because of him that many events had taken a I wonder if there will be a mission tomorrow. I hope I get something to do soon. Otherwise it would be wait. Ye Fei lifted his head and stared at the ceiling in resignation. Most things were going smoothly now, but that very smoothness made him uneasy. Forget it. They'll just go to sleep. Today will pass anyway. Sitting here won't. Ye Fei returned to his room. Exhausted from the day, he didn't bother tidying up and simply collapsed onto the bed. He fell asleep much faster than usual. He snored all night, a testament to how tired he was. The night passed silently and the sun rose as usual the next day. He didn't get up early but slept in until around 8 or 9. I feel so refreshed. Sleeping after being really tired is way more comfortable than usual. A good rest does wonders. Ye Fei said with a smile, looking at the clear weather outside. He wanted to find something to do. Just then he heard a commotion on the street, as if something important was happening. Why is it so lively? Is it some special festival today? Ye Fei quickly threw on his clothes and headed to the street. Many people were coming out of their homes, and the street was already crowded. What's going on? Why are there so many people all of a sudden? Ye Fei looked around utterly bewildered. As time passed, more people appeared on the street, many carrying. I can't figure it out, Ye Fei said, extremely curious. He was completely in the dark, not knowing what had happened. Ye Fei, you're here too. Moo Moo suddenly appeared beside Ye Fei and said, Moo Moo, what's going on? You don't know. Know what? Today is the day our fighters return. The battle is over and we've won. After hearing this, Ye Fei suddenly understood. So that's it. I should have guessed. The third great ninja war. Ye Fei broke into a smile. Today was a momentous day. The long drawn-out conflict had finally come to an end. For their village, this was a day of great celebration. I didn't expect it to be this reason. I feel so happy all of a sudden. Ye Fei shook his head with a hint of helplessness. Yeah, I'm really happy too. Finally, we can live a peaceful life. Many people have been waiting for this day. Now it's finally here. Moo Moo's eyes shone with hope, her whole demeanor bright with joy. Ye Fei smiled and said no more. He knew that while peace had come, many future events would be no less significant than the present. In fact, the casualty rate might be even higher. Cherish these peaceful days. They won't last long. I really hope things can change in the future. That would be a turning point. Ye Fei looked up at the sky silently thinking. He also wished he could live in a truly peaceful time, where he wouldn't have to constantly worry about life and death. Looks like there's nothing to do today. It's a special day after all. They can't make us go on a mission, can they? If they did, that would be really— Ye Fei chuckled foolishly. Moo Moo looked at him puzzled. Ye Fei, what are you laughing at? Nothing, I'm just really happy. Days like this are so hard to come by. It seems we'll have a long stretch of peace ahead. This is the day I've been waiting for too, Ye Fei quickly explained. Moo Moo nodded. Apparently this explanation sufficed given the circumstances. They stood there for a long time before finally seeing the returning fighters. Many were wounded, yet every face bore a joyful smile. Despite serious injuries and lingering pain, it couldn't dampen their elation. Ye Fei suddenly realized Moo Moo's situation and asked, by the way, don't we have to go to school today? Moo Moo retorted, are you just realizing this now? Moo Moo said, I've been standing by your side for a long time. It's because of this special day that we have a day off. Otherwise, I wouldn't be standing in front of you now. Moo Moo said a bit angrily. Ye Fei nodded awkwardly. After all, it had been a long time since. Ye Fei said, I see, I'm terribly sorry. I've been neglecting you just now. I'm sorry. Ye Fei expressed his deep apologies. Moo Moo said, forget it. Considering today's occasion, I won't hold it against you. Are we just going to stand here like this? Moo Moo added, it seems there's nothing for us to do here. She stood on tiptoe and looked into the distance. Ye Fei nodded, acknowledging that there was indeed no significant role for them. They could at most be spectators, and there was no need to participate. Let's leave this place. It's too noisy, Ye Fei said loudly. I can barely hear you when I talk to you. Moo Moo listened carefully and nodded. The two walked towards a quieter place. Time really flies. I thought it would take much longer to end. Ye Fei walked silently thinking. It seems this place has changed again. Now many things were different from what he had imagined. He didn't know whether it was good or bad. Fei, is there no mission today? Right, so far I haven't received any news about a mission. Ye Fei replied with a smile. It seems there's no mission to do. Moo Moo nodded. How about Ye Fei nodded. Since we have nothing to do anyway. After deciding, they headed towards the back mountain. After all, this place was the most suitable. That day they spent all their time training, doing nothing else. The day passed quickly, and before they knew it, it was evening. Let's call it a day. Ye Fei said. I can't believe it's already evening. We have school tomorrow, so let's go home early to pack and rest. Otherwise, we won't have any energy tomorrow. Ye Fei packed his backpack and said to her, okay, thank you very much for today. I've gained a lot. I feel like I can graduate early soon. Moo Moo said happily and brightly, I'll come find you then. It was as if she knew her future was. Ye Fei smiled and nodded. Missions were completely different from now, and he didn't intend to tell her about them, yet lest it put too much pressure on her. Ye Fei said with a smile, okay. I'll welcome you there then. Actually, I'm quite looking forward to that. The two nodded in tacit agreement, then picked up their gear and went home. After returning home, Ye Fei still felt. He lay down on the bed and went to sleep, wanting to end the day quickly. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye 3 days had gone by. Ye Fei was so bored that day that he went directly to the Itachi. Why are you still training here? He saw Uchiha Itachi still training there. Isn't this to catch up with you? If I don't train, I'll just be spinning in place. Uchiha Itachi stopped his movements. Ye Fei smiled and thought to himself, I never imagined that the idol I once admired is now trying to catch up to me. Ye Fei looked at Uchiha Itachi very seriously and thought silently. Alright, I believe you will catch up to me one day, Ye Fei said with a playful grin. Then please work hard. Uchiha Itachi didn't say anything more and continued his training. The sound of strikes echoed. Ye Fei started pacing around. He hadn't been to the Umbu for a long time, and suddenly he felt this place was very warm. Ye Fei suddenly saw Yan Wang and greeted him. Hello, Captain. Yan Wang said, I have something to attend to. I'm going out. Yan Wang finished speaking briefly and walked out hurriedly. Ye Fei wondered, why so urgent? What is he going to do? Ye Fei was puzzled. Huashi suddenly appeared behind him and said, what else could it be? He's going to pick up a mission again. Ye Fei said, damn Sister Snake, you scared me. So we have a mission again. That's really great. Finally we have something to do. Ye Fei calmed down and was very happy. After such a long time he finally heard that there was a mission for him to execute. For Ye Fei this was really good news. He didn't care what the mission was as long as he had something to do. It seems you've been quite at leisure lately. Otherwise you wouldn't be so desperately in need. Are you feeling terribly bored? Do you want your elder sister to keep you company? Huashi deliberately leaned her body forward. Ye Fei quickly dodged to the side. There's no need for— Suddenly I recall there are some matters over there that need handling. I'll be going now. With that he sprinted to the side as fast as he could and began pretending to work. What a disobedient little brother, Huashi said with a wry smile. Ye Fei stood still taking a few deep breaths. When will this ever end? This is truly too difficult. Ye Fei was deeply troubled by his current predicament. Time passed little by little and Yan Wang sauntered back. Assemble. He stood in the center and shouted. Upon hearing the order to assemble, everyone lined up as fast as they could. We have a mission. This one might be a bit difficult. Yan Wang looked at them with great seriousness. Ye Fei expressed his excitement. No matter how difficult the mission, he was confident he could accomplish it. This time we're going to a distant place, and the enemies there are extremely formidable. There are many of them, but only a dozen or so are truly powerful. Our mission this time is to eliminate all the enemies there. Yan Wang explained the objective of the mission. Everyone fell silent. They had already understood that the exact number of enemies was not specified. Moreover, the mention of formidable opponents meant these foes would not be easy to handle. If we try to finish quickly, it's likely unrealistic. Do you all understand? I'll give you the details later. You have 2 hours to prepare your gear. This time travel light. Don't bring too much. Yan Wang shouted to them one last time. Yes. Everyone replied in unison, then swiftly vanished from the spot. Everyone hurried to pack their equipment. Ye Fei brought a large sum of money this time as his previous experience had left him in a bind. Now everything is ready. All preparations are complete. Ye Fei quickly organized the items he needed to take. Looking at the small backpack of supplies, Ye Fei nodded with satisfaction. With so much money this time I definitely won't end up in an awkward situation like before. Experience really does help, Ye Fei said with great satisfaction. 2 hours passed quickly, and everyone returned to the assembly point before the deadline. Since everyone is here, let's not delay. We must set off immediately. There probably won't be time for leisure this trip, Yan Wang said very seriously. Everyone nodded and picked up their gear. After confirming that each person was ready, Yan Wang turned and the rest followed closely behind. This mission was highly confidential, only the higher-ups knew about it, and Ye Fei and the others arrived at the outskirts of Konoha village at top speed. After negotiating, they once again set out on their journey. They darted swiftly through the forest with no one falling behind. This mission was also Yuzibo-Yu's first participation. You're really lucky. It's been so long since you last had a mission. Back in the day I wasn't nearly as fortunate as you. Ye Fei turned his head to speak while running. Yuzibo-Yu nodded. Actually, I also want to take on such a challenging mission as soon as possible. Only then can I improve quickly. Only then can I surpass you sooner. Yuzibo-Yu constantly thought about surpassing Ye Fei. Ye Fei said nothing, feeling that Yuzibo-Yu had changed a lot. Alright, I'll wait for you obediently. I hope you can give me a pleasant surprise. Ye Fei smiled as he spoke. Yuzibo-Yu nodded. The mission location was far too distant, but due to the urgency they did not rest. They kept running until they reached their destination. So tired. No rest this time. I feel like I've pushed past my limits. Could it be that I've grown stronger? Ye Fei looked at his own body in astonishment. After arriving at the destination, they did not launch an attack immediately. After all, this target was unlike any before. They had to devise a very meticulous plan considering everyone's safety. Everyone find a place to hide. Try not to stray too far. Yan Wang crouched on the ground and, upon hearing the order, everyone quickly found a very concealed spot. The enemy position was 100 meters ahead, and the area where Ye Fei and the others were located had many obstacles. It was precisely because of this that they had a good buffer zone. I have a feeling this mission won't be easy, and there are far too many enemies. Looks like we'll be busy. Ye Fei cautiously observed the surroundings. Uchiha Itachi revealed his eyes at that moment, gazing ahead. The number of enemies is enormous, yet we are only 7. The disparity in strength is far too great. I wonder how the higher-ups assigned this mission to us. Ye Fei felt troubled and more than that puzzled. Though the enemies were not particularly strong individually, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. A quick glance revealed at least 100 or 200 of them. 7 against 100 or 200. It felt almost like a joke. Ye Fei was well aware that their team already had 2 powerhouses. One was himself and the other was Uchiha Itachi. Though each possessed their own trump cards, facing such a multitude of enemies would inevitably be taxing. And I can't use Conqueror's Haki or I'll expose myself. If I do, I'll probably be sent for research when we get back. Ye Fei shuddered at the thought. Then suddenly a crucial idea struck him. How could I have forgotten you? Thank goodness I still have such a formidable combatant. Ye Fei suddenly recalled his summoning beast, which added another member to their side. Assemble. Yan Wang spoke softly to the few of them. Upon hearing the command, everyone gathered cautiously. What we need to do next isn't too complicated. I've observed carefully. Though the enemy's numbers are vast, their individual strength is pitifully weak. As long as we stay vigilant, we can take them all out. There's no special plan, it just ensure your own safety. Yan Wang looked at them with utmost seriousness. You've got to be kidding me. After all this time, that's the conclusion. Isn't that a bit too reckless? Ye Fei began to complain inwardly. But he was just an ordinary member, and this actually worked to his advantage. He could find a secluded spot to do whatever he wanted without anyone knowing. Of course the enemies would notice immediately, but they would face death. The dead are the best keepers of secrets. Understood. Understood. Move out. At the command, everyone put on their masks and vanished instantly. Ye Fei arrived at a high vantage point overlooking the entire area. What he saw astonished him. The place was far larger than he had imagined. Moreover, every enemy was equipped with superior weapons. I wonder why they're stationed here. Is this also a vital transportation hub? But it doesn't look like one. Ye Fei was curious about the enemy's purpose for encamping here. He didn't dwell on it further, seeing that the others had already begun their assault, so he didn't wait either. Enemy spotted. Defend. The enemy camp erupted into chaos upon detecting Ye Fei and his team. Every enemy grabbed their weapons, even those who had been resting, charging forward. Within seconds, battle erupted. The disparity in strength was overwhelming. The enemies were like lambs to the slaughter, utterly powerless against the few. Ye Fei appeared in the midst of the enemies, drew his weapon, and began reaping their lives. One after another, he silenced them. Is it really this easy? Ye Fei's blade danced across the enemies' throats with effortless precision, dispatching them all without breaking a sweat. Ah! A fresh wave of enemies surged forward, each one as ferocious as if drugged. Wind-style vacuum, he formed hand seals, leaped into the air, and spat chakra spheres at the densest clusters of enemies. The enemies convulsed as if struck by lightning. Each sphere pierced through the enemies' bodies. The ground turned crimson. Despite witnessing their comrades' tragic fate, none retreated. They believed that with persistence and their numerical advantage they could eliminate Ye Fei and the others. Die! Ye Fei pressed his blade against an enemy's neck and slit it with a swift motion, blood spraying. He moved like lightning among the foes, cutting them down one by one. So many. Though it's simple, it's just time-consuming. Ye Fei paused, surveying the mounds of corpses. Even so, countless enemies still remained. They had witnessed Ye Fei's prowess, yet curiously no one retreated. This is strange. Normally they would have fled in terror by now. This time it's as if they're being controlled. Ye Fei gripped his short blade, assuming a combat stance. Facing the tidal wave of enemies, he took a deep breath and charged forward. He slaughtered them one after another like a reaper, dispatching enemies and flinging them into the air. So many. I can barely handle this. Ye Fei gazed at the dense sea of enemies, before him a weariness creeping into his bones. This was the first time he had faced such a massive horde, and he was clearly struggling to keep up. The enemies seemed endless. As soon as one fell, another rushed forward to take its place. It was like an inescapable loop, and he had no idea how many of them there truly were. Damn it! This is never ending. Fury surged through Ye Fei as he swiftly dispatched the opponents right in front of him. Time to try something new. The name suggests it's an area effect ninjutsu. Lightning release, heavenly net modified. Ye Fei formed hand seals, and though it was his first time using this technique, it felt remarkably familiar. Such was the benefit of the system. No need for arduous training, only instant mastery. Die! He thrust his hand toward the sky, and in an instant a colossal net crackling with lightning appeared above. What they? Run! The enemies spotted the ominous object in the sky. Though they didn't know what it was, an overwhelming sense of dread seized them. Panic-stricken, they began scattering in all directions. Think you can escape? Not so fast. Ye Fei slowly spread his hands apart, and then pressed them downward. The massive lightning net descended with breathtaking speed, encircling a great number of enemies. Crackling sparks flew everywhere. Charged with lightning and covering a vast area, the net inflicted severe damage on all those trapped within. After a few seconds, not a single soul remained alive. Their bodies bore gruesome scorch marks. Wow, I didn't expect it to be this effective. Truly a group attack technique. Ye Fei caught a whiff of something like roasted meat, but as soon as he realized the source, he immediately held his breath. The scent came from the charred bodies of the slain enemies. Looks like I can't use this recklessly. The range is just too vast. And the smell, though tempting, becomes utterly nauseating once you know where it comes from. Clearing out so many enemies at once strangely fills me with a bit of glee. Ye Fei surveyed the field of blackened corpses and smiled. After this single strike, the enemy force had been reduced by more than half. The others had also nearly finished off the remaining foes. Excellent. Let's keep up the momentum and wipe them all out. Ye Fei picked up his weapon and charged forward. But just then a massive figure loomed before him, blocking his— Who goes there? Ye Fei was on high alert. The colossal silhouette gradually lifted its face under the sunlight, revealing a broad, smiling countenance. This man was from the enemy camp, and his body was enormous, mostly composed of layers of fat. An enemy? He seems to be on a completely different level from the others. Finally something interesting. Ye Fei smiled. After all this time, he had at last found an opponent worthy of a real fight. The massive enemy beamed at Ye Fei. He had been watching the battle from the sidelines. Fourth brother, you've finally arrived. This kid is strange. Don't underestimate him. A lackey scurried over, grinning obsequiously. They called the giant fourth brother, which suggested he held a special status among them. Trash. So many of you died fighting him. Fourth brother's voice simmered with anger. The lackey who had just run up saw his expression, and instantly dropped to his knees, trembling. Without another word, fourth brother reached out and grabbed the lackey's head. Trash doesn't deserve to live. He squeezed. Bang. It burst. The weakling now lay as nothing more than a lifeless body. What had been a living, breathing person just moments ago was now a corpse, still warm. How ruthless. He doesn't even spare his own men. Ye Fei frowned and muttered. He had never witnessed such cruelty before, and it visibly unsettled him. Fourth brother wiped the blood from his hand on his own clothes. You've surprised me. You've cost us so many lives. You must pay the price. Fourth brother's face darkened and his voice turned icy cold. Each word carried a strange, oppressive weight. The surrounding ordinary enemies instinctively retreated several paces. It seems this fourth brother holds great sway over them. I wonder how strong he really is. I hope he won't disappoint me. Ye Fei's interest was piqued and a thrill of excitement ran through him. Gripping his weapon tightly, he dashed toward the enemy. He had assumed that such a bulky frame would be slow and clumsy. He leaped up before fourth brother, slashing downward with his blade. The speed was blinding, but to his astonishment, the giant's massive body moved with surprising agility. He sidestepped with a slight twist, evading Ye Fei's attack. What? Ye Fei gasped. Fourth brother grinned maliciously and drove a fist into Ye Fei's ribs. Bang! Ye Fei was sent flying several meters away. His movements were so fast I couldn't react at all. This is a bit different from what I imagined. Ye Fei steadied his body and thought to himself silently. That punch had caused him immense pain. Damn it, I can't let this continue. Ye Fei pondered carefully over his next strategy. Is this all you've got? Ha ha ha. Fourth brother mocked him mercilessly. Seeing that sneering face, Ye Fei felt deeply uncomfortable. Then let me show you. In an instant he vanished from his spot and reappeared before fourth brother. Five thunder, heavenly heart art. Lightning erupted from the center of his palm and struck towards his enemy. Fourth brother still wore a smile, as if he didn't take this attack seriously. In a flash the two became entangled in a fierce fight, their movements so swift that the surrounding enemies were stunned. Ye Fei started off quite smug, but soon his expression turned grave. Because every attack yielded no real effect. Each one was evaded by the enemy. No good, this is just a waste of time. And I might even be trapped by him. Ye Fei decisively distanced himself from the enemy. Water-style mist concealment. Let's see what you can do now. His hands formed seals rapidly, and then he expelled a massive cloud of mist that enveloped the entire area. Seeing the surroundings change, fourth brother panicked instantly. The smile on his face vanished. Under such circumstances no one could remain calm. Ye Fei looked at the bulky figure and chuckled softly. No matter how fast you are in this domain, I'm the one in control. Let's see how long you can keep up your... He drew several shurikens and hurled them toward fourth brother's position. They flew with incredible speed, escaping his notice entirely. One by one, the shurikens embedded themselves into his body. Damn it! Where are you? Feeling the pain, fourth brother immediately grew flustered. Now clearly nervous, he could see nothing but the white mist all around. This is your end. Ye Fei smiled faintly, then drew his short blade. In an instant he appeared, but indeed within this mist no one could detect him. Die! Ye Fei drove the blade in with force, striking the heart directly. With a gush, fourth brother spat out a mouthful of blood. Even then he couldn't process what had happened. He only knew that death was now close at hand. Seizing the moment, Ye Fei twisted the weapon. Fourth brother wailed in agony, but his bodily functions had already ceased. The heart had been shredded beyond recognition. Die! Ye Fei furrowed his brow and pulled out the weapon. A stream of blood gushed out along the blade. Fourth brother crashed heavily to the ground, still vomiting blood. He convulsed a few times and then lay still. The mist dissipated. The surrounding enemies, seeing their leader dead, were thrown into panic. So this was the source of their confidence. Now that he's dead, let's see if they run. Ye Fei watched the enemies as if enjoying a spectacle. The ordinary enemies were already collapsed on the ground with no thought of fighting back. Wind-style vacuum jade. Ye Fei felt a pang of reluctance as he looked at the enemies sitting on the ground. But in the end he decided to finish them all. Only by doing so could he grant them a shred of dignity. Bang, bang, bang. One by one the enemies' bodies were pierced through. A few minutes later Ye Fei had eliminated all the enemies in the vicinity. Finally done. They were quite spirited after all. Not a single one tried to flee. Such a mentality must have been honed through training. Ye Fei sheathed his weapon and surveyed the vast expanse of corpses around him. Turning his head to look at the others, he found they had also wiped out all their enemies. Although the foes were not exceptionally strong and the dozen or so powerful ones had fallen to his comrades' blades. The sheer number was overwhelming, but that was no issue. Mission accomplished. I have to say it was surprisingly easy. Ye Fei dusted off his clothes and spoke with a smile. He slowly walked back to the prearranged meeting point. Since there were so many bodies, there was no need to dispose of all of them. Another one done. Strangely, it felt a bit simple. But this mission was apparently a rank. Well, get paid when we go back. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Ye Fei found a spot to sit down and muse to himself. The others were still tidying up their belongings. Soon they gathered at the meeting point. Is everyone unharmed? Our mission is complete. Yan Wang looked at the resting members and spoke with a smile. After completing the mission, he felt a great sense of relief. The group shook their heads. They had a few scratches and bruises, but nothing serious. They sat together to rest for a while, as the battle with the enemies had been quite lengthy, leaving them somewhat exhausted. I feel this mission is also quite simple. Although the enemy numbers are large, their strength is not formidable. If they were all formidable, we wouldn't be able to accomplish it now. Ye Fei was very relaxed, and looking at his companions he felt extremely happy. Being able to become teammates with this group was something he was very grateful for. That's right, I thought those people would be much stronger. In the end, they were still much weaker than us. This time we completed the mission in such a short time. I feel a bit unaccustomed. Huashi took off her mask and said happily. Everyone nodded, each feeling the same way. You, how is it? Don't you feel especially comfortable? You were really lucky this time the enemies weren't that powerful. We can also easily take them all down. I have to say your luck is off the charts. Ye Fei turned to look at Uchiha Itachi beside him and said with a smile. Uchiha Itachi nodded gently and took off his mask. I feel quite happy too. Although this mission was simple, I'm still very happy. Being with you all is really great. Uchiha Itachi said with a smile as he looked at them. Everyone laughed, suddenly feeling that the bond among them was especially strong. Having this feeling is already wonderful. In the future, there might be even more important missions waiting. At that time, it might not be like this situation. So we must always be prepared. And we shouldn't slack off on our own training. Ye Fei gently patted his shoulder and said. Uchiha Itachi nodded. Everyone sat there briefly discussing the course of the mission, then began to rest. Because they hadn't rested on the way here, and had been fighting for so long, their stamina was already depleted. If they wanted to return home quickly, they could only use this time to replenish their energy. Everyone eat something quickly. We want rest on the way back. Let's go straight home without stopping. Yan Wang took out the things he had brought and distributed them among the group. Thanks, Captain. Ye Fei said with a smile. He tore open the package and ate heartily, feeling very comfortable as the food entered his stomach. Being able to eat in this situation was also a great happiness. After resting for a while and eating some food, everyone felt they were in very good condition. Have you rested enough? Everyone nodded. Let's go. Everyone grabbed their equipment and ran toward my village. As they had agreed before, they didn't rest this time either. Although the journey was long, being together and chatting kept them from feeling too tired. They returned to my village when it was already night. After parting ways, each went home. Finally home, I need to lie down and rest. I'm too exhausted, Ye Fei said weakly as he lay on the bed at home. This time he had focused solely on the mission and used up all his energy. Although it was enjoyable, the physical fatigue could not be ignored. What should I do tomorrow? I'm really a bit lost. How annoying. Day after day with nothing to do, Ye Fei said somewhat helplessly while lying in bed. Just then he suddenly thought of something very important. This time he actually managed to defeat all the enemies without summoning Shirtai. Thinking about it now, it was indeed surprising. Now that I think of it, I suddenly feel my physical ability is also quite impressive. And I didn't even feel tired under those circumstances. Ye Fei suddenly sat up, but then his expression, my waist. Ouch! He clutched his waist and staggered slightly. The sudden movement had caused the injury he sustained today to hurt again. Enduring the pain, he slowly made his way to the living room and found the medical kit. How infuriating. I didn't expect that punch to be so heavy. I'd better apply some medicine quickly. Otherwise, when will it ever heal? Ye Fei found the ointment for bruises and sprains in the medical kit. He took off his shirt, looked in the mirror, and slowly applied the medicine to his waist. So painful. Every touch made Ye Fei grimace. The pain was extremely uncomfortable. If he didn't apply the medicine, he didn't know when it would get better. Enduring the pain, he applied the medicine and slowly crawled onto the sofa. How infuriating, but he paid with his life. Ye Fei carefully recalled today's battle situation. He realized he had a major flaw, which was underestimating the enemy. He had thought himself invincible, but after encountering those enemies, he found himself somewhat inadequate. Often he could only kill the enemy through sneak attacks. This made him desire to become stronger once again, even more intensely than before. From now on, I must focus on enhancing my strength and never dwell on those chaotic thoughts again. Otherwise, I might truly lose my life on the battlefield. Ye Fei made up his mind, found a notebook and a pen, carefully considered his plans for the upcoming days and wrote this way he could follow the schedule every day. After finishing, he slowly stood up, feeling less pain, and returned to his bed. I need to rest well. I feel so sleepy now. Tomorrow I'll start training according to the plan. I believe I can do it. Ye Fei lay on the bed, closed his eyes, and silently thought to himself. Within less than a minute he was snoring, drifting into a dream. He had been exhausted today and also injured. When he turned over in his sleep, he pressed on his waist, which woke him up in pain. He tossed and turned all night long. Waking up in the morning, Ye Fei felt utterly uncomfortable. It's really infuriating. I didn't get any proper rest last night. It's all because of this injury. Ye Fei, somewhat annoyed, put on his pants and went to the bathroom. Looking at his waist in the mirror, he was stunned. Damn, is this huge patch a bruise? On his waist appeared a bruise the size of a pot lid. This surprised him greatly. The injury had truly hurt him badly. Fortunately, his ribs weren't broken. How infuriating. When will this ever heal? Ye Fei was very distressed but had no choice. He slowly returned to the living room and sat down. Any movement that required his waist strength was almost impossible to perform smoothly. Sitting down and standing up both caused pain. I should just focus on recovering for the next few days. If I train now, it might worsen the injury. Ye Fei shook his head helplessly. His plans would have to be delayed for a few more days. Gritting his teeth, he slowly stood up, went to the kitchen, prepared a simple meal, and sat in the living room eating with relish. Being at home is really better. No matter where, it's so comfortable. My cooking skills may be poor, but at least I'm eating what I like. Isn't this much better than eating out? Ye Fei said with a smile as he ate his homemade food. After finishing, he didn't even clean the dishes. He was too pained to move. He slowly lay down on the sofa to rest. I wonder when I'll recover. This is really unbearable. I must never make such a mistake again. I must never underestimate my enemies again. Ye Fei mocked himself. He felt very conflicted. He wasn't particularly weak and had always been confident against enemies. But now telling himself not to underestimate enemies was for his own good. After lying down for a while, he completely relaxed his waist. Now he felt much better with no obvious pain. He slowly tried to sit up, then stood up and found no particular discomfort. Better be careful. Ye Fei sighed in relief, then said helplessly, this kind of life would probably last for a long time. He took the dishes he had just used to the kitchen and washed them. After washing up, he went to the courtyard. He felt that all he could do now was rest and recover. So boring. This era is really too dull. I wonder when high-tech will arrive. That would be the happiest time. Ye Fei looked up at the sky and said helplessly. He knew that this place developed very slowly. By the time that era came he would probably already be a middle-aged man. It was time to rest. Let's take it one step at a time. After all I'm still young. Truly wherever you go make the best of it. Fate's choices leave me helpless as well. Ye Fei sighed softly, found a spot to sit down, and gazed at the scenery of his own yard. The surroundings were very quiet with only the sound of the wind. The wind rustled the leaves, making Ye Fei feel deeply relaxed. Why is it so quiet around here today? Is nobody home? Oh right, today is a school day. Maybe it'll get lively by evening or night. Ye Fei said with great boredom. He thought how nice it would be if someone could chat with him right now. Knock. Just as he was thinking about it, a steady, unhurried knock came at the door. Ye Fei suddenly became excited. Someone's here. This is really great. Ye Fei was overjoyed, carefully stood up, and slowly walked to the front door. Coming. He opened the door and saw Moo outside. Hey Ye Fei. Hee hee. Ye Fei was surprised. Today was a school day, yet the visitor was Moo. What? Don't you welcome me? Moo frowned at the astonished Ye Fei. No. Come on in quickly. Ye Fei hurriedly invited Moo into the house and closed the door. He had no idea what was going on. Isn't it a school day? Why are you here to see me? Don't tell me you skipped class. Ye Fei looked at Moo with an expression of utter disbelief. How could that be? A good girl like me would never play truant. Our teacher didn't show up today, so we got a day off. As for the reason, we have no idea. Moo thought for a moment before replying. Ye Fei smiled and nodded, not believing for a second that she would skip school. I see, that's quite nice actually. Back when I was in school I always wished for days off. Now that I don't have to go to school I find myself missing it. It's really strange. But no matter what, I've already come this far. Ye Fei said with a hint of helplessness. Moo nodded. I think many people feel the same way. They don't cherish school when they're there and later they long for those days. It's truly fascinating. Moo said happily. Ye Fei nodded, then slowly stood up and fetched some snacks from the living room. Seems like I have nothing to do today either, so we'll just keep you company. He sat down and placed the snacks in front of them. What made you suddenly think of coming to see me? Ye Fei asked with a smile. There was nothing to do at home, so I came to find you. I was even wondering if you might be out. But seeing you makes me really happy. Moo said shyly. Ye Fei nodded. You haven't slacked off on your training, have you? Make sure you keep up with it. Improve your strength as soon as possible. Only then can you protect yourself. Ye Fei said with a gentle smile. Alright, I know. I won't forget. You sound just like my mom, always nagging. Actually, I'm well aware of all this. And I won't let it slip my mind. Moo frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure in her tone. Seeing her like that, Ye Fei immediately fell silent. Then I'll stop. I'm sure you'll manage. I'll be waiting for you. Ye Fei nodded with a smile. Moo cheered up again. The two chatted for a long time and ate quite a lot of snacks. After sitting there for so long they began to feel bored. How about we get some exercise? Sitting here all day makes me feel stiff all over. Let's move around a bit. Moo suddenly stood up and said. Ye Fei smiled and nodded, though he remained cautious. The pain in his lower back was still severe. Hey, come here. Look, there are ants. They seem to be moving house. Come see them, they're so interesting. Moo crouched down, speaking with great delight. Ye Fei nodded, gritting his teeth against the pain, and slowly walked over to her. There was a small ant nest on the ground with many ants busy carrying things. They really are fascinating. And they're incredibly strong. Such tiny bodies can carry objects several times their own weight. I actually admire them. Ye Fei slowly crouched down and said with a smile. Now any movement involving his waist caused him unbearable pain. Aren't they amazing? These little creatures are truly remarkable. I really like them. Moo gazed at the ants on the ground, speaking cheerfully. Still such a child. How adorable. I hope you can always keep this mindset. Ye Fei silently thought as he watched the joyful Moo. Every ant was helping, none of them slacking off. Suddenly I feel so bored. We never have anything to do. Day after day, when will this tedious life ever end? Moo slowly stood up and let out a sigh. Ye Fei tried to stand up too, but suddenly realized he couldn't move his waist at all. It hurts so much. Moo immediately noticed something was wrong with him. What's wrong, Ye Fei? Moo hurried over, full of concern. Ye Fei forced a faint smile despite the pain and shook his head. What's really going on? I felt something off about you since we met. Come on, spill it, or I won't let you off easy. Moo pretended to be angry. Ye Fei felt a bit embarrassed, hesitated for a moment, but finally told her the reason. I noticed it after returning from the mission, but it's nothing serious. A good rest will be enough. Don't worry too much. Ye Fei stood up very slowly and explained. Moo was clearly displeased and deeply worried. How could you keep this from me? You should have told me right away. Go sit over there and rest. Moo helped Ye Fei walk slowly to a nearby spot and sit down. At that moment Ye Fei felt extremely embarrassed and awkward. How could you not tell me about something like this? If I had found out on my own, I would have been extremely worried. Come on, let me see the injury. Now I'm really uneasy. Moo was clearly anxious. Ye Fei quickly shook his head. It's nothing. Just minor injuries, no need to worry. A few days of proper rest and it'll be completely recovered. Ye Fei hurriedly explained. Moo frowned, obviously displeased. Hurry up or I'll get angry. Under such circumstances Ye Fei had no choice but to lift his shirt. A large bruise appeared before Moo's eyes. No way it's this serious. And the bruise is so big. It's already like this and you still want to hide it from me. I think I have every reason to be angry. Moo looked at Ye Fei and said with great displeasure. I just didn't want you to worry. It's really not. With proper rest and some ointment I'll heal quickly. Ye Fei looked at Moo and smiled. Moo stared at the injury, her heart aching deeply. I'll forgive you this time, but if something like this happens again, I won't talk to you anymore. Sit here and don't move. I'll get the medicine for you. Moo's eyes glistened slightly, then she stood up. Ye Fei didn't quite understand why, but his heart felt inexplicably joyful. Perhaps it was because he was being valued. In the past he had never experienced this. Even when injured he suffered alone. Now it was different. This feeling brought him immense comfort. Moo, thank you. Ye Fei said with great delight. Moo nodded. Don't be so polite with me. If you do this again, I'll ignore you. Promise me never let this happen again. Moo fetched the ointment from the room. Ye Fei nodded. Don't worry, I won't do it again. Then Moo began to apply the medicine to Ye Fei. The entire process was extremely gentle, afraid of hurting Ye Fei. A few minutes later it was done. Alright, make sure you rest well. Take good care of your injury. Only then can I feel at ease. Moo looked at Ye Fei and said. Ye Fei nodded. Since that's the case, I'll go home now so you can rest. I'll come again tomorrow. In fact, I'll keep coming until you're fully recovered. Moo glanced at the sky, then said with a smile. Don't you have school? Don't take leave just because. Ye Fei asked curiously. Silly, I can come after school. Besides, you can't go on missions for the next few days. Just rest well at home. Moo gently patted Ye Fei's head and said to him. Ye Fei felt a little embarrassed, reached out and rubbed his head. Thank you so much. I'm sorry I can't walk you home these days. Once I'm better, I'll walk you home. Ye Fei sat on the floor looking at Moo with a smile. Moo nodded, then they exchanged goodbyes and she walked out of the house. This is really wonderful. I've never felt this way before. My luck with love is finally coming. Ye Fei looked up at the sky and murmured softly. He was extremely happy now with an indescribable feeling. It's time for me to go back to my room and rest. Sitting here is really uncomfortable. Ouch! Ye Fei slowly stood up and returned to his room. It was still early and he wasn't that sleepy. Lying on the bed, he let his waist relax completely. Only when lying down could he feel truly comfortable. I wonder how long this will last. I can't get injured this badly again. It's truly unbearable. Ye Fei shook his head helplessly. For now there was no choice but to rest well. Only then could his injury heal faster. 3 or 4 days passed. During this time Moo visited Ye Fei's home every day after school. She watched his injury gradually improve. After 3 or 4 days Ye Fei could finally move freely. Though there was still a slight discomfort, it didn't affect him. Finally recovering. This feeling is amazing. I can move however I want. Ye Fei was stretching in his own yard. Don't get too cocky. You should still rest a bit more. If something unexpected happens it would be terrible. Moo stood beside him and said with a smile. Ye Fei nodded with a smile. The two returned to the living room and sat on the sofa. Thank you so much for these past few days. Without you my life would have been very inconvenient. Ye Fei looked at Moo with deep gratitude. I told you don't be so polite. I'm really happy that your injury is better. I don't have to worry anymore. Moo smiled. At that moment both of them were truly happy. Finally I'm back to normal. This feeling is incredible. From now on, no matter what enemy I face, I must never be careless again. Without crossing paths with them, I truly had no idea about their strength, nor did I know their advantages. Ye Fei carefully recalled the previous battle, feeling that his own carelessness had indeed led to such severe Moo nodded. This piece of knowledge was also very clear to her. Ye Fei, your strength is formidable. I'm well aware of that. But this time it was indeed your fault. Now you know where you fell short. Actually, I'm quite relieved. If you remain so arrogant and complacent, it will only bring harm, not benefit. Moo said softly as she looked at Ye Fei. Ye Fei nodded. Don't worry, I won't be like that again. I'll also hurry to grow stronger, so I can protect you properly. I really hope we can grow up quickly. There are so many things that can only be done when we're older. Ye Fei's mind wandered to some beautiful images. Better focus on protecting yourself first. I always feel like you can't even protect yourself right now. How can you protect me? I'll also work hard to improve my strength. Then I can share the burden with you. Moo was like an exceptionally sensible child, always reassuring everyone. Ye Fei looked at Moo feeling that this girl was much stronger than he had imagined, especially in her heart. Alright, as thanks for taking care of me all these days. I've decided to treat you to a meal. If you're free today, let's go eat. My treat. Ye Fei patted his chest and said. Moo thought for a moment about whether she had anything to do today, then nodded. Alright, since that's the case, don't say I didn't warn you. This time I'm going to make you pay dearly. Don't worry, I've got plenty of money now. I barely spent any from the last mission. After all, I've been at home and haven't gone out. Both of them spoke cheerfully. After deciding, they packed up and walked out of the house together. Ye Fei had already planned to treat her to a meal, since she had taken care of him for so long. He needed to show his gratitude. So where should we eat? How about you name a place? When it comes to food, I think you girls are really good at picking. Besides a bowl of ramen, I don't have much else. Ye Fei glanced at the shops on both sides of the street. I'm not sure either. How about we keep walking? Let's see if there's anything we want to eat up ahead. If we really can't find anything, we'll go for barbecue. Moo was very happy bouncing ahead. Wait for me. Don't forget. I'm the one paying. Ye Fei quickened his pace to catch up. They walked for a while, but none of the restaurants they saw appealed to them. This frustrated them. If they still couldn't find a suitable place, they'd have to settle for barbecue. I don't know what's wrong today. Nothing I see looks appetizing. And I'm really hungry. Moo frowned slightly. Maybe it just doesn't suit your taste. How about we just go for barbecue? The flavor is pretty good anyway. I'm sure you'll have an appetite once we're there. Ye Fei finally decided on barbecue. That place had a wide variety. Even if you didn't want some things, there were other choices. If they kept wandering around, they'd use up whatever little energy they had left. Moo thought it over carefully and finally nodded. Then it's settled. Let's go. With that, the two headed toward the barbecue place they had been to before. This barbecue restaurant was one they frequented, and the taste was quite familiar. They also knew exactly what was available there. That way they could eat whatever they wanted. Finally here. I'm so hungry now, I feel like I could eat a whole— Ha ha ha. Ye Fei laughed as he stood at the entrance of the barbecue place. Don't be like that. When you're really hungry, you can't eat much anyway. I really don't believe you could eat a whole cow. Moo looked at him with a smile. Ye Fei nodded, knowing he was just joking. The two slowly walked inside, surprised to see so many people at this hour. Fortunately, a waiter led them to an empty table. Looking at the menu, they ordered a lot. Even if they couldn't finish, they could pack it up. Both were very hungry now, and that often made them lose their senses. They just wanted to order more, feeling they could finish everything. Excuse me, may I interrupt? Are you sure you want to order this much? I really wouldn't recommend it. After all, this amount is enough to feed 4 people. Maybe you could reconsider and see if you'd like to remove something. The waiter offered a gentle reminder after seeing the sheer volume of their order. No, it's fine. Well, take the leftovers home if we can't finish. Just bring the dishes, please. And make it quick. Ye Fei said with a polite smile. Moo didn't say much as she was famished herself and only wanted the food to arrive quickly. Alright, please wait a moment. Seeing that both of them were resolute, the waiter didn't press further. Just bear with it a little longer. They serve food fast here. I'm sure we'll be eating in just a few minutes. Ye Fei poured a drink for Moo and said, There's nothing else to do but wait. Getting anxious won't help. But just smelling the aroma makes me feel so hungry. My stomach won't stop growling. Moo patted her stomach and whispered, How about I get you some complimentary snacks? Just sit here. Ye Fei stood up, walked over to the side and looked at the free snacks. He grabbed a plate, filled it, and returned to have something to tide you over. Ye Fei placed the plate in front of Moo. Moo nodded and began eating heartily. After waiting for a while, their food finally arrived. They placed some meat on the grill and started roasting. From then on, they were both delighted, eating and chatting all the while. They talked about many things, sharing stories from their childhood. To their surprise, they managed to finish all those. This took them aback, and even more so the waiter. I'm so full. I can't believe we actually ate everything. I must say our appetites are really impressive. Ye Fei looked at the empty table and said with a smile. Moo rubbed her now bulging belly, feeling a little embarrassed. She hadn't expected to eat so much either. They'll have to go on a diet tomorrow. I ate way too much today. It's truly sinful. Moo said with a hint of sorrow. Why diet? We're still growing kids. You mustn't diet. Eat whatever you want. That's the only way to stay healthy. Ye Fei looked at Moo. Moo shook her head. That's what you boys say. It's different for us girls. You don't really understand this yet. Maybe one day you will. Moo said helplessly. Ye Fei nodded, half understanding. He knew that girls loved to look beautiful and preferred being slim. but starving themselves to the point of harming their health just wasn't worth it. Alright, let's go for a walk after we eat. Moo Moo slowly stood up and gathered her things. Ye Fei nodded, went to the counter and paid the bill. They stepped out of the barbecue restaurant and onto the street. It's already dark. How long were we eating in there? Now we can take a stroll and digest. Moo Moo looked up at the night sky and murmured. Ye Fei nodded and they walked together along the street. They kept talking as if they had an endless stream of words. By 9 in the evening, Ye Fei finally saw Moo Moo home. Only after handling everything did he slowly return to his own house. Today was so wonderful. I wonder how long days like this can last. Anyway, it'll take it one day. There's still a long road ahead. Plenty of time to enjoy life. After returning home, Ye Fei sat down on the sofa. With nothing particularly important to do, he felt a sense of boredom. When it got like this, Ye Fei would often think about going on a mission. Only that could keep him occupied. He slapped his thigh, stood up, and headed to the bathroom to wash up. Let's get a good night's sleep. I'll worry about tomorrow when it comes. No point thinking about it now. It might not even happen. Ye Fei finished up, went to his bedroom, and lay on the bed staring at the ceiling. He longed to grow up quickly so he could do so many things. Then he would be able to achieve his goals and do what he truly wanted. Right now he was still too young and there were many things he couldn't do. Tomorrow will surely be a good day. Perfect for going on a mission. Heaven, please bless me. Let there be something to do tomorrow. Ye Fei closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep with a smile. Today had been a truly joyful day. With Moo Moo's company, his wounds had nearly healed. A new day has dawned, the weather is fine and my back no longer aches. Ha! Today is truly wonderful. Ye Fei rose from his bed in the morning, gazed at the sky outside, and was filled with joy. Such happiness had eluded him for several days. I'll tidy up properly, then go for a stroll. I wonder if there's any mission today. Never mind, I'll just follow my own plan for now. Ye Fei put on his clothes and gave his home a simple. He was in an exceptionally good mood today. Alright, time to head out. Satisfied with his handiwork, he picked up his backpack and slowly stepped out of the house. The sun shone brightly. A perfect day for a walk. It was autumn now and all the leaves had fallen from. Walking along the path, he could clearly hear the crunching sound underfoot. How time flies. In the blink of an eye, autumn is here. There doesn't seem to be much food left at home. I'd better buy some supplies. To save myself from running out every day. Ye Fei thought it over and finally decided to purchase some food to stock up at home. He passed by several small convenience stores, but couldn't find what he needed. This frustrated him greatly. None of his favorite snacks were available. The stores were full of things he didn't like. How terrible. He'll have to go to a big supermarket instead. They have a much wider selection. With that, he found a large supermarket and walked inside. Once inside, he saw a vast array of goods. Everything imaginable was on display. Now he could really shop to his heart's content. I'll buy this and that. There's so much to choose from. But this is going to cost a lot of money. Ye Fei felt a bit disheartened, but there was no helping it. Nothing in this world came for free. He bought so many items that he ended up with 2 large bags. He walked out with his carefully selected food and ingredients. This should last me a long time. And they're all non-perishable items. Alright, I'd better hurry home and put everything away. Ye Fei looked at his shopping haul with great satisfaction. Carrying his purchases, he slowly made his way home. Ye Fei, there's a mission. Gather immediately. Just then Uchiha Itachi appeared before him. What? Why now? Fine, you go ahead. I'll put these things away and join you shortly. Ye Fei looked at his groceries with a troubled expression. It's fine, I'll come with you. We still have some time. Uchiha Itachi said with a smile. Ye Fei nodded with a smile. Uchiha Itachi took one of the heavy bags and together they walked toward Ye Fei. Thanks, Itachi. Ye Fei said politely as they walked. Uchiha Itachi chuckled. Don't mention it. I had nothing else to do anyway. Both of them laughed. Due to the urgency of the mission, they moved quickly. After dropping off the items at home, they dashed toward the Umbu headquarters. Do you know what this mission is about? Why the rush? Ye Fei asked curiously. I'm not sure either. We'll find out when we get there. If nothing unexpected happens, it shouldn't be too difficult. Uchiha Itachi shook his head and replied. Ye Fei said no more. In fact, this was normal. Only the captain could know the mission details immediately. All they could do now was to assemble as quickly as possible. Finally, we're here. Ye Fei said cheerfully upon arriving at the Umbu base. It had been so long since he last had a mission. It would give him something to do. Everyone gathered together. Is everyone here? Now let me brief you on the mission. This one might be tough. But I believe we can succeed. Yan Wang stood before them and spoke. Everyone's expression turned serious. We have a covert operative who was captured during a mission after his identity was exposed. Our task is to rescue him and safely return him to Konoha. We might face many enemies. Since we lack intelligence, we don't know the enemy's strength. That's what makes this mission difficult. Yan Wang looked at them and spoke in a low voice. Everyone nodded. Though the mission was unusual, they would give it their all. Understood. Everyone said in unison. Hurry and prepare your gear. We depart in. The journey is a bit long, so bring extra food and water. After giving his orders, everyone left to gather their supplies. Ye Fei rushed home, grabbed a large backpack and began stuffing it with items. Good thing I went shopping today. Now I don't have to go out again. That saved me a lot of time. Ye Fei muttered as he packed food and water. He felt quite prescient now, and the wish he made last night had come true today. After more than 40 minutes, everyone had packed their belongings and gathered together. They carried a great deal of supplies this time, for the journey was exceedingly long. Good. Rest for another 10 minutes or so, then well set out. Everyone must be cautious this time. Not a single mistake can be tolerated. Yan Wang looked at each person, then spoke gravely. Everyone nodded and found a place to sit and rest. This mission was also relatively urgent. No doubt there would be little time for rest on the road ahead. They could only recuperate properly during this brief window. I wonder what kind of strength Ye faced there. I can't shake this unease. Never mind, I shouldn't dwell on it too much. Ye Fei slowly closed his eyes and began to rest. Time slipped by, and soon the departure time. Everyone stood together, grabbed their equipment and walked out slowly. Let's move. At the command, they all dashed between the trees. This mission was unlike any other. The difficulty was relatively high and they were only a handful of people. Leaving Konoha village, they began to sprint toward their destination. I'm so excited. I haven't felt this way in a long time. I feel like those enemies will make my blood boil. The thought of battle makes my palms itch. Ye Fei ran on, thinking silently to himself. Uchiha Itachi and the others were visibly calm. They had full confidence in completing this mission. After running for about 3 or 4 hours, they found a place to rest. Even if they had to forgo food and water, they absolutely had to rest. Only then could they keep their stamina at its peak. Take a good rest. If you're hungry, eat something. There should be no villages along this stretch. You must ration your food. Yan Wang looked at each of them and spoke in a low voice. Everyone nodded, understanding that food and water were crucial this time. I wonder what kind of forces Ye faced there. I really hope we can get there soon. Observe carefully and then formulate a plan. Captain, do we know where that person is being held? Ye Fei suddenly thought of a very important question. According to the intelligence, he's in a prison. And there are many powerful guards outside. We'll have to assess the specifics once we arrive and make our move accordingly. Right now our main task is to hasten our steps and reach the destination. Yan Wang took a sip of water and explained to them. Everyone nodded. This intelligence was clearly insufficient, but they had no choice. If they wanted to know more, they would have to observe for themselves. Looks like this is indeed going to be tough. Everything depends on us. We must make it through smoothly. There must be no mistakes. Ye Fei looked up at the sky and said with a smile. After resting for a while, they set off again. Their stamina had mostly recovered, and now they had to run for a long time again. They had left in the morning, and now it was already evening. Even so, they still hadn't reached their destination. How much farther? This is really tough. I didn't expect it to be this far. Ye Fei was clearly a bit frustrated, and he felt there was still a long way to go. Don't worry, we're almost there. But once we arrive, we must disguise our identities. We must not be exposed. I've already decided. Well, pretend we're a group of tourists here. Yan Wang walked ahead and said quietly. Everyone nodded, committing this to memory. There's still about 3 hours of travel left. Hang in there. When we get there, we'll find a place to replenish our energy properly. And grab something to eat. Uchiha Itachi patted his stomach and said softly. Ye Fei nodded. He was also very hungry now and wanted to eat a lot. If you two little brothers are hungry, big sister has some food here. Lots of delicious things. Huashi came over to them smiling. Really? Let me have some, please. I'm starving. Uchiha Itachi said happily. Ye Fei frowned, sensing something was off. He was about to stop him, but when he saw the delicate pastries Huashi brought out, he swallowed his words. Sister Snake, give me some too. Ye Fei said a little sheepishly. Sure, everyone gets some. Don't worry, there are no strings attached. I just want to treat you all to something. Huashi distributed the food, smiling. Ye Fei touched his ear, a bit incredulous. It was never like this before. Had something changed her? But he couldn't worry about that now. A food was food. Even if she asked for something later, he'd have to agree. It's absolutely delicious, thank you, Sister Hua. Ye Fei said with great delight. Huashi nodded without saying anything further. After a brief rest, they also had something to eat. Then they resumed the final leg of their journey. No one took a break during the last 3 or 4 hours of the trek. They pressed on directly until they reached their destination. The city was far larger than they had imagined, and it was filled with advanced technology. I never expected there to be a city like this. I had no idea it existed before. Today my eyes are truly opened. Ye Fei and the others arrived at the entrance of the village, and were astonished by the sight before them. How imposing! It's so beautiful! Everyone couldn't help but gasp in amazement. In that moment they seemed to forget the purpose of their visit. Don't just stand here gawking, let's go in quickly. Yan Wang whispered to them. The group nodded and slowly approached the entrance. Halt! Random inspection. Place all your belongings here. We need to check for weapons. 2 soldiers suddenly appeared at the gate blocking their way. Ye Fei and the others grew a bit flustered, but if they didn't comply they might invite unnecessary trouble. Everyone put your luggage here and let them inspect it, Yan Wang said with a smile. They all gathered their equipment together. The 2 soldiers began a thorough search. One by one the weapons were set aside. Tell us honestly, why are you carrying so many weapons? And what is your purpose here? One of the soldiers asked sternly. We're here as tourists. All of us are here for sightseeing. These weapons are for self-defense. You know there are many wild beasts in the forest. It could be dangerous without weapons. Yan Wang said with a grin as he looked at the 2 soldiers. They exchanged glances and then nodded. Ye Fei and his companions remained calm on the surface, but inside they were extremely anxious. If things went wrong here they would be in serious trouble. You may enter, but all these weapons and equipment must be kept here. You can retrieve them when you leave, the soldier said again with great seriousness. Yan Wang nodded with a smile and picked up his personal. Ye Fei and the others also held their personal items in hand. The weapons were left lying in a box. Then let's go in. Yan Wang led Ye Fei and the others as they slowly walked inside. This is absolutely infuriating. Could it be because that person was captured? Now we're in a tough spot. After walking a short distance, Ye Fei suddenly spoke in a low, furious tone. There's no helping it. Their current measures are to ensure the safety of this place. We'll need to come up with another plan. Yan Wang glanced around and whispered. Everyone nodded. There was no better way to handle this. They would have to let things take their course. Even though their weapons were confiscated, they still had other means. Without arms they could still rescue the Let's get something to eat first. We've come a long way and need to replenish our energy. Yan Wang said quietly, looking at the brilliantly lit street ahead. Ye Fei and the others felt hunger gnawing at their stomachs again. They all nodded. This place was vastly different from my village. There were many things they had never seen before. This place is really amazing, and many things are quite advanced. It seems well developed here. Ye Fei walked along the street observing his surroundings and thinking silently. These scenes suddenly reminded him of the world he had once known. But upon closer inspection there were still significant differences. Let's eat here. At this hour most places are packed. After eating well, find a place to stay. Yan Wang led them to a restaurant. At this point it didn't matter what they ate as long as it filled their stomachs. Everyone nodded and walked into the restaurant together. Though it wasn't overly crowded, there were only a few seats. To save time they all ordered the same meal. When the food was placed before them they began eating ravenous. They completely abandoned any pretense of manners. On the road they had only eaten snacks. This is so satisfying. The feeling of being full is incredible. Ye Fei finished his meal in one go, leaned back in his chair, and said with great contentment. The other men were the same, only Hua Shi wiped her mouth with a napkin and took a sip of water. Indeed, there was a clear difference between men and women, especially in the way they ate. Alright, everyone has finished eating. Let's not waste any more time. We need to find a place to stay as soon as possible. I hope there's still an inn open. Yan Wang stepped up to the counter to settle the bill, then led the group out. From now on they had to tread with extreme caution, ensuring no one discovered their true purpose. To conceal their identities they must remain vigilant of their surroundings at all times, especially keeping an eye on soldiers. It's our first time here and we're at a loss. We don't know any of the places. Tomorrow we'll familiarize ourselves with the streets here. Tonight everyone rest well and recharge. Yan Wang walked along the road speaking to them in a low voice. The group nodded. Soon they arrived at a large inn, the only place with plenty of vacant rooms. 7 people, 4 rooms. Ye Fei and Yuzibo shared one. Yan Wang, an old cat, another black leopard, and Mighty Bull, a third, and Flower Snake had a room to herself. Stay alert. Do not resort to force unless absolutely necessary. Remember our purpose here. Yan Wang stood at the door of the room and whispered to them. Understood. Everyone returned to their rooms. This place is so comfortable. Finally we can get some proper rest. Ye Fei walked into the room, lay down on the bed, and said cheerfully. The past day and more had left him physically exhausted. This place is really nice. I've never seen anything like it. I'm so tired now. Looks like I can sleep well tonight. Uzibo stood by the window, a smile on his face. Ye Fei nodded. Yeah, it seems well, just have to get familiar with the environment tomorrow. The mission probably won't start right away. Let's not worry about that now. Get a good night's rest tonight. Ye Fei took off his coat and said with a knock knock knock, a slow tapping at the door. Both of them tensed up, instantly reaching for weapons, only to realize they had been confiscated. They exchanged glances and nodded. Fighting back was not an option. Who is it? Ye Fei called out loudly. Hello, would you like some food? A voice came from outside. Oh, it's just a waiter. You scared me. Ye Fei breathed a sigh of relief and walked to the door. No thanks, he said softly to the outside. Very well, sorry to bother you. Have a pleasant stay. The waiter's voice faded as he walked away. Only after the footsteps receded did they relax. It's really unnerving. Being on someone else's turf makes everything so inconvenient. Ye Fei slowly sat down on the edge of the bed and murmured. There's no helping it. When you're under someone else's roof, you have to be careful. From now on, no matter when, we must be cautious. That's the only way to ensure our own safety. Uzibo sat beside him and said with a hint of resignation. Both were deeply troubled, feeling extremely uncomfortable in this situation. Forget it. Let's not dwell on it. We'd better get some rest. This kind of rest time is precious. Ye Fei took off his clothes and lay down on the bed. Uzibo nodded, stripped off his clothes without tidying up, and slipped into the blankets. Both were exhausted. Not long after lying down, they began to snore, drifting into a deep slumber. The fatigue of the day vanished without a trace overnight. A good night's sleep indeed made a great difference. The next day, Ye Fei woke up early. Sure enough, it's not as convenient as being at home. I didn't sleep well at all last night. Ye Fei pulled open the curtains and frowned, speaking softly. At that moment, Uzibo slowly opened his eyes. He also felt very uncomfortable. But under these circumstances, having a place to stay was already a blessing. After all, they weren't here for enjoyment. Morning. Did you sleep well? I slept terribly. The bed here is way too hard. If it were a bit softer, it would be perfect. Ye Fei turned to Uzibo and said with a smile. Uzibo shook his head and frowned. Just like you said, I wasn't comfortable either. But under these circumstances, we have to make do. Come on, let's go get something to eat. Uzibo put on his clothes and stood up. Ye Fei nodded. They tidied up and walked out of the room. They knocked on each of the others' doors, but no one. It seemed they were still asleep, as it was very early, and they were all exhausted. The two decided to eat alone and bring back some food for the others. It seems this mission will take a long time to finish. Another lengthy period of time. Ye Fei walked along the road, speaking with a listless tone. Uchiha Itachi nodded. So far they still had no idea where the target was located. All they knew was that he was in prison, but the city was far too vast. Moreover, to thoroughly familiarize themselves with the area would require a great deal of time. Let's not dwell on it. We should hurry and get breakfast. After eating well, bring some back for the others. Being a veteran member is quite amusing, Uchiha Itachi said with a hint of resignation. With that, they headed to the nearest restaurant. Each ordered their favorite dishes, eating, while watching the pedestrians passing by on the street. The moment passed quickly, and soon they bought a large amount of food and returned to their lodging. Everyone get up, time is running short. The two knocked on each door in turn. Hearing the knocks, everyone woke up, though they were not particularly alert. So sleepy. Did you buy this for us? Thank you. Everyone looked at the food Ye Fei and Uchiha Itachi had brought back, speaking joyfully. Don't mention it. Eat up quickly. We still have things to do today, don't we? Well, go rest for a while. Call us when it's time to gather, Ye Fei said with a smile. Then he returned to his room, lay down on the bed, and took a good rest. Closing his eyes, he tried to relax his body. Their task for today was to carefully observe the local terrain. This would lay the groundwork for the rescue mission. From what I've seen, this place isn't overly complicated. It's just that there are many roads. We have our work cut out for us. Ye Fei lay on the bed, opened his eyes, and stared at the ceiling, murmuring softly. Uchiha Itachi nodded. On their way to eat, they had already gained a general understanding of the area. There were few small alleys, most paths were main roads. While this was beneficial, there were still too many roads. To familiarize themselves with the area today, they would have to cover a lot of ground. After resting for a while, the two heard the call to assemble. Everyone gathered in Yan Wang's room. Thank you for the breakfast. We'll reimburse you after we return. Yan Wang looked at Ye Fei and Uchiha Itachi, speaking with a smile. The two nodded. Next they produced a map. Not very detailed, but the major landmarks were visible. This is a rough map of the area. Clearly some parts are not very clear. Today our goal is to memorize all these locations. Only then can we act effectively. Yan Wang looked at the group and spoke in a low voice. Everyone nodded, knowing that this mission was of paramount importance, and no mistakes could be made. If you all understand, let's move out. Well, pair up the same as our room assignments. Huashi, you'll go with Ye Fei and the others. Yan Wang said, sternly looking at them. Everyone nodded, now clear on their tasks. They returned to their rooms, packed the necessary equipment, and then, Sister Snake, welcome to our team. Ye Fei looked at Huashi standing beside him, speaking with a smile. Big sister is very happy to be in a team with two little brothers, hee. To be honest, this is just a nice stroll for us. Hee. Huashi looked around and said with a Ye Fei and Uchiha Itachi exchanged helpless glances. Indeed, women's minds worked that way. Even on a mission they could only think of shopping. No time to waste, let's set off now while the streets are still quiet. Otherwise it'll be too crowded when more people come out. I hate that feeling. Huashi draped her arms over their shoulders and whispered. Ye Fei and Uchiha Itachi tried to break free but found her grip surprisingly strong. Don't forget our purpose. To avoid suspicion we have to act convincingly. Little brothers, you must listen to big sister, okay? Huashi licked her lips and smiled teasingly. Ye Fei and Uchiha Itachi once again felt utterly helpless. With no better option they could only play along with the act. The three walked together along the main road, but only Ye Fei and Uchiha Itachi carefully observed their surroundings. Huashi, however, was curious about what shops were nearby, paying no attention to the mission. This left the two deeply frustrated. At this point we can only rely on ourselves. Women truly are unreliable. All they do is shop and buy things. Ye Fei shook his head in resignation, then said. Uchiha Itachi, sharing the same sentiment, also. As for this elder sister, both of them had nothing more to say. I didn't expect their place to be particularly complicated. It's just that there are many main roads. If we want to figure out where they all lead. Indeed, it will take a lot of time. But there is a very serious problem. I don't know if we have enough time now. Ye Fei said curiously. I'm not sure about that either, but in any case today's task is to familiarize ourselves with the terrain. It's better not to bother with other things. If only the two of us could be as carefree as Sister Snake. Uchiha Itachi looked at the delighted Hua Snake and whispered. From just now until now Hua Snake hadn't stopped her footsteps. Although she wasn't observing the terrain, her eyes never left those shops. Women are born to love shopping, perhaps it's an innate skill. Forget it, let's just mind our own business. Let's quickly get familiar with this place. The surroundings are quite special. There are no alleys, at most are main roads. As long as we figure out where these roads lead, it'll be fine. Ye Fei stood still looking at the surrounding main roads and said thoughtfully. Uchiha Itachi nodded. Little brothers, come over quickly. Look what fun thing I found. Hua Snake suddenly shouted at the two of them. Ye Fei and Uchiha Itachi looked at each other after hearing the sound. Eventually they helplessly walked over. As they approached they realized it was a place selling pets. Look at these little rabbits, how adorable they are. So fluffy, they must be very comfortable to hold in the palm. How about we buy two? We can keep them at home and play with them all the time. Hua Snake looked at the little rabbits in front of her, happy like a young girl. I think it's better not to. We don't have time to feed them. If we buy them home and they die quickly, that would be terrible. Ye Fei said helplessly. Uchiha Itachi nodded as well. Buying these rabbits now would only be a burden. And it wouldn't be suitable to put them anywhere. Look at what you're saying. Of course I'll raise them myself if I buy them. It's rare to see this. I won't let this opportunity slip. Hua Snake pouted and said angrily. She took out her money and gave it to the boss. There's really no way to handle her. Ye Fei watched as two rabbits were picked up, feeling helpless. In the end, they bought two white rabbits. Although the price was reasonable, they still needed a small cage. Hua Snake eventually spent some money to buy a cage and put all the little rabbits inside. Quick look. Aren't the bunnies cute? I love little rabbits the most. Hua Snake said happily, while looking at the rabbits in her hands. Ye Fei sighed helplessly. Sure enough, she still likes rabbits. What's the difference from a snake? Haha. The three of them continued walking forward with two rabbits. Ye Fei noticed that these main roads were especially long, and both sides of each road were lined with shops. It felt like a very prosperous place with many strange and novel things he had never seen before. Of course these things also attracted Hua Snake. Every time she saw something she would run ahead to examine it. If she liked it she would take out money and buy it. This was truly a case of money being willful. After more than an hour Ye Fei and Uchiha Itachi became tool persons carrying things. They hadn't expected this outcome. Originally they came here to observe the terrain, but unexpectedly they had become free laborers. Moreover, they were holding a lot of things. I really didn't expect things to develop this way. It's really too difficult. Ye Fei said weakly, holding a pile of things. Yeah. It seems that no matter what we can't stay in a team with girls in the future, otherwise it'll be our nightmare. Uchiha Itachi also said helplessly. Now the two of them finally understood why Hua Snake was placed in their team. Perhaps the King of Hell and the others had experienced the same thing before. Sister Snake, that's enough. Don't buy so much. Otherwise we won't be able to carry it back. Ye Fei approached Hua Snake and reminded her. Hua Snake stopped, put her finger to her mouth and thought carefully. I suddenly forgot what I needed to buy. No, I must remember. If I miss it, it's gone. Hua Snake said seriously. Ye Fei was completely petrified. It turned out, she hadn't heard what he had just said at all. She was completely in her own world. That's really annoying. Ye Fei was a bit angry. Hua Snake didn't look at him. It seemed she suddenly remembered what she needed. She ran straight back. Ye Fei and Uchiha Itachi were very helpless but eventually followed. And so they wandered around here for another hour. In the end they finally finished shopping. The two of them were holding so many things they could barely carry them. Without realizing it, I've bought so many things. Looks like I'll have to save up again. Let's call it a day for now. There doesn't seem to be anything else I need to buy. Huashi looked at the items in their hands, her expression innocent as she said, Big sister, your heart is really too big. The two of us are almost dead tired. And we haven't made much progress on our mission either. We're both exhausted now. Luckily there's Ye Fei sighed and then said. Huashi looked at them both and couldn't help but laugh. And this time having bought so many things had become her own worry as well. Now that I think about it, with so many things, how are we going to bring them back? It's really troublesome. Huashi began pondering matters that shouldn't have been considered at this moment. Upon hearing Huashi's words, Ye Fei and Yuzhibo felt as if the entire world had turned upside down. Sister Snake, now is not the time to think about such things. We still have a mission. Don't forget. Ye Fei reminded her once more. Alright. I've been observing all along. Don't think I was just shopping. Huashi said with a smug expression. Ye Fei looked incredulous, feeling that this was simply impossible. After all, when Huashi went shopping, she was extremely focused, her attention entirely on the merchandise. Really? Ye Fei asked with great doubt. Huashi nodded smugly, very confident in her observational skills. Since that's the case, we have then we'll take these things back to the inn. Carrying them around is just a burden. Ye Fei looked at the items in his hands and said helplessly. Huashi nodded. Even if the mission was completed while shopping, Ye Fei and the other still felt utterly exhausted. The two of them carried the things back to the inn and stored them all away. It's truly unbelievable. Do you always bring so much money on every mission? Aren't you afraid something might happen? Ye Fei looked at Yuzhibo incredulously. I'm not entirely sure, but it seems to be the case. It's as if we came here just to shop. The two sighed helplessly in unison. When they regrouped this time, they didn't continue shopping. Instead they hurried to survey the terrain. In less than 2 hours they had thoroughly observed the entire area. They found nothing particularly special and everything was quite familiar. Only a few small alleys weren't particularly obvious. They could serve as escape routes if needed. I didn't expect the mission to end so smoothly. It still feels a bit unreal. Ye Fei placed his hands behind his head, speaking very relaxedly. Yuzhibo also felt incredibly relaxed, as if there was nothing to worry about. You two little boys are still too young. Missions like this usually don't take long to complete. And after finishing, we essentially have nothing left to do. Next up is our free time. Huashi looked at the two of them with a smile. Ye Fei nodded. Of course, after completing the mission they could enjoy themselves properly. Everyone knows that. Since that's the case, let's go eat. It's about time for a meal. Besides, the streets are getting more crowded. Ye Fei glanced at both sides and smiled. The two of them nodded. They had been walking for so long that they were already hungry. The three of them walked along the road, searching many places but finding none that suited them, until they came to a restaurant where they saw many people inside and a lot of delicious food. At that moment they could no longer resist the temptation of the cuisine. They slowly walked in and the aroma of the food hit them. The scent instantly made their mouths water. The fragrance is incredible. It seems our decision was right. Let's have lunch here today. I hope it won't disappoint. Huashi said happily, her voice filled with anticipation. Ye Fei and Yuzhibo licked their lips. They patted their stomachs, feeling they could eat a mountain of food. The restaurant was already packed with people, and the three of them had arrived just in time. There were still a few empty tables. Waiter, we'd like to order. Huashi sat down on a chair and said to the nearby waiter with a smile. The three of them looked at the dazzling menu, their mouths watering uncontrollably. In the end, each of them ordered what they wanted to eat. Though they had never tried these dishes before, they felt they must be delicious. The aroma that greeted them the moment they entered couldn't be wrong. After placing all their orders, they sat down and began to wait. Even at this moment they didn't rest or chat about other things. The terrain they had observed today still warranted a more careful discussion. Although we're already quite familiar with this place, we still don't know where the prison is. That seems to be the biggest problem right now. If we don't figure this out, it'll be hard to make a move. Ye Fei glanced around, then whispered to them. That's right. But it's also possible they'll relocate. If we go to the prison by then, it might very well be a trap. That's a possibility we can't rule out. Uchiha Itachi pondered for a moment, then spoke softly. I never would have guessed that two little brats like you could be so thorough. Don't worry, these aren't issues. We just need to get a solid grasp of this place. It's also for making good escape plans. Huashi looked at the two of them with great seriousness, finding it rather astonishing. This type of mission was their first time undertaking. Although they had never been exposed to it before, their considerations were indeed quite thorough. For now, we don't need to think about anything else. Just etch every detail of this area into our minds. We'll discuss it properly when we get back tonight. Huashi looked at them both with a smile. Ye Fei and Uchiha Itachi nodded. Even if they wanted to ponder these issues now, they couldn't. Their stomachs were too hungry to think properly. More than 20 minutes passed, and the food they had ordered was all placed on the table. Seeing the lavish spread of delicacies, everyone could no longer hold back. What are you waiting for? Let's eat. Staring at them won't fill your stomachs. Huashi said with a smile. Ye Fei and Uchiha Itachi swallowed their saliva and nodded. The three began to eat, and they had to admit that the food here was truly wonderful. Every dish had its own unique character, and the flavors were exceptionally distinctive. This is absolutely delicious. I've never tasted food like this outside. If we ever get the chance, we should bring these dishes back to our village. Maybe we can find another way to get. Ye Fei chewed heartily and said with a grin. The other two exchanged smiles. This idea wasn't impossible. If they ever decided to stop taking missions, it was definitely worth considering. In just over an hour, they had devoured all the food on the table. Everyone felt a sense of transcendence and immense satisfaction. Finally full. This feeling is amazing. I feel like I could fight all day. Are you both full? After finishing her meal, she looked at the two of them with a smile. They both nodded. They paid the bill and walked out of the restaurant together. Next, they strolled around the streets to familiarize themselves with the surroundings once more. After a good meal, everyone was brimming with energy. No matter how far they walked, they could feel an endless surge of strength. We've observed this area enough. Have you memorized it all? If not, take another look. Remember, there must be no mistakes. This will be crucial for our retreat. Huashi stood in a corner and whispered to them. Don't worry, I've got it all in my mind. I won't forget. Me neither. This kind of thing is pretty simple. Both spoke with confidence. Huashi looked at their expressions and nodded in satisfaction. Since that's the case, let's head back. There's nothing else to do now. Well, rest well once we're back. We'll gather tonight to discuss further. We might start the operation. Huashi looked up at the sky and smiled. Ye Fei and Uchiha Itachi nodded. The three walked side by side slowly back to their lodging. When they returned, the others hadn't arrived yet, so they each went to their rooms to rest. Today's mission was really too simple. It was all about memory. I'm very confident in my memory. I wonder if we can start the mission tomorrow. I hope we can finish soon and get home early. Ye Fei sat on the bed and said with a smile. Don't worry, we will. And I believe we'll all return home safely. Uchiha Itachi sat by the window gazing at the scenery and spoke softly. Ye Fei nodded. Ever since arriving, Ye Fei had felt a vague unease in his heart. But he couldn't pinpoint where it came from. No matter what, he had to make it home safely this time. After all, there were people waiting for him, people he missed. The two of them said no more, lay down on their beds, closed their eyes, and began to rest. Although they had eaten a lot today, they still needed to recover their strength. Everyone is familiar with the route, I suppose. It doesn't seem particularly difficult. Just remember a few main roads. This place isn't as complicated as I imagined. At that moment, they all gathered together. Each person recounted what they had observed today. Many locations were marked on the map. Everyone had gained a certain understanding of the area. If there are no issues, we'll start the operation tomorrow. We can't afford to waste any more time. We must complete the task as quickly as possible. The longer this drags on, the worse it is for us. Yan Wang looked at each of them and said sternly. The group nodded, fully aware of the mission's importance. The more time they wasted, the more disadvantageous it became for the target. Only by rescuing the target swiftly could they minimize casualties. If there are no further questions, go back and get some rest. Meet here at 9 tomorrow morning. Bring all your equipment. Although we have no weapons this time, we must still complete the mission. Yan Wang stood up and addressed them. Everyone nodded and returned to their rooms. Finally, we can start the mission. I wonder if tomorrow will go smoothly. I really hope we can finish the mission soon. Ye Fei murmured softly after lying down in his room. Uchiha Itachi nodded as usual, standing by the window gazing outside. I hope everything goes smoothly tomorrow. There must be no mistakes. We still don't know the enemy's strength, and I feel inexplicably uneasy. Uchiha Itachi said somewhat helplessly. Ye Fei slowly got up and walked over to him. What's there to worry about? Don't you have confidence in yourself? No matter what happens, don't lose your composure. I believe Lady Luck is on our side. It's getting late. Let's get some good rest. Ye Fei patted him on the shoulder and said softly. Uchiha Itachi nodded gently. They quickly washed up and returned to bed to rest. But neither of them could fall asleep. Tomorrow was crucial for both. No matter what happened, they must not panic. They had to stay calm and face everything. I hope tomorrow goes smoothly. The heavens must bless us. Ye Fei lay on the bed staring at the ceiling, silently thinking. The two tossed and turned, unable to sleep for a long time, until finally drifting into slumber. That night none of them had slept well. The mere thought of starting the mission tomorrow filled them with anxiety. But no matter what, they had to relax and achieve a good state of mind. Only then could they complete the mission properly. The next day everyone woke up on time at 8 o'clock. Each person packed their small equipment into their backpacks. This time they had no weapons and could only rely on their own skills. It seems this will be quite challenging. If the enemies aren't very strong, it'll be manageable. But if they are powerful and heavily armed, that's a problem. That's not good news for us. Ye Fei muttered softly while packing his belongings. Uchiha Itachi said nothing, feeling rather helpless. After packing everything, they gathered together. Is everyone ready? Let's move out. Yan Wang saw that they were all in good shape and gave the order. Everyone filed out of the inn as usual. The streets were unusually crowded, which puzzled them. What's going on? Why are there so many people all of a sudden? Ye Fei asked in confusion. Let's ask someone. Excuse me, buddy. We're tourists from out of town. Why is it so crowded today? Yan Wang approached a young man and inquired. No wonder you don't know. Today is a very important festival here. The activity festival. Everyone must come out and enjoy themselves. No one is allowed to stay at home. As guests you should experience it too. It's really wonderful. The young man said enthusiastically. Everyone finally understood what was happening. They weren't sure whether this was a good or bad thing. Thanks. You're welcome. They gathered in a corner. Today is their festival. This seems like good news. Everyone is busy celebrating, so security should be especially lax. Let's seize this opportunity and strike with all our might. Yan Wang glanced around and whispered to them. The group nodded. Indeed, it was a very favorable day. Everyone was immersed in the festivities with no mind for anything else. Moreover, this festival held great significance for them. Since that's the case, let's pretend to be tourists and slowly walk toward the prison. Everyone be careful, absolutely no mistakes allowed. We must act completely natural. Yama stressed to them one last time. After everyone understood, they blended into the crowd with smiles. Upon entering, they realized this festival was truly fascinating. Every person was swaying their heads, none sitting or standing still. All were in motion. Truly a festival of movement. I never imagined they'd have such an eccentric celebration. How did they come up with this? But suddenly it feels quite nice, at least getting those who stay home all day to move. Ye Fei, mingling in the crowd, muttered softly to those around him. Every place has its own customs. This must be their most unique tradition. Coming up with such a festival must have been quite difficult. But they all looked so happy, as if eagerly awaiting. Itachi Uchiha weaved through the crowd with a hint of resignation. Accustomed to solitude, being surrounded by so many people felt somewhat uncomfortable. But to complete the mission he had to endure. It seems we need to blend in too, or well, easily be spotted. I don't know why, but I feel like many eyes are watching us here. Flower Snake swayed her body and spoke with. Ye Fei blushed slightly at Flower Snake's movements. I never expected Sister Snake to be such a charm. You usually can't tell, and your figure is amazing. Ye Fei approached Flower Snake and said with a grin, Little brother, have you taken a fancy to Sister? If so, that would be really interesting and prove my irresistible charm. Flower Snake looked at Ye Fei beside her and spoke playfully. No, I just think Sister Snake is, and you act so naturally. Ye Fei quickly declined. Flower Snake pouted a bit in mock displeasure. And so they continued forward, blending into the crowd. Those around them kept swaying and smiling, as if today was a day of ultimate relaxation. Up ahead is our destination. Stay alert. Flower Snake, just go through the motions, no need to be so realistic. Yama whispered as he approached them. Captain, it's rare to catch their festival. Let's enjoy it a bit. Besides, I love this atmosphere. Flower Snake said to Yama with a beaming smile. Yama shook his head, helplessly feeling exasperated with his team members. After weaving through the crowd, they finally reached the vicinity of their target. The area was sparsely populated, and upon closer inspection, the guards were few. Moreover, they were all moving in place very relaxed. As I expected today, well, make a concerted effort to rescue the target. Only success, no failure. Yama and his team hid in a shadowy spot. Everyone nodded. The prison was massive, and they knew nothing of its interior. They had no idea how many people were inside. All they knew was that the visible guards were few and very Let's split up. Enter together and search for the target. They should be holding the target deep inside. The guards there will be numerous. Stay cautious. Don't strike unless absolutely necessary. Yama thought through the plan and briefed them. Everyone nodded, then dispersed and dashed forward. Their teams remained the same as before. Ye Fei, Itachi, Uchiha and Flower Snake quickly reached the wall. Looking at the 3-4-meter high barrier, they exchanged glances and nodded. Such a height was no challenge. They easily cleared the wall and landed inside. Once inside, they immediately found a hiding spot. A careful scan of the surroundings revealed no one had noticed them. They were surprised. Such a large prison, yet hardly anyone inside. Aside from a few patrolling guards, there were no stationary personnel. Looks like our luck is good today. But we still don't know how many are inside, so stay alert. Flower Snake put on her mask and whispered to the two. They nodded and also took out their masks, putting them on. No matter what happens, don't panic. Our own safety comes first. Flower Snake reminded them once. Ye Fei and Itachi Uchiha nodded. They understood this well. Even if the mission couldn't be completed, they must ensure their own safe retreat. Ye Fei counted the patrolling soldiers, then said with a smile, 1, 2, 3. There are exactly 3 in this area, 1 for each of us. Hua Snake and Uchiha Itachi nodded. For now this was the only way. If they didn't eliminate the patrolling soldiers, it would be difficult for them to enter. Even if they could get in, they would likely be discovered, which would be troublesome. Let's go all together. Ye Fei gestured to them and said with a smile. The two nodded and dashed toward the patrolling soldiers. Their speed was swift and their footsteps were light, not letting the soldiers sense anything unusual. Ye Fei took the lead, arriving behind a soldier, covering his mouth with his hand. Then he twisted his head 180 degrees. Crack. The sharp sound of bone breaking rang out and the patrolling soldier lost his life. Who's there? The other 2 patrolling soldiers, sensing something wrong, immediately turned around. But it was too late. Hua Snake and Uchiha Itachi were standing before them, staring at them like heralds of death. With a swift move, they ended the enemy's lives. I didn't expect it to be so easy. Even without weapons, we could still accomplish it. Their strength is also very weak. Hope the people inside are the same. Ye Fei clapped his hands, looking at the corpses on the ground. The 3 converged again. Now all they had to do was enter the prison. This is the most critical moment. Once inside, we must be extremely cautious. We don't know what's happening inside, so no matter what, don't panic. Hua Snake said to them again. Don't worry, Sister Snake, we've got it. It'll definitely be fine. Ye Fei patted his chest and said with a smile. He was very confident in his abilities. As for this mission, he felt there were no problems now. Alright, since that's the case, let's go in. Once inside, first observe the situation. Don't act rashly. Hua Snake said softly. Ye Fei nodded. Just then they suddenly thought of something. They picked up the weapons from the enemies they had just eliminated. Now we finally have weapons, it's really, but they're not that handy. Ye Fei looked at the somewhat awkward weapon in his hand and muttered. Now is not the time to be picky. Having a knife is good enough. Uchiha Itachi said somewhat helplessly. The 3 holding their weapons slowly approached the main gate and peered through the gaps, but didn't see anyone inside. Finally they decided it was better to enter slowly. Creak. As the gate was pushed open, it made a creaking sound. To avoid alerting the enemies inside, Ye Fei instantly stopped his action. This is really tough. I didn't expect this broken door to make noise. Ye Fei paused for a moment and, sensing nothing unusual, breathed a sigh of relief. Then he slowly opened the gate again until it was wide enough for the 3 of them to enter. They tiptoed into the room but still saw no enemies. Nor did they see any prisoners in the cells. This is really strange. How can there be no one? Not a single person. Ye Fei looked around curiously. The other 2 also wore puzzled expressions. They too had no idea what was going on. But it was certain that there was no one inside, not even prisoners. It's a bit odd. How about we go further inside and take a look? Maybe there are places we haven't seen. Uchiha Itachi looked at the end of the corridor and whispered. That's a good idea. Besides, we haven't checked the entire area yet. We can't jump to conclusions so soon. Then let's go ahead and search. Maybe we'll find something unexpected. Ye Fei glanced at the surrounding cells and said quietly. Hua Snake also nodded, feeling that this was the right course. After deciding, the 3 slowly walked forward, their footsteps very light. The deeper they went, the darker and more eerie it became. Why does it feel so chilly? Ye Fei tightened his grip on his weapon and whispered. Don't scare yourself. It'll be fine. Hua Snake said softly, but even she was a bit frightened. Sister Snake, stand between us. As he spoke, Ye Fei moved behind Hua Snake with the 2 of them, one in front and one behind. They walked for about a few dozen meters like this until they reached the end. At the end they found nothing. How strange. There wasn't a single person along the way. What's going wrong? Ye Fei asked curiously. The other 2 also had no idea what was happening. This place was really too strange. There was no one at all. Look, there's a table here. There seems to be some food on it. Uchiha Itachi suddenly noticed a table in the corner, and said curiously. Everyone's gaze converged on the table. It was evident that someone had been here and the food on it was still This water has already gone cold. It seems they evacuated this place long ago. Could it be that our plan has been discovered? Ye Fei suddenly had a bold conjecture. Huashi and Uchiha Itachi shared the same thought. Since there was fresh food here, yet no one around it appeared the enemy had already detected them. That conjecture is not impossible. They might have known someone would come to rescue and evacuate it ahead of time. I didn't expect we'd come up empty. Huashi was deeply frustrated. Everything had been arranged perfectly, proceeding exactly as planned. Now encountering such a situation was truly disheartening. Then let's leave this place first. I feel it's unsafe to stay here. Uchiha Itachi glanced around and said in a low voice. The two nodded and headed toward the exit together. If they found nothing here, the others were likely in the same situation. It was impossible that only this place had been relocated. This is terrible. Our entire plan has been thrown into chaos. I don't know what to do, Ye Fei said with some anger. It's okay. Let's regroup with the captain first and discuss our next move. Huashi spoke to the two of them. Clearly everyone was disheartened, which was not what they had hoped for. For now they could only reunite with the others and plan for the future. Staying here any longer would be a waste of time. Footsteps. Ye Fei suddenly stopped and said in a low voice. Just now he had heard footsteps and judged from the sound that there were many people. Huashi and Uchiha Itachi tensed up, instantly gripping their weapons as they stared ahead. Have we been discovered? Maybe it's because of those bodies. We should have disposed of them. It's useless. Even if we did, they'd know the patrol soldiers disappeared. The three hid in the shadows and spoke softly. The sound of footsteps drew nearer and nearer until it faded away. Their hearts were in their throats, filled with unease. If discovered by the enemy, they would have no choice but to fight. Almost everyone held their breath, staring nervously at the illuminated area ahead. One or two people slowly poked their heads out to see the situation inside. They found it pitch black with no one there. How strange. Where did those three go? A very familiar voice reached their ears. That voice sounds familiar. Ye Fei furrowed his brow slightly and said softly. Huashi and Uchiha Itachi nodded, feeling the same way. Captain! All three exclaimed, recognizing the voices as those of their captain and teammates. They immediately rushed out from the shadows. Captain, we're here. Ye Fei shouted a bit louder. Yan Wang and Lao Mao were about to leave when they heard Ye Fei's voice. They stopped and looked back inside. They saw three people running toward them. Everyone gathered together. As expected, after reuniting, they shared their respective situations. Every location was empty of people and prisoners. It seemed the enemy had already moved them elsewhere. This caused them great frustration. How infuriating. Which link went wrong? Could the target have defected? Yan Wang said with some anger. The others said nothing more, unsure of what had happened. If the target had indeed defected, they might be walking in, but after such a long time nothing had occurred. It shouldn't be. We've been here for a while without. The target probably didn't betray us. Maybe it's for another reason. Ye Fei thought carefully, and then the others found his words quite reasonable. If there was no betrayal, then how had they been exposed? Maybe the enemy is just too shrewd. They knew they captured our people, so they moved everyone out early. Perhaps they don't even know we've arrived yet. Ye Fei pondered again. His words struck the others and this was the only explanation that made sense now. With no target left, they had no choice but to leave this place quickly. Every extra minute they stayed increased the danger. How utterly infuriating. I never expected them to react so swiftly. Indeed, we underestimated them far too much. Returning to their lodgings, the group gathered together, now deliberating on their next course of action. Yan Wang was visibly enraged, yet it was of no avail. Don't rush. Well, certainly find a way. I refuse to believe they would outright kill the person. Presumably, they haven't managed to extract any leads yet. But we must hurry, Ye Fei said thoughtfully. Yan Wang and the others nodded. The primary issue now was that they had no clue where the target had been relocated. Searching for him here would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Doesn't this place have any other prison, or perhaps another location where they could detain people? Ye Fei suddenly posed the question. Everyone began to ponder deeply upon hearing it. Right, how could we have forgotten that place? There's a small, extremely secluded spot here. They're most likely all there now. Huashi suddenly recalled, pointing at a certain location on the map. All eyes converged on that point on the map. It was situated to the west of the village, highly concealed. Without careful observation, it was virtually invisible on the map. It seems they should all be there. We ought to go to that place. What's the captain say? Ye Fei looked up at Yan Wang, a smile playing on his lips. Then what are we waiting for? Let's head out immediately. If there's no one there, we'll have no choice but to leave. Yan Wang sounded somewhat helpless and anxious. If no enemies were found there, either their mission would be a failure. Returning to write a report would be especially troublesome. Move out. Even if it might be empty, they still had to check. Everyone donned their masks and vanished from the room in an instant. The secluded spot was far away. They had a long journey ahead. I never imagined they would have such a hidden place. It must be a last resort. Perhaps they are all gathered there. There could be a great number of enemies. Ye Fei contemplated many possibilities and voiced them one by one. Everyone found his reasoning quite. If this place was indeed the enemy's most critical stronghold, the number of enemies there would be formidable. A fierce battle would surely be unavoidable. We must hurry. Even if there are countless enemies, we have to rescue the target. Regardless of the circumstances, this is our mission. It must be accomplished. Yan Wang looked at the long distance ahead and spoke to them. The others nodded, stowing the map into their backpacks. The entire group set off once more. After about 10 minutes, they finally arrived at the most concealed location. Hiding in a very covert spot, they began to observe the situation ahead. On the surface, there was only a small room with merely 3 or 4 enemies outside. If this was the right place, the captives must be underground. It seems the small room above is the entrance with only 3 or 4 guards. Easy enough. We don't know what's below. There could be many enemies waiting for us. Ye Fei said, gazing ahead. Everyone nodded in agreement. After all, this was the only spot with any activity. If the target wasn't underground, they had come to the wrong place. Then what are we waiting for? Lao Mao, take them out. Yan Wang suddenly ordered in a grave tone. Lao Mao nodded, vanished from his spot, and reappeared beside the enemies. Before the enemies could react, he dispatched them all with his agile movements. Such incredible speed. Truly worthy of Lao Mao. Ye Fei was startled yet not entirely surprised. He understood that each of the other team members possessed unique and extraordinary skills. Some had reached heights that others could never attain. Let's go. The area ahead is secure. Let's see what's inside that small room. Yan Wang surveyed the surroundings and then addressed them. They all moved to the small house, yet none entered. It was tiny, no more than 1 meter by 1 meter. Could there be a ladder inside leading downward? Given the size, that's likely all it is. Ye Fei asked curiously. Everyone slowly approached the wooden door of the small house. They gathered all the weapons from the fallen soldiers. Ye Fei grasped the door handle, while the others flanked him, weapons raised. If anyone burst out, they would be eliminated instantly. Ye Fei was uncertain whether there was anything inside. He felt a pang of fear. If it was empty, their mission would end in failure. 1, 2, 3. Ye Fei counted to 3 and cautiously opened the small door. Yet there was no enemy inside, only a board on the floor. You scared me. There's nothing inside. Ye Fei breathed a sigh of relief, then said to the others. Everyone also breathed a sigh of relief, looking at the empty interior with only that board on the floor. I wonder what's underneath. Ye Fei stepped forward with great curiosity. He reached out and lifted the board. Beneath it was a hollow with a ladder on the side descending into endless darkness. It seems our guess was correct. This should be their secret base below. The criminals and enemies are likely all down here. Ye Fei turned and said to the others. Everyone now felt that this was indeed the case, and this was the only possibility left. But they grew worried again. If they went down and found nothing, then this mission would have to end in failure. Don't lose heart. Maybe we're just lucky. Perhaps what's down there is exactly the outcome we imagine. Now guessing here is useless. Only by going down to investigate will we know. Ye Fei looked at them and said in a low voice. The group thought for a moment, then nodded. At this point, this was the only way to explain everything. If there were enemies and criminals below, that would be the result they most hoped for. Even if there was nothing, they could retreat quickly. Even if the mission failed, they could at least ensure their own safety. Then let's go down and take a look. Don't jump to conclusions too early. Yan Wang came to the edge of the hole, looked down and said softly. Everyone nodded. Then one by one they climbed down. Since the hole was too small, Bull could only stay up. The rest all entered the hole. It was pitch dark below and nothing could be seen. Only at the very bottom was a faint glimmer of light. But it was still far away. I feel like this place might be their temporary hideout. Transferring the prisoners here was probably out of necessity. Otherwise they wouldn't have activated this shelter. Ye Fei whispered as he climbed further down. It certainly seems so. Anyway, at least we now have some hope. No matter what happens down there, everyone must not panic. Yan Wang, being the first, said to them softly. Everyone nodded. At this moment they understood the After that they said nothing more, for speaking in this place could easily be heard by the enemy below. So their plan. Moreover, it was difficult to advance in this place, and retreat was equally hard. As time passed, they finally reached the bottom. Once at the bottom, they looked around and found no suspicious persons. This place is really quite large. Maybe we really have found the right spot. Yan Wang drew his weapon and said softly while looking around. Everyone else also drew their weapons and observed their surroundings with great caution. The area was filled with tunnels. Checking them one by one would waste too much time. They finally decided to split into groups. Only then could they find the target in the shortest time. Same as before. Exactly 4 tunnels. 1 for me, 1 for Old Cat, 1 for Black Panther, and the 3 of you take 1. Yan Wang looked at the 4 tunnels and said softly to them. Everyone nodded. Let's go. Be careful, all of you. If you encounter an emergency, stay calm. Always put your own life first. Yan Wang looked at them and reminded them once more. Everyone nodded and then entered the tunnels together. All the tunnels were extremely narrow. Encountering an enemy inside would be truly difficult to handle. Ye Fei, Uchiha Itachi, and Flower Snake walked slowly inside, hunched over. None of them dared to breathe loudly. The tunnel had no end in sight. Although there were many torches along the walls, visibility was still poor. The 3 of them walked slowly through the tunnel for about 10 minutes before reaching the end. At that moment they heard sounds of laughter and cheerful talk from inside. Shoo! Ye Fei in the lead immediately made a gesture to stop. He began to listen carefully to the sounds inside. He finally concluded that some enemies were drinking and talking inside. There were also sounds of painful pleas. It seems we found the right place this time. Inside are the criminals and enemies we're looking for. I never expected they'd be hiding here. And drinking inside too. Ye Fei said softly to the 2 behind him. The 2 of them also caught a faint smell of alcohol. All 3 revealed long-missed smiles. The mission could finally continue. They would be facing not just 1 or 2 enemies next. Moreover, there might be many enemies in the other tunnel. 1, 2. There are 3 guards on duty and they're all drinking. They're already drunk, so it shouldn't. Even if we don't know their strength now, we can still kill them in an instant. Ye Fei carefully observed the situation inside and whispered. The 2 nodded for them. This was an incredibly good piece of news. There were too many people inside to have time to see clearly if their target was among them. But if they could eliminate all the guards, they could slowly search for the target. I'll go first. If something goes wrong, you 2 follow. Ye Fei whispered to them. The 2 nodded and drew their weapons. Ye Fei turned his gaze toward the enemy and vanished from his spot in an instant. He suddenly appeared behind the enemy who was drinking. Raising his weapon, he slashed across the enemy's neck and blood sprayed across the table. What? The other 2 enemies seemed to sober up instantly and quickly drew their weapons. But before they could act, Ye Fei swiftly dispatched them both. The entire motion was clean and powerful, without a trace of hesitation. The 3 guards were now 3 quarters. They deserved it for drinking while on duty, especially after the prisoners had been transferred here. This only highlighted the importance of the marketplace. Truly beyond redemption. To dare drink at a time like this. It's like asking for death. Ye Fei wiped the blood off his weapon and murmured softly. Uchiha Itachi and Huashi both breathed a sigh of relief when they saw all the enemies eliminated. They walked in slowly. The prisoners around were stunned by the brief fight. No one spoke and they didn't recognize Ye Fei. They had no intention of begging for help, probably assuming he was there to execute them. Finally done. Drinking at a time like this. Truly suicidal. Ye Fei looked at the 2 and said with a smile. I never expected my 2 little brothers to have grown up. Sister really likes you both. Huashi gave them a big hug. Ye Fei, flustered, instantly broke free and stepped aside. Uchiha Itachi also felt a bit embarrassed and moved away. Sister Snake, mind your image. Uchiha Itachi gestured toward the prisoners around them. What image do I need to mind? I can do whatever I want with my own little brothers. Do I care about what others think? Huashi said, unmoved. The 2 had no good way to deal with her. Now they had to check if the target was here. After a while, they found no sign of the person they were looking for. All the prisoners held inside were unfamiliar faces. It seems he's not here. Hope the others have good news. Ye Fei sighed and whispered. The other 2 nodded, placing all their hopes on their teammates. Then let's not waste time here. We need to regroup with them quickly. Maybe they'll have the good news we want. Uchiha Itachi sheathed his weapon and walked to the entrance. Ye Fei and Huashi slowly followed and the 3 of them exited the tunnel again. Once outside, they felt their bodies relax. In the tunnel, they couldn't even stand upright. They haven't come out yet. Should we go check? Maybe they're fighting the enemy, but I don't hear any sounds of battle. Uchiha Itachi asked. Since that's the case, let's go take a look. Maybe we can help. The sooner we find the target, the sooner we can go home. Ye Fei drew his weapon again and said. The 3 agreed, chose the second tunnel and slowly entered. As expected, every tunnel looked exactly the same with poor visibility. The same distance, and only when they got close to the end did they hear the sounds of battle. Just as I thought. They're engaged with the enemy. Looks like there are quite a few people inside. Ye Fei stopped and whispered. The 2 nodded simultaneously and drew their weapons. At this moment they could not afford to be careless. Any mistake would cost them all their lives. Peering inside they saw their captain already fighting the enemy. The enemy numbers weren't large but they were. Yan Wang was clearly at a disadvantage. If Ye Fei and the others hadn't arrived in time, an accident might have occurred. After assessing the situation, the three charged in instantly. The enemy panicked at the sight of reinforcements. Yan Wang, emboldened by Ye Fei's arrival, killed one enemy with a powerful strike and turned to face the others. "Captain, watch out!" Ye Fei swiftly moved behind Yan Wang and struck down the enemy with force. "Thanks." Yan Wang acknowledged briefly before engaging the next foe. In such a cramped space, combat was far from ideal. The enemies appeared trained as well, wielding only very short weapons. This gave them a significant advantage, allowing them to attack with maximum efficiency. Ye Fei realized his own weapon was far too long, utterly impractical in this confined environment. How infuriating! Seething with anger, Ye Fei found an opening and snapped his weapon in half. It instantly became a short blade. This made things much easier, as the short blade gained the upper hand in the narrow space. One by one the enemies fell beneath Ye Fei's blade. The battle ended after 5 or 6 minutes, leaving all enemies sprawled on the ground as corpses. Ye Fei and the others had sustained minor injuries but nothing serious. "At last we've eliminated all the enemies. They must have undergone some specialized training. I noticed during the fight. If it were my first time in such conditions I'd be utterly disoriented. But their attacks were clearly rehearsed. I didn't expect them to go to such lengths." Ye Fei gazed at the bodies on the ground and murmured softly. The others felt the same. "Now we can finally search properly. If you hadn't arrived in time I might have died here today." "Thank you." Yan Wang looked at them and said with a smile. "You're welcome, Captain. It's our duty." Hua Shi approached him, speaking with a grin. After the pleasantries they got down to business. The small room held quite a number of prisoners. At a glance it was impossible to locate their target. The 4 of them split up to search and soon made a though they didn't find the target directly, one prisoner's words revealed his whereabouts. "Truly perseverance. Now we know where he is. Time is of the essence, Captain. Let's hurry over," Ye Fei said excitedly. Yan Wang nodded with a smile. They all crossed the tunnel again and emerged outside. From the prisoner's words they learned their target was in the very last tunnel. "I didn't expect it to be the last one. Did Lao Mao enter this one? If he did, there must be many enemies inside." A sudden unease crept over Ye Fei. Everyone's expressions grew serious. They grabbed their weapons and sprinted into the tunnel. This tunnel was much longer than the others but also the widest. None of them wanted anything to happen to Lao. They quickened their pace. In just 2 or 3 minutes they reached the end. Curiously, no sounds of battle could be. "How strange," Yan Wang at the front remarked with curiosity. If their assumptions were correct, there should have been intense fighting. But now an eerie silence reigned. Straining their ears they could make out faint voices. Without further hesitation they strode in, weapons ready for combat. "Captain, everyone." Lao Mao looked at his teammates in surprise. "How did you all get here?" Lao Mao stood up and walked over to them. "What's going on?" "No enemies here," Yan Wang asked, puzzled, seeing only 2 corpses on the ground. "No, when I entered I found 2 men drinking here. I took care of them and I also found the target. We were just talking a moment ago." Lao Mao pointed to the emaciated man sitting on a bench behind. Everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief and joy spread across their faces. Now that they had located the target, half the mission was complete. All they had to do was bring him back. "All right, looks like we worried for nothing. Let's get out of here quickly. This place is dangerous. We shouldn't linger." Yan Wang patted Lao Mao on the shoulder and said. Lao Mao nodded and explained the situation to the target. They slowly made their way to the entrance where He Bao emerged from the original tunnel and joined them. Seeing the target, everyone felt an inexplicable joy. They climbed the ladder together and emerged into the open. "It's so good to see the light again. That place was too dark. I really don't like such places." After stepping out, Ye Fei took a few deep breaths and said with a smile. Everyone smiled too, organizing their gear. They prepared to leave, for this place was still fraught with danger. "I truly thank you all. If you hadn't appeared in time I don't know what would have happened. Let me introduce myself. My name is Xiao." After they all returned to a safe place, a series of conversations began. "No need to be so polite. This is what we should do. I'm just very curious. How exactly did you get captured? Did you make any significant discoveries?" Yan Wang looked at Xiao and asked with curiosity. Xiao shook his head. "I don't know the exact reason either. Perhaps I accidentally revealed my identity. It was all because of my carelessness. So far I haven't found anything significant. This place seems extremely well concealed. To be precise, they won't start any wars." Xiao said somewhat helplessly. Ye Fei and the others nodded lightly. This was the outcome they most hoped for. The technology in this place was advanced, and if a battle broke out it would likely be detrimental to their village. That's good. Then we no longer have any worries. Let's leave this village as soon as possible. I believe they will soon notice the changes here. If we wait until then to evacuate it will be too late. Yan Wang thought carefully and then said to them. Everyone nodded, discussed the plan, and returned to the inn they had stayed at before. Now what they had to do was leave this place as quickly as possible. The longer they stayed, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. They returned to the inn at top speed, packed their belongings and left. Having thought it through thoroughly, they did not go back to the entrance to retrieve their equipment. After all, those were mere external possessions. They could obtain new ones upon returning. Everyone exited the village from the most concealed route. Fearful of being discovered by the enemy, they quickened their pace and did not stop until they were far away. I believe they won't catch up to us so quickly here. Let's rest here for a while. After we've rested well, continue on our way. Yan Wang observed the surroundings and deeming it safe spoke to them. Everyone placed their personal belongings on the ground and found a spot to rest. It's been really tough and this time we've all been quite battered. Once we get home we must have a good rest. Regardless, this trip was well worth it. We didn't end up with the worst outcome. Ye Fei sat on the ground and said to Uchiha Itachi and the others. Indeed, that's true. But I wonder if they will come after us once they find out. Uchiha Itachi was still somewhat worried. It's fine. They don't know where we came from. And I never mentioned it to them. Shio, sensing their concerns, spoke up. I see. That's really great. Now we don't have to worry about them coming after us. Ye Fei breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile. Everyone felt much lighter at that moment. If they sent people to pursue them, there would be many. In a battle, they would certainly not gain any advantage. This means our mission is completely accomplished. There's a strange sense of joy. Ye Fei looked up at the sky and said with a smile. Everyone relaxed considerably, sitting there and letting their bodies unwind. A long time passed and they set off again for home. On the way back no one rested. They went straight to Konoha village without stopping. After returning, none of them went home immediately. Everyone gathered in the Hokage's office to report on the mission's progress. After all matters were settled, each returned to their own home. Once Ye Fei was home, he felt extremely relaxed, and this time he had gained quite a bit. Regardless, he was finally home safely. There was no longer any need to worry about danger. It's really wonderful. The feeling of home is the best. Ye Fei sat on his sofa and said with a smile. Now all he wanted to do was rest and unwind. After all, he never knew when the next mission would come or even if one would come immediately. But these were not the main concern. It feels so good to be home. He'll rest now and go see Moo Moo tomorrow. I wonder what she's been up to lately. Ye Fei went to the bedroom, changed his clothes, and lay down to rest. Closing his eyes, he still pondered the mission's outcome. Although he had lost all his weapons there, he had obtained brand new equipment upon returning home. The quality was even better than before, which made him very happy. After all his previous weapons had broken not long after use, this new equipment would likely not be so fragile. As he closed his eyes and thought, he drifted off to sleep. It had been a long time since he had rested properly. It's truly comfortable indeed. The hotel bed really doesn't suit me. Sleeping in my own bed is so much better. After this sleep, I feel completely relaxed. My waist doesn't ache and my back isn't sore. Ye Fei woke up the next day overjoyed, feeling that he hadn't slept so comfortably in a long time. Now his energy was at its peak and he suddenly felt extremely hungry. He quickly put on his clothes and went to the kitchen to prepare some food for himself. After eating, he changed into a set of clothes and walked out of the house. Now what he needed to do was go find. He had missed her greatly after not seeing her for so long. No matter where I go, home still feels the best. This feeling is so wonderful. I truly wish I could stay at home forever. Ye Fei walked along the road looking at both sides and speaking with a smile. The temperature was already very low and he didn't have particularly thick clothes. So he decided that, after finding Moo Moo, they would go buy clothes together. It's so cold, let's hurry. Ye Fei extended his hands, then breathed a warm breath into them. He rubbed his palms together and quickened his pace. Knock knock knock. Moo Moo, are you home? Ye Fei knocked on Moo Moo's door and called out loudly. I'm home, coming right away. After a moment, Moo Moo's voice came from inside. Ye Fei broke into a long mist smile upon hearing Moo Moo's voice. He straightened his clothes, revealing his smile. Fei, you're back. You have no idea how I've been these past few days. I couldn't sleep well every night. I was always afraid you wouldn't come back. I'm so happy to see you now. You didn't get hurt this time, did you? Moo Moo opened the door and looked at Ye Fei standing before her. Ye Fei smiled and shook his head. Don't worry. Nothing unexpected happened this time. Besides, I'm standing right in front of you now. If you don't believe me, I can take off my clothes and let you check. Ye Fei said with a grin. Moo Moo quickly shook her head. I think it's better not to. Judging by your appearance you should be fine. If you dare lie to me, I'll make sure you regret it. Even if you're not hurt, I'll still hit you. Moo pursed her lips as she spoke, but a blush crept onto her cheeks. Ye Fei chuckled. Come on, accompany me to buy some clothes. It's getting cold now and I don't have thick clothes. If you have something to do, we can go tomorrow or the day after. Ye Fei asked cautiously, hoping for a particular answer in his heart. Don't worry, I'm free today. Just wait a moment for me, I'll grab a jacket. It'll be out in a jiffy. Moo finished speaking with a smile and quickly ran into her room. Ye Fei turned to look at the street, a smile spreading across his face. Just thinking about the scene to come made him unable to suppress his joy. This is amazing. Today is truly very lucky. Ye Fei made a victory gesture with his hand. 3 minutes later Moo came out wearing a very large trench coat. She closed the door and stood beside Ye Fei. What are you waiting for? Let's go. Moo whispered softly in his ear. Ye Fei suddenly got excited and nodded. The two of them walked together on the street. The temperature had dropped very low recently. There were almost no people on the street. Everyone was at home. After all, home was still warm. This mission actually had many twists and turns, but in the end we still completed it. I have to say it's still a very wonderful memory. Ye Fei walked along the street speaking with a smile. Moo nodded. Although she very much wanted to know what happened, she held back. Ye Fei looked at her expression, then smiled, and as they walked on the street, he told her about the mission experience. This is the whole story of the mission. How about it? It's still quite interesting, isn't it? Ye Fei turned to look at her and asked with a smile. Moo nodded. A Fei, aren't we not supposed to reveal the mission to others? How could you tell me everything? Moo asked, very worried and speaking in a very low voice. Ye Fei smiled. Anyway, it's already over and I trust that you won't tell anyone. I have always trusted you especially. That's why I told you these things. Ye Fei said with a smile. Thank you for trusting me. I won't let you down. Let's hurry and buy clothes. I feel like you're about to freeze. Moo smiled very happily. Then they quickened their pace and walked forward. Along the way they looked at many shops, but none of them had clothes that satisfied them. It was precisely because of this that they walked for a long time here. Finally, in a very large shopping mall they bought some clothes. The styles were also very nice. This was the first time Ye Fei had gone out with a girl to buy clothes for himself. He felt extremely happy, and he also hoped such moments would continue to happen. Of course, he also hoped that the person would always be Moo. After purchasing clothes, they visited many other places. It was not until nightfall that they each returned home. Both of them were immensely delighted throughout the day. Moreover, it had been a long time since they had felt such joy. Although they could go out with other friends on ordinary days, the sensation was always different. Upon returning home, Ye Fei set the clothes aside and lay on the bed meticulously recollecting the events of the mere thought brought a smile to his face. He cherished this feeling deeply and yearned for it to endure. Such days were of paramount importance to him, for he had but few memories to treasure. Today was absolutely wonderful. I wonder what tomorrow will bring. I feel that time is passing so swiftly. If this continues, we might soon grow up. Then we will have to face everything with determination. Ye Fei lay on the bed, his mind occupied with thoughts of the future. What he feared most were the impending events, each one grave in its significance. Especially the matter of the Uchiha clan and the Ninetales invasion of Konoha. These were things he dared not even contemplate, though he had once eagerly anticipated becoming a ninja. But back then he knew nothing of this place. It was only after arriving in this world that he realized how dark it truly was. And to survive in this realm one must exert far greater effort. Only then can one reap corresponding rewards. Strength speaks volumes and enables one to achieve many things. In the days that followed, Ye Fei never idled. When there were no missions he would train. Though he had the assistance of the system, he felt that his options were dwindling. To enhance his strength swiftly, he still had to rely on himself. He trained relentlessly and also aided Moo and Yamamoto Kamikawa. Under Ye Fei's guidance, the two advanced by leaps and bounds, achieving remarkable results at the academy. It was precisely because of this that they were able to graduate early. Both of them believed that their early graduation was due to Ye Fei's efforts. After the day, they went shopping together. Many events transpired that Ye Fei wished to avoid. But in the end he had to face them all, and many turned out differently from his expectations. The Ninetales invaded Konoha, yet the fourth Hokage and his wife survived, and the Ninetales was ultimately sealed inside Naruto. The Uchiha clan was annihilated and Uchiha Itachi vanished without a trace. However, in the days that followed, Ye Fei managed to track him down and successfully brought him back. He had no desire to lose such a friend. Though many opposed his decision, the truth of the matter was eventually uncovered. Moo, Yamamoto Kamikawa and Uchiha Itachi all joined the Umbu. Ye Fei became their captain. Their squad consisted of just the four of them. 5 years passed swiftly. Unconsciously, I have been in this world for so long. and I can clearly feel how I have changed. Growing stronger bit by bit. Now I have become a captain. Something I never imagined before. Ye Fei sat in his courtyard gazing at the sky with a smile. He felt as if these years had been like a game. He had faced many crucial events but somehow muddled through them. His strength had grown day by day, far surpassing before. Naruto and the others are about to grow up. Their era is destined to arrive. It seems I have more. Ye Fei looked at the headband in his hand and spoke with a hint of resignation. A knock came at the door. Thump thump thump. He sighed and slowly opened the door. Seeing the three people before him, Ye Fei broke into a smile. Why are you three here? This is so sudden. Ye Fei said, looking at Mu Yamamoto Kamikawa and Uchiha Itachi. Of course we came to see you. It's been so long. We're here to invite you out for a meal. We haven't just the four of us. Each of them spoke a sentence. Ye Fei looked at them, now grown up, and couldn't help but you three. I nurtured you with my own efforts. I watched you grow up. This feeling is truly marvelous. Ye Fei thought to himself as he gazed at them. After a moment he nodded and followed them out onto the street. Many places were still in ruins, having just endured a battle. Reconstruction was underway. I feel incredibly fortunate to have become friends with you three in this life. Ye Fei looked at the three beside him and said with a smile. Why are you being so sentimental? Let's go eat first. There will be plenty of time for such words later. It's too early now. Mu patted his shoulder and said with a smile. Ye Fei nodded, said no more, and kept his smile as he walked forward. It's only been 5 years, yet the three of them have changed so dramatically. Mu has changed the most. Indeed, she was beautiful from a young age. And she is still so beautiful after growing up. Ye Fei silently thought as he looked at the three walking beside him. He had always wished for such moments to slow down. It was as if the heavens were against him. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. Having experienced many things, everyone undergoes changes. Ye Fei knew from the very beginning that in this world strength speaks for everything. Alright, let's eat here. The usual, he said as they arrived in front of a barbecue restaurant. Everyone nodded, all very satisfied. Once inside they found the place still packed with customers. They found a seat and began ordering. Over this long period they had accumulated considerable savings, so they no longer had to worry about such things. After everything was settled, the four of them sat together and started chatting. Through so many missions they had become the most trusted companions to each other. Shanben, I suddenly recall that you seemed to have quite a grudge against Itachi before. Haha. I didn't expect you two to have such a good relationship. Ye Fei brought up the topic. Not at all. From the very beginning I thought he was a great person. Although he's from the Uzibo clan, not everyone is like him. Shanben Shangchuan quickly explained. His move made everyone laugh. I really didn't know you had such a strong opinion of me before. But no matter what, now we are friends. Comrades. I won't hold it against you. I'm also very happy to be by your side. Uzibo, you said with a smile. I told you, you is definitely the most special one in his clan. Shanben Shangchuan hurriedly said with a grin. Ye Fei smiled. He had envisioned such a scene countless times. After all, in this world, having such sincere friendship was truly rare. Alright, let's stop talking about you. It seems we have a mission tomorrow. We don't know what it is yet, but it shouldn't be too difficult. I'll tell you the specifics tomorrow. Ye Fei suddenly remembered something and said to them. Everyone nodded. It had been a long time since they last went on a mission. Hearing about a mission now, they felt inexplicably happy. Great. Finally, we won't be bored. I will definitely perform well on this mission. Shanben Shangchuan said with a smile. Alright then, when we execute the mission, the three of us will just watch from the sidelines. Consider it a test of Shanben's abilities. So he doesn't slack off during this period. Ye Fei said with a smile. After hearing this, Shanben Shangchuan stood frozen in place. You can't trick me like this. Captain, let me take back what I just said, okay? Shanben Shangchuan said hurriedly. Everyone laughed again. After sitting there for a while, the food they had ordered was all placed on the table. Finally, we can start eating. I've been feeling very hungry since we came in. I didn't expect to. Mu looked at the table full of food with eagerness. Picking up chopsticks, she began eating heartily. The others also didn't wait any longer and started eating with chopsticks. Everyone felt very satisfied at this moment. They hadn't eaten much throughout the day, all in anticipation. Ye Fei watched the three of them wolfing down their food and smiled. This kind of life was exactly what he had dreamed of, and now it had finally come true. But he didn't know how long such days could last. I truly hope it can continue like this forever, without any, and I don't want any of you to suddenly sacrifice yourselves. That would be the worst outcome. Ye Fei looked at the three of them and silently thought. They finished all the food on the table in just over 40 minutes. I didn't expect our speed to be so fast. We could even break some record. And everyone has a decent appetite except for Mu, of course. Ye Fei said with a grin. Mumu nodded with great satisfaction. Although she indeed ate a lot, she didn't want to hear it from others. And what's most strange is that despite eating so much, she remained as slender as ever. Alright, we've finished eating, so let's leave. This place is very popular. After we leave, we'll free up a spot for others. Ye Fei said with a smile. Everyone nodded, paid the bill, and walked out of the barbecue restaurant. Once outside, they decided to sit in the park as it was still quite early. I can't believe 5 years have passed in the blink of an eye. You've all changed so much during this time. It's truly surprising, but I have to say it's all the result of your own efforts. I wonder what we will all be like when we grow up. I really hope we can still be together then. Ye Fei sat beside them and said with a smile. Upon hearing his words, everyone began to think carefully. They had never properly planned for their future, nor had they ever thought about it. After all, this period of time was extremely joyful and very important to them. What's the big deal? Well, definitely stay together forever. Until we grow old. I feel very happy when we're together. I wonder if you feel the same. Shanben Shangchuan said with a smile. Everyone nodded. They were indeed very happy together without any worries. Moreover, they were growing up day by day, and there was still a long way ahead. Alright, I'll take your kind words. I believe we will definitely stay together forever, and be the best companions. Having your company during this time has been truly wonderful. Ye Fei suddenly became emotional. Looking at the 3 people sitting beside him, he suddenly felt extremely happy. Such days might last for a long time. We should be going on a mission tomorrow. Let's all rest well today. In the evening, pack up all your gear. Bring as much as possible, so we won't have trouble finding things later. Ye Fei looked up at the sky and then gave them instructions. Everyone understood the reasoning. The 4 of them had been a team for a long time. They had carried out many missions, and before each mission they would pack everything up. This was their consistent style. I really don't know what this mission will be. I'm somehow looking forward to it. But as long as I'm with you, I feel very happy. No matter what mission we go on, as long as you're here, I'll feel very reassured. Mumu looked at the 3 boys and said with a smile. The 3 boys also laughed. It was truly joyful to have a girl in the team. It's getting late. Let's hurry home. Rest well today and recharge your energy. Remember to pack your gear properly and don't leave anything behind. Ye Fei patted his leg and stood up. The others also stood up. The time to part had come again. Everyone exchanged goodbyes and then walked toward their own homes. Ye Fei as usual escorted Mumu home. Ah Fei, do you think we'll always be here in the future? I'm a bit confused about my own future. Mumu walked along the road and suddenly asked. Who knows? Anyway, we still have plenty of time. Let's take it step by step. Maybe there will be unexpected good things ahead. Ye Fei shrugged and said. Unknowingly, he seemed to no longer look forward to or fantasize about the days to come. Taking it step by step was the best approach for now. After all, no one knows what the future holds, not even Ye Fei at this moment. He had realized long ago that many things were vastly different from his memories. Therefore, he had long stopped fantasizing about his own future. Only by taking one step at a time could one forge their own path. It's useless to think too much now. It's better to live well in the present. Only then will we be able to give ourselves a satisfactory answer in the future. Ye Fei looked up at the sky and murmured softly. Mumu nodded with a half-understanding expression. These words were still somewhat unclear to her. But regardless, she had to face the present life. Alright, I'm home. You should hurry back and rest too. We have a mission tomorrow. Be careful on the road. After reaching her doorstep, Mumu looked at Ye Fei and said with a smile. Ye Fei smiled and nodded. Bye-bye. After saying goodbye, Ye Fei turned and slowly walked toward his home. Mumu watched his back, then smiled and turned to enter her house. Walking on the familiar street, Ye Fei suddenly felt a mix of emotions. Too many things had happened in these years. Just thinking about it, he didn't know how he had managed to get through. Moreover, many things in the future were still unknown. If he couldn't handle them when the time came, he didn't know, but fortunately his heart was strong enough. Why think so much? I'd better hurry home, wash up and sleep. Tomorrow is a new day. It will be great. Ye Fei comforted himself a bit, then quickened his pace toward home. Right now he just wanted to go home and have a good sleep. Tomorrow he would get up and go to receive the mission. How wonderful. I wish days like this could last forever. After all, this is truly comfortable. If only it could continue like this forever, that would be absolutely perfect. After returning home, Ye Fei lay on his bed, letting his mind wander. Although he knew the future would not be like this, he still fantasized about such moments countless times. This leisurely life was simply intoxicating. Now I wonder what kind of mission awaits me tomorrow. I hope it's something simple. I don't feel like going out on a mission right now. I just want to stay home. Stop thinking. It's time to sleep. It's useless to keep mulling over it. I'll just go collect the mission tomorrow and find out then. Ye Fei thought for a moment, then spoke with a smile. He took off his clothes and lay down to rest. Today had been so joyous that even as he slept a smile lingered on his face. He hadn't felt this way in a long time, and he had dreamed of such moments countless times. The night passed quickly, and the next morning the sun rose slowly as usual. Ye Fei woke up at 8 o'clock sharp. Seeing the bright sunlight outside, he broke into a smile. The weather is perfect today. Ideal for a mission. The heavens are truly on my side, Ye Fei said with a grin. He dressed, washed his face, and sat down in the living room. After a simple meal, he grabbed his prepared gear and stepped out. He was now eager to find out what today's mission. Arriving at the mission assignment area, he found his name and retrieved a scroll bearing it. This was the task his team needed to complete. Unexpected, it's in a rank. Looks like it won't be too difficult. This is great. I can finish the mission quickly and head home to rest. Strange. I really hate going on missions now. But when I go with them it feels oddly enjoyable. Such a contradiction. Ye Fei looked at the scroll in his hand and gave a wry smile. This feeling wasn't new. Maybe it was due to his strength or perhaps other reasons. But this inner conflict troubled him deeply. Carrying the scroll, he didn't even glance at its contents and headed straight to the Shadow Division. Since he already knew the mission's rank, he wasn't worried about the details. They haven't arrived yet. Guess he'll wait here for a while. This might be the first time I'm early. No, wait, it's still quite early. Ye Fei found it amusing. He had changed a lot. He found a spot to sit. Oddly, the Shadow Division was empty today. Did everyone go out on missions? Things must be busy lately. Getting in a rank mission seems pretty lucky. At least it won't take me too far away. Ye Fei looked at the scroll in his hand and smiled. Just then curiosity got the better of him. What exactly was inside? He slowly unrolled the scroll and began reading carefully. I didn't expect it to be so simple. With our skills, it shouldn't take more than a day. Perfect. Ye Fei rolled up the scroll with a beaming smile. Now all he had to do was wait for the other. The mission seemed incredibly straightforward to him. They would finish it in no time and return with a sense of accomplishment, perhaps even enjoying the scenery along the way. For all of them this was excellent news. Finally everyone's here. I've been waiting forever. But at least it's not too late. Otherwise who knows when we'd set out. Ye Fei spotted 3 people approaching the entrance and spoke with a smile. Now he no longer had to worry. Each of them carried their own gear and walked toward him. They all looked confident, determined to conquer this mission. Captain, you're early today. Didn't expect you to beat us here. Yamamoto Shozen said cheerfully. Did you sleep too well last night? Is that why you're so late? Looks like I'll have to set a strict schedule, otherwise it keeps putting me on the spot. Ye Fei walked up to them and said with a smile. The 3 of them chuckled. They had indeed overslept, which was why they were late, or rather tardy. The group gathered in a nearby rest area, all seated staring at the scroll in Ye Fei's hand. They were all curious about what kind of mission awaited them. Fei, hurry up and tell us what the mission is. We can't wait to find out. I wonder if it will be particularly difficult. Moo said with great anticipation. The other 2 were also extremely eager at this moment, as it had been a long time since they last carried out a mission. After such a long interval everyone was incredibly excited. They all wanted to stretch their limbs. We haven't gone on a mission in ages and now I feel like I really want to go. And am especially looking forward to it now. Uchiha Itachi looked at them and said with a smile. Ye Fei observed everyone's expressions and nodded with a smile. He hadn't expected these people to be so passionate. Since that's the case, I'll tell you. It's actually quite. If we gauge by our strength it should only take a day. Maybe we can finish it in less than a day. Ye Fei looked at them and said with a smile. Upon hearing this news everyone broke into smiles. Whenever they heard such news they felt very fortunate. In the following period Ye Fei explained all the details of the mission to them. I never expected this mission to be so simple. I think we can finish it in no time. And it will be a total crush. Yamamoto Kamikawa said smugly, full of confidence in this mission. The others shared the same sentiment. Since everyone understands, let's set off right away. Time is tight, so let's hurry up and go. Don't waste any more time here. Ye Fei checked the time and said to them. They nodded, picked up their gear, and the weather was particularly fine today, with only a gentle breeze. This is so pleasant. Perfect for a mission. Nothing is more thrilling than this. Moo said, happily, feeling like a little princess. Although this mission is very simple, it's still quite far from us. Uchiha Itachi complained as they walked. Is it far? Compared to the places we went to before, this one is much closer. In any case, we're quite lucky this time. Ye Fei looked at them and said with a smile. Everyone nodded. Indeed, compared to previous mission locations, this one was exceptionally close. They hurried to the village entrance where Ye Fei presented the travel permit and negotiated with the guards. A few minutes later approval was granted, and he returned to the group before they all set off together. Everyone has their gear ready, right? After all this time, the weapons have been greatly improved. I'm sure that situation won't happen again. If it did during battle, it would be truly awful. Ye Fei looked at their equipment and said with a smile. Several times before they had suffered due to their weapon. During combat, if you weren't careful, your weapon would break. After so many improvements, the hardness of the weapons was now very high. They wouldn't break so easily anymore. Everyone nodded and set off together. This time they were not in a hurry, walking slowly along the road while admiring the scenery. This was their first time doing so, and it felt surprisingly wonderful. I never imagined the scenery along this road could be so beautiful. I never noticed it before. From now on, no matter what, I must cherish the present moment. Moo walked along looking at the scenery on both sides and smiling. Ye Fei and the others nodded with a smile. They had never really taken the time to appreciate the surroundings either. A bamboo grove. I never expected to encounter bamboo here. It's amazing. I just had a great idea. Ye Fei suddenly spotted a huge bamboo grove ahead and exclaimed in surprise. The others had no idea what was going on. Ye Fei rushed over hastily and the others followed closely behind. Ye, come out. Ye Fei stood before the bamboo grove, formed hand seals, and pressed his hands to the ground. Bang! A cloud of white smoke rose, revealing a chubby panda covered in strange patterns. What is a summoning beast? All three were stunned, never knowing that Ye Fei had a summoning beast. And it was a panda. Ye Fei suddenly remembered that he had never told anyone about this. He turned around and scratched his head awkwardly. I'm really sorry for not telling you all about this. He is my summoning beast. He became one a long time ago. His name is Shirtai. Ye Fei explained in detail, allowing them to understand everything. Even though they had already learned of the entire process, they still appeared utterly astonished. This was also their first time seeing a panda, let alone a spirit beast. The group had always yearned to possess their own spirit beasts, but such creatures were not easy to find. Moreover, one had to sign a contract and find a spirit beast that matched their own conditions. These two requirements alone had already stumped them, and it was precisely because of these conditions that they still had no spirit beasts to this day. If they possessed a spirit beast, their own strength would be greatly enhanced, and they could also summon it to assist them in battle. You've truly astonished us, but now we're a bit angry. As your companions, you never told us about this. After we return this time, you must make amends by treating us to a meal. And no matter where we choose to eat, you must agree. Moo stepped in front of Ye Fei, speaking with a hint of anger, though her gaze was fixed on the spirit beast panda. Ye Fei hurriedly nodded at the three of them. Don't worry, once the mission is complete and we return, I'll treat you all to a meal. No matter where you want to go, I'll agree. As Ye Fei spoke, he noticed that the three of them were all staring intently at the spirit beast panda. He chuckled to himself. I never expected them to be so fascinated by spirit beasts. But it's no wonder. After all, how rare a thing it is. And its combat prowess is formidable as well. I'm fully aware of that. Ye Fei shook his head, helplessly lost in thought. The three of them all arrived beside Shirtai. While they had been talking, Shirtai had already gone to the bamboo grove and started munching on bamboo. It had been a long time since he had eaten such fresh bamboo. Usually Ye Fei would go to the supermarket to buy processed bamboo. Though it was still bamboo, the flavor was often much diminished. He's so adorable. I wonder if he's strong in battle. Even if he's not strong, he could still be a pet. To have such a cute pet would be the greatest fortune. Moo gazed at Shirtai, who was eating bamboo, and spoke with a smile. Yamamoto Shankawa and Uchiha Itachi's eyes were also fixed on Shirtai, filled with curiosity. Ye Fei slowly walked over to them, observing their expressions, and smiled. Shirtai, eat your fill. There's plenty here. I'm sure it'll be enough to fill your stomach. And when we leave, we can cut some bamboo to take with us. It's not easy to come across such fresh bamboo. Ye Fei said to Shirtai, smiling. Shirtai nodded. You really understand me. Crunch crunch. Shirtai mumbled while chewing on bamboo. The three of them were utterly stunned upon hearing Shirtai speak. It was their first encounter with such a phenomenon, and they were astounded, though they knew that many things were possible in this world. Seeing it with their own eyes still left them in awe. I never expected it could talk. That's I want one too. He's so cute. I'm going to steal him. After snapping out of their daze, the three of them began to babble nonsensically. Ye Fei looked at their antics, torn between laughter and exasperation. Seeing that they had fooled around enough, he promptly sent Shirtai back to his original place. Hey, where's the panda? Moo asked, staring at the empty ground where the white mist had been. I sent him back, of course. Keeping him out would waste my chakra. Besides, I had a feeling that if he stayed any longer, you three would drag him off for research. I don't want to lose him because of me. Ye Fei looked at their crestfallen expressions and said with a smile. The three of them said nothing more, silently accepting it. Ye Fei patted them on the shoulder. Don't worry, there will be plenty of opportunities. I'll definitely summon, and I believe you'll find your own spirit beasts soon enough. Ye Fei looked at them and said reassuringly. They all nodded. Ye Fei took out his weapon and cut many tender bamboo shoots, storing them all in his space. This way Shirtai would not have to worry about food for a while, and such fresh bamboo was bound to be especially. Alright, time's getting late. Let's hurry on our way. When we carry out the mission this time, I promise to let you'll get a good look at his combat prowess. Ye Fei walked over to them and said with a smile. They finally broke into smiles and nodded, then continued forward together. It was still quite early, so as they walked they paused now and then to admire the scenery on both sides. Along the journey the four of them admired countless breathtaking landscapes and encountered myriad novelties. For them this was a pure indulgence, a release for the body and a transcendence for the soul. This mission turned out to be remarkably simple. They completed it in far less time than anticipated. After finishing the task they took a well-deserved rest at the location, savoring the scenery. I never expected we'd finish this mission so effortlessly. It suddenly feels almost too easy. And the enemies this time were rather weak. Their strength couldn't compare to ours. Shanben Shangchuan sat on the ground gazing ahead with a smile. Over the years his own power had grown immensely and he rarely sustained injuries during missions. This realization only deepened his sense of invincibility. Indeed, it seems our strength might be fighting them is like swatting ants. Ye Fei chuckled. After such a long period of coordination they had forged their own unique combat style. Their teamwork was flawless. In most cases enemies were no match for them. Missions became a breeze, as if their foes were mere children in their presence. It seems power truly defines everything. Well, keep striving even harder. For now these enemies are weak, but later we might encounter truly formidable opponents. If our strength isn't sufficient by then it would be disastrous. Uchiha Itachi shook his head. The others agreed as they had yet to face any truly powerful adversaries. The mission difficulty was always calibrated to match their current abilities. Don't worry. None of this is a problem. I believe our efforts will be richly rewarded. All these issues will soon be resolved. Stay sharp. This kind of life will last for a long time. Ye Fei looked at his companions and spoke. He wished for no mishaps to befall any of his three partners. Nor did he want anyone to precede him on the path. After listening they all nodded, fully aware of how crucial strength was in this world. They exchanged many words, rested for a long while, and finally began their slow journey homeward. Everyone was in high spirits. They had executed the mission flawlessly. Upon returning they would receive a considerable reward. Ah Fei, your spirit beast is simply incredible. I never imagined its power could match yours. I really wonder when I'll get my own spirit beast. Mu walked along the road speaking with great delight. During the mission Ye Fei had summoned his spirit beast to fight alongside them. The effect was astonishing. Shirtai rampaged through the battlefield, stunning everyone. Indeed, its strength is exactly equal to mine. In other words, whenever my power increases so does its power. We are essentially one entity. Ye Fei patiently explained the reason behind it. The three listened with rapt attention. As for when you'll each acquire your own spirit beast, I'm not entirely, but I believe they are waiting for you somewhere. When the time is right you will surely meet them. Ye Fei They nodded, understanding that such matters required destiny. Could not be forced. Alright, since you say so I won't dwell on it. Anyway, I'm convinced my spirit beast will be extraordinarily powerful. Mu beamed like a joyous child. Ye Fei smiled, raising his eyes to the road ahead. He realized that he had been in this world for many years, and was keenly aware of the changes within himself. It felt like a dream. Sometimes he truly believed his life was worthwhile. If only a perfect ending could crown it all. On the way home after the mission they were completely at ease. After all, there was nothing left to think about. Let's hurry home and get some proper rest. Now we don't need to worry about anything. Just go back and relax. And I won't forget my promise. I'll find a time to treat you all to a meal. Ye Fei said with a smile, looking at the three of them. Upon hearing this they were overjoyed. They ran ahead full of glee. Ye Fei watched their retreating figures and chuckled softly. They're still children, really. To have such a mindset at this age is truly remarkable. Ye Fei murmured to himself, then quickened his pace to catch up. The four of them walked together in great joy, heading back toward their home. They once again savored the scenery along the journey, and everyone felt that in future missions it was indeed worth taking a moment to appreciate the views on both sides. It also brought them great benefit. By the time they returned home night had fallen. After handing over all the tasks they each went back to their own homes. I'll treat them to a meal tomorrow. Those little gluttons are really not easy to deal with. It seems they'll have to splurge a bit to let them eat well. After returning home Ye Fei tidied up the house, and then smiled as he looked at all the furnishings. Before he had always rented a place and never had a home of his own. Now he finally had a small home of his own. Even if he was alone he still felt very happy at times. He went to the spirit tablets of his parents, and as he looked at their names, his expression turned solemn. I haven't come to see you for a long time. Are you living well over there? I am truly grateful to have been your son. I hope I haven't let you down. As Ye Fei spoke, tears suddenly welled up in his eyes. In both of his lives, he had never felt the love of his parents. But in this world it was different. After all, he now knew who his parents were, even though he had never experienced. Yet he did not blame anyone. Rest assured, I am doing very well now. I have many good friends. And I have a stable job now, so you don't need to worry about me. I will handle every aspect of life well. I have grown up completely. Ye Fei suddenly became. He didn't know why he was now so prone to both joy and sorrow. Sometimes seeing certain things would make him feel extremely happy. And it was also inexplicable. Alright, I won't talk to you anymore. I need to get some rest. I have things to do tomorrow. Ye Fei wiped away his tears and said with a smile. He went back to his room, changed into his pajamas, and lay down to rest. Although the mission itself wasn't very tiring, the round trip had indeed exhausted him. He would rest well, and then take care of other matters the next day. Now he felt that he was usually too idle. When there were no missions, he was really like a person with nothing to do. The only way to pass the time was to have fun with his few companions. He didn't know how long this kind of time could last, but no matter what, he hoped it could go on forever. Only then could he feel truly happy without having to think about other things. The next day, Ye Fei got up early as usual, tidied up, and walked out of the house. He didn't know exactly what he was going to do today. What a sunny day, it feels so wonderful. The sunlight on my skin is especially warm. Ye Fei took a deep breath of fresh air and said with a smile. After feeling the warmth of the sun, he went to gather the other three. Some things had to be done quickly, or they would keep worrying him. Soon he had gathered all three together. Looking at them, Ye Fei showed a rare smile. What's with you guys? Didn't you sleep well last night? Perk up, everyone. Today I'm treating you all to a meal. If you keep this up, I might just cancel the treat. Ye Fei stood before them and said. The three immediately perked up and slapped their faces. The weather was perfect for a gathering. I suddenly have a great idea. How about we go for a picnic? Let's go outdoors and bring along barbecue stuff. I'm sure it will be fantastic. Moo Moo suddenly suggested. The three boys nodded in agreement. The place they all thought of was the back hill. Now it was the only suitable spot since it was usually deserted, and it was spacious with a great view. A gathering there would be truly perfect. Alright then, let's hurry up and buy the supplies. Ye Fei clapped his hands and said with a smile. The three of them became even more energetic. Let's go. Everyone buy some of their favorite snacks. I'll take care of the barbecue stuff. Ye Fei said as they walked. The three nodded, already knowing what they wanted to buy. After all, only they knew what they liked to eat. They entered a large supermarket. All kinds of food appeared before their eyes. Now they had only one thought: to buy a little of everything they wanted. Let's start. We still have plenty of time, so think carefully. I have a lot of things to buy myself. We'll head to the back hill later. Ye Fei stood in the supermarket and said to them. Everyone nodded and began shopping inside. There was a wide variety of items, and everything they wanted was available. After more than an hour, they had purchased everything they wanted. Several people stood together holding their bought. I didn't expect there to be so many things. It seems we can have a great picnic this time. Ye Fei looked at the items in their hands, inexplicably feeling a bit of heartache. After calculating the total cost of everything, Ye Fei's wallet instantly became flat. This shopping spree cost him a lot of money, but regardless, everyone was very happy. Alright, since we've all bought everything, let's set off now. The sun outside is great. I believe today, we will definitely be very happy. Ye Fei held his things, walked outside, and said to them. The three nodded, and together they headed toward the back. Today is really too happy. There were many things I didn't dare to buy before. Now I finally have them all in my hands. In a moment I'll eat a bit more. Such an opportunity is truly rare. Haha. Moo Moo walked along the road and said to Ye Fei beside her with a smile. You guys really know how to shop. You made me spend so much money all at once. Even eating at a restaurant wouldn't cost that much. Suddenly feeling a bit regretful, Ye Fei expressed helplessness, but there was no way around it. It's too late to regret now. Anyway, everything is bought. Consider it a big investment. Uchiha Itachi patted Ye Fei on the shoulder and comforted him. Although Ye Fei wore a smile on his face, his heart was already bleeding. So many things cost him a huge amount of money. There was no help for it. It was what he had promised them earlier. The four of them carried their purchased items and happily arrived at the back mountain. After arriving here, they felt extremely happy. This place held far too many memories for them. Moreover, the sun was so bright today. Having a picnic here was truly perfect. They put everything on the ground and started busying themselves. Each person had their own task. It's really great to have a picnic with these three. I inexplicably feel very happy. And it seems this is also my first time. Ye Fei watched the busy figures of the three and said with a smile. He had already set up the pot and placed the charcoal underneath ready to light at any moment. After more than 10 minutes everyone had prepared the ingredients and placed them aside. The four of them each sat down in a spot. It's really great, we're finally done. I have to say those ingredients were really difficult to clean. But the taste should be quite good. Moo wiped the water from her hands and said with a smile. Ye Fei, in that case let's start. Don't compete with me. Today the barbecue part will all be done by me. Ye Fei looked at the three of them and said. Everyone nodded and placed all the ingredients beside Ye Fei. Ye Fei looked at so many ingredients and felt a little headache. Time passed slowly and the ingredients on the grill were slowly emitting smoke. The aroma of grilled meat suddenly wafted out. It's really fragrant. This smell is really wonderful. I suddenly feel that I starved to death in my past life, otherwise I wouldn't love eating so much in this life. Moo rubbed her hands together as if she couldn't wait. Ye Fei looked at her cute appearance and smiled. Several people sat together chatting and drinking beverages. After a while everyone started eating skewers. Smiles appeared on everyone's faces. Gathering together for a meal was truly wonderful. Thus they sat there eating for a long time and talked about many topics. This day was really too happy for them, having the best companions and their favorite food. There is no greater happiness in the world than this. I'm so full. I can't eat anything more now. Shanben Shangchuan lay on the ground and said with a smile. The others nodded at the same time. They had bought so many things, but to their surprise they had finished everything. I suddenly feel that your appetites are especially huge. You finished all this food. I think I'd better not easily agree to treat you in the future. Ye Fei looked at the three of them and said with a smile. Everyone laughed. Today was the happiest moment Ye Fei had ever felt. Being able to be with such important companions, all those troublesome things disappeared. He also hoped it could continue like this forever. Everyone stayed there for a long time until the sun set. They packed up everything and slowly walked down. After arriving at the village they again faced the difficulty of parting. Although they would see each other tomorrow they still felt reluctant to separate. Everyone reluctantly returned home. Though I spent a lot of money, the joy was proportional. Sleep well. Perhaps even better things await tomorrow. Ye Fei returned home, sat on the bed and spoke with a smile. He wasn't particularly tired today, yet he still wished to retire early. He went to the bathroom to wash up, then returned to bed to lie down and rest. After lying down, the events of the day still lingered in his mind. He carefully recalled every moment. Today was truly delightful. I must cherish every single instant. Ye Fei closed his eyes and uttered his final words. Soon a smile graced his face as he drifted into slumber. Happy moments are fleeting, but memories reside in the mind, which matters more than anything. My head aches so much. Did I not rest well last night? Ye Fei slowly opened his eyes and he sat up gradually and opened his eyes. But at that moment his eyes widened to their utmost limit. He discovered that everything in his room had been replaced with other objects. And all these objects were from his previous life, both unfamiliar and yet familiar. What is this? How is this possible? Ye Fei stared at everything before him, finding it all somewhat unbelievable. Even more incredulous. He had returned to his original world, and those things now felt more foreign. Though they looked familiar, he felt as though they had vanished for many years. Wasn't I in the Naruto world? How did I suddenly come back here? Ye Fei felt extremely bewildered, hurriedly got out of bed and went outside. Seeing all the furniture outside, he slumped to the ground. Everything belonged to the original world, not a single item from the Naruto world. He turned to look at the time and found it was the very day he had crossed over. Could everything that happened before be false? Was it all just a dream? Ye Fei found it utterly unbelievable. He looked down at his clothes and realized they were the ones he had worn before crossing over. This further convinced him that those events were merely a dream, albeit an exceptionally long one. To confirm, he rushed out of the house and stepped outside. Skyscrapers, cars, and pedestrians all appeared in his vision. Ye Fei felt a pang of heartache. What had happened before was so vivid. In the end, it was nothing but a dream dealing him a heavy blow. Could it truly be a dream? It was so real. Ye Fei collapsed onto the ground, speaking in utter disbelief. The events he had experienced unfolded one by one in his mind. He simply could not believe it was a dream. Tears welled up, but none fell. He hurried back home. Gazing at the familiar yet strange furniture, his eyes instantly brimmed with tears. This is impossible, utterly impossible. What is happening? Is fate mocking me? Ye Fei burst into sobs, feeling utterly helpless. As time slowly passed, he forced himself to calm down. He sat on the sofa, staring ahead in silence. Slap. Suddenly he raised his hand and slapped his own face. With the pain, he instantly sat up from the bed. His forehead was drenched in sweat, and he saw the familiar furniture of the Naruto world. A smile gradually spread across his lips. So it really was a dream. Ye Fei breathed a sigh of relief as he gazed at the scene he longed to see. He now felt utterly ridiculous. The dream just now had been so vivid that for a moment he felt an because he had returned to his original world. Now he got out of bed, walked to the living room and looked at everything he knew so well. It's better to be in this world. Ye Fei suddenly spoke with a smile. He quickly dressed, ran out, and soon arrived at Mu Mu's doorstep. A frantic knock on the door brought Mu Mu out. Seeing the girl before him, Ye Fei could no longer hold back and reached out to embrace her. A Fei! Mu Mu was somewhat at a loss. Ye Fei's sudden embrace left her unsure of what to do. Don't say anything. Just let me hold you for a while. Ye Fei's eyes gradually moistened. After a few dozen seconds, he slowly released Mu Mu. I will never leave you again. I will only treat you better and better from now on. Ye Fei felt immensely happy. Now, he believed this was the world that belonged to him. Here he had his companions, his many stories, and the people he wished to protect. If he were forced to leave this place, it would be the greatest torment. Now he didn't want to think about anything else. He only wanted to live well here. Even if he were to die here in the end, he would feel profoundly blessed. Perhaps this place truly belonged to him and he belonged to it as well. Aside from my village, he felt no other place could compare to this.